Boost. He smiled and shrugged his shoulders. I studied harder for a few days just because I came here. Really? How did you study? The most important thing in learning a foreign language was vocabulary. As long as you memorize the words like crazy, it's not difficult to converse with locals. I had already memorized enough words, and I just paid more attention to smooth pronunciation. It's easiest to follow others in pronunciation. So, I only watched the Jim Fury show for a few days and focused on Jim's pronunciation and speaking style. By imitating the locals hundreds of times, I was able to naturally perfect a plausible pronunciation. You can think of it as similar to practicing acting. Jim looked like he didn't understand at all, so I just showed it. For example, "Hello, this is Jim Fury from The Tonight Show. Nice to meet you." Oh my God, what did you just do? When Jim imitated the opening comment he always made, the other person was astonished. I don't think I'm asking because I really don't know, but I answered just in case. It was a vocal imitation. I know that. Of course you know. That's not it. How did you do it? Jim emphasizes the L pronunciation and drops the S pronunciation. He raises the corners of his mouth this much before saying his name. He spouted out Jim's characteristics, which he had naturally analyzed after seeing them countless times. I don't think he looks like a stalker. I explained, calmly, hoping he wouldn't misunderstand, and the other person took a deep breath. Wow, to be honest, I'm really shocked. After hearing about your appearance, I quickly watched the drama the day before yesterday. You and H are so different from each other that it's unfamiliar to me. Seeing you talk like me so completely gives me goosebumps. The reaction was so passionate that it made you think they weren't hosting a TV show for nothing. It wouldn't be normal for me to react like this every time. It's not easy to make money after all. I felt a sense of professionalism. When I smiled and said thank you, Jim raised his hands. He's a great actor who's bound to be popular. Even his looks are dazzling. When I laughed awkwardly at something embarrassing to react to, Jim shouted to the audience, saying, "Isn't that right? Stop." As I was suffering, the question finally came. This is the question that Korean celebrities who enter Hollywood cannot avoid. It seems like you're popular around people. Isn't your girlfriend jealous? Jim smirked. Chapter 242. I answered without a moment of hesitation. I'm glad I don't have a girlfriend to be jealous of. I sometimes forget, but I am a celebrity. And I also know that there are more people than you might think who are curious about the private lives of celebrities. Although actors are a profession that is relatively free when it comes to dating, we must not forget that there are still many eyes watching. There will also be a secret story to worry about. If there is even one fan who is sensitive to this, there is a need to speak out firmly. Aha, I see. Jim nodded surprisingly calmly. Just when I thought I was lucky, a curveball came in. Then do you have a boyfriend? You'll be good at baseball. As I watched in silence, Jim made a mischievous face. Why? This is an open space. There's no problem. Right, everyone? You can speak comfortably. It was a pleasant tone that clearly meant he was joking. I was thinking about what to say and quickly made a troubled expression. Jim. Yes. I don't want to make the atmosphere awkward. I tried to put on a smile. I don't plan on meeting anyone right now. I want to focus on work right now. I thought I should tell you clearly so there wouldn't be any confusion. Of course, it's not that I don't like luggage or anything like that. Oh my God, what are you talking about? Jim gaped. Immediately, laughter erupted from the audience. I steadfastly maintained an embarrassed smile. I'm sorry if I hurt you. What hurt? What are you saying now, dashed? You know? What do you know? Don't you know? Jim said, come on, man. He jumped up from his seat. At the same time, the sound of band music was heard and people laughed louder. Laughter could even be heard from where the staff were. You took a big hit. How could this be? Jim smoothed his forehead and took a long walk around the talk show floor before returning to his seat. Jim, who was sitting in the chair, had a satisfied smile on his face. It's been a while since I've had such a strong enemy. Do you have any plans to appear on another show? I think you'll be really good. If given the opportunity, I would like it. Oh, then, leave your contact information after the show. I'm saying this again. I'm really focused on work. Stop. Jim got up from his seat again. Once again, the audience erupted. This time, the person playing the drums also started making noises because he was laughing. The talk show ended amid such cheerful laughter. I guess it wasn't that bad. That thought turned into confirmation when Jim came to my waiting room right after the show ended. With a smile on his face, Jim said that today's show was great and that he was grateful. Even though it was a live broadcast, he was amazing and didn't get nervous. His answers were also full of sense. Thank you for going so well. It was fun thanks to you. I said it with a smile, and Jim handed me a business card. What I said on the show is not a joke. I know a lot of people in foreign productions, so I can put you in a position like a sitcom right now. The luggage was taken out with the message that I should contact them without hesitation. Actor, thank you for your hard work. I leaned on Jean Bay, who handed me a water bottle. I didn't make any mistakes, right? Not at all. It was perfect. Jean Bay smiled and massaged my shoulders. I thought I was going to die because I wanted to boast that I was an actor's manager. I almost talked to a stranger. After hearing those kind words, I felt relieved. Thank God. It's so hard I'm dying. I wanted to lie down right away. If you pass out here, you will be able to see the fog. What should I do with this business card? Actor. Jean Bay pointed to Jim's business card. If I give it to team leader Wu, he will take care of it. All right. What will you do if you get an offer to appear? Shouldn't we think about it then? I was too tired to pay attention to each and every comment. Are you very tired? Let's go back to the hotel first. Fortunately, before I could say anything, Jean Bay spoke first. When I heard that a car was waiting, I headed to the back door of the studio. But an unexpected sight awaited me. Bambi, the parking lot, which should have been empty, was crowded with people. I looked around and saw that most of them were Korean. Oh my God, so cute. You had a hard time today. The best. Are you my fan? No way. Why is Bayan here? I asked with a bewildered expression of disbelief. Are you waiting for me? It wasn't even that funny of a question, but people laughed. Then the answer came back asking, are you waiting? Who are you waiting for? What did I say? Why did you come all the way here and wait? My head became cold in an instant. I'm sorry. As I began to cry without realizing it, the people who were laughing stopped. I didn't know you were waiting. I should have come out sooner. When I apologized with a pale face, people's faces became thoughtful. Bambi, it's okay. Oh, I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. We are sorry. We'll go. Sorry. Where are you going? A photo, no, an autograph. Fans who tried to escape were quickly caught. I'm really sorry for keeping you waiting until this time. I don't know if you need it, but at least my autograph. Jean Bay, give me that pen. As I held the pen given by Jean Bay in my hand, the hesitant fans approached me one by one. Can you sign the back of my phone case? Sure. Aren't you from Korea? I live in New York. I came because I heard you were coming. I see, that's right. There may be a secret story in New York, too. I was slightly dumbfounded by this unexpected fact. Instead of being angry at the fans for making them wait, they were kind and kind. As I repeatedly heard people say that they really enjoyed today's show, my heart melted. Thank you so much for coming here. Before I knew it, there were more words of gratitude instead of sorry. The nights in New York in April were strangely warm. Title: Bambi fan signing event held in the middle of New York now. Picture: after the Jim Fury show, people were waiting to see Bambi, and they were signing autographs one by one to say they were sorry for making them wait. Wow, is that an abbreviation? I look at the crowd of people. If there's that much crowd, it's like they're snooping around the country. I'm jealous of Bambi's autograph. Title: I'm going crazy. Even the police came. Picture: there were so many people that the police came to control traffic. Haha. I think the police would have been taken aback as well. Crazy ha real time. It seems to have been sorted out now. The atmosphere of everyone disbanding. I was here. Bambi wanted to sign everyone's autographs, but there were so many people that after over an hour, he was dragged away by the manager. Manager on must have been upset. He's famous for being overprotective, which is unheard of, but he's been waiting outside until dawn to sign autographs. So I didn't get an autograph and just looked. I'm sorry for everything. Title: Where did Lee Yanji go to English Academy? Please share. I saw a comparison with last year's interview video on YouTube, so I watched it and my mouth fell open. I didn't even go abroad to study. So how can my conversation skills improve so quickly? Please give me some tips for studying English. Please. Locals are also reacting hotly right now. The imitation of Jim Fury at the end is so stupid that it's going viral. Haha. I envy that confidence the most. Me too. When a foreigner talks to me, I get a bit nervous, but I think it's surprising that I don't see anything like that at all. In the meantime, he even jokes. Conversation is about momentum. The more I look at him, the more his words get mixed up, so I have to go all out. Title: While Li Yanji is a real shuha? On The Daily Show, there was a story about Jim Fury's show yesterday and a fan signing event. It's been a long time since a Korean was mentioned on The Daily Show, but there is an uproar over what appeared on the morning broadcast. That morning broadcast has the highest viewer ratings in America. If you don't know, it's okay, happy face. I'm a local, but Lee Young-jae's videos keep popping up on social media. The news is not exaggerated, it is real. I am feeling it physically. Oh wow, crazy. Lily Sweet mentioned Lee Young-jae, awesome Mitch. When I woke up, the world had changed. It seemed like something that would come out at the beginning of a novel, but surprisingly, it was true. First of all, it was strange that the cell phone was turned off. I definitely slept with it fully charged. I was skeptical, but I got up to recharge. At that moment, the door burst open. I flinched when the door suddenly opened without knocking, and it was Jin Bae-hyung. Brother? Jin Bae came in with an urgent look on his face and quickly closed the curtain. What's wrong? What happened? Dashed. Wait a minute. Jin Bae interrupted me and called somewhere. I became even more confused as I was busy talking on the phone here and there. What? Just a moment ago, I was rolling around. In the fog, I still felt hazy and couldn't understand the situation any further. Actor, don't be too surprised, just listen. As I was lying blankly on the bed, Jin Bae came up to me with a solemn look on his face. They say there are paparazzi gathered in front of the hotel right now. Yes. Paparazzi? Is that the one given to foreign celebrities? I guess it's difficult to control from below. For now, you don't have to worry about photos. They say the windows have reflective lenses. No, what? Lily Sweetie mentioned the actor on Instagram, and I think there was more of an uproar because of that. Lily Sweetie? Who is that again? I felt like I was talking to an alien. As I was getting lost in the conversation that I couldn't follow, Jin Bae told me to stay in my room for now and left. After being dazed for a moment, I turned on my phone to check the situation. As the screen got bigger, notifications rang like crazy. Why are there so many calls? There were over 30 missed calls. The messaging app was before it exploded. The last message left by No Bae-hyuk was as follows. Lee Young-jae's real best friend, by Hyuk. Hey, are you going to film that? What is that? Out of frustration, I pressed the phone button and the connection was made right away without any waiting sound. Hey, Lee Young-jae, are you okay? I responded in a daze to the urgent voice of No Bae-hyuk, who came at me without even saying hello. It's okay. I was surprised you didn't answer the phone. I knew something was going on. Something is wrong. What's wrong with everyone? From morning, No Bae-hyuk sighed. I heard there was a lot of people gathered in front of the hotel you're staying at. There was even news. News? What kind of mess is this? What message did you send? When asked what he was filming, No Bae-hyuk responded in a voice that asked if he was asking about something obvious. Lily Sweetie music video. Are you going to take a picture? Who is that? Music video? Are you a singer? Oh. No Bae-hyuk was silent for a moment, then asked if he was joking. What kind of joke are you playing? I don't understand, so please explain properly. When I raised my voice in frustration, No Bae-hyuk burst into laughter. Really, this is my first time seeing someone like you in my life. How do you not know Lily Sweetie? What? Did you live in the country? Hey, even my grandmother knows. No, so who is it? No Bae-hyuk hung up the phone with a sarcastic remark, telling him to search for it himself. I called for no reason. I clicked my tongue and opened the internet window. I was trying to search for Lily Sweetie, but there was no need to search. The headline news under the search bar said the following. Billboard star, Lily Sweetie, Lee Young-jae offered to appear in music video. Explosive reaction. Chapter 243. Ugh. The stylist looked out the window and looked bored. It looks like some kind of zombie horde. Aren't you tired of it? There were a lot of people gathered in front of the hotel. As the employee said, the crowd was so large that it looked like a horde of zombies. How do I get through that? A sigh came out of my mouth. Who would have thought that you would get stranded because of the paparazzi? The paparazzi in New York were worse than expected. It was surprising to see them steadfastly staying where they were despite the arrival of the police. Can I go out wearing a hat? If I wear a mask, no one will know it's me. It's not possible. But Jin Bae was adamant. Then, if something happens, you're in big trouble. Then what about just leaving? I thought I'd take a few pictures. I don't mind being photographed. The problem is the process of taking the picture. I was at a loss for words when I heard that pushing people is a given, and there is a strong possibility that they will block the car. The actor may get hurt in the process. The company said they will send bodyguards soon, so please wait a little while, even if it is inconvenient. All right. I've had enough acting practice today, so I won't get hurt. However, I couldn't bring up the unhappiness factor with Jinbei, so I stayed quiet. I'm going out for a moment. Please stay here. Yes. Make a promise to. Jinbei left the room only after I pointed my finger at him. There's nothing to do. I was thinking about doing some more acting practice, but then a thought occurred to me, and I opened my mouth. Do you know a singer named Lily Sweetie? A bitter silence followed the words I said without much thought. Why? Did I make a mistake? When I asked urgently, the stylist made a puzzled face. You're asking something so obvious. Oh, is it that obvious? When I made an embarrassed face, the stylist's sisters started whispering. I'm scared of him sometimes. Where did a kid like that appear? Don't say this on TV. I'm going to get criticized for saying it's a concept. Is it that much? I pouted my lips at the sight of the group sighing. It's because he's a foreign singer. I know almost all of those Korean singers. When I was studying Nade Deokjil, I memorized most Korean singers. It's not like I have a hobby of listening to music, and you might not know that it's a foreign singer. It's unfair. I thought it was too superficial, but I focused on the explanation that followed. Lily Sweetie is famous, but she is too famous. Every time they make a comeback, they also appear on the Korean song charts. Even people who don't listen to pop songs will know the name, right? Lily Sweetie. She debuted in an American musical sitcom when she was young and has been working as a singer for over 10 years. A singer-songwriter who writes his own songs and lyrics, a celebrity who is always mentioned as one of America's most loved stars, and a singer who writes new Billboard records every time he makes a comeback. He was truly a natural top star. Have you not heard this song? It's a song from the last album. The song the staff played was familiar, as if I had heard it many times. It was a song I often heard on the streets or at events. He was a really famous person. I finally understood No Bae-hyuk and his sister's reactions. But you might not know the singer's name. I felt a little sad because people around me were saying things, so I opened the notepad. It's Fog. What are you doing right now? I miss you. I felt even more lonely because Jinbei wasn't around. As I sat in the corner holding my phone for a while, my older sisters approached me cautiously. Yeonji, are you offended? Who was Lily Sweetie? It's my first time hearing this name. I snorted at the way he spoke so naturally. No, it's my fault for not knowing. Oh my gosh, I'm so angry. I'm sorry about my sisters. I'm not angry. As I answered while just looking at my phone, my sisters started talking more anxiously. I was dumbfounded by the way he spoke, as if he was placating a child, but I realized too late that I was really behaving like a child. I guess I'm crazy. My face felt hot for a moment. I immediately looked away from my phone and straightened my back. I'm really fine, he added with an embarrassed face. I was being foolish, sorry. The sisters had question marks on their faces for a moment and then burst into laughter. Why are you apologizing? Oh my God. So cute. Why are your ears red? Haha. Fortunately, the sisters' expressions weren't bad. I was glad that he didn't seem offended. Why on earth did you do that? I was so foolish that I was puzzled by my behavior. While I was feeling ashamed of my shameful behavior, Jinbei came back, with many bodyguards dressed in suits. Everyone, let's leave. Yes, da. Jinbei looked at his smiling sisters for a moment and then approached me. Actor, what happened? No. Let's go. Jinbei looked puzzled but silently packed my luggage. Oh, actor, can I have your cell phone? Sometimes the paparazzi touches your pocket. I'll give it to you as soon as I get to the airport. You really do all kinds of things. I clicked my tongue and handed the cell phone to Jinbei. I had completely forgotten about it until I left the hotel in such a hectic manner and finally arrived in Korea. I couldn't erase what I wrote on the notepad. Actor, have a nice dream. Lee Yun-jae, who was about to lie down on the bed, laughed at the words on Jinbei said while standing on the threshold. You too, brother. And Jinbei stared into the sleepy black eyes for a moment and then closed the door. Then he returned to his room and fell into thought. Fog. My worries deepened after I accidentally looked at the contents of the notepad before returning the actor's cell phone. Fog, a friend the actor said he had known for a while a long time ago. However, despite investigating through several companies, no clues could be found. Despite investigating the possibility that it was a nickname rather than a real name, There was no special result. I just found the fog on the former actor's cell phone that I couldn't find no matter how much I searched. Not a message that can be sent, but in the form of a notepad. Is this an imaginary friend? Imaginary friends are creatures that children create for themselves to endure emptiness. It was a common occurrence for young children, but the problem was that the actor was a teenager who would soon be in high school. I didn't see you talking to yourself. Usually, if you talk to yourself with an imaginary friend, you can suspect schizophrenia. However, Njinbei, who had been together for almost 24 hours, did not see any such symptoms. What should I do if it's really an imaginary friend? Even when the actor panicked due to symptoms of hyperventilation, he came to his senses as soon as he heard the word fog. It means that you are relying too much on that imaginary friend. What is the possibility of another personality? Should I approach it with a dual personality? There must be a reason why I wrote that on a notepad that I can read alone. And Jinbei held his throbbing head. I thought it was definitely getting better. Why? Why does it feel so breathtaking? The actor completely focused on himself. It was clear that he was relying on me more than he cared about me. Nevertheless, Jinbei thought that the actor was hiding a big secret from him. A very tight secret that he couldn't even get into. And Jinbei sighed deeply. Even if you ask about the notepad, the actor will give you a troubled look. In that case, there was only one answer. Waiting silently until the secret is revealed. That was still it. I was a little nervous. I thought I had good patience. And Jinbei blinked. The slowly moving eyes were full of depth. He's a really difficult person. What? Li Yunjie's fan club president, Quan In-ah, opened her eyes wide. Did this many people really visit? The number of visitors to Li Yunjie's introduction page for overseas users, which was previously created in advance, has increased rapidly. The chairman was surprised by the number increasing by hundreds every time it was refreshed. If I do something wrong, the server will crash. I should contact you in advance. As expected, our Bambi. The beauty of Bambi is enjoyed not only in Korea, but also abroad. It was an obvious fact, but it was so special that I couldn't bear it. After all, celebrities who are good at their jobs are the best. The soul played by Bambi met a terrible ending, as the chairman expected. When viewed as a drama, it was an impactful ending, but as a Li Yunjie fan, it was an ending that I couldn't watch without crying. Oh, I also want to rehash Killing Horn. I wanted to watch the drama featuring White Hair Bambi right now in nano units, but as the fan club president, I had a role to fulfill. We make sure that there is no child abroad who doesn't know about Bambi. These days were a time when everything moved quickly. We live in a crowded social media era where even the slightest response can get out of hand. And she was confident. I am confident that I will make Bambi the strongest star in the universe. After news of Lily Sweetie's offer to appear in a music video spread, they moved even more quickly. Wii Entertainment simply stated its official position that it was currently in discussion, but everyone knew. Ultimately, Yanji Li will appear in Lily Sweetie's music video. Appearing in Lily Sweetie's music video, which recorded hundreds of millions of views, was a huge advantage. No matter how important it is, or what the plot is, it will benefit Bambi more than it will harm him. People were already busy talking. Oh, what is it about? A love story between a blonde white female lead and an Asian male lead? It's novel, and there is no guarantee that it will be a love story, right? Well, Lily is 28 in Korean age. There is a difference between Yanji Li and the same age group. In foreign countries, they don't care about the large age difference. The age difference is not the problem. Li Yunjie is a minor. Lily is an adult. The above is correct. In the United States, the issue of child sex crimes is very sensitive, so if you tell a story like that, it could lead to legal problems. So you're saying it couldn't be a love song? We will only find out once the official statement comes out. Li Yunjie will probably be leaving anyway, so we'll know something when that happens. Perhaps because Li Yunjie is hot. Posts about Li Yunjie are regularly posted in communities other than the entertainment category. Antis who wanted to criticize Li Yunjie right away and fans who wanted to show off Bambi were anxious. The answer has already been decided, so why are you responding slowly? Please give me an official statement saying I will appear immediately. That way, the child will either criticize me for not having a taste for money, or my child will write something like Shisu. The official statement from Wii Entertainment that everyone has been waiting for has finally been released. And Lily Sweetie, who had received information from the manager, got up from her seat. You said you refused? You refused? Lily's eyes widened. Lily's eyes shook wildly, as if she had witnessed an incredible sight. Lily, who had been silent for a long time, finally uttered a word. Why? Why did you refuse? The manager looked at her and answered. They say I have to go on a school field trip at school. What? Lily's eyes became blank. Educational travel? What is that? Chapter 244. Title, Huh? Lee Yunjae did not appear in the Lily Sweetie music video. An official statement has just been released. But the reason is amazing. He said he had to participate in the school trip, ha. No, what kind of school trip did you forget about, Lily Sweetie? LOL. This guy is really LOL. He's not your typical idiot. I was surprised when I saw the title, but I was even more surprised when I read the text. Oh no, a school trip. Right, school trips are important. No, still? The comment above is exactly how I feel, haha. I can't say it's absurd, it's just funny. Subject. The feeling of seeing a clear idiot. An offer from a big star came in. I need to focus on my duties as a student, raising glasses. That's so funny. But is it just me? Quite refreshing. Hey, me too, haha. I felt a little bad because it felt like Lily was pushing it one way. Lily pushed it unilaterally? Where did that nonsense come from? Title. I am the one who said that Lily unilaterally pushed it. It's not a bad intention. I just wrote it because I felt that way. Usually, collaboration or appearance offers are made through the agency. Once confirmed, we will post it on social media and promote it. However, it was a bit weird to suddenly post a story asking for an appearance on the Jim Fury show. But it's Lily Sweetie. So, I feel like I know that very well. But it's Lily Sweetie 2222. That's it. Foreign kids post stories as they please, so there is nothing to attach too much meaning to. I think Lily is the most embarrassed right now. Who would have thought that he would accept his offer? Lee Yunjae does that hard work. The response is enthusiastic. I put down the book I was reading when Jin Bae-hyung muttered. Is it so? Are there a lot of people swearing? Someone is criticizing the actor. I heard Lily Sweetie is a famous person. He turned down the offer of such a person. Even so, no one would criticize the actor. He chuckled at his tone, which was so firm and even solemn. I don't mind swearing. What's the problem when I have someone next to me who takes my side like this? However, it seemed to be such an important issue to Jin Bae that he even took out his laptop and showed him the internet reactions one by one. There really isn't one. But no one really cursed. I thought I would hear someone say that they were full, but it was unexpected. Actually, I had no intention of turning down the offer to appear in the music video. No, Bae-hyuk wasn't particularly interested in the school trip, which he couldn't go on because he was busy. Above all, CEO Jang wanted to appear. Isn't there really any reason for someone who told me to do whatever I want to refuse to do something after a long time? However, Jin Bae and Jong Hai and I were the ones who desperately opposed the trip, saying that they had to go on this school trip. They said that even if you can build a career at any time, your school days will never come back, and because the two of them tried to persuade him by raising their necks, CEO Jang eventually put up his hands. Then let's contact them to coordinate the schedule. Does it take 3 days to go on a school trip? I guess they'll wait that long. No. It was an unexpected person who expressed an opinion opposing what CEO Jang said. Why don't you direct it so that it feels like you're hanging on to something that has come to this? Team leader Wu suggested that we, like Lily Sweetie, issue a unilateral statement. If they really want a serial, they will contact me first. I will meet the schedule. They also have pride. What if they ask us to do something that never happened? Then it's your loss. Even if I don't appear in the music video, the serial will do well anyway. Team leader Wu spoke in such a confident tone that I was momentarily confused. What kind of conceited words is this? My face felt hot, but at that moment, CEO Jang nodded and said that was true, so I missed the opportunity to retort. It's not something to be criticized for being faithful to school life, and it would be shameful for them to turn us into enemies over this. There was a strange persuasive power in Team Leader Wu's words that if you get a call to adjust your schedule, all you have to do is lighten the mood. And to my surprise, I received a call from Lily. The article that Lily agreed to meet the schedule will be published this evening. Didn't you feel bad there? We are in a very advantageous position. The most important thing is topicality. Since it became such a hot topic even before the music video was filmed, they must have gained a lot from it. I see. There are more than one or two things to worry about. The entertainment industry is a place where there are so many things to consider. Fortunately, I have people on my side who are good at their jobs. That night, the article I had prepared was published, and the internet heated up once again. Official, Lee Young-jae confirmed to appear in U.S. Billboard star Lily Sweetie's music video. An unprecedented meeting of heavenly visuals and voices. Netizen, I'm already looking forward to it. Who on earth is Lee Young-jae? K-Korean wave even mentioned in overseas communities. That's how I got both the school trip and the appearance in the music video. Finally, the day of the school trip. Brother, I will come back. See you in 3 days. Actor, you can't look at it that way. I spoke clearly to Jean Bae, who was looking at me earnestly. At most, it's 2 nights and 3 days. Brother, please go somewhere to play and come back. What if something happens when I'm not around? I'll just stay nearby. I will walk around unnoticed. Think about your brother's height before speaking. How can someone over 190 centimeters not stand out? I was dumbfounded, but I tried to calm Jean Bae, who behaved like a child with separation anxiety. I'm not going to go and do anything unexpected. I will listen carefully to what you say, teacher. Okay. If I stay any longer, I'll be late, so I'll get off. Actor dashed. I quickly got out of the car before I could say anything more. The school playground, where several buses were lined up, was already noisy. Everyone seems excited. I could feel the excitement among the kids gathered together. I stood in line wearing a slightly unfamiliar school uniform that I hadn't worn in a long time. As I got closer, the kids who were talking noisily fell silent for a moment. It's awkward. Her fingertips curled. It was difficult to keep up with the progress of the class due to the endless filming. In that situation, it was of course my desire to become friends with the kids. Should I talk to him first? Just as I was getting worried that it seemed to be quiet because of me, a savior appeared. Yeonji, hello. It was Seo. The still slow tone of speech made me breathe for a moment. Hi. You came wearing summer clothes. It will be cold in the evening. Seo handed me a cardigan to wear if it was cold. The black cardigan was covered in cat hair. Guys, let's get on the bus now. Other grades are in class right now, so please ride quietly. Yes. I told you to be quiet. What was so funny? The kids burst out laughing. Have you seen the schedule? I had an experience of courage on the last day. Is that mandatory participation? I don't like scary things. Hey, I brought snacks. Let's eat on the bus. The kids talked nonstop even during the brief moment they boarded the bus. Seo and I were the only ones quiet. It was a silence that would seem awkward to others, but to me it was familiar enough to be peaceful. Fortunately, it seems the same was true for Seo. Yeonji, would you like to sit inside? I don't care where. Seo sat next to me as if it was natural. Unlike No Bai-hyuk, who was constantly fussing, the side was quiet. This isn't bad either. When I first met Seo, he was so annoying that my ears bled. Looking back now, I think he put a lot of effort into other things as well. A kid who doesn't like going out like me asked me to go to the Jeonju International Film Festival with him. What? Seo must have felt my eyes on him, so he opened his eyes. Seo smiled loosely at my bland answer. Is it because you're bored? Shall we talk? Seo naturally brought up the topic of movies. It was one of his strengths, the ability to have a conversation tailored to the other person's tastes. During the audition, team leader Wu asked me what my favorite movie was. It was such an unexpected question that my head turned gray. Okay, I heard team leader Wu found it odd that you seemed so casual. Haha, really? Thank God. I guess acting was worth it. Talking about movies with Seo was fun, as always. We arrived at our destination while chatting quietly without even having a chance to feel bored. The location of the school trip was Damyeong, Jeollanam-do. Oh, I wanted to go to Jeju Island. I heard you go to other schools overseas. What's this? The kids in front grumbled. I understood that feeling, but I couldn't really sympathize with it. It was even more so because I was in New York until last week. The wind is cool. I felt refreshed after leaving the city full of people. The fresh, earthy smell wafted from the accommodation, which was close to the mountain. After unpacking, I headed to Juknakwon. Unlike the kids who run around like crazy as soon as free time is given, Seo and I calmly took a walk. Perhaps because there was no one in particular to show that he was close to Lee Young-jae, Seo was quiet today. The problem is that it felt even more intense. People's gaze. At first, I thought it was because I was wearing a school uniform. We waited for them to disperse to the other kids wearing the same school uniform, but their eyes were steadily focused on us. I'm wearing a mask. I'm wearing a mask right now. Therefore, people cannot know that I am Lee Yunjae. But why are you looking at me like this? Fortunately, I figured out the reason in time. Seogyo. Huh. You should wear a mask too. Mask. I clicked my tongue as I looked at the puzzled guy. Still, he is now a decent actor from Wien. But isn't he being too complacent? Everyone is looking at you now. I was wondering why you were looking at me like this. Now hurry. The guy's face became even more suspicious. Yanji, what is that? You don't remember what drama came out, right? Quickly put on your mask. It was a good thing I brought plenty of masks. I never thought Seogyo's face would be known. There are so many people who have seen Killing Horn. Even though it has been a month since the drama was released, it still maintains first place. I didn't know I would feel this much about Killing Horn's fame. As I was arguing with Seogyo, who kept trying to take off his mask, dinner time was already approaching. School trips aren't as special as I thought. I couldn't understand why Zhang Haiyanai and Jinbei insisted so much. It was nice to see the kids sitting calmly in the classroom running around excitedly, but it was meaningless because they weren't close to each other. I was just thinking that 3 days would pass by so quickly. Excuse me. It's a series. A classmate who had been wandering around earlier approached me. Why? We're going for recreation later. I heard that unlike the second night where the courage experience was the main event, on the first night, there was only recreation inside. I just heard from the teacher that the class scores each other, and the class that comes in first gets chicken and pizza. I see. So I wondered what he was going to do, but I nodded quietly. The class hesitated for a while. So, why are you so hesitant? Are you okay? You can speak comfortably. When I started talking, wondering if it was uncomfortable, his face lit up. Then he shouted, "Can you dance when we show off our talent later?" I didn't expect it to be this comfortable. Chapter 245. Actors and singers are the same celebrities, but they are fundamentally different. I think the biggest difference between the two jobs comes from talent. A talent that cannot be replaced by words such as talent or qualifications. Unlike actors who face themselves in front of the camera, singers interact with the audience on stage. Facial expressions and unique gestures that can instantly captivate the viewer. To do this shamelessly, talent is needed more than anything else. The moment you feel ashamed of yourself, the audience's immersion is also broken. Let's judge it calmly. Objectively, I have a personality that is not suited to being a gimmick. So, you should decline the offer to dance at a talent show. The conclusion has been reached. It was when I made a reasonable inference and just raised my head. It was clearly only one person who spoke, but I could feel the eyes of dozens of people. Everyone in my class was looking at me. I wanted to say, "I'm sorry, but I don't think that's possible." But when I saw the bright eyes, I couldn't get the words out. Isn't there another option? So I chose to take a detour. It's a bit weird to tell someone to speak comfortably and then immediately reject it. Let's reject it as much as possible. He softly raised the corners of his mouth. There may be a kid who wants to show off his talent. I shouldn't take this opportunity away. Oh, it's okay if that's the case. There was no one who wanted to do it anyway. No. Sang-ho, think carefully. I grabbed the other person's shoulder. Do you know my name? That's important now. No, it's mutual. Let's think carefully. I don't think I'm fit. How about you? Don't you think the same? Yes. No, I dash. Please, Sang-ho. The hand holding my shoulder gained strength. She was desperate. Fortunately, the other person read my sincerity. Bird, now that I think about it, it seems like that. I smiled as I saw my classmate nodding his head awkwardly. Okay, you're right. Done. Now I just have to convince the other kids. It was such a time of relief. Oh, I told you so. I'm not leaving it to Yoon Sang-ho. I see. From now on, I will take charge. Hey, get out of the way. Ugh. A girl pushed Sang-ho with her foot without hesitation. The name flew away like a piece of paper. Don't go. Seonji. I don't have time, so I'll be blunt. The girl who pushed Sang-ho knelt in front of me. Just dance once. I beg you. I'm sorry for asking you this when we're not even close. But isn't something like this going to happen in life? Isn't this life? The girl exuded an unapproachable force. I could feel it all at once. He can't win. As I hesitated, the girl smiled. Softly. It was a smile like a loan shark would make. Close your eyes just once. Let's dance. There's chicken in front of you, but you're giving up after coming this far, right? Let's not be such vicious people. Is it because you want to eat chicken? Then I'll buy it for you separately. Money was still difficult for me and a waste of money, but I was able to buy chicken for my classmates at least once. But contrary to my hopes, the loan shark firmly shook his head. No, I want to eat the chicken I bought at school, not you. I want to take this opportunity to rip off school money fairly. Do you understand my feelings? No, I don't know. But I know this one thing, that I lost. Late at night after recreation. After hearing the explanation of the situation, No Bai-hyuk burst out laughing on his phone screen. Going crazy. So did you really dance? Then are you going to fake it? Oh, I should have just gone too. If I had been here, we would have competed among ourselves. No Bai-hyuk laughed and said it was funny. I don't find it funny. The only consolation is that our class came in first place. I think I would have won first place even if I hadn't danced. The kid's obsession with chicken was surprising. The girl who knelt down to ask me a favor seemed to have madness in her eyes, and it was the same during recreation time. They shouted so passionately that their cheering scores were overwhelmingly higher than those of other classes. In other words, it was a chicken that I won with the kids cheering, not my dancing. I didn't know you liked eating so much. The kids in my class were completely different from the kids I had come to know in society, such as Han Se-young, Song Yi-jun, and Nam In-hoo. It was much more outspoken, playful, and somewhat light. Although I was embarrassed by the sense of distance that seemed to creep into the line, the funny thing was that I didn't feel too bad. As soon as he finished dancing and came back to his seat, he patted my shoulder and thanked me for a job well done, and there was a hint of friendliness in it. Bai-hyuk, stop laughing now. Because it's funny. I also haven't seen you dance to our full song. No Bai-hyuk added that Un-taek would also be very sad if he heard about this. Who took the picture? I'll have to watch the video when it comes up. You look really excited. On screen, No Bai-hyuk looked very happy. Yes, as long as you have fun. As I was sighing internally, I felt a presence next to me. Seonji, are you still calling? It was Seo. It looks like the chicken has arrived. Just when I was thinking about hanging up the phone, No Bai-hyuk was one step faster. What? Why is he there? I was dumbfounded by the sudden roughness in my voice. Because he's in the same class as me. Did you ask because I didn't know that? Then why did you ask? I couldn't understand, so I looked at the screen, but this time Seo intervened. Bai-hyuk, hello. Long time no see. I'm not happy. Wow. I was thinking the same thing. Seo laughed slowly. Unlike what I had seen all day today, it was a somewhat nervous smile. What's the problem with him? It's even surprising how he treats me like my natural enemy every time I meet him. I got so tired from the tense fight that I quickly hung up the phone. Is the chicken here? They made a fuss, telling me to hurry and bring you before it gets cold. They told me to come in at least 3 minutes. Let's hurry. When the crazy girl's eyes came to mind, my steps became faster without me realizing it. When I entered the room, the kids in my class were sitting in a circle. Lee Yun-jae is here. Let's eat now. Oh yeah. As soon as the girl finished speaking, the kids quickly grabbed chicken and pizza. Wow, great. I need some Coke. What? Is this a paper cup? The teacher clearly told me to eat quietly. The kids talked as if they had never heard such a thing. Hey, you danced really well. At that time, the girl who asked me to dance approached me. Why aren't you eating? Eat quickly. Thanks to you. I got something else. Thank you. I took a bite of the pizza the girl handed me. It's delicious. Did you practice dancing separately? I didn't practice, but I watched a lot of dance videos. I've learned since long ago that when I'm writing a video, I have to watch a video at least 10 times. I watched the video on Nade's official channel 100 times, so it was enough to pick the choreography. I just watched the video, but you danced that well? You are amazing too. I thought cheering for you was even better. The role I auditioned for this time was that of cheerleader. I guess what I practiced back then was for today. The girl wiped her nose and laughed. She looked really proud. What would it be like to see actor Lee Jong-hyun in person? I was curious about that too. After that, I had a few conversations with my classmates, and I was surprised that it was easier than I thought. It was definitely awkward until the morning. The kids get to know each other really quickly. I had read about it in books, but it was new to me to actually experience it. So the first night ended in a noisy atmosphere. Morning of the second day. Yeonji, do you want some water? Thank you. Aren't you tired? You didn't sleep much. Gio's lazy gaze turned towards me. School trips were no exception to acting practice to remove the unhappiness factor. I had to wake up at 5 a.m. again today, but my condition wasn't bad. I'm a little tired, but I'm okay. Thanks to you, I practiced comfortably. Originally, I was planning to practice in the bathroom. I practiced comfortably thanks to Gio, who found an empty room in advance the day before. I wondered why he was being so kind, but I understood when he asked if I could watch him act from the side. He's still the same. After all, there is no kindness without reason. The second day was mainly about experiential activities. My feet were a little sore after constantly stopping by the literature museum, garden, and forest path all morning. But if you think about it, when you were hanging on the wire, it's better now. Compared to when I filmed the action scenes in Killing Horn, the pain was bearable. But I guess it wasn't the kids in my class. Teacher, I'm really dying. I feel like my feet are going to tear. Can't we just take a break? Complaints flowed out of the children's mouths without hesitation. However, I was surprised that the teacher was so accustomed to receiving complaints like this. Can I say something like that to the director? The answer was no. As an actor, filming is something you have to do even though it is difficult. Of course, I knew that it would be difficult to compare it to the current situation in terms of making money. But it looks comfortable. I felt a strong bond between my classmates and teachers. A relationship where complaints and nagging can be easily overcome. Amazing. It's okay to complain like that. I felt strange. Oh my, it's hard for me too. Let's take a break for 30 minutes. In the end, the teacher also raised both hands and feet. I was sitting on a bench, contemplating how I felt just now, when I saw someone sitting on the bench across from me. It was the boy and girl who asked me to dance last night. However, why are you holding hands? Were the two of you dating? No, that doesn't make sense. So that's why you pushed your boyfriend like that yesterday. I guess that's not only visible to my eyes. While I was thinking about something else, Gio suddenly laughed. Yanji, I can see what you're thinking. Are they dating? Huh. We've been dating her for over a year. Are you really dating? At that time, the girl complained that it was hot. Immediately after that, the boy, Sang-ho, who had been pushed by his foot yesterday, handed him a water bottle. The atmosphere between the two was strangely soft. Amazing. I went on a school trip and saw many interesting things. Although I acted as a couple with Han Se-young in Hello, My Summer, it was my first time seeing a couple of the same age in real life. It was exactly like the one in the drama. How did we date? May I ask? After the school trip ended, I had to go straight to LA to film the music video. And I heard that the music video I will be appearing in is a song written by Lily Sweetie while thinking about her first love. My first love is Fog. However, I know very well that my first love and the first love Lily mentioned are different concepts. Therefore, reference cases were even more necessary. Do you have something to say? Why are you looking at me? Perhaps sensing my gaze, the girl spoke first. I wondered if it was okay to ask. Because it was so personal, but I opened my mouth while thinking about the music video. Are you two dating? Huh. Can't you see this? The girl raised the hand she held with the boy. Wisdom. What's the matter? What? Only the boys were shy, and the girls were confident. It's like a ledger. I asked a question while keeping my eyes on the two people, and fortunately, the girl answered kindly. It was worth dancing hard yesterday. Why are you talking so hard? As I was talking so passionately with the girl, other kids also joined in. Perhaps it was the effect of sharing food together yesterday, but the conversation was particularly comfortable. We even took pictures together at the bamboo field we stopped by afterwards. It was good to come on the school trip. By the time that thought occurred to me, it was already night. There is only one schedule left. Experience courage. I need to finish it quickly and practice as soon as I get to the dorm. However, Gio was strangely quiet from earlier. I looked to the side in confusion and saw a pale face. Gio's eyes met. I knew it without even having to ask. Are you scared? Chapter 246. Is the reason you've been quiet since yesterday because of your courage experience? Gio silently avoided eye contact. It was also a kind of answer. What the? It was so unexpected that I was dumbfounded. Doesn't it really fit the image? They say you fall when you're scared. Why didn't you tell the teacher? The only courageous experience I had was walking around the trail on the back mountain. It may be funny to some, but for some it can be an unbearably scary time. Therefore, Anyone could be excluded from the courage experience as long as they were told in advance. Tell me now. Shall I speak for you? No, absolutely not. Do not do that. Gio, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly raised his head. I'm okay. Just are you okay? Let's go quickly, just the two of us. That's it. The guy spoke quickly as if he was memorizing a spell. When did we decide to go together? I was skeptical, but seeing the fear-filled eyes made me refute it. So I agreed without much thought. An hour later, I intensely regretted this choice. Russell. OMG. What? What was that just now? It's the sound of the leaves you stepped on. Oh. Gio looked at his feet and sighed in relief. Then he ruffled his hair and got really annoyed. When on earth is this going to end? Didn't we walk for an hour? I didn't even walk for 10 minutes. No way. Didn't I take the wrong route? You just have to go straight, but you took a wrong turn. Please calm down. Anger boiled up inside. Tired. Every time Gio heard something, he screamed and ran towards me. I was the only one who felt like dying because of my actions that had no regard for my own size. Because I was crushed by that guy for 10 minutes, I experienced courage and lost stamina. Wow, what did you just hear? Calm down. What if it's a ghost? I can't calm down. Gio, who was close to me, shivered. I was so shocked that I couldn't help but sigh. What kind of noise does a ghost make? Then what does that mean? It's a mountain. Let's see if there are any wild boars. Wild boar? Then I'm glad. I looked at Gio, who looked relieved. Common sense tells me that being a wild boar is a bigger problem. I shook my head. I just hoped this time would end quickly. Unfortunately, Gio became increasingly crazy after that. Yanji, I think there's someone behind me. No one is here. No. Really. I heard it. I cursed and turned around, hearing a voice that even contained a bit of crying. However, when I shined my flashlight towards the back, I saw a cold dirt road. Now look. Isn't there anyone? I was showing them to be at ease, but Gio clung to me with an even more frightened look on his face. Let's go quickly. Okay. If you're too scared, would you like to go and play a game? Game? What game? From now on, it's a game where you get hit every time you open your mouth. Now let's begin. I quieted Gio and walked down the trail. How many more minutes did I walk? The desk was placed in an odd place. There was a bunch of keys on the desk that the teacher had mentioned. I guess I can take that with me. Wait, I'll bring one. No, let's go together. Gio crossed his arms. For a moment, I got goosebumps and almost threw my arms away. Let's endure. I will never experience courage with Gio again. With that in mind, it was the moment I approached the desk. Someone dressed in white jumped out from next to the tree, screaming. I looked at the other person for a moment and then bowed. Hello, teacher. It's a cereal. Yes. Can I take this with me? The homeroom teacher, dressed in white, nodded with an embarrassed face. I'm sorry. However, the ghost makeup was so poor that it was difficult to deliberately pretend to be surprised. Even Gio didn't shout once, so he said everything. Thank you for your hard work. Teacher, let's go first. Goodbye. After saying hello to the teacher, I went back the way I came. I'll stretch out as soon as I enter the dorm. It felt like the difficulty level had doubled because of Gio. As I quietly walked along the forest path, the only sound I could hear was the jingle of the keys moving in my hand. For a moment, why is he so quiet? A sudden thought occurred to me, and I looked to the side and got scared. Hey, Gio. Gio was holding his breath with a pale face. I was even more surprised by his bloodless appearance, like a real ghost. If you were surprised, you shouldn't have said something. Ghost. It wasn't a ghost, it was a teacher. The reason I didn't scream wasn't because I wasn't scared, it was because I was too scared. Gio, who seemed to be out of his mind, was first made to sit on the side of the road. This guy's eyes are sore, what should I do? If I had known this would happen, I would have brought lemon candy with me. After sighing for a moment, I patted the guy on the back. Gio, come to your senses. There are no ghosts or anything. Really? Are you sure? Certainty. I can't say that I do. They say the fog is also a monster. Aren't Yukai also a type of ghost? As I hesitated, he became even more crazy. Shit. I sighed as I looked at his eyes that never came back to focus even though I gently comforted him. It was now the limit. I grabbed Gio's chin tightly and lifted it up. Ugh. The guy frowned, perhaps because he was so annoyed that he couldn't control his strength. Hey, did you forget what I told you last time? What? I told you to only be afraid of me. Don't worry about useless things. Why don't you listen to people? What kind of fuss is this tonight? I was so nervous that my voice became sharp without me realizing it. See you when you get back to Seoul. I'll give you plenty of candy. It's my fault. Huh. Late. Now get up. Seonji. I'm sorry. Candy is dashed. Okay. I'll order plenty. Don't worry. I cut him off and forced him to stand up. But Seogio stumbled, perhaps because his feet had lost strength. It varies, really. Can you give me a piggyback ride? Even though Gio was taller than me, it wasn't so much that I couldn't carry him. However, Gio's eyes, which had been blurry despite the lemon candy attack, returned to focus for a moment. What? I really hate it. No. Do you know who asked because they liked it? Then walk straight. Huh. I'm walking. Don't think about karma. Got it. I understand, so shut up. Seogio walked in silence, as if he hated being carried by me more than a ghost. Soon after, a bright light appeared. What? Why are you two so late? As soon as my classmate laughed and teased me, Seogio grabbed my collar tightly. I thought it was an unspoken pressure, so I just pretended that I had lost my way. As I finished all my activities and got ready for bed, Seogio came up to me and whispered, Seonji, I'm really sorry about earlier. Huh. I deserve to feel sorry. Seogio scratched the back of his neck shyly at my words. Then he looked at me and whispered, Can't you tell me what happened just now? To the kids in your class? Just to everyone. You can't even say that in an interview. I sighed at the earnest voice. When I asked him why he was doing that, he hesitated. If it becomes known on the internet, my mother, you can see it. I just want to show myself as cool as possible. The words of apology for asking for nothing were full of embarrassment. Okay, I won't say anything, so don't worry. Thank you. Seogio then unfolded his blanket with a look of relief on his face. Looking at that, I shook my head. He's a real kid. Why would you be angry at a child? I have to endure it. Let's think of it as attaining enlightenment. Maybe it was because I went to bed with that mindset, but when I saw Seogio the next day, he looked even more like a child. Thanks to the end of the courage experience, Seogio returned to his usual routine. As I chatted with the boy who became a bit talkative, the school trip came to an end before I knew it. Full Lee Yonji school trip, swim, dive talent show video. The kids are screaming ha. Why are boys' voices louder than girls' voices? Because it's the devilish Bambi. A collection of highlights, 237, 329, 415. Our Bambi kid. Look at his expression. It's a pleasure to get the timing right for the dance break. This guy could really be an idol. I knew he was good at dancing, but he was also good at using facial expressions. Title: Have you all seen the Bambi talent show video? I really feel like there's nothing my child can't do. Is it okay for me to like a perfect girl like this? How dare someone like me? As expected, you are a Bambi fan. Even to be humble. But let's not beat ourselves up and enjoy what we have now. Life is so short. As expected, your senior buy-in is different. Thanks for the advice. But what is the concept of you two? The concept of a good citizen who strives to discover Baycrock Dam. Fun. Recommended. Title: Lee Yunjae's dance line is so neat. Would you believe me if I told you he was an active idol? I'm in the middle of a Nade Gonjab, so I watched a lot of swim dive cross-edited videos. But it's strange that Baehyuk's dance line is similar yet different. If we had debuted together with Nade, the fans would have been even more upset. I already have good chemistry with the Nade members. Yes. Bambi says he should be an actor. Haven't you all seen Killing Horn? If this guy were to become an idol, he would definitely be a visual member. But you're a visual member who can sing and dance, right? Baehyuk seems to be better at singing, but Lee Yonji is definitely better at dancing. Comparative remarks. Title: Have you seen the review written by Lee Yunjae and her classmate? There's even a proof shot taken together at the end. It doesn't seem like it. To briefly summarize the review. 1. I really woke up early in the morning and practiced acting. 2. It was awkward at first, but they became closer as time went on. They say the more you get closer, the more you talk. 3. He said he danced because his classmates asked him to. Thanks to that, I won first place and ate chicken. 4. He is said to be closest with his friend who played a minor role in Killing Horn. They stay together all the time. Wow. Waking up at dawn was a breeze. It also appeared on a variety show with Sung Joon. But why do you have to wake up early in the morning to practice? He says it's just his routine. He said on air that he feels anxious if he doesn't do it. Bambi, it's cute that the more we get closer, the more we talk. The same goes for fans. Compared to the first fan sign and the recent fan meeting, there was a lot of talk. It's nice to see that he doesn't get celebrity disease and seems to get along well with kids his age. Who are you talking about as a minor friend? There is an actor named Seo Gio who has recently joined the same agency. I auditioned because Lee Yun-jae recommended it. There was a kid who fainted in Killing Horn. Agent Jang's nephew role. Title: Lee Yun-jae boarded a plane to LA to film Lily's music video. It's really going well. Have a nice trip. It would be nice if you could take a two-shot with Lily and post it on Instagram. Lee Yun-jae's personal information, no other information. Why? Does my agency prevent me from making it? Last time at a fan meeting, fans asked me, but they said I couldn't do it because it was difficult. Respectful. Oh, do your best. Write something like this on the inner screen. How many times does Lee Yun-jae's post come up a day? I'm not a fan of Lee Yun-jae, but it looks good. Why is it a seizure? It seems like there are a lot of kids who hate Lee Yun-jae these days. Why are you doing this to your child? Guys, say what you said above. Basically, if you do well, you get trolled, and that's it. A superstar who drives both people crazy. His name is Bambi. My name is Lee Yun-jae. Bambi is a nickname. Oh, I was confused. Chapter 247. Time for Lee Yun-jae to arrive at LA airport. Lily Sweetie was waiting with excitement. What should I do? I'm so nervous. As Lily was at a loss, her manager was taken aback. It's been a long time since I've seen you this nervous. Why didn't you get nervous even before winning the Grammys? Is that girl your ideal type? Don't make fun of me. It's just a joke between us. But if I say something wrong outside, I'm really going to get caught. She's 15 years old. As Lily narrowed her eyes and glared, the manager chuckled. But it's true that he's my ideal type. Rather than an ideal type, closer to a muse. Lily is a song that Lily wrote when she didn't know Lee Yun-jae at all. It's a self-composed song that reminds me of my first love that made me laugh and cry when I was a teenager. But when I saw Lee Yun-jae on the Jim Fury show, I was momentarily dumbfounded. Unlike his neat face, he has quite a sense of humor, even a subtle slyness. It was very similar to the person in my memories. That day, Lily even finished recording the second half of the song Lily, as if she were possessed. That's why he sincerely hoped that Lee Yun-jae would appear in his music video. Even though the schedule was postponed due to Lee Yun-jae's school camp, I was excited enough that even that didn't bother me. I want to film it quickly. This music video was specifically scheduled to be directed by Lily. As this is an album that paid attention to every detail, starting with the songs included, not only expectations, but also anxiety were high. Can I really live up to other people's expectations? Even though it has been more than 10 years since I was active, this anxiety has always existed. As a celebrity who is always evaluated by others, it is an inevitable feeling. Hello, this is Yeonji Lee. But Lily realized this as soon as she actually saw Yeonji Lee. There is no need to be anxious at all this time. I am confident that this album will also be a huge hit. The Lily Sweetie I saw in person was shorter than I thought. I don't know why, but she just looked at me for a long time without saying hello. Then, the first thing he said was this. It's attractive. Thank you. It's not just about looks. There's something about it that makes you feel like it's grabbing your attention. It's really amazing. It's similar to that person. Who is that person? Lily muttered to herself for a while after that. At first, I waited patiently, but as time passed, my feet began to hurt. Are we going to let him continue to stand? At Lily's request, I ran straight to the studio without stopping by the hotel. My body was sore because I had been trapped on the plane for over 13 hours. Shouldn't people around me try to stop me? Mumbling to myself in front of someone I was meeting for the first time did not seem like appropriate behavior. But no one pointed out her rude behavior. Then, is there anything else? Do you by any chance need another pose? I have to do it. Yes. I was wondering if I could just keep standing still. I didn't know I needed a model. When I smiled softly, Lily made an oops expression. I'm sorry. I was too absorbed in it. I laughed without replying to light words. Then finally a proper apology came back. I was so rude. I'm sorry. Please sit on the sofa. Thank you for coming to LA. Lily then introduced herself. This is Lily Sweetie. I apologize once again for my behavior just now. I'm truly sorry. Are you okay? When I get stuck on something, it takes me a long time to get out of it. This may sound like an excuse, but I really didn't mean to be rude. As if it wasn't an intentional action, apologies poured in endlessly. I had to stop him midway as he showed no signs of stopping. It was only after a while that the real Lily noticed me. Today, I wanted to talk first before filming the music video. I also wanted to hear if Mr. Lee had any ideas. Okay, you must be tired, so shall we get straight to the point? Yes. Oh, wait a minute. I looked at Jin Bae-hyung standing next to the sofa. Brother, sit next to me. I'm fine. They say it's okay that we came on a plane together. Jin Bae, who steadfastly insisted that he stay standing, was forced to sit next to him. When I looked ahead again, I saw Lily, looking at me with strange eyes. Why are you doing that? No, that's... I saw a video of Mr. Lee a while ago. It was a video of him going to the mountains, and he seemed very close to the manager. Mountain. A memory came back to me as if it were a sudden word. Oh, you mean the video of my manager getting lost in the mountains? That's right. I really enjoyed it. Lily and I smiled brightly, and only Jin Bae looked embarrassed next to us. Unexpected. It was a few years ago when I was filming the web drama Hello, My Summer, but I never thought I would have watched it. I haven't seen all of Mr. Lee's works, but I did a search. Fans call Mr. Lee Bambi. Can I call him that too? It was awkward, but I responded that I could call it whatever I felt comfortable with. Because the name Lee Yun-jae was not easy to pronounce by foreigner standards. It was better for me than being called Mr. Lee all the time. But why is the nickname Bambi? Is it because it looks like a deer? That's a difficult question for me to answer. Haha, being shy is also attractive. Contrary to my first impression, my conversation with Lily was more pleasant than I expected. Basically, he was a bright person, and above all, he was passionate about his work. The title of the song in the music video you will appear in is Lily. That's a double meaning. Yes, it means my name, and it also symbolizes the flower called Lily. As I told you in advance in the email, this song is about my first love. That friend once gave me a lily. Perhaps because she was remembering her first love, Lily's voice became even brighter. There are various types of lilies, and the meaning of the flowers varies accordingly. White lilies mean pure love, and red lilies mean passionate love. But I know the meaning of the lily that my friend gave me for the first time. What is it? Lily motioned for him to come closer. When I brought my head closer, brightly shining eyes whispered, I dare you to love me. Love me. Hee. A young guy is being rude. Isn't he really funny? What's the point of going out of his way to save Tiger Lily and give it to me? Even now that she thinks about it, Lily is so cute that she slams the sofa down as if she's dying. I hesitated about how to react and struggled to find words. It's romantic. But if you think about it from the same man's perspective, I think I gave it to you without knowing the language of flowers. Most men are not interested in the language of flowers. It's a kind of gender bias, but in my experience, it's also true to some extent. First of all, let's start with me. Flowers. It's just a flower. Still, I didn't want to break the excitement of the person, so I smiled quietly. Well, what can I do when I give her flowers like that? As the flower says, I started to like her. During class, Lily talked for a long time like a teacher who was absorbed in the story of her first love. To summarize what Lily said about him almost in a trance, it is as follows. It is said that the person who went to the same American school as Lily was a so-called influencer. He was always surrounded by his friends and had an active personality to the point where he became the school president. However, it is said that it was lovely to see him become silent like a shy boy when he was alone with Lily. So how long have you two been dating? Lily smiled brightly at my question. You're not dating? It ended haphazardly because he moved in the middle. Still, I vividly remember how bright he was. And how bright I am because I like him. Lily said that the song is about the shining side that only people who like someone have. It's not just a love story. What was a little surprising was that the person was neither Asian nor white, but black. It was unexpected. I thought race was to some extent part of the reason they invited me. Lily smiled brightly. It's strange, he and you have similar feelings. He looks different and has a different personality, but he has something that always captivates people. Lily said that no matter where she went, she shined especially brightly wherever that person was. And he emphasized that the point of this music video is the light. I've casted a female actor who looks similar to me and is around your age. She will mostly hide and look at you, and you just have to show a cool, lively vibe. It was explained that the scene of Lily singing among numerous lilies would be interspersed. It was very simple when you heard it like this, but the content written in the plan was different. I opened the plan without thinking and was shocked. What is this? This is because the amount of footage I had to film was enormous. Even the locations varied. Libraries, school halls, and even prom parties. There was also a scene that lasted less than 10 seconds at most, and the location was a soccer stadium full of spectators. The cost of the extras won't be that high. There were even significant parts that required CG processing. Even at a cursory glance, the scale was larger than an average drama. Well, I have one question. Ask anything. What is the budget limit for a music video? If we film it according to this plan, the cost of filming will likely be quite high. Budget limit. Lily tilted her head at the question, hesitatingly asking. With a smile, I said this was the first time I had ever heard such a question. There is nothing like that in my music video. I see. Once again, I realized the location of the person I was talking to. And that realization became even stronger when I arrived at the hotel, where I was told I would be staying for the next week. Lily, you really have a lot of money. Did they paint the hotel with gold? It was so bright from floor to ceiling that it hurt my eyes. I was controlling my facial expressions the entire time, and only sighed once I was left alone with Jinbei. Brother, what should I do? I'm in big trouble. Why? Where does it hurt? No, that's not it. I muttered confusedly as I looked at the bedding, which seemed to be very soft at first glance. I feel like this place is starting to feel more and more normal. It still felt like it was too much, but it didn't bother me like it used to. The change was scary. I think I have celebrity disease. What should I do? I wonder if I can get treatment for this too. I adjusted the watch that Jinbei gave me as a gift for the first time. It was still a watch that seemed excessive to me, and to me, it was one of my rarest items. What if this feeling also changes? What if the day comes when I become arrogant and make a mistake? As I was biting my lip because I was a little nervous, Jinbei Hyung slowly approached me. Lily is right. Yes. The actor is very attractive. When I raised my head, I made eye contact with Jinbei. The gentle eyes were colored with laughter. I wish actors could enjoy it more for granted than they do now. It's the result of the actor's hard work. Jinbei brought the blanket I was looking at. He wrapped the blanket around my shoulders and whispered, "Enjoy your life more confidently than you do now." The feel of the blanket against the back of my neck was soft. I sighed as the warmth automatically made me feel drowsy. And I made a cool-headed judgment about my condition. It's a celebrity disease. Haha. Even Jinbei's laughter follows. It was a big deal because I didn't want to lose anything. Chapter 248. Los Angeles in May was sunny and clear. I thought quietly as I watched the bright sunlight pouring down. There's a reason why everyone wears sunglasses. I felt like I was going blind. I thought you wore it to look cool. It's cool and all, but survival is the most important thing. The sunlight is very hot. Right. The good news is that I don't get too hot. The sweat on Jinbei's forehead sparkled in the sunlight. Just as I was about to wipe away the sweat, a familiar face approached me. Bambi, hello? See you again. Hello, Mia. Mia was a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, just like Lily Sweetie. The girl who played young Lily in the music video was the same age as me. I saw Killing Horn yesterday, and wow, you're really good at acting. I was surprised. Thank you. I also watched the sitcom you appeared in. Gasp, really? That's embarrassing. Mia was an actress appearing in an American teen sitcom called Sunny House. I watched the sitcom to check out her acting, but I didn't really get much benefit from it. There was mainly a lot of exaggerated acting. Due to the nature of sitcoms, the audience's laughter was heard every time a character's lines ended, and the lines continued to break. Because it was full of artificial directing that made anyone feel like she was a character in a play, it was impossible to know what Mia's acting skills were. Well, I guess you'll take care of it. The problem wasn't Mia, it was me. Can I do well? Lily's music video was filled with unfamiliar American culture. The whole time, I was told that I, who grew up in Korea, had to act like I was familiar with American culture, which I knew nothing about. In the play, I appear as a Korean American and a celebrity known to all the kids at school. In other words, I couldn't make the excuse that I looked awkward because I was Asian, and more than anything, I didn't want to. I have to make sure I get paid properly. It's better to practice at least once instead of worrying about whether you can do well. What can I do? I have to do well. Perhaps it's because I've watched most teen movies, but fortunately, the content written in the storyboard wasn't unfamiliar at all. Ah, Lily is here. Unlike me, who was complicated, Mia looked very excited. How can people be so cool? They seemed to shine from there. As soon as Lily, who directed the music video, arrived, Mia started shaking her feet. Come to think of it, I said I was a Lily fan. You seem to really like Lily. Since when have you been a fan? Mia frowned at the thoughtless question. Fan? I'm just not a fan. She's my role model. Mia made a V shape with her fingers and bent and unfolded it twice. It was an American gesture called the hand quotation mark. Wow, he's American. You use gestures like that in everyday life too. On the outside, I pretended nothing was wrong, but on the inside, I was very surprised. Song Yi-jun and Han Haram were also American, but they felt a particular sense of distance, perhaps because they had never felt a significant cultural difference. At that time, Mia pointed to Lily's jacket with her index finger. Ha, look at that jacket. Where did I get that? OMG. I quickly grabbed Mia's finger and pulled her down. There was no time to think. My body just moved automatically. What? What did you just do? And when I saw Mia looking confused, I realized something. Right. This is America. He made an excuse with a shy face. I was confused for a moment. In Korea, it is not good behavior to point your finger at someone older than you. Really? Why? I felt it again when I saw Mia's eyes shining purely with curiosity. I am truly Korean to my core. How should I explain this? Why not just say it's in the blood? Although I have become accustomed to English conversation, explaining Eastern etiquette culture in English is, even though the difficulty level was high, it was too high. As I was trying hard to choose words, the savior appeared. Bambi, can you come over here for a second? Thank God. I gave an okay sign to Lily, who was gesturing towards me. I guess filming will start soon. Let's talk about it later. Okay. I managed my facial expression as I walked with my back to Mia, who was smiling brightly. Will I be able to film well? I feel somewhat uneasy. An inexplicable cold sensation passed through my back. To conclude, my hunch was correct. The filming was completely ruined. Ing. With Lily's shout, all the staff stopped moving. The same was true for me and Mia, who were concentrating on acting. In a studio filled with silence, Lily roughly took off her headphones and threw them away. This is crazy. Are you doing that on purpose? How many times do I have to say the same thing? Lily shuddered and screamed. She was so angry that her face turned red. And Mia, the protagonist of repeated NGs, opened her mouth. Sorry. The voice that finally came out was filled with tears. I'm really sorry. I tried to be good. I could barely stop myself from crying, but my eyes were full of tears. Lily sighed deeply, perhaps feeling even angrier after seeing that. Let's take a break for 10 minutes. As Lily walked out of the studio, Mia burst into tears that she had been holding back the entire time. I watched as the staff rushed towards Mia. Actor, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. I took the water bottle Jinbei handed me and took a sip. Perhaps because I didn't do anything, I wasn't thirsty. It's difficult. The filming was so creaky that it would be appropriate to say it was a mess. It was definitely not a bad start. The music video starts with me smiling in the school hallway. There was a poster with my face on the cabinet along with the phrase, "Vote him." It was a setting where I, who was running for school president, smiled and talked to my friends passing in the hallway. Mia was hiding behind a cabinet, looking at me, and it wasn't long before our eyes met. Unlike Mia, who froze, I approached her without hesitation and asked, Hi, aren't we taking the same class? What is your name? Mia absent-mindedly replies, Lily. I mutter Lily several times as if I'm trying to memorize the name. And then, as written in the script, he smiles as dazzling as the sunlight. I'll remember. See you later, Lily. Mia looks at my back with a blank expression. Sweet music starts at the same time. It was a normal conversation, a scene so unremarkable that it passes by. Therefore, it was an even more difficult scene. This is because I had to show it to people for a short period of time, which was only 15 seconds. The person that Lily Sweetie, the superstar loved by everyone, fell in love with for the first time was me. I had to make people think, yes, that person is worth falling in love with. A person that everyone can't help but like. Everyone's wonderful first love that no one can doubt. I had to prove this before the song even started, and it wasn't an easy task to accomplish with just a few words and a smile. So I studied it countless times while looking in the mirror, from the angle of the corners of the mouth, gaze processing, and even the voice were carefully adjusted. The problem was that there was a NG before the conversation even started properly. The cause of NG was lost. Mia habitually smiled during the conversation. It was also the smile her character often wore in sitcoms. Of course, there was bound to be an NG, and Lily, who was in charge of directing, quietly pointed this out. However, when the same NG was repeated nearly 20 times, Lily also lost her senses. Lily would hope more than anyone else that Mia would embody her younger self well. It's a song about your shining days. But since Mia keeps bringing in sitcom characters, Lily can't help but get angry. After thinking about it, I approached Mia. As I approached, the staff next to her scattered. "Drink this." "Thank you." When I handed her the drink, Mia accepted it with a gloomy face. I didn't say anything special. As we sat quietly next to each other, Mia was the first to open her mouth. "I guess I'm too used to acting in sitcoms. The character I play is far from love. I'm a kid who prefers talking alone." The character she played in the sitcom was a character with a fierce smile. From the strange way of speaking that makes you feel like you're living alone in another world, to the unpredictable emotions. Although she was definitely an attractive person, she was far from the typical teenage girl who was embarrassed in front of her. First love. Maybe it's because it's been several years since I played her, but she pops up out of habit. I don't know what to do. I see. To be honest, I thought it was unprofessional, but I also thought it could be possible. The standard solution was to break away from that character, but there's no need for me to tell you what you know. Then how about acting as if the character has someone he likes? Mia chuckled at my words. She doesn't like boys. When boys see her, they always make fun of her and call her a nerd. And to be honest, I'm not interested either. Mia frowned, saying that boys her age always smell and talk dirty. I'm also a guy your age. I felt a little embarrassed. Whether I did it or not, Mia, who had been complaining for a while, sighed. How do I act like I'm looking at a boy I like? Does the other person have to be a man? What? Mia turned her head towards me. I looked at a face full of puzzlement. Literally, what you like doesn't have to be a man. It doesn't have to be a person. What are you talking about? The character you play has a cat in the play, right? I didn't watch the whole episode, but I knew that the character really cared about his cat. Not only do you cherish him as a pet, but he is also the only person you can talk to comfortably. Try acting while thinking of that cat. I think you can build up from your favorite feelings. Mia made a sad face. Is that okay? It's a setting where you're looking at a boy you like, but thinking of a cat. That's not true. It's true. After a moment of silence, I pointed back with a glance. Do you see that person? Yeah. Isn't he your manager? That's right. And it's my family. Mia slowly tilted her head. Were you two brothers? I didn't know because they looked nothing alike. We are not family in that sense. We are not related even a drop of blood. Jinbei must have sensed our gaze, so he looked in our direction. I smiled softly, looking into his gentle eyes. But I think that person is my family. Even if they are, they're not a real family. Now let's think about it. How important are my thoughts? Even though I think of Jinbei as family, the day will never come when the name on Jinbei will be written on my family relationship certificate. Then my thoughts are not true. Unfortunately, that is the reality. Real and fake. Reality different from what you think. When the chaos from all of this grows out of control, there is a way to magically get rid of it. You just have to act. At least at the moment of acting, it's entirely up to me to decide between what's real and what's fake. What I think is everything, and in my world, that's what's real. Even if you act while thinking of a cat, even if it is true that there is no boy you like, is that a problem? It's okay if the viewer doesn't feel that way. Make that much of an illusion. I deliberately spoke lightly, as if it was no big deal. We can do it. That's what we do anyway. Blurring the boundaries between real and fake, reality and thoughts. Trivializing all the things you once thought were important. Taking leadership in that confusing world. It was the only job an actor had to do, and a privilege only an actor could enjoy. What you show becomes real. How about that? Aren't you excited to see how much people will believe you? At my words with a hint of laughter, Mia looked at me blankly. Chapter 249. Mia looked at my face for a long time after that. I waited patiently because it seemed like he was thinking deeply about something, but the words that came back were unexpected. You don't seem like a man. No. I mean, of course you're a man. You're a man, but I don't know. I just don't think you're a man. Mia, come to your senses. When I sighed, Mia looked mortified and said she was completely sane. You are so different from the boys of your age that I have seen before. What is it? What is it? Are you an alien by any chance? Mia looked at a creature different from herself. It was a familiar look that I had received many times in the past. Mia, who saw my carefree expression, muttered that it was also strange. So, are you ready to cheat? At the whispered words, Mia took a deep breath and nodded. Yes. Let's try? I can do it. Yes. You can do it. Let's become the best con artist. Let's go? Let's have a blast. That's not what I meant. Now wake up quickly. Accomplice. The child looked a little strange, but it was better than looking droopy like before. Let's try to cheat properly. Let's do it. I slowly got up, following Mia, who was in a fighting stance with her fists clenched. I want to see the fog. Ugh, I'm tired. Fortunately, Mia turns out to be a great con artist. Cut. I just loved it. As Lily shouted and clapped loudly, Mia sighed in relief. The red cheeks and sparkling eyes that I had just put on were gone. What happened? It was so awesome. Mia laughed at the constant praise from her role model. Bambi's advice earlier was very helpful. As expected, I heard you did a good job casting him. That's right. You can't do it without Bambi. I smiled, embarrassed at the conversation that praised me. I think you would have taken care of it without me. It wasn't just empty words, it was real. Breaking away from a familiar character was never easy. Is it possible that just by saying a few words, I can suddenly develop skills that I didn't already have? This was possible because Mia's acting skills were originally excellent. Lily also seemed to know this, as she gave Mia a peculiar look. Bambi's advice would have been great, but it was only possible because you were that good. Lily expressed her sincere gratitude and apologized for getting angry earlier. The look in your eyes earlier was like looking at me 10 years ago. It's the best. Really? Oh my gosh, that's such a high compliment. Thank you. Mia covered her mouth and didn't know what to do. At the same time, I hit my forearm and it hurt. Stop hitting me. While I was quietly enduring the violence pouring in from the side, Lily's eyes turned to me. Bambi, thank you so much. Thanks to you. I think the music video will come out exactly as I wanted. I didn't do anything. What are you talking about? You are really amazing. It's strange. You have such a blunt face, but as soon as the camera is turned on, the person changes. Lily said she was amazed and cupped my cheek. You don't even feel like you're acting. That's amazing. That's right. He's just like the person who was there before. I'm even more immersed in him because of him. I'm just so excited. An excited Mia chimed in. You two are so excited, very excited. I politely took Lily's hand and lowered it. I think I've had enough rest. Shall we film the next scene now? Do Koreans really live that busy life? Let's take some leisurely photos, hey. Quickly. Lily made a noise at my urging. I don't know if it's a cultural difference, but the break time here was too long. In Korea, I felt an innate sense of leisure from the fact that the filming period, which would normally take about a week, was extended to 2 weeks. Someone is urging me, so I can't do it. Now let's start. Filming the next scene. The staff members lying on the lawn cried out at Lily's shout. As I watched him slowly gather his equipment, the words to move quickly came to the top of my lungs. I guess I'm just a Korean too. Every time this happened, I could feel the Korean blood. After Mia's acting improved, filming went smoothly. It was easier because most of the filming was done without dialogue. During this week, we filmed, changing locations and outfits numerous times. A scene where I go up to the auditorium with a smile after being elected president of the school. A scene where I get into a minor accident while playing around with my friends in the science room. And even a scene where I smile and talk to a cheerleader while wearing my football uniform on the playground. It felt closer to a photo shoot than a movie or drama. The acting wasn't difficult, but filming wasn't easy either. I'm out of my mind. Because it was a shoot with so many extras, I had to meet a lot of people every day. I didn't know how time passed because I was constantly changing clothes and moving from place to place. Unlike me, who was actively moving throughout the scenes in the music video, all Mia did was stare at me from the corner. After the short conversation at the beginning of the music video, there was no contact between Mia and I at all, to the point where I thought, is this a romance? Just like that, the day of filming the final scene and the long-awaited prom party arrived. It must have cost a lot of money. This was my first thought as soon as I saw the gorgeously decorated party venue. When Lily came out wearing a custom-made suit, she made eye contact with Mia, who was waiting in advance. "Oh, it looks nice there." Mia immediately narrowed her eyes and whistled. What kind of man does he look like? Having gotten used to Mia's endless pranks, I chose to ignore them. That's too much. Look at you pretending not to hear. Hello, Mia. The dress suits you well. Isn't it pretty? Huh. I used to wear drab clothes, but now that I wear them like this, I feel like I'm going to buy it. Unlike the everyday clothes she had been wearing, Mia was wearing a pure white dress. It was a dazzling dress with lilies carefully embroidered at the bottom. It looks like this one was custom-made too. What about the production cost, really? It wasn't my money, but I felt dizzy for no reason. It's a prom party. I expected it to be about American football, but it was a music video that seemed to be a direct copy of an American teen movie that I had seen countless times. A popular male protagonist and a female protagonist who secretly has a crush on him. It was so classic that it was almost obvious. It even included a makeover, which is a dream of many teenagers. On the day of the party, this girl showed up dressed up as if she were someone else. The good news is that I opened my eyes wide and said, "Who are you?" The point was that there was no scene where the manipulator was asked. It was also the only difference from other teen movies. The female protagonist is not the male protagonist's lover. As I was popular, I had a partner who came to the party with me. And while my partner was away, Mia approached me first. "Hi." I turned around with a puzzled face at the unfamiliar voice, but then smiled softly and says, "Hello, Lily." It was so natural, as if we had always exchanged greetings. Mia lets out the breath she was holding at that moment. It was only 2 words. It was a trivial greeting, and it meant nothing. But those 2 words made Mia the most special person. "You remember my name." That's because her first love remembered her name. I slyly reply that I said I would remember last time, and Mia very slowly raises the corner of her mouth. The camera will capture Mia's sparkling eyes, and soon it will also capture her completely smiling face. "What are you doing this vacation? Have you made any special plans?" "I think I'll probably help out at the store." We have a normal conversation like normal friends, and the camera moves away very slowly. That's how the music video ends. There was no dramatic development or any of the usual romantic lines. A list of scenes that are too ordinary to be called a romance music video. That makes it even more special. That's what Lily remembers about her first love. The person who made Lily feel special. With small, everyday words. Lily said that even without surprise events or romantic guitar playing, she always felt special when she was with him. She said she sparkled just by being with him. And Mia and I play 2 sparkling youths in line with her intentions. I'm curious about the finished music video. I heard that Mia and I's filming will only be about 60% of the total scene, and 40% will be Lily's solo filming scene. I was worried that the music video might feel dull because of the calm story, but I immediately felt relieved after seeing Lily's solo filming scene storyboard. Even at a cursory glance, it felt like the production cost was enormous. I heard that they took all the lilies that exist in the world and even went so far as to use CG processing to make thousands of flowers disperse like fog. I heard CG is expensive. Every time something like this happens, I realize that Lily is a famous celebrity. When I actually talk about it, I forget about it because of how simple it is. Of course, it was the same for him too. My breasts are too tight. It's frustrating. Mia pulled on the dress that clung to her body without hesitation. They say she's one of the top 10 stars in America, but if you look at what she does, she's just an easygoing girl. The problem is that I don't know where to focus my attention. It's difficult. When I looked away without saying a word, Mia burst out laughing when she saw me. "What? Why are you shy?" "When did I?" He's still embarrassed. "Oh my God, look at him." Mia giggled and teased you, saying your ears were red. My ears had been burning from before, so I already knew even if you didn't tell me. "Why can't you make eye contact? You're so cute, you." "Stop teasing me." "Because it's cute." Mia made a mischievous expression like a mischievous boy. Meanwhile, the hand pulling the dress did not stop. "Stop." Please leave the dress alone. Finally, after a desperate voice came out of my mouth, Mia stopped moving, giggling. It felt like I was seeing No Bae-hyuk in his early days after a long time. I'm tired. When I sat down on the chair with a tired face, Mia immediately sat down next to me. But isn't the ending of the music video too disappointing? Don't you think it would be nice to have a kiss scene at the end? It seems so unexpected. You won't know until you put it in. If you look at it when editing, it may be better to have it already. Just in case, why don't we tell them to take a picture? It was a voice that seemed to be thinking about something. I felt cold for a moment, but I responded first. I think that deviates too much from the production intention. It would just be a waste of time to film it. Gee, it's not easy. Mia pouted her lips. I was momentarily dazed by a voice speaking openly, as if telling me to listen. What did I just hear? No way. You probably aren't interested in me. Let's not overdo it. Americans are naturally open to skinship, so that's probably why. It was a moment when I was trying to ignore the overflowing anxiety. What are you doing this weekend? Do you want to hang out with me? An excited voice came from next to me. It was cold. Chapter 250. I hesitated for a moment and then opened my mouth. Mia, I'm just asking just in case. Huh? Do you really mean to hang out together? Or is it a date? The same concept? Even though I brought it up, I was embarrassed because it was an embarrassing word. If it's a mistake, it'll be so embarrassing that you'll want to bite your tongue right away, but it's better to be sure. It's better than having to go and embarrass each other later. But contrary to my expectations, Mia spoke calmly. Is it true that you asked me out on a date? Why? I'm not that good. Mia tilted her head and muttered, that can't be possible. I was the one who was rather taken aback by his overly confident attitude. No, I'm not saying you're not that good. I knew so. So, are we dating? No, calm down. He calmed Mia down like a bulldozer. It was a little scary. I sighed and slowly opened my mouth. Mia, I really appreciate your words, but I have no intention of dating anyone right now. So I think it would be difficult to meet separately. I chose my words as best as I could so as not to embarrass the other person. When will I get used to moments like this? I thought that I would probably never get used to it, but suddenly the other person got scared. Whoa, buddy. Calm down. When did I ask you to date me? I was just asking you to go on a date? What? I have no intention of meeting you seriously either. I was just going on a casual date. Mia looked really embarrassed. And I was just as embarrassed. What kind of bullshit is this? The Confucian spirit within me stirred again. When I asked her why she was going on a date when we weren't going to date, Mia gaped. Oh my God, what should I say about this? It was as if this was the first time I had heard such a question. After hesitating for a while, Mia shook her head. No, it's okay. Forget what I just said. I didn't know you could feel the cultural difference in this area. You're so conservative. Conservative? I don't think you guys are too open-minded. I was dumbfounded, but I felt like saying anything more would be meaningless. So the two of us remained silent. It was a while later that Mia, who had been staring blankly at the floor, started laughing. You're really, really refreshing. Wow, how can someone like this exist? That's what I want to say. At what I said right away, Mia laughed cheerfully, as if she thought even that was funny. You're really cute. It's a little disappointing. Are you sure you don't want to go on a date with me? Huh. Oh my God, look at how determined he is. He's really cute. Mia looked at me with a face full of interest and joy. As I looked more wary, Mia smiled widely and waved her hand. Don't worry. I have no intention of hitting on a guy who says he's not interested in me. I fully understand what you're saying, so I won't be rude to you in the future. If so, I'm glad. I'm tired. If I could, I felt like I wanted to hit the back of my neck and faint. Then you will be able to see the fog right away. While I was sighing internally, Mia smiled and continued. Are you going to continue working in Hollywood? If the situation allows. It's not like I can say I want to be active. However, if the circumstances allow, there is no reason to refuse. First of all, what the CEO wants what? In the past, CEO Jang said that working with foreign actors was an act of raising my level. In fact, it was CEO Jang who was most active in offering to appear in Lily's music video. Since I am an actor under William Entertainment, I have no choice but to follow the CEO's words to some extent. But why does he ask that? While I was wondering, Mia immediately answered my question. If I'm going to continue working, I think you need to know. This is a world driven by gossip. Gossip? Yes. Someone is dating someone, Someone unfollowed someone on Instagram. Someone attended a certain party, etc. There are many people who make a living from useless things. Mia shrugged and smiled. If you and I are dating, right? Then Lily's song will be an even bigger hit. It will sound much more romantic when you listen to it. I slowly nodded when I heard that there are actually stars who actively use this. It's not really unfamiliar information. This was something that happened often even in Korea, where celebrities are conservative when it comes to dating. What Mia is trying to say is, things like this happen a lot more here than in Korea. If I'm going to work in Hollywood, I'll have to take these things into consideration. Thanks for letting me know, but I don't think I need to worry about that. Mia raised an eyebrow at my tone of interest. I responded with a smile to an expression full of puzzlement. Fortunately, there are many good people at our company. My job is to learn. As an actor, the thing I had to worry about and pay most attention to was acting. Of course, I know that you can't achieve great success as an actor just by acting well. Only by consistently maintaining people's interest will the range of works you can choose from expand. I guess that's what Mia means. But it's not my job to worry about how to keep people interested in me. It is the responsibility of the employees of our company, to be precise, the employees of Team 1, where I belong. Of course, it would be nice if I could do that too. Then it will be absolutely perfect. But why? Why do I have to be perfect? There are already good people next to me. I trust my team members. If I'm lacking something, they will make up for it. It's a world where no matter how good a person you are, you can't live alone. I only had 24 hours a day, and the time I could spend on acting was limited. If I worry about every single thing, when will I practice acting? I don't have to try to solve everything on my own. When your mind is complicated, just think simply. Let's focus on what I have to do. As an actor, my job was to act well. So I only have to worry about acting. From team leader Wu to team 1 employees, even if it's just to not disappoint the people who work with me. As I grinned, Mia quietly made eye contact. You're really a strange kid. Is it a compliment? I was confused and stayed still, and Mia slowly shook her head. I feel strange. I saw dozens of kids trying to make a name for themselves, but talking to you made me feel like I was in a different world. I guess it's a compliment. When I said thank you calmly, Mia burst out laughing. You know what? Out of all the kids I've seen so far, you're the least greedy, but strangely enough, I have a feeling you'll become the most famous. That's too much praise. After hearing what you said, I feel like I can act without pressure for the first time in a long time. Mia said thank you and got up from the chair. With perfect timing, I heard the staff shout that filming was ready. Once we filmed this scene, the music video filming is finished. In other words, I could go to Korea this weekend. When I thought about that, I gained strength that I didn't have before. As I took a deep breath and stood in place, Mia whispered quickly, Bambi, I have something to tell you. Huh? Like I said before, I won't be rude to you. I won't burden you with things like that in the future either. Huh? So, why don't we continue to be friends? Mia's face was full of some unknown tension. I was surprised by the reaction of people anxiously waiting for my answer, but the answer I would give was decided. Then, it's my honor. Wow, I love it. As soon as I finished speaking, Mia smiled brightly. I chuckled at the reaction, which I liked more than I expected. I got one more friend. Every day, my world was expanding little by little. It didn't feel too bad. Cancel, cancel, cancel. I want to take back what I said earlier. To say that it doesn't feel bad in its own way is to cancel it. I wasn't feeling very well right now. Bambi, lighten up your expression. As I stood there with a stiff face, Mia, who was carrying 2 cups, tapped my shoulder. If someone sees it, they will think you were taken by force. It's true that you were brought here by force. If you say that, I have nothing to say. Mia smiled shyly. Yes, I was forcibly dragged to where I am now by Mia. Right at the party held by Mia's friend. Why am I here? After successfully completing the music video shoot, Mia caught me on the day I was about to return to the hotel. When he was told that his friend was hosting a small party and asked him to come along, he was dragged in without even having a chance to refuse. The place we arrived at was a 3-story mansion. By any measure, this is small scale. There were people wearing swimsuits in the pool in the yard, and people were crowded inside with loud music. There were even people dressed as waitresses serving us. Who are those people? Are they employees who work here at the mansion? No. They are part-time workers hired by a friend for today's party. Is this your first time coming to a party like this? Mia said it was cute and slapped my arm. Stop hitting me. Drink this. I'm asking just in case dashed. It's just a drink. There's no alcohol, so don't worry. Mia must have gotten used to me over the past week, so she smiled and answered right away. I looked at the drink in the red plastic cup for a moment and then took a sip. Is it apple juice? The taste wasn't bad, but the feeling of discomfort still remained. Jinbei should be alone right now. After being told that only teenagers could enter, Jinbei, who was cut off from the entrance, was waiting in the car. Thinking of Jinbei being alone, Mia felt a little resentful. Why did I bring you here? I couldn't help it. You said you were leaving for Korea right before the weekend. I wanted to talk to you a little more. Before that, then we can meet each other. In a much quieter place than here. When I frowned at the loud surrounding noise, Mia laughed. Is it because you want to spread the rumor that we are dating? What? I told you. This is Hollywood. If the paparazzi catches us meeting just the two of us, there will be news right away. You don't want that either. That's why I came here. Mia apologized and said she was sorry for recklessly bringing her here. Now I understand why I came here. But even so, this is not the right place for conversation. It's too noisy in human terms. First of all, I have to go back to the hotel today and make a separate appointment with Mia. After gathering my thoughts, I was about to talk to Mia. What? You're not arrogant. Why are you here? Sharp words came from behind me. It was a familiar voice that I had heard once before. Chapter 251. At the same time, No Bae-hyuk was doing a live broadcast to communicate with fans. Where are the other members? I'm not sure. Am I not enough? Please focus on me. I felt relaxed from the way he cried with a charming voice. The head of WB Entertainment, who was watching this, chuckled. He's a bastard too. Although it has only been a few months since debut, the speed of adaptation was extraordinary. At that time, I read a chat that No Bae-hyuk had. Do you want me to tell you about Lee Yoon-jae's anecdote? After reading it unconsciously, No Bae-hyuk noticed it too. Late. As No Bae-hyuk and Lee Eun-taek's nade, and Lee Yoon-jae became more and more involved, the number of fans selling them together also increased. Being associated with the famous Lee Yoon-jae was of course beneficial, but too much of anything can be toxic. The director, who was managing not to cross that line, nodded lightly. It's been a while since I mentioned this, so I guess it's okay. After confirming the head nod, No Bae-hyuk finally answered brightly. If I start talking about Lee Yoon-jae, I might not be able to finish today's broadcast. Is everyone okay with the time? For the first time in a while, No Bae-hyuk talked nonstop like a colt let loose of its reins. How annoying he was to Lee Yoon-jae when he first met him, how he coaxed the guy who was sticking out thorns like a hedgehog, etc. No matter how you look at it, doesn't he look better as a hedgehog than Bambi? You also have pitch black eyes. As No Bae-hyuk grumbled, chats that appeared to be a secret story came up. Oh, isn't it because hedgehogs seem too sensitive? Yeonji is like a gentle baby. I also vote for Bambi. That's right. I don't think Bambi even knows how to get angry, haha. No Bae-hyuk laughed without realizing it. She's very sensitive. It's because I'm good at hiding it. When No Bae-hyuk was in elementary school, he remembered Lee Yoon-jae, who was lying on her desk as if dead for 3 days without knowing what was going on. Yeonji Lee was like that at that time. A child who knew nothing other than suppressing his emotions. A hedgehog that erected thorns as if to tell people not to come near, but somehow managed to create a smiling mask when spoken to. Compared to back then, now I'm at a new level. Now, when Lee Yoon-jae is upset, she shows off and even pouts her lips when she feels even the slightest bit wronged. I told you all about the fact that I had a heated fight with Lee Eun-taek a few months ago. Of course, even so, his friend was still gentle. He doesn't get angry very often. Even if I act fussily, they take care of me a lot. But, what should I say? No Bae-hyuk wrinkled his nose and laughed. You know, it's really scary when someone who isn't usually angry gets angry. The people in the chat window responded by saying that was true. No Bae-hyuk chuckled. He's also quite temperamental. Maybe it's not a joke if you get really angry, right? What? You're not arrogant. Why are you here? Noah Patterson, the sharp-voiced protagonist, was in a very unpleasant mood. This is because he ran into an unexpected person at a party he hosted. Lee Yoon-jae, the cheeky bastard Noah had mentioned, slowly turned her back. The face I saw after a long time was as grave as always. I never invited you. How did you creep in here? As Noah spoke nervously, Mia quickly intervened. He came with me as my friend. I didn't know you two knew each other. What kind of acquaintance? Take that beggar out. Quickly. Patterson, don't be rude. You're my friend. Mia frowned, and Noah did not lose and made his face even more grim. Meanwhile, Lee Yun-jae was alone with a calm expression. Noah really hated that expression. Insolent bastard. The reason Noah got to know Lee Yun-jae was because of some Asian drama called The Butterfly Flower Riding on a Zelkova Tree. I remember watching episode 1 without much thought at the recommendation of a friend, then frowning when I noticed the subtitles. Many foreigners, including Noah, find subtitles quite annoying and repulsive. Do I really have to watch the drama while looking at even the smallest subtitles? However, Noah decided to watch the drama while looking at the small subtitles. I was even so hooked that I watched the drama for several months straight. The reason was because of a boy who seemed to be around the same age as her. You're really good at acting. His acting, in which emotions were vividly felt despite the difference in language, was so good that it gave me goosebumps. Thanks to his father, who was very successful in the fashion business, Noah Patterson was born with a lot of money and could easily have anything without effort. But it wasn't as good as acting. Noah, who was interested in dramas and movies, thought, should I try becoming an actor? But quickly gave up on that. In order to act well, you had to practice a lot, and it was a very difficult life for Noah, who had never worked hard in his life. Although I completely gave up on becoming an actor, it was inevitable that I would be distracted by a great actor. And the moment he saw Lee Yun-jae, Noah thought, if I had acted, wouldn't I have become that kind of actor? It's because he didn't put in any effort, but if he had just tried, he would have definitely become a great actor. Just like Lee Yun-jae, Noah has been supporting Lee Yun-jae, thinking of her as another future that he did not choose. When Lee Yun-jae was invited to the Cannes Film Festival for Twins, she was so proud. True to her alter ego, Lee Yun-jae became the youngest actor in the world to win the Best Actor award. However, the Lee Yun-jae who came up on stage was different from what Noah had created and imagined in his head. Even though she was the youngest person to win an award at the Cannes Film Festival, Lee Yun-jae's expression was very calm. Noah was moved to tears when he saw him standing there with a look on his face that showed no interest. How did we win this award? The biggest problem was that Lee Yun-jae could not speak English. In her imagination, Lee Yun-jae was always an actress with a confident attitude and flawless English skills. But who on earth is that kid speaking in an unfamiliar language with an interpreter by his side? Noah trembled with a sense of betrayal. Noah, who was very angry, followed her to the hotel and screamed, but Yanji Lee only made an expression that she was noisy. You're a stupid foreigner who can't understand even if you speak a little quickly. Isn't it too low class to call it one's own alter ego? With such great acting. The reality of the actor who thought it was his other future was so terrible. That was a memory from a few years ago. Patterson apologized to my friend. I'm the one who brought this busy kid, so what happens to my face if you do this? When Mia got angry, Noah laughed. It's funny. How do I apologize to a bastard who can't even speak English? If I apologize, will he even understand? Hey, did you say everything? Mia was crying and raising her voice. Lee Yun-jae, who had been quiet the entire time, glanced at Noah and finally opened her mouth. Who are you? Do you know me? What? Noah, taken aback by the unexpected words, could not keep his mouth shut. Either way, Lee Yun-jae looked at Mia. Mia, who is she? That's... Mia also looked at the two in turn with a puzzled face. Noah was already pretending to know, and Lee Yun-jae was making a face that said she really didn't know. So there was nothing to say. Wow, it's so absurd. Noah snorted loudly. Are you trying to pretend not to know? What? How do you know me? Stop it, you idiot. Is it because you want to hide the fact that you couldn't speak English? Your English has improved a lot since the last time I saw you. I guess you put in some effort. As Noah laughed and sarcastically, Yanji. Lee slowly tilted her head. Are you proud of being blonde? Unlike Noah, who was very excited, his voice was calm and calm. Why blonde all of a sudden? Noah frowned at the unexpected sound. What are you talking about? You bastard. I think you are very proud of what you were born with. If you are so proud of being good at English, your native language, then you must be very proud of being blonde. The tone of voice was surprising and sad that there was nothing to be proud of. Unlike the sarcastic content, Lee Yun-jae's expression was very calm. This bastard. The moment Noah started screaming in tears, I realized that the surroundings were too quiet. Everyone was looking at them. Before I knew it, even the music had been turned off. Let's calm down. If he behaved even more rudely, he would only end up making himself laughable. Noah brushed up his disheveled hair and smiled. You're a funny guy? I admit that you speak loudly. But what is that? He nudged Lee Yunjae's shoulder with his finger. This is my house, and this is the party I threw. I can kick you out with just one wave to the security guards. Where is this, you big-mouthed bastard? Then you? What? Lee Yunjae walked slowly. His face was still expressionless. However, Mia, who spent time with Lee Yunjae for 2 weeks, instinctively noticed that something was strange. No way. Are you angry? I was confused because I had never seen Lee Yunjae angry before. Even more so because he had such a calm expression on his face. Mia's guess was sometimes right and sometimes wrong. Because Lee Yunjae wasn't just angry. He was thinking this to himself. How can I beat him? For the rarest of times, he was in a state of madness. Lee Yunjae tended to show a tolerant attitude toward most things. If there was one thing he was sensitive to, it was being rude and rude. There was a time when I thought that even if it made me feel bad, I shouldn't show it for the sake of others. However, the current Lee Yunjae knew that just enduring was not the answer. I've met countless rude people in my life, and Noah Patterson was one of them. It could have been overlooked, but unfortunately Lee Yunjae was not in good condition. Due to the forced march that lasted for the past 2 weeks, I was forced into a party with no time to rest. In this state, the one-sided sarcasm and abusive language was enough to blow the fuse in my head. In other words, it means that you lost your temper due to anger. I'm at least alive. What do you have? Mia was confused as she looked at the calm Lee Yunjae. What do we do? Should I stop him? Noah Patterson was an upper-class bastard with some well-connected connections in the entertainment industry. It would be a loss for Bambi if we were to deal with him. It was a time when Mia was thinking about many things, but was unable to move easily as she saw Lee Yunjae for the first time. When Lee Yunjae put her hand on the container with the knife stuck in it, everyone flinched. If you have a gun, take it out. Hey you, is it a gun or a knife? Are you going to stab me? Lee Yunjae slowly took out a knife. And before the bodyguards came running, he quickly approached Noah. Now stab me. The sword was in Noah's hand. Lee Yunjae firmly placed the knife in Noah's hand and then moved the tip of the knife to her stomach. Poke it. Then it will be proven. You are not just a mouthy bastard. There was no anger or sarcasm on Lee Yunjae's face. Noah was overwhelmed by the expressionless, pitch-black eyes that could not tell what was inside. Why don't you stab me? As Noah froze, Lee Yunjae furrowed her eyebrows in confusion. Then should I do it? I'm just a mouthy bastard, so using my hands would be against the law. Only then did Lee Yunjae, laughing, put her face close to Noah's neck. As Noah rolled his eyes met Lee Yunjae, who was looking at him from the end of his neck. Then can I just bite off your neck? Yanji, Lee muttered quietly. The atmosphere became uncontrollably cold. Chapter 252. Because of the particularly dim lighting, all people could see was half of Lee Yunjae's face. Calm and serene expression. But for some reason, I got the feeling that the half of his face hidden in the shadows would have a completely different expression. Scared. My fingertips tingled with chills. Noah wasn't the only one feeling this. Everyone who was watching the two people froze. Neither did Lee Yunjae suddenly raise a knife, put the tip of the knife to her stomach, or put her face into the nape of Noah's neck, none of which were predictable actions. The most horrifying thing is that he didn't hesitate at all. All actions were carried out willingly and without any hesitation. People were already holding their breath and watching. An urgent situation where you have no idea what will happen in just 1 second. Calm down and put down the knife first. It was Noah's bodyguard who broke the suffocating silence. As the bodyguard approached with a wary attitude, Lee Yunjae slowly looked away. After staring at the security guard for a few seconds, he opened his mouth. It's not a knife. Yes, it's not a knife. It was a very sad voice. As the security guard frowned at the incomprehensible words, Lee Yunjae lifted Noah's hand that she was holding. Only then did the knife, no, spatula, that Noah was holding come into the eyes of the people. At first glance, it looked like a sword because of the handle, but the end was very round. It was one of the cooking tools used for spreading cream on cakes. Uh. Mia blinked her eyes in confusion. It's not. It was definitely a knife. She was the person who saw Li Yunjie take out a knife from the knife stand up close. Mia quickly looked away. Then, I saw the knife that Yanji Li had first taken out neatly placed in the corner of the sink. Mia, who was confusedly assessing the situation, gasped. Crazy. You changed things in that short period of time? How on earth? How can you be confident when everyone is watching you? Come to think of it, just before Li Yunjie took out the knife and approached Noah, it seemed like she was busy moving her hands with her back turned. But at that moment, Li Yunjie said something horrifying, so I didn't have time to pay attention to that. I guess I'm crazy. Only then did Mia fully grasp the situation and open her mouth. What? Are you FBI? Are you making a spy movie? Do you change things openly in front of people? And in the process, do you distract people's attention with your words? Even looking back, it was a gesture that didn't seem like something I had done once or twice. What the heck is he? Not knowing that Mia was looking at her suspiciously, Li Yunjie obediently handed the spatula to the security guard. And then I looked at Noah, who was frozen. Whether it was a real knife or not, it didn't really matter to me. You know why, right? I have this. Li Yunjie clicked her teeth together, made a sound. Noah was startled and took a step back without realizing it. When Noah stepped away, Yanji Li smiled softly. Let's not face each other in the future. It's not a request, so don't misunderstand. Yanji Li smiled and picked up the jacket she had taken off. At the same time, he motioned to Mia to go out. Huh? Me? Why? Do you want to stay here more? Are you crazy? Of course not. Mia immediately shook her head, but then hesitated and whispered, You leave first. I'll go separately. Leaving the party venue alone was no different from giving a gift to the paparazzi. This already happened because of me, so I didn't want to bother him with dating rumors. However, Li Yunjie shook her head without even listening to Mia's explanation. If you don't want to stay here, come out with me now. Mia left the mansion with a dazed expression as a hand weakly pulled her arm. And just as they were about to leave, there was a loud sound like furniture breaking behind them. At the same time, Noah could be heard shouting, using various profanities. Ball, that bastard. Noah, whose face turned red with anger, was furious for a long time. The security guards had to watch the owner's rampage, destroying the furniture in the house, not knowing what to do. And the people who attended the party left whispering. People who attended the party talked about this for a long time afterwards. That Noah Patterson was hit hard by an unfamiliar Asian. And they eventually became curious. What is that Asian person's name, and what kind of person is he? You were so reckless. Do you know? Mia, who had been dazed for a long time after getting in the car, came to her senses only after a few minutes. Yes, I know. What do you know? You don't know anything. What kind of kid are you really? Jinbei was surprised that I came out earlier than expected and was in real time being surprised by Mia pulling out her hair in the car. I sighed when I saw Jinbei's eyes shaking as if there was an earthquake. Mia, calm down. My manager is surprised. How can I calm down? Your manager needs to know this too. He doesn't know anything right now, so he's just staying calm. What don't I know? Jinbei hesitated and intervened. I calmly looked out the window and summarized what had just happened. There is a foreigner I saw after the Cannes Film Festival last year. It turned out that it was a party he threw. I ran into him, and, after some time, I threatened him with a knife. Oh, so yes. Jinbei was astonished. Mia, who had been quiet because she didn't know Korean, saw her brother's reaction and applauded, saying, You said it right. Knife? What kind of knife? No, you didn't get hurt. It wasn't a real knife. Brother, see you in front. Before. Calm down. How do you calm down? Wait a minute. Jinbei quickly stopped the car on the shoulder of the road and immediately looked back. You were threatened? Are you hurt anywhere? I made the threat. That doesn't matter. Are you really hurt? Why doesn't it matter? This brother is also a real problem. What are you going to do if I go astray like this? Still, as someone who had worried me, I had nothing to say, so I stayed quiet while my brother examined every inch of my body. Mia seemed to think it was time to raise her voice again. Do you know how much of an asshole Noah Patterson is? What are you going to do if he retaliates with this? That won't happen. I recorded it. What? Only then did he explain to Mia, who had become quiet, in a sighing voice. I was recording it with my cell phone before I entered the party. Everything he was arguing with me and saying racist things was recorded. Why did you record it? It's a habit. I know what will happen when I enter a place for the first time in my life. I did it out of habit just in case, but I didn't know I would end up writing it this way. If they cause trouble because of today's incident, you can say that you will distribute the recording to the media. Racial discrimination was an issue that even the white establishment could not be free from. Because it was Hollywood where even really popular top stars were buried for a racially discriminatory photo or comment. Only after confirming that there were no injuries on my body did I tell Jinbei, who was relieved. Brother, I will give you a recording. So can you tell the company what happened today? I may need to prepare an article. All right, do not worry. Jinbei immediately nodded. Mia, who had her mouth open the whole time, put her head down. I feel dizzy. Sigh. Who on earth am I talking to? Then, was everything I did at the party earlier intentional? At Mia's words, the expressionless expression I had maintained collapsed. That's not right. I smiled embarrassedly at Mia, who was looking at me with a puzzled look on my face. I was so angry. I lost my temper for a moment. When I said that I actually couldn't even remember what I said, Mia gaped. And when he looked at me, it was as if I was wondering what kind of idiot there was in the world. You're such a crazy person. It's better to be crazy than to look easy. It was embarrassing, but it wasn't wrong. Once you get caught up in someone like Noah, it's hard to escape. Even if you're treated like a fool, it's a priority to set your sights on the right things. I went too far, though. It was my first time. Why am I so angry that I lose my temper? I actually didn't think much of it until Noah cursed me or sarcastically called me a beggar. But when Noah nudged my shoulder in an unpleasant way, I couldn't help but smile. Where is this, you idiot with just a mouth? From the look in their eyes that clearly shows that they are not the same, to the behavior of treating them like insects. I felt humiliated for a moment, and when I came to my senses, everything had happened. I think this is the first time I've been this angry. The doctor said that expressing not only positive emotions, but also negative emotions is very important. Just because you suppress your emotions and hide them, they don't go away. If you think about that, it's not a bad change. Still, I don't think it was such a healthy expression of emotion, do you? The more I looked back on my actions, the more I laughed. There were a lot of eyes watching me, but I acted so irrationally. I don't think it's a good idea to explode all at once like this. When I go to Korea, I have to ask the doctor what to do in cases like this. While I was thinking about random things, I soon arrived in front of where Mia lived. Actor, please stay here for a moment. I will take you to the entrance and come back. Yes, please. When I said, see you next time, Mia greeted me with a face that said she had a lot to say. You must see it next time. Whether I go to Korea or you come to LA. You can't pretend not to know. Why are you pretending not to know? Just in case you don't know? Contact me at the email address I gave you. Okay. Mia spoke calmly and got out of the car. As soon as Jinbei got out, he locked the car door with the remote control. Anyway, it's thorough. Are you Mom? A woman was standing at the entrance to the mansion, probably because she had received a call from Mia. The woman flinched when she saw Jinbei, and it was only after Mia waved her hand quickly that she relaxed her guard. And Jinbei, who I thought would return to the car right away, talked to Mia. What are you talking about? The conversation was longer than I expected. Looking out the window, Mia was making a mischievous expression, and Jinbei had a blank expression on his face. Jinbei trudging back to the car with a somewhat lost expression on his face. Hyung, why are you looking like that? Jinbei lowered his head to the steering wheel without saying a word. Why are you like this, bro? What did Mia say? Why all of a sudden? I was embarrassed and shook my shoulders, and only then did my brother raise his head. And I was so shocked that I stopped breathing for a moment. What's wrong? Where does it hurt? Tears were welling up in her gentle eyes. I can't believe Jinbei is crying. As I froze at the sight of something I had never imagined, Jinbei gritted his teeth and held back his tears. And he spoke in a trembling voice. Actress. Yes. Please speak. Me too. I think so too. What on earth? Jinbei, who hesitated for a long time, unable to speak easily despite my urging, opened his mouth. Even though I endured it so hard, I couldn't help it, and I almost cried when I said my last words. I also think of the actors as my family. I should have told you first. I'm sorry I'm late. I closed my eyes tightly, listening to the voice filled with emotion. Mia, you bastard. What if I say something like this at this time? Chapter 253. As soon as I returned to Korea, I went to see a doctor. If there is a problem with the way I get angry, I need to find a solution and fix it. But the response that came back was just that. There's a lot going on. Thank you for your hard work. Is that all? The doctor's expression was so serious that I lost my temper. I don't think threatening someone with a knife is such a trivial thing. What? As you live, there will come a moment or two when you lose your sense of reason. No matter how rational a person is, they are bound to experience it at some point. In particular, people who discriminate against racism are not the type to communicate with, so there is nothing you can do about it. You handled it well. I was even taken aback by the praise that followed. I threatened someone with a knife, is that okay? I heard it wasn't a real knife. That's true, but when I blurted out my words, the doctor shrugged his shoulders. Of course, it is not a desirable situation, because someone could have been hurt. That's right. I nodded straight away. Then how can I fix it? Oh. The doctor stared at me without answering. Let me ask you something first. If the situation continued there without being resolved, and someone ended up getting hurt, who would it be? Before I had time to reply, the doctor answered himself. Given the extremely high probability, Yunjae is the only one. Is that so? Even in a situation where I lost my temper, I switched to a spatula, so I don't have a weapon to use. Even if he really tried to bite his neck off, he would have been subdued by the security guards. That's right. I nodded my head calmly, and the doctor continued speaking calmly. Normally, in situations like this, one would suspect violence, but considering the foregoing, there is insufficient evidence to believe that Yunjae has violent tendencies. To me, it seems like a rather efficient action. Efficient? It's the point where you realize that the other person is not the type of person you can communicate with. Usually, for the type who is proud of their wealth or race, it is important to take the lead in the early stages, but Yunjae's behavior seems closer to this. The doctor said that without thinking too hard, just think of the animal world. The animal world is dominated by the law of the fittest. I thought of the fastest way to subdue the enemy and put it into practice. In conclusion, it was effective. But I hesitated and then asked, but aren't we animals? Haha, that's right. It was then that the doctor, who had been keeping a dull expression the entire time, burst into laughter. Why are you laughing? I know what Yanji is worried about. Always think carefully about what action is right. But the situations we will face in the future will be very diverse. There is no set right answer for those various situations. The doctor said that there are limits to imagining the right response through simulation. It is very difficult to put the opposite sex first in various situations. He was full of laughter when he said that he didn't want to feel that kind of pressure already. I understand you don't want to regret it, but don't fret too much. This is my personal opinion, but I think it was a not bad response. I feel refreshed. The doctor smiled and gave a thumbs up. Although his attitude was relatively light, I knew that he was not someone who would blindly take my side. When an expert says this, it really doesn't seem like a big deal. I realized once again how powerful the word expert is. Still, it would be better to avoid being so reckless in creating a situation where Yanji could get hurt. Ah yes, at times like this, he seems like a person who doesn't care about getting hurt at all. The doctor's casual remark stung me for no reason. That's it. Because I practice acting every day. If I act well enough, the unhappiness factor will not affect me. That means, at least that day, I won't get hurt. Perhaps because we have become accustomed to it over the years, there seems to be a tendency to become more indifferent to it. When I smiled awkwardly, the doctor smiled. I'm proud because it's the first time Yanji has found me first. Has it been a little over half a year since we saw each other again? Has it already happened like that? The consultation that began in the latter half of filming Killing Horn went on more smoothly than expected. That's because the doctor I met after a long time still had a relaxed and indifferent expression on his face. During our last meeting, he was the one who told me that he had joined my fan cafe, so it caught me off guard. But no matter what I said, I got used to his attitude of, well, it's not my business. Honestly, there were some things that were easy to talk about. I think you need to manage your stress so that you don't lose your temper like this often. How about using this opportunity to pursue a hobby like exercise or painting? Something other than acting. Yes, I'll think about it. Great. Did anything else happen? I was about to nod my head right away, but then stopped. Is it okay to say this? It seems like a very personal story. When I hesitated, wondering if I was wasting a busy person's time, the doctor laughed. You can speak comfortably. I don't bite. It's nothing special. The manager cried. I heard you introduce me to someone else's family. I thought of Jinbei, who had sobbed for a long time after hearing the story from Mia. I probably didn't want to be seen crying, so I buried my head in the steering wheel and cried. But it was a little funny because the steering wheel seemed so small compared to the size of the dog. I think the manager was impressed. Yes, because he is such a good person. As I chuckled, the doctor asked me how I felt when I saw that. How do I feel? I blinked a couple of times at the unexpected question. It was good. Right. It seems so. Do you see it that way? When I asked in confusion, the doctor said, yes. Very much, he replied. And he looked at me quietly as if waiting for something. Then, strangely enough, my mouth started to itch. I couldn't bear it anymore and muttered without even realizing it. Actually, I'm a little scared. In what part? To be so happy about being called my family. It's just, I didn't know if anyone would want that position. But it was okay, because I have fog. So it's enough as it is right now. I thought I was lucky enough to even consider myself my own family. I felt so excited and excited. Until I saw Jinbei crying. There are so many good people around you. I have other friends and even real family. Even if it's only me, it's not Jinbei Hyam. Is there any benefit to be gained from my brother thinking of me as family? No matter how much I look, it's not there. So I was scared. I was afraid my brother might be mistaken, so later, I keep thinking, would you regret saying that to me? I was biting my lip. That's why I don't have any expectations. I'm trying to be able to react naturally even when he later says that it doesn't seem like it. But it's not working out well. Getting used to it is scary. That's right. When I answered quickly, the doctor nodded. It can be scary. The more meaning you give to a word, the tighter it becomes. I wish Yanjie had less meaning. How? That's literally it. The word family may feel special and noble now, but it's just a word. There's no need to attach too much meaning to it. The doctor said that words can change from friends to lovers, and that it is common for people to become separated from each other even if they are real family. There is no such thing as an unchanging relationship. So, it means there is no use in being anxious. As expected, you are an expert and understand quickly. Grunt. I washed my face dry to hide my embarrassed smile. Yes, I'm very anxious. I almost want to falsify the documents because I'm afraid my brother will change his mind later. When I confessed it honestly, the doctor smiled. But you know what? In the end, the documents. It's just a piece of paper. That's right. Because the important thing is not words or documents. Instead of focusing on defining your relationship, focus more on enjoying the moment. The doctor's advice was indifferent and lukewarm. It wasn't too cold or too warm, so I felt comfortable. Then I'll see you at the next consultation. Thank you, teacher. After saying hello to the doctor, I left the consulting room. Immediately, a large person approached me. Actor, are you feeling okay? The person with the kind voice was my manager, my housemate, and someone I thought of as my family. And surprisingly, he also considers me family. I'm so happy that I feel anxious. Yes. I looked at the other person's expression, which was puzzled by my words, but immediately turned serious. How long will this situation last? Sometimes I wish there was something that didn't change. I chuckled, wanting to whine like a child. It's all because of you. Yes? I held the other person's hand, who was even more confused, and whispered to him to go home quickly. I hope this moment lasts forever. I already knew I was greedy. It was just amazing that my greed could get bigger here. I arrived home with such a subtle and complicated feeling. I felt quite sentimental when I opened the front door. That feeling didn't last even 3 minutes. It has to be that way. What do you think about this scene? Too bad. I was the one who introduced Jinbei. There is also someone who calls me Dad. Introduce yourself as Jinbei Man's family. Brother, wake up now. The floor is dirty. I don't know. I'm sad. I'm blue. This is because Zhang Haiyan's older brother was protesting by lying down in front of the front door. A whining voice flowed from his adult face. Zhang Hyun sighed as he looked at his brother, who had sulked written all over his face. When on earth did you hear about that? Jinbei sent a group message. What? When I looked back in shock, Jinbei laughed shamelessly. Because it's good news. The steeper it is, the more we need to know. What? No, who did I send it to? First of all, I sent it to all the people saved as contacts. Driving me crazy. Jinbe's eyes glowed softly with madness. When I touched his forehead, Jiangyan grumbled. I'm going to quit being an actor and become your road manager. Brother, come to your senses. Because of my schedule, I can't be by your side, and I can't even introduce you as family. Because one cheek was on the floor, my speech was more slurred than usual. It looked cute in its own way, but I was worried that it would turn heads. Wake up quickly. Yes, I'll wake up if you tell me I'm family too. Of course, my brother is also my family. When I hesitated to speak, Jiangyi and Hyung loudly shouted, I'm excited. What is the silence in front? It's a wound. I'm hurt. Am I not family? No, I did it because I was embarrassed. Jinbei, don't just laugh. Let's try to stop him together. It's okay. I hate him the most. I will be here forever. Zhang Hai and I acted like a 5-year-old lying down at the supermarket to get a toy. Meanwhile, Jinbei was smiling proudly. What are you two doing, really? Just as I was sighing, a familiar voice came from the living room. Even though you two are like that, I am your real family. I looked at Li Un-taek in bewilderment, sitting proudly on the sofa as if it were his own home. What are you again? Chapter 254. Zhang Hai and I's complaints continued for a long time afterwards. Yanji, why is that guy like that? Han Haram asked this with a pure face. My face feels hot. Don't worry about it. Just eat the melon. I couldn't bear to say yes. Why should I say? You want to be my family? I changed the topic. Li Jun, how are you? When I spoke to Song Yijun, who was eating a melon next to me, I got a cool answer. Huh. Why is he like this again? Brother, are you angry? No. Why on earth is everyone like that? As I looked at him with embarrassed eyes, Song Eunjun quickly avoided my gaze. I also received a message from your manager. Did Jinbei even contact you? This person is real. The two of you aren't even close. My eyesight became dizzy due to Jinbei's plan. I squeezed my eyes shut, and Han Haram, who was in my arms, touched the corner of my eyes. Yanji, do your eyes hurt? What's the matter? Are you okay? My head hurts, not my eyes. Even if Jiangyi and Hyung is like that, why is Sanjijin like that? There is no reason for Song Eijun to be obsessed with the word family. As I looked back to see if I had made a mistake, the sullen voice returned. I heard it from Un-taek. I heard you video chatted with Baihyuk every day. Huh, what is that? When I made a puzzled expression, Song Eunjun's face became more tearful. I didn't even contact you on purpose because I was worried you might be busy filming. Oh, were you waiting for the call? You shouldn't have texted me. You said you didn't like text messages. Song Yijun answered in a refreshing manner. I was at a loss for words in a voice that was clearly upset, driving me crazy. Should I really become a babysitter? We even went to Italy together. I comforted Song Yijun, who was muttering to himself, by promising to keep in touch with him a lot in the future. I'm tired. How can this happen? I felt sentimental and naive, and I just wanted to sleep. At that time, No Baihyuk saw my disgusted expression and came over, giggling. Of course, the life of a popular person is tiring. You who wear the crown, bear the weight. Baihyuk, let's just stay still, just the 5 of us. I grabbed No Baihyuk's arm and lowered him as he poked my cheek. Although I found it annoying that the guy couldn't stand it anymore, I was thankful that he came this far while he was busy preparing for his comeback. Of course, it was the same for him too. Your face got hurt a lot while I wasn't able to see you. What happened in LA? I roughly shook my head at what Li Un-taek said. This is the first time we've all gathered together like this since the Christmas party. I didn't want to ruin the good mood by talking about Noah Patterson. Is it okay for you two to stay here? You're busy. Are you okay? The manager gave me time because I had to go see the baby. Please don't call me baby outside. As he was arguing with Un-taek Lee, Baihyuk No intervened and his voice grew louder. It was quite noisy and tiring. But the funny thing is, I feel like I'm home now. It was true that it was quite comfortable and cozy. Only after a while did I realize that the corners of my mouth were turning up. A few hours later, No Baihyuk started a live broadcast with the title below. Lee Yunjae's surprise broadcast commemorating her visit to Korea. Only Un-taek and Baihyuk are present. I ate and the other members are at the dorm. I can't do broadcasting for long. I'm sorry. As soon as the broadcast started, the number of viewers rose rapidly. Oh wow, I'm finally seeing this combination. It's really interesting how all three of them have different drawing styles. Where is it? No Bai Hyuk, who read the chat, responded in a bright voice. This is Lee Yunjae's room. The others are in the living room and need to be quiet. Following Lee Eun-taek's words, the chat window became more active. Others? Who are you with? Lee Jong-hyun's photo was posted on SNS earlier, so it looks like it's currently in progress. Why are the three of them lying on the bed so cute? You look so cute in every way. It was amazing, especially when I see chats like this. Yoon-taek wearing a beanie is a shame. Did our Eun-taek dye his hair? Did you wear a beanie because of spoilers? LOL. Look at the round head. My baby is cute. I quietly looked at Eun-taek Lee on my left. What should I do to make this face look cute? It would be difficult to look at it like that because of the eyes. The love from the fans was truly amazing. Lee Yunjae, why doesn't she speak? Is it always this quiet? Oh, it's a broadcast for NADE fans, but I think it might be a bit annoying if I talk too much. I was sparing my words as much as possible. As I hurriedly explained it, a chat came up saying it was okay along with, you can rap. At the same time that Lee Eun-taek laughed, No Bai Hyuk on his right also laughed. Why do you care about such things? If that were the case, I would have filmed it just with Eun-taek. It's okay, so please speak comfortably. I understand, so stop poking my cheek. With a shy face, he took No Bai Hyuk's hand and lowered it. Is it right for me to be involved here? I asked the two people several times before turning on the broadcast, but it was on my mind. Eun-taek Lee replied that he had received permission from the director and told him not to worry, and Bai Hyuk No was busy getting excited and saying that he would finally be broadcasting with you. I don't know either. The fans say it's okay, so it must be okay, right? After that, I felt at ease and often joined in on what the two people were saying. One person asked, how tall is Yoon-taek? I'm 185 centimeters. No. When I countered, Yoon-taek Lee quickly punched my side. Quiet. Then he looked ahead with a confident face. When I'm lucky, I'm 185 centimeters tall. I'm usually 183 to 184 centimeters tall. You're 182 centimeters. I told you to stay still. Stay still. Oh, keep your mouth still. Eun-taek Lee rushed at me with a disgusted look on his face, and I quickly dodged him. Meanwhile, No Bai Hyuk got out of bed and read the chat as if he was used to it. Oh, it's okay. They usually play like that. I was in a physical fight with Lee Eun-taek while listening to No Bai Hyuk. Smart. A small voice was heard beyond the door along with a knock. Yeonji, it's me. It was Han Haram. I immediately threw away Eun-taek Lee and ran to the door. After confirming that the camera could not clearly see this side, I opened the door. Yeonji. As soon as I felt the cool air, I saw Han Haram crying. Out of surprise, I quickly picked him up. What's the matter? Are you sick? No. What's going on? Oh, it's really heavy. As I tried to raise the dripping piece again, Han Haram buried his face in my chest. He was muttering something, but it was impossible to interpret. It's okay, it's okay. As I patted the guy on the back and comforted him, Song Eun-jun hurriedly approached him. Yeonji, I'm sorry. In the blink of an eye. No. Why is he like this? I feel like I had a nightmare. I was looking for you after a good nap, and I said I couldn't do it now. After he apologized for disturbing me, I belatedly remembered that he was broadcasting. Who is this? Why is Lee Yunjae's voice so sweet? Isn't this very different from Eun-taek's attitude, lol? It's so funny. Am I the only one who is upset? Where are my comrades? Bambi's soothing tone is paradise. Is this heaven by any chance? Lee Eun-taek and No Bai Hyuk were looking at me, wondering what was going on. I thought about asking for a cut, but it seemed too rude to leave without saying hello, so I approached the camera. I'm sorry, but I think I have to leave now. Please talk a little more with Bai Hyuk and Yoon-taek. Anyway, Han Haram was buried in my chest, and his face couldn't be seen. Perhaps because he suddenly appeared with a child in his arms, the screen was filled with chatter asking who he was. What is it? Is this Yeonji Lee's younger sister? When did Jong-hyun Lee give birth to his second child? Is it true that Lee Jong-hyun is not married and has two sons? How should I explain it? Just when I was in trouble, the person in charge appeared. Is it serial? Is Haram here? Jeonggi and Hyung peeked his face through the gap in the open door. The chat window moved faster at the familiar top star's voice. What is this world view? The combination is hot, hot. I know Bai Hyuk, Lee Eun-taek, Lee Yunjae, Song Eijun plus Lee Yunjae's younger brother, Lee Yunjae's father. Song Eunjun is there too. You're really close with Lee Yunjae. But Lee Jonghyun's voice is so good. K voice. That's shit. What kind of mess is this? I swallowed my sigh and answered first. I'm taking her on with me. Perhaps because Song Eijun, who was next to him, gave an additional explanation. Jonghyun nodded, saying, aha. I will take her on with you. So you continue broadcasting. As soon as I heard Jonghyun's words, Han. Haram clung to me even more. I couldn't bear to put it down due to its persistent and earnest gestures, so I picked it up and hugged it again. No, I'll be leaving soon too. Since this has come to an end, it would be better if we all said hello together. He glanced at Jonghyun and Sanjijin, who were standing awkwardly by the door. Two people who understood right away without saying anything approached me. Hello, this is Jonghyun Lee. I'm sorry for disturbing you. Hello, this is Song Eunjun. Sorry. I'll be out soon. Lee Eun-taek, No Bai-hyuk, Song Jun, Jonghyun I, me, and Han Haram were all captured in one camera. It looks like some kind of family photo. Lee Eun-taek muttered, probably thinking the same thing. What should I do without Jinbei? Shall I call you too? Jinbei Hyung. Town dashed. I'm not really asking you to call me. Lee Eun-taek, who immediately covered No Bai-hyuk's mouth, told him with his eyes that he had done well. Two more people come out during the broadcast. After whispering to Eun-taek Lee, he bowed to the camera and went out. The camera captured Song Eijun and Jonghyun I, following me quickly. The broadcast ended in such a mess. I won't do it again, really. It's Jeongyeon's mom at I__Jong_mom. Shocking true story. It is revealed that Lee Jonghyun has a second son. Is it true that this is only the second person to have a son who has not even had those common dating rumors? Haha. Why isn't everyone a fan of Lee Jonghyun? Is it this much fun? An account that loves handsome men at a love-a-minimum. Lee Jun is still close with Yun Jae. It's our first rice cake since Italy, and I really like it. When do you two film the same project? Everyone in the world should know that Seongjin x Lee Yonji is the strongest acting duo. Title. Did you see the Nade Viap broadcast? That's hilarious, ha. No Bai-hyuk said he was a hot guy, but it seems to be true. Originally, the three of us, Lee Eun-taek and Lee Yun-jae, their best friends, were broadcasting. From Song Eijun to Lee Jonghyun, everyone came out and said hello. People watching in real time must have been shocked. I was there at this time, and it was a crucible of chaos. Really hectic and noisy from beginning to end. It was originally Nade Live, but the title of the broadcast was Lee Yun-jae's Return to Korea Commemorative Broadcast, haha. Bai-hyuk kept saying that he wanted to broadcast with Lee Yonji, haha, so all the fans understood. But it seems like Lee Yun-jae also has a wide network of connections. I have a lot of friends. I am Bayan, but Bambi has a rather closed personality. I'm not good at making friends. I watched the broadcast, but where is it closed? Somehow the kid is still clinging to me. It's just an open door. Bambi's open door. The next day, I received a call from the company asking if I could come. I thought it was because of yesterday's live broadcast, but it turned out to be a visit from people I had never expected. I asked awkwardly, looking at team leader Woo. Why are those people here? Isn't this Korea? Is it LA? There was a familiar face in the transparent conference room. Noah Patterson and his father, Alex Patterson. It's obvious, right? He must have come to make a deal to get rid of the recording file. Didn't you say you rejected it by email last time? Huh, I did. Seeing as you came all the way here, I guess you were quite scared. I laughed at team leader Woo's words. There's a lot going on. Ah, cutie. It's been a while. I came here because I wanted to see your face. When I entered the conference room, Alex, who had a nervous look on his face, jumped up. Noah Patterson looked at me with a sullen expression, and when his father nudged him, he stood up as if there was nothing else to do. What brought you here? He spoke quickly as he looked at the two people with puzzled faces. I don't have time. So could you just tell me the main point? I have to go exercise after finishing. Wait, what? Why did you come? The two people responded by saying that they did not know what was being said in succession in Korean. So what should I do? I just stared at it or not. It may be sad news for them. The home ground has changed. Children. This was Korea. Chapter 255. Alex looked very embarrassed. Of course, it was none of my business. Okay, I understand. Can you wait a moment? Alex picked up his phone, probably because he knew that even if I died soon, I wouldn't speak English. While Alex urgently called someone on the phone, Noah glared at me in silence. One way or another, honestly, I don't really care anymore. What should I do to exercise after this? Should I do longer aerobic time today? As I was thinking about random things, a few minutes later a man came into the conference room. The man, taken aback by the cold atmosphere, awkwardly introduced himself. Hello, I came because they said I needed an interpreter. Yes, please sit in a comfortable seat. When I asked if I needed anything to drink, the man waved his hand urgently, saying it was okay. Now, can I say it now? What I want to say is dashed. Alex, equipped with an interpreter, spoke in a more triumphant manner. He became sorry for the happening that occurred while talking with Noah, and his son also desperately regrets it, etc. To put it simply, the idea was to make something that never happened. Honestly, we are not people who discriminate against racism. You know that, right? Your stylist was my student. Many of my students are Asian. There are even black people. His attitude was so confident that it was hard to believe he was in a position to apologize. The interpreter must have not heard anything about the situation, so he started interpreting belatedly while managing his facial expression. You're good at interpreting. The man's interpreting skills were quite excellent. Interpretation places importance on properly conveying the speaker's intentions. Quickly grasp the intent of the words and then convey them in the most effective way. This meant that an interpreter is not a job that simply translates words. You use facial expressions well. The intensity control is also smooth. It was also an extremely important ability, to the point where the term performance was used in the industry. The man interpreted Alex's direct words as smoothly as possible. He even made a polite expression appropriate for the position of apologizing. My eyes were busy watching something unexpected. I'll have to ask if you have time after it's over. I had a lot of questions because I read a book about interpreting a few days ago. Thinking about talking to this person made me feel a little better. I feel sorry for working so hard to translate. Unfortunately for the effort he put in, I understood everything Alex said. I smiled at the interpreter who changed the content as kindly as possible. Thank you for interpreting. Alex's words were simple. Considering that I have come this far, I am asking you to delete the recording file. The request to consider the impact this would have on his business was so brazen that it was surprising. This is the worst apple I've ever heard in my life. Why come here and say something like that? I couldn't help but sigh because the cost of the flight feather was such a waste. Interpreter, could you please tell me that you have no intention of deleting the recording? I'm also saying that the expression your son is making right now makes me not want to erase him even more. After hearing what the interpreter said, Alex immediately looked at Noah. I quickly stopped Noah, who was glaring at me grimly, and Alex cleared his throat with an embarrassed look on his face. You know what I want to say? This situation has arisen, and I am in a very difficult position. Since it has already happened, how about ending it here? Of course, I will compensate you so that you will not be upset. Alex smiled brightly. It felt like the moment I even nodded, they would hand me a bag full of money. It's bittersweet. I didn't expect a proper apology, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. In fact, Noah's actions were closer to linguistic discrimination than racial discrimination. The United States is a place with a strong aversion to foreign languages other than English, to the point where the term country of immigrants is meaningless. I already know why there is resistance. If you look deeper, you could even mention World War I. At that time, the United States strictly prohibited the use of languages other than English. This is the same reason why Koreans were unable to use the Korean language due to Japanese oppression during the Japanese colonial period. Maybe the aftereffects will remain. However, without mentioning World War I, the reason why Alex and Noah feel aversion to other languages can be explained very simply. Because he doesn't understand. There is English, which is the world's common language and understandable, so why do you need another language? Don't speak in a language I don't know, speak in English. I feel bad for no reason because I don't understand. It was surprisingly self-centered thinking. What should I say to someone like that? I thought while tapping my fingers on the table. Will the conversation actually work? No. I shook my head without realizing it. Language is a heritage. It is a symbol that reveals the country's identity and is also a tool to preserve culture. Learning another country's language means not only learning skills, but also excellent communication skills. Therefore, the inability to even respect another language, let alone learn it, can be interpreted as a lack of communication skills. Trying to have a conversation with someone who doesn't know how to communicate? It's a waste of time. Good. Let's finish it quickly. After organizing my thoughts neatly, I raised my head. Interpreter, please excuse me for a moment. Yes. I looked at the interpreter, who looked puzzled, and opened my mouth. There is no need for compensation. Your files will not be deleted. Instead, since you came here, I will tell you clearly. The interpreter's eyes widened momentarily as he heard the English coming out of my mouth so skillfully. I gave him a brief look of understanding and then shifted my gaze to Alex. As long as your son doesn't get involved with me, the recording will never become known in the future. I think you can be satisfied with that. For a moment dashed. Don't waste my time anymore. I cut him off with a bored expression. What you want is a complete deletion of the recording file. I understand. I don't want to leave anything that could cause problems for my business, and I also don't want to scold my son for not protecting himself. But trying to kill two birds with one stone is greedy. I don't care what you think. It's your freedom, but it's also my freedom to decide whether I want to delete the recording or not. After coldly saying that I hoped he would never come to visit me again, he got up. I ignored Alex's stiff face and spoke to the interpreter. Do you have time after it's over? Yes. I want to ask you something. If you're busy, you can decline. I smiled as harmlessly as possible for fear of looking suspicious. Then the man was very embarrassed. Why do you do that? I guess it's because it's awkward. Well, even if it were me, it would be a bit weird if someone I didn't know asked me if I had time. Fortunately, the interpreter nodded. Thank you. Then let's meet in the other conference room. Yes. I opened the door with the thought that I would have to apologize a little later. Just before leaving the conference room, I made eye contact with Noah Patterson. The eyes glaring at me were full of disgust and anger. I could barely stop myself from laughing. It's much better. It was much better than the stares I had received at the party before. Eyes that do not look at insignificant insects, but towards dirty filth. Fortunately, it was a look that was very familiar to me. Let's not meet again in the future. I felt so funny about him, to the point where I was embarrassed that I once lost my temper. The story about your fight with Noah Patterson spread all over Hollywood. You said Noah even went to Korea to apologize to you? LOL. What did he reply to him? I'm very curious. How does he know this? I clicked my tongue after checking one of the numerous emails from Mia. I wish everyone would stop caring about other people's business. Why are you so interested in others? It's not productive work. I really didn't understand. I shouldn't reply to this. The first email I sent to Mia was about a week after I returned to Korea. Without even thinking about sending it to ask how it was going, I got a reply within 5 minutes. It was accompanied by an angry emoticon and asked why they contacted me so late. When he said he was waiting for my contact, he wrote, "Then you should have sent it first, but deleted it at the last minute. The girls are a little, because it has a scary tendency." Mia said everyone was curious about me. One of the people at the party that night said that he blushed when he found out later that I was H from Killinghorn. He said he didn't recognize my hair because it wasn't white. In addition, it said that his friends also wanted to meet me and that we should hang out together when they come to LA. I'd like to add, in case you misunderstand, I'm not asking you to go on a date. I'm really just asking you to hang out. XD. P.S. Would you like to appear in a small role in my sitcom? The director brought up your story today. Think about it and let me know. After checking the last email, I sighed involuntarily. It's a sitcom. When I thought about telling this to team leader Wu, I felt confused. I don't want to go abroad for the time being. I know that it is a good opportunity, and I know that CEO Zhang wants me to expand overseas. I didn't want to be arrogant, and I especially didn't want to whine about not wanting to work. But I want to stay in Korea for a few months. Fortunately, my English skills were getting better through consistent training and review. But of course, it didn't feel as familiar as Korean, because the lines in Lily's music video were only a few words. After practicing a few hundred times, I was able to speak like a local. But aren't sitcoms a different story? Even if it is only a minor role, it will have more lines than the music video. I still lack the skills to make the English lines and characters based on them completely my own. Let's talk to the CEO. Tomorrow. I calmed down my complicated mood and prepared to go see the fog. The next day, surprisingly, CEO Zhang nodded right away. Okay, let's postpone entering Hollywood. Tell me again when you feel ready. Really? Is that okay? Even after I said it, I couldn't believe the answer, so I asked back. You said you wanted to do that. Then, my next work will have to be a Korean work. Team Leader Woo, please select the script and bring me the cereal. All right. Manager On takes good care of Yanji, as he does now. I stared at CEO Jang, who was talking to Team Leader Woo and Jinbei. CEO Jang felt my gaze and made a puzzled face. What? Can I really not go out? You wanted me to work abroad. Whenever you give a speech that it is an act of raising your level. CEO Jang burst out laughing at my words. Did you forget I said I would do whatever you want? When will you believe it? It's not that I don't believe it. I didn't say that for nothing, so do whatever you want. Because it seems like the more I don't touch you, the worse it gets. CEO Jang, who was gesturing for me to go out now, paused and said, Ah. Then he suddenly made a puzzled face. I'm embarrassed to say this after telling you to do whatever you want a few seconds ago, but can I do something a little more comfortable for this role? Is it comfortable? Okay. It's a little bit healing. Something bright and not too worn out. Everyone is criticizing me for making. You keep filming cruel things. CEO Jang grumbled, saying he was sad. Assuming that the director has some hit films, choose something bright and healing. Oh, except for the works of artists whose birthdays are in the works. Take whatever you want among those that are likely to be moderately successful. I tried to choose my words and just nodded. I can't believe you because you're like that. What are you telling me to do as I please? Is there such a work? But 2 days later, I had to read a script and mumble. It's here, in a slightly embarrassed voice. Chapter 256. The interpreter, Kim Min, was suspicious of the situation he was in. Is it true that you were talking to Lee Yunjae? Really? With Lee Yunjae? Does this make sense? Lee Yunjae, a top star whom he never thought he would ever meet, let alone talk to, was right in front of him. As Kim Min looked at Lee Yunjae blankly, he asked curiously, Minnie, why are you doing this? And they even say Minnie Hyung. Lee Yunjae calls me Hyung. As Kim Min's expression became even more dazed, Lee Yunjae made a shocked face. Brother? Oh, I was dazed for a moment. Sorry, are you very tired? Shall we meet next time? No, are you okay? Do you have any questions? In response to Kim Min's question, Lee Yunjae took out a book as if she had been waiting. I read the book your brother recommended last time, but there were some parts one didn't understand. Kim Min calmly answered Lee Yunjae's question, but couldn't believe this situation and had to think about the past once again. It was last week when I received an urgent call from my agency and went to interpret. I was called out simply because I was closest to the client, so I didn't hear any explanation of the situation. He, who usually provided simultaneous interpretation for businessmen, was surprised to see that the destination was Coincidence Entertainment. It was surprising because I had never had anything to do with the entertainment industry. However, there was no time to relax, so as soon as we broke through the tight security, we rushed to where the client was. And Lee Yunjae was there. Even thinking about it again makes me dizzy. Kim Min trembled as she remembered that time. Unlike his gentle facial features, his expression was cold. The atmosphere surrounding him was so cold that it felt like it was freezing. Lee Yunjae's force was so strong that even Kim Min, who usually deals with businessmen who dominate the industry, paused for a moment. Hello? I came because they said I needed an interpreter. So, without realizing it, I greeted him with a hunched posture. Fortunately, Yanji Lee was kind, at least for Kim Min. For a moment, Kim Min, who was amazed at seeing a famous person, focused on his work. As I was listening to the client, I was able to understand roughly what the situation was. The client was in the wrong position. Kim Min immediately made an embarrassed expression and began interpreting. What was strange was that Lee Yunjae, who had been making a bored expression the whole time, started staring at herself. Lee Yunjae's eyes moved busily, as if she was analyzing something. Your facial expressions, gaze, hand gestures, and even your tone of voice. I felt like my performance, which I had honed for years as an interpreter, was revealed in detail through his clear gaze. It was only after a while that I realized it wasn't my fault. Yanji Lee, whom I met in another conference room, politely asked if she could ask me questions about interpreting. When Kim Min nodded, so many questions poured out that he didn't know how he had been holding them back all this time. The questions asked with an innocent face were of a higher level than I expected. As we had an unintentionally fruitful conversation, Kim Min also chatted for a long time without realizing the passage of time. If Lee Yunjae's manager hadn't intervened, I'm sure we could have chatted for another 5 hours. If it's okay with the interpreter, can we meet again next time? As if it wasn't just Kim Min who was disappointed, Lee Yunjae was the first to make plans for the next meeting. Today was already the 4th meeting that started like that, but I still couldn't believe it. I can't believe I even spoke informally to Lee Yunjae. Due to the age difference, they naturally started talking to each other, but Lee Yunjae was still difficult for Kim Min. It wasn't just because he was a famous actor. In fact, when I talked to him, there were many times when I didn't realize that he was a celebrity because he looked so ordinary. The problem was somewhere else. It might be easier to approach that part this way. I understand. Yes. After listening to you, I finally understand. Thank you. Yanji Lee in front of me smiled quietly. Although it looked like a gentle deer, Kim Min could never let down his guard. It had to be that way, because I still vividly remember the day I first met him. Don't waste my time anymore. Kim Min recalled the way he spoke coldly to a client. Are all actors like this? Lee Yunjae, who told the client not to come back again in a cold voice, approached her. There was a soft smile on his face as he asked if time was okay after the end. The sight of Kim Min smiling like the most harmless creature in the world was just creepy. It's not like Jekyll and Hyde. This is because the way he changed his facial expression and tone of voice in an instant seemed like he had a double personality. Of course, I haven't seen anything like that since we first met. Am I overthinking things? Anyone can see that the current Lee Yunjae looks like a polite boy. Kim Min was thinking, isn't this the extent of being possessed by a ghost? Brother Min. Uh-huh. Should we stop here for today? I think. You're very tired. Lee Yunjae smiled, probably noticing that Kim Min was having a lot of random thoughts today. I'm sorry for contacting you when you're busy. No, I'm not busy at all. Sorry. I couldn't concentrate on the conversation. Are you okay? In the first place, my brother was doing my favor. Kim Min looked at Lee Yunjae, who smiled quietly. Yanji, I have a question. Yes. Are you thinking of becoming an interpreter? I think there's more interest than I thought. The meeting, which I thought would end in just 1 or 2 meetings, was already happening for the 4th time. No matter how you look at it, Lee Yunjae's interest in interpretation was not at a light level. Lee Yunjae looked at Kim Min for a moment and then laughed. No, I like my job. Acting is the most fun. Of course, he added that being an interpreter is also a great job. I filmed a Korean Sign Language drama earlier this year. Oh, you mean February 3rd? I saw it too. It was fun. Lee Yunjae's eyes widened slightly at Kim Min's words. Really? Thank you. You must have been busy. No, what? Kim Min hid his shocked expression at the completely unexpected reaction. It would be harder to find someone who hasn't seen that drama. At times like this, you don't really look like a celebrity. When you watch a drama, the scene ends with the main character saying he wants to become an interpreter. Yanji Lee said that she bought and read several books to research the main character's interest in interpreting. As a result, my interest naturally deepened. No, wait. Kim Min opened his eyes wide. That's why you read the book? For one line. All you have to do is say that you want to become an interpreter. Is there a need to buy and read multiple books just because of one line? When Kim Min asked as if she couldn't understand, Lee Yunjae looked even more puzzled. It's not just a single line. The main character, who lived as if he were dead after his brother's accident, started dreaming of something. It is a scene that means he is alive and breathing again. He said that the task was to create a new protagonist with eyes full of restlessness and clumsiness, like a sprout that has just opened its leaves and grows. Given the main character's personality, it must have been something he thought about for quite a long time to the point of telling his teacher, and he must have had time to check whether he was dreaming an absurd dream. Of course, she read books along the way, so I just acted like that. Kim Min was dumbfounded by the words that seemed so obvious. You really like acting. I could feel his love for acting. Amazing you. Kim Min was purely impressed. Then Lee Yunjae laughed. I think my older brother is greater. Me? What? Every time I ask something, you answer right away. I always feel like he has a lot of knowledge and experience. It's cool that you seem like someone who was born to be an interpreter. Kim Min became embarrassed by the continued praise as if she was breathing. And like many Koreans, he denied this with a humble attitude. No, There are too many things I lack for that to happen. My voice is so deep, right? It's easy to sound harsh, so when talking about sensitive topics, you have to be several times more careful than other people. It was a time when I laughed lightly, saying that it was absurd to think that he was a natural interpreter. Lee Yunjae slowly tilted her head. I liked it better that way. What? I can clearly feel how delicately my brother controls his voice. No matter what conversation he has, he always speaks with care. The black eyes shone brightly. If you made something that is usually called a disadvantage feel like an advantage, wouldn't that be even greater? Kim Min was speechless. I felt like I should say something, but all I could do was keep my mouth shut. A tingling sensation slowly rose from my toes. Going crazy. In the end, Kim Min, who failed to control his facial expression, lowered his head. Why are you doing this? Are you uncomfortable? Done. Seeing the face that didn't even know what he had said made me cry. This guy is really dangerous. It makes people feel really strange. Kim Min had just raised his head, trying to compose his expression. I made eye contact with the large man at the table next to me. As soon as Lee Yunjae's manager saw Kim Min's expression, he gave her a look that said, I understand how you feel. Thanks to that, my head became even more dizzy. Is this everyday life? Suddenly, I started to envy the people around Lee Yunjae. Good luck, bro. I was thankful today too. When I slightly bowed my head in greeting, the interpreter hesitated. Yanji, I'm just saying, even if it's not necessarily about interpretation, please feel free to contact me if you have any questions. A promotional message followed, saying that he had experience in social life and could answer anything. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? I was puzzled, but I answered that I understood. Maybe it was because of his job, but he was someone who knew a lot, and thanks to him, I felt like my spectrum of knowledge was broadening. See you next time then. The interpreter left with a brighter face. As I was looking at the distance behind me for a moment, Jinbei came up to me. The actor is really guilty. Yes. Why is this guy like this again? Jinbei, who said something incomprehensible, laughed and said it was nothing. Shall we go home now? Yes. It's already time for dinner. Jinbei must have turned on the air conditioner in advance, so the inside of the car was cool. Today again, Jinbei checked my seatbelt and moved the car. It was a fruitful conversation. This is something I always feel when talking to an interpreter, but I feel that interpreting and acting are very similar. In the case of Spanish interpreters, they basically memorize the history, culture, and people's values of all Spanish-speaking countries. Just like I search for and memorize relevant information in order to immerse myself in a certain character. Interpreting requires a complete understanding of the person you are interpreting, and acting requires a complete understanding of the person you are trying to act. When I think about it, I feel lost again. As I took a deep breath without realizing it, I heard a friendly voice from the driver's seat. Actor, you know, right? You don't have to do that work. I know. The problem is what you want to do. Haha. A friendly laugh returned to my complaints. Yeah, that was the problem. Regardless of the feeling of despair, I want to do this work. The problem with this work was that the strategy one had used so far did not work. Because the character I'm playing this time is not a person. How on earth should I act as a person whose soul has been swapped with that of a dog? It was also a one-line summary of the script currently in my hands. Chapter 257. One day, I woke up and our bodies were switched. Body change, where one's body is swapped, is one of the common themes used in the film industry for a very long time. Girl and boy, woman and man, mother and daughter, father and son, etc. Bodies can be swapped in various relationships, and numerous movies and dramas have been made about this subject. Usually, in this case, the pattern below appears. 1. It is generally classified as a comedy genre. 2. A funny BGM appears. 3. The two people who switched bodies usually have deep conflicts. 4. In the latter half of the film, there is a very high probability that a scene that causes unreasonable emotion will appear. The main characters live in each other's bodies and slowly begin to understand each other. When they finally achieve true love or true family, their bodies return to their original state at some point. The theoretical parts, such as why this happened or how to return to the original body, are not very important. It can only be explained as being struck by lightning or being caught up in a strange oriental spell. In fact, since the audience does not expect this part, logic is bound to decline. And here, there is a writer. A few days ago, he completed a scenario in which the bodies of a dog and a boy are swapped. The story, which had no logic at all, was surprising, but the most surprising fact was something else. The genre of this movie is healing, not comedy. Huh. The writer, who arrived at the meeting place 30 minutes earlier than the scheduled time, sighed. What if Lee Yun-jae says she won't do it? Then it's over. As the writer trembled nervously, the director next to him became irritated. Stop dropping your leg. Even I'm crazy. Director, aren't you nervous? If we can't catch Lee Yun-jae, we have to throw away this scenario. Then of course I have to throw it away. Do you really think Lee Yun-jae will film this? The writer got angry at the director's words. If I wasn't going to film it, why did I ask for a meeting? That's because you put my name as director. There are so many actors who want to make a movie with me. The director, who has made 10 million movies twice, shrugged his shoulders. The writer snorted. Oh my, you did well. Is that what the person who came out immediately after hearing that he was meeting with Lee Yun-jae would say that? I have something to say, kid. I think today is a chance to make a light impression. I'll ask when the mood calms down a bit. What? What does Lee Yun-jae want to film? Then, when Lee Yun-jae asked if she could come up with a script she wanted, the writer was moved to tears. Hey, I also have something called respect, right? I'm also quite famous, but you're so dismissive of me. Okay, are you more famous than Lee Yun-jae? The author's mouth closed like a clam. Then the director smiled and crossed his arms. Hey, I know you're talented too. If you and I and Lee Yun-jae are a combination, the work will be quite popular. But it's not healing. The director's tone was firm. Even Lee Yun-jae would say she doesn't do healing. Are there 1 or 2 movies that flopped while promoting healing? It's probably time for him to focus on his career. When I asked her what she lacked in filming a movie where she swaps bodies with a dog, I couldn't bear to refute it. So, after ignoring the director, the writer put his hands together and made a wish. Please let Lee Yun-jae do it. He was one of the established, fairly successful writers, and had over a decade of experience working in film. That's why I knew more. If we can't cast Lee Yun-jae, this movie will never come out. If I miss this opportunity, I will never be able to write healing movies in my life. I was even more desperate because I was a writer who had only written action and thrillers. A calm, healing movie. It was also a taboo word in the commercial film industry, where box office success was the goal. Of course, there are healing movies that are huge hits. However, this is the same as saying that lottery winners are real. In other words, the probability that the healing movie I made will be a huge hit is the same as the probability of winning the lottery. Why is it difficult for healing movies to become successful? The biggest reason may be that you don't necessarily have to see it in a movie theater. It's different from action movies, where you need the powerful audio of a movie theater to feel true catharsis. This is even more true these days when OTT services have become commonplace. The problem was that people who invested in the film industry were also well aware of this fact. But what if the main character is Lee Yun-jae? The words are completely different. It's a healing movie, and it's scary, and people who want to invest will be lining up. Even if only Lee Yun-jae's fans came to see it, it was obvious that the break-even point would be easily surpassed. What an amazing actor. Lee Yun-jae's fan base was so strong that it was hard to believe she was a child actress. It was similar to idol fandom, but ironically, the works and acting he appeared in had a popular character. Although he is not an actor who rose to prominence thanks to the power of his fans, he is an actor who is loved by his fans. If Lee Yun-jae promises to appear in it, her first healing movie could come out. Please, please. While the author was muttering to himself, the door opened with a knock. You were waiting first. Lee Yun-jae, who greeted in a neat voice, bowed. This is Lee Yun-jae. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. No, we came early. The author smiled and was about to introduce himself. What's behind Lee Yun-jae? A thug was standing there. While the writer and director were holding their breath, Lee Yun-jae quickly introduced herself as her manager. This is my manager. As he quickly rapped, you don't have to be scared. I could tell that this was not the first time this had happened. Please sit down. Yes. Thank you. You're taller than I thought. Lee Yun-jae, whom I saw in person, did not speak much. The author, feeling nervous, forced the corners of his mouth to raise. Have you seen the scenario? I enjoyed it so much. I also searched all the works written by the author. Everything was fun. The writer covered his mouth. Really? Okay, this is done. The writer gave the director a look that said, I told you so. The director tapped the writer's foot as if to calm him down, and then asked Lee Yun-jae. We would like to cast Yun-jae in the role of the main character, Do You Young. Are you willing to appear in that scenario? It was a straightforward question. The author couldn't bear it anymore and closed his eyes tightly. Please, please, please. In the very short time that Lee Yun-jae opened her mouth, 50,000 thoughts passed through her mind. And the answer came out much easier than I thought. That too, a simple answer. Sure. Or, in a puzzled voice, asking why he would come here. Crazy. Really? While the writer was stiff, the director asked again. Really? Is there anything you would like to change in the scenario? Genre, or even small details? Shouldn't you ask the author about that? Lee Yun-jae made a face that asked why she, an actress, was asking such a question. Only then did the director realize that Lee Yun-jae was a natural monument. This guy is real. Thanks to you, I wasted an hour. Really. Thank you. When the writer was happy, Lee Yun-jae laughed along, but also asked in confusion. Thank you too. So what is the audition schedule? What audition? Audition for the role of Do You Young. For a moment, there was silence in the room. Yeonji Lee, the writer, and the director looked like they couldn't understand. Lee Yun-jae's manager was the only one with a faint smile on his face. Audition? Why are you opening it? We are not even considering any other actor than Yun-jae. Yes. Lee Yun-jae was very embarrassed. If you're casting the lead role in a movie, you should at least go through a camera test. What are you going to do later if you don't like my acting? The writer and director were even dumbfounded by the slightly admonishing voice. No, you are Lee Yun-jae. It's Lee Yun-jae. He is the youngest person to win the Best Actor award at the Cannes Film Festival and is even mentioned as a candidate for an Emmy Award as the lead actor in Killing Horn. I was taken aback by what an unknown actor would say, but the conversation ended when the manager intervened. After Lee Yun-jae signed a formal contract, everything went smoothly. The filming schedule for Lee Yun-jae's second screen appearance, Shin Yu-young, was set. It's already June. The scenery outside the car window was green. The trees sparkled in the sunlight, signaling the arrival of summer. I quietly looked out the window. I hope you'll be okay. Currently, I was on my way to see the golden retriever who played the role of a dog that switches bodies with the main character in the movie Shin Yu-young. It was a schedule set after the director said that it would be good to get to know each other before starting filming. The blue scenery filled my eyes, but I was so worried that I couldn't concentrate. What if the dog is scared of me? Until now, I have rarely encountered animals, but I vividly remember how they avoided me even in those few opportunities. I remember that the children at the orphanage were more afraid of me because the animals avoided my surroundings as if they were unclean. When was the last time you saw an animal after encountering the fog? I think there was only Seogio's cat. Luckily, she liked me. I immediately thought of the cat that had suddenly laid down on my lap. But I had never seen a dog like me, so I was prepared. Even if the dog hates me, at least I don't have to show it on camera. I'm here. Actor. I got out of the car holding a bag filled with several snacks. What makes me nervous? I had read everything from the characteristics of golden retrievers to how to raise them, but I was anxious. We don't understand each other. So how do I tell him not to show that he hates me? Oh, I think it's that house. The place Jinbei pointed to was a country house with a very large yard. I went inside with a nervous mind. Happy. And a few seconds later, I was looking at the sky. What? What just happened? Actor, are you okay? Oh my God. Sorry. Happy. Wake up. Didn't I say you shouldn't run over people? I understood the situation through the cries of Jinbei and the dog owner, and the panting sound above me. As I rolled my eyes while lying down on the grass, I made eye contact with the dog lying down on me. Ha. Hi. Bruce. The dog barked loudly. I could feel the hot wind between my panting mouths. Happy, won't you wake up? The dog owner lifted the dog up, and Jinbei looked at my body. Aren't you dizzy? Shall we go to the hospital? Brother, calm down. It's a grass field. You fell defenseless. Sorry. I should have been right next to you. I used my hand to stop anyone telling me to go to the hospital because I might have a concussion. Anyway, really. Then the owner came over and apologized. Sorry. It's not an excuse. It's never happened like this since he got educated. Oh my, are you hurt? Are you okay? While the owner apologized again, I glanced to the side. The dog was standing at attention, staring at me. I cautiously asked the owner, "How do you see it?" "Yes." "Do you think this friend doesn't like me?" The owner's face was full of question marks at my cautious tone. "You don't like it?" Then, in a completely absurd voice, he raised his finger and pointed to a place. "He's about to drop his tail right now." The dog's tail was spinning like a helicopter. It was written in the book that it was an act of showing affection. I sighed internally. It was good. I can film it. Chapter 258. The movie Shin Yu-young features a high school student and a golden retriever. The main character, Du Yu-young, who has just entered high school, lives alone in a small village in the countryside. Oh, to be exact, I'm not alone. Because he has a god. Shin is a golden retriever raised by Du Yu-young. When Du Yu-young became alone after his grandmother passed away, Shin came to him brightly and stayed by his side. As a golden retriever loves people, Shin was a very active and playful child. On the other hand, Du Yu-young was quiet and calm with no major emotional changes. The movie was introduced a week before summer vacation. As the two bodies change, the full story begins. There are two roles I have to play here. First, Du Yu-young, who entered the soul of God. When he wakes up in his owner's body and has to act like a confused dog. God is confused by the human body, which is significantly different from that of animals, and the fast-moving head. He looked around blankly and said, "Dream," he mutters. And then, surprised by the words that came out of his own mouth, he opens his eyes wide and covers his mouth. Since they are trapped in a human body, the setting is that they use human language, but the author said that considering the difference in intelligence, he will only use easy words. I just smiled quietly at the proud author who thought this was quite logical. Where is the logical part in the story of a human and a dog changing bodies? I had doubts, but stayed quiet. But I didn't want to act like a dog barking. And second, I also have to play Du Yu-young, who is trapped in God's body. I was planning to add my narration to Happy's filming scenes. Du Yu-young, who wakes up as a dog, is embarrassed and records his inner thoughts separately. In fact, it is safe to say that the narration drives the play. It wasn't an easy act. There were many things to consider. First of all, the personality differences between Du Yu-young and Shin are stark. What this means is that the tone of voice of Du Yu-young, who contains the soul of God, and the tone of voice of Du Yu-young, who will enter the narration, must be different. Since it is the same person, the voice will be the same, but everything must be said differently, including pitch, pronunciation, control of strength and weakness, trembling, and vocalization. Only then will viewers be able to easily distinguish between the two characters. There's a lot to practice. No matter how I did the narration, there were a lot of things to worry about. As the mischievous spirit of Shin entered the dull body of Du Yu-young, we had to practice the parts where facial expressions and actions change dramatically. It's the same face, but it becomes a completely different person. Wait for a sec. In some ways, isn't this like two roles for one person? I see. I laughed out loud at what I now realized. Do I have anything to do with dual roles? It wasn't easy to play twins Lee, Jinwoo, and Kong Tail in twins, but this time, how difficult will it be since they aren't even people? We hadn't even started filming yet, but it was overwhelming. But the funniest thing is, it is expected. Even though it was so overwhelming, I wasn't nervous. Of course, there is still pressure. I still feel like I shouldn't cause trouble to the production crew. But despite that, I was happy and excited. Scenes that feel like they are obscured by fog now will become clearer and clearer as you repeat practice. I can't believe I can go through that process again. I'm so lucky. I turned my head to the side and looked at my manager. A kind person who makes eye contact as soon as you look at him. A feeling that was already good arose in those gentle eyes. "Actor, is there anything you want to say?" I smiled and answered the question in a friendly voice. "Hyung-jin Bae. Yes, please speak. Can you please take it away from me?" And he pointed to my knee. To be precise, a dog that clings to my lap and doesn't want to leave. The writer said that before even sending me the script, he first looked for an animal actor to play God. As the soul of the blunt Du Yu-young entered, the dog had to make a blank expression or act as if he was sighing. In other words, a dog with some degree of training and experience in filming was needed. However, he said that casting was not very difficult. He is an agency that works with animal actors and is a casting manager, and he strongly recommended that there is no one better suited for the role than this child. That child was him. His name is Happy. Unlike Shin, who was 4 years old, Happy was a golden retriever who was now 8 years old. He was also at an age where he was very playful and had come out of a period where control was difficult. He has appeared in various movies, dramas, and commercials, and he was even a senior who debuted before me. 3 days ago, the author said this to me. Golden retrievers are famous for liking people. I wondered if he could really control it, but it seemed like he was well trained. In reality, he seemed calmer than me. Did you even see the acting? Then, listen very carefully to what the owner says. Sometimes I smile and then immediately close my mouth. I was surprised when I saw it. He clearly said this. I remember it clearly. And at this moment, I have completely lost trust in the author. Happy, stay away from the actor. Please. The owner with a tired face prayed to my lap. No, to Happy, who was on my lap. But Happy stood firm. There was no sign of any intention of listening to the owner. Happy looked up at me, his whole body pressed against me. It's burdensome. When my bright gaze touched my face, it tickled. I resisted the urge to scratch my face and told the owner. I guess he has a lot of charm. No, because of my education, I don't approach strangers. It was the first time since I was very young that I attacked the actor as soon as I saw him. I always followed what I said. Why is he like this, really? The owner's expression was complicated. And so did I. This is why I don't know how to film, because filming was always important. No matter how smart an animal was, it was difficult to film it if it couldn't be controlled. I think it would be difficult to do this while filming. That's right. I've never had anything like this before, haha. Driving me crazy. The owner now looked like he was going to cry. Whether his master said so or not, Happy was busy rubbing his head against my lap. Then he suddenly turned over. Unlike the overall golden fur, only the belly part was particularly white, which caught my eye. Bruise. Where does it hurt? When I asked hesitantly, Happy licked my hand that was resting on my lap. It's a surprise. For a moment, I thought he was going to eat it. As his hands suddenly became moist and hardened, Happy barked loudly once more. Bruise. What on earth do you want? After thinking for a moment, I carefully placed my hand on Happy's stomach. Is this right? I heard that touching an animal's belly is only possible after an attachment relationship has been formed. Just in case, I only slightly raised my hand, but Happy quickly waggled his tail. It seemed as if he was saying the correct answer, so he started stroking it slowly. It's so soft. It was a completely unfamiliar sensation, as smooth as finely woven silk. After petting for a while, Happy relaxed his entire body. It's heavy. It was not a small dog, but a large dog weighing over 30 kilograms, so its presence was strong. Still, it didn't feel too bad. It felt cozy and heavy, like being covered with a thick winter blanket. While I was moving my hands as if I was possessed without realizing it, I heard a gloomy murmur next to me. Betrayer. It was the owner. I fed him, brushed him, and took care of him for years. You bastard. Are you seeing my face too? You ungrateful bastard. The look in Happy's eyes seemed very vain. I noticed it a little, so I stopped petting it. Bruise. Then Happy barked vigorously as if asking why he was stopping. Then he rubbed his head on my hands and knees, and his every movement was full of regret. Because of that, I was more aware of it. Happy, look at your master's expression. I feel sorry for no reason. But Happy rushed at me as if his owner wasn't even in sight. At this point, I don't know if I'm oblivious or just not paying attention. Is there any other actor who can film? When Brother Jinbei asked, the owner looked embarrassed and answered, I have another golden retriever, but he's a bit older so it might be difficult to move around. What about dog breeds other than golden retrievers? Among the children being educated now dashed. While the two people continued their conversation, I covered Happy's ears with both hands. Of course you can't understand, but just in case. Happy must have been so annoyed that he struggled to pull his ear out of my hand. Stay still, please. Happy couldn't stay still at all. Who on earth said that he listens well? As soon as I returned to Seoul, I thought I would grab the author by the collar. As I put more pressure on the hands covering his ears, Happy's struggling became more severe. A harsh voice came out without me realizing it. Happy, stay still. Then, surprisingly, Happy stopped moving for a moment. Because the growling stopped all at once, the eyes of 3 people, including me, were focused on Happy. What? What did you just do? The owner asked in confusion. I have no idea either. After answering the owner with a look, I looked at Happy, who had frozen and stopped. No way. I slowly opened my mouth, just in case. Happy, stand up. Happy stood up. Happy, sit down. Happy sat down straight away. I gave the last command with a half-hearted mind. Happy, expressionless. Happy, who was panting with his tongue out, immediately closed his mouth. I heard Jinbei taking a deep breath next to me. This is crazy. With the owners muttering in the background, Happy maintained a straight expression. The light in the black eyes that had been bright just a moment ago disappeared and became blurry. When I looked at the lifeless eyes, like frozen eyes, a person came to mind as if passing by. Du Young, the character I have been practicing for the past few days, is so vivid. You were a genius. I couldn't help but laugh out loud as I was shocked. Good job. He slowly stroked Happy's forehead. Unlike the cat, which was limp like liquid, the dog's forehead was much harder than expected. I could feel the hard bones beneath the soft fur. Good job, Happy. As I gently stroked the area around his eyes, Happy smiled and relaxed. He raised his chin as if asking me to touch him here too. So I bent my fingertips and touched him. Kind. Should I bark one more time? Bruise. Bruise. As soon as I finished speaking, a powerful barking sound rang out. The corners of my mouth went up without me knowing. A round nose, sparkling eyes, and even pointed fangs. After gently touching each other in turn, I belatedly found two people staring blankly at me and Happy. I touched it too frantically. When I apologized, the owner shook his head. Are you okay? I'm also happy to see that the two are getting along well. The owner's eyes looking at the sky were blurry, as if he had been greatly shocked. I smiled shyly and said, I'm glad though. I don't think there will be much difficulty filming, right? Is it because of my mood? The owner seemed to be looking at me with disgust. Chapter 259. Yanji, your hair suits you so well. Thank you. After answering Songjun, I looked at the mirror provided in the beauty salon. For filming as Du Young, she dyed her hair brown and permed it slightly. I'm a student, but I feel like I have too much freedom. Although I had my doubts, the artist insisted that I just go with the naturally curly and natural brown setting. I think it would be best to go with a hair that is as similar as possible to the golden-haired god. I didn't refute it because I didn't think it was wrong. I didn't change it that drastically in the first place. It was quite naturally curly brown hair, but it was quite awkward, perhaps because my hair was originally black and straight. On the other hand, Sung Ijun's hair became much shorter than before. I also got a tan to match the fact that I grew up in the countryside, and I was surprised that it suited my darker skin tone better than I expected. This is my first time seeing you with short hair. This is my first time with short hair like this since my debut. Matches well. Song Eun-jun smiled embarrassedly. It was surprising how shy I always was when I said something that didn't really matter. I'm asking just in case. You both forgot about me, right? At that time, Co Gio, who was next to me, intervened. I answered calmly. I didn't forget. They just ignored it. Wow, this is too much. I was hurt. Co Gio playfully mimicked grabbing his chest. Perhaps because there were other people present, the tone of voice was much higher than when it was just the two of them. Co Gio laughed and joked with Song Ei-jun. Did you forget about me? Too? No. I also ignored it like a cereal. This is really too much. Song Eun-jun nice. Thanks to Song Ei-jun, who made the first move with an innocent face, Co Gio really hardened. I smiled quietly as I looked at Co Gio, who was frozen without even being able to control his facial expression. At that time, the hairstylist who was touching my hair intervened. You guys are closer than you think. I was surprised to hear that the three of us were appearing in the same movie. Is it so? Huh. Should I say it's an unexpected combination? I knew about Lee Jun, but I didn't know that Gio entered your fishing grounds. Fishing grounds? What fishing ground? As I looked at him in confusion, the hairstylist chuckled. Why? You are famous for seducing people. People say Bambi's fishing grounds are open. Are you serious? When I asked hesitantly, the hair designer looked surprised and asked if he didn't know. The list of Bambi's fishing grounds was compiled and posted. Didn't you see the post? Didn't the manager show you? What is that? As soon as I turned around, Jinbei smiled shyly. I was going to tell you, but I was also on the list. I was dumbfounded when I heard that I wanted to hide it as much as possible out of embarrassment. I'm so embarrassed that I can't speak. Please show me quickly. You just don't see it. Quickly. At my urging, Jinbei hesitated and handed me his cell phone. The article in question was confusing starting from the title. Title: List of Bambine Fishing Grounds as of 20, Real-Time Recruitment. 1. Manager Yanji Lee. To us, he is famous as Manager On. He lives with Bambi and sees him 24 hours a day. I envy him the most. Someone put together a photo of Bambi holding on to Manager's jacket, so check it out at this link. 2. Lee Jong-hyun. Of course, Bambi's dad cannot be left out. Need more explanation? He leaves his spacious house behind and often goes to Bambi's house to sleep. If you go to Inta, there are a lot of pictures of Bambi. 3. No Bae-hyuk. The youngest member of the new male idol Nate. As a Bambi alumnus, he was famous even before his debut. That's the girl I danced with in the Bambi sneakers commercial. He also said that he almost lived at Bambi's house before his debut. 4. Lee Eun-taek. He is a member of the same group as No Bae-hyuk. At some point, the three of them, No Bae-hyuk and Bambi, started hanging out together, and now they called Bambi Baby. Bambi official. This is someone who has known her since she was young. I don't know how she became friends. 5. Song Ijun. Jin Shin, who went to Italy together. I heard that they are both quiet and introverted, so they are quite close. They even live in the same apartment. 6. Choi In-jun. A space member of the generation above Nate. A true by Yeonheim, famous for having Bambi as her phone wallpaper. In fact, when I turn on Labong, I only talk about Bambi for a long time. 7. Kong Se-hyun. Space leader. Kong Se-hyun doesn't mention Bambi as often as Choi In-jun, but it seems like they meet up regularly, as she posts pictures from time to time. Just last week, she posted a photo of herself painting together in her studio. 8. Wow, when does it end? My hand hurts. Anyway, number 8. Yoon Kang-yeon, director of Bambi's first movie Twins. I brought this meme because I thought it was funny how he kept saying he wanted to make another movie with Bambi during recent interviews. Haha. Looking at the behind-the-scenes video of the two of them when they went to the Cannes Film Festival, it seemed like they were quite close. In addition, Lily Sweetie and Mia Brown, the co-stars of Lily Sweetie's music video, and the two of them were also filmed having fun at a party, were recently added. Oh, and he's also close with the kid who played the younger version of Horn in Killing Horn. There was an uproar because Bambi was filmed holding Bambi affectionately at Nade Labong. Iljin is like the best father ever, ha ha ha. Afterwards, it took an hour just to organize the memes. Anyway, we are recruiting for Bambi's fishing ground. Come and get some fish, happy face. Actually, I am the first fish. Why was Han Se-young left out? He also keeps mentioning Bambi. She said she wants to film a proper drama with Bambi. Oh, that's right. I will add it after the academy is over. Is this not Bambi or a nine-tailed fox? The summary article is so sincere. Haha. Why? Are buy-ins so crazy? How's the water at the top? Where I am, it's so bad I can't see the light. Whether it is upper water or lower water, it is meaningless as long as it is within a fishing ground. If there is no light, look at Bambi. He shines. If you look at Bambi's photo once a day, you don't need to take vitamin D, okay? The above is a bit scary. Take it back. I handed the cell phone back to Jinbei with a very excited expression. That's why I told you. I know. From now on, I shouldn't just try to find out. I closed my eyes tightly from the pounding headache. Would you like me to be here when this movie is released? Seo muttered while looking at Jinbei's cell phone. This guy is such a kid too. Should I say there is no change? I was so upset for a moment that I pinched Seo's side. When you have time to think about that, just practice. Evil. It hurts. Because I said it hurts. Seo grumbled and sat down on the chair in the beauty salon. Unlike me and Seonjin, Seo's styling didn't change much. In the play, both appear as Yu Young's close friends, but Seo's role is not as large as Song I-jun's. I wondered if Seo would be disappointed after reading the script, but he liked it just because he had a supporting role and not a minor role. They said it was now the start in earnest, and it wasn't bad to see them fighting. It's already June. I couldn't believe that half of the year had passed. I'll be a high school student in just half a year. Is this correct? It was scary and confusing that time was passing so quickly. It seems like only yesterday that I was eating tteokbokki with Park Hoon and No Bae-hyuk after elementary school, but now we are scattered. Park Houn was already looking into various high schools to enroll in medical school, and No Bai Hyuk, like a rookie male idol, made a comeback after 3 months. I was planning to move to Gozeong, Gangwon-do next week and stay there for 3 months. At that moment, I remembered a conversation I had with Park Houn a few months ago. Everything will be different in the future, right? Until a few years ago, we used to see each other every day at school. I'm already upset because it seems like we'll grow apart in the future. What did I say then? I think we answered that even if everything were different, and even if we ended up growing apart, we should try our best to make sure that doesn't happen. Am I trying right now? Well, it seems like that. I also thought, what should I do if I become so busy that I don't have time to ask questions again? Look at this. If I think about it again, I'm worrying about nothing. Even though I know it, anxiety comes to me, and it disappears with a light sigh, quietly, like sea water sneaking up in the dark. When I'm anxious, I'm told to focus on the present moment. I took a breath, remembering the doctor's words. Are you okay? Just focus on the moment in front of you. Even if your running direction goes wrong, it's okay because there are many people who can correct you. Bambi's fishing ground. Rather than using absurd words, there are many truly precious people around me. And above all, isn't there a fog for me? My most precious friend and family that can't be compared to anything else. I want to see the fog. My everything that cannot be replaced by anyone. When I thought about the fog, my eyes slowly closed. Seonji sleeps. Let him sleep. I still need to get one more perm done. People's voices spread chaotically through my ears. The familiar feeling of falling into a hazy sleep. Is it because I now know the sight I will soon see in front of me? Oh my, look at this guy. Wow, it's cute. Are you smiling in your sleep now? Manager, this is a photo. Oh, you're already filming. I slowly relaxed, feeling the corners of my mouth rise without my knowledge. Along with the feeling of being disconnected, a familiar black space came into view. If I were to describe my relationship with fog these days in one word, what would it be? Pastiness? Stability? Comfort? I felt as if we were one body and shared consciousness. It's already been about 4 years since I first met the fog. As I have grown, the fog has also become much more mature than when I first met him. Seonji. Ugh. Of course, running around like a child didn't change. Isn't it too much to rush at him like an adult instead of a child? I picked it up out of habit, but it was so heavy that my hands were shaking. Who are you today? It's my first time seeing you. I don't know either. I chose a random person I saw on the street. The fog smiled brightly. Although he was a stranger I had never seen in my life, his unique way of speaking and the raised corners of his mouth told me that it was fog. He had lovely clear eyes whenever I saw him. But I know how sad these eyes can become distorted. Me too. I want a body. So next to you, I know you're a fool. I know it's nonsense. Just the day when the fog hugged me, shedding tears. The day I quietly whispered that I wanted to have a body too. Since I still haven't found a solution to the problem, I've been avoiding talking about that day. Even the fog looked clear and bright now, as if something like that had never happened before. I was worried that he might be sad alone, but I couldn't bear to ask him, because I still haven't found a solution. Why? Should I change it to something else? Is there anyone you want? I shook my head lightly at the smiling fog. Doesn't exist. Do what you want to do. Don't look at me. If you want to do something, do it. Really? Is it okay to be mean to Yanji? Are you just swearing? If you want to do it, do it. The fog thought for a moment and then shouted playfully. No. What if Yunjae starts to hate me? I chuckled. No, I still like you. Chapter 260. The fog looked at me silently. After staring at him for a while, I tilted my head and the guy wrinkled his nose and smiled. Hi. I love cereals. The raised corners of his mouth were full of joy. Why is this happening all of a sudden? I was surprised, but I laughed along. I like you too. No, the fog answered confidently. She was quite lovely. Then the guy with his face buried in my shoulder whispered softly. Actually, in the past, I was a little envious of the people around Yanji. I also wanted a body. I already said this last time The fog smiled shyly, as if it was embarrassed. And I just froze. Suddenly, I can't do it. I was still incompetent on this topic of conversation. I still don't know how to solve it. There was no time to prepare. Several months had passed, and I was at a loss when the story suddenly became a hot topic. Then the fog rubbed its forehead against my shoulder as if it was okay. But I think it's okay now. You think about me even when you can't see me. And right now, no one can interfere when we're alone. So, I heard a small whisper saying that if we add up the time we spent thinking about each other, we would be the closest. I was first shocked by the fact that Fog used the difficult word summation, and secondarily by how mature the words were, uncharacteristic of Fog. I don't know what to say. Perhaps, because I had so much to say, I was confused about what to say first. After a long time, the only words I finally got out were this. How did you know? What? I only think about you. As soon as the fog heard my question, it burst into laughter. As if I was asked a question by an odd child. As if I thought it was cute. Haha, how could you not know that? That's how you show it. I don't think I've ever shown it like that. No, the tea is great. The fog, smiling brightly like a flower in full bloom, faced me. And even if Yanji hadn't revealed it, I would have known. How? I said so. I think about cereals all day long. The eyes I met contained only me clearly. I patted the fog's back out of habit. Are you really okay? Even if there is no body in the future. In fact, I think it's better that I'm not human. I can save you whenever Yanji is in danger. The bouncy voice was full of a kindness that did not fit. I hesitated for a moment, and this time buried my face deeply in the fog's shoulder. Hi, I feel good. The fog hummed and hummed. The moment I heard a small hum, I had a hunch that you will like him the most in this world. More than anything else, maybe even more than myself. We're in big trouble. Don't you think it's already too late to avoid it? I closed my eyes and sighed. It's already scary. It was a feeling too big and heavy for me to handle. Just the thought of the fog disappearing or that we might never see each other again was dizzying. Like Jinbei, like Baihyuk and Han. Will there come a moment when your relationship changes? Would I be able to handle that at that time? Isn't that too cruel? I still can't even wonder about you. Even if you disappear without a word like last time, there's nothing I can do. I once again recalled the doctor's words, saying that there can be no preparedness in any relationship, and that I should accept this. Damn, it didn't help at all. Resentment welled up in me. If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have liked you. I thought to myself, but I knew better than anyone else that it was actually close to impossible. I just hoped that not much would change quickly, and leaned into the embrace of a fog that was bigger than me. Yanji, didn't you sleep? Han Haram, who had managed to come into my arms, whispered. I laughed weakly at the tickling whisper. Little, you look tired. I'm tired. Actually, I got enough sleep. The problem is that my anxiety about fog, which I had forgotten about for several years, has resurfaced. It was quite annoying, but I couldn't get rid of it easily, so I was in a difficult position. The doctor advised that even if there is no solution to a problem, a lot of things can be improved just by telling someone about it. If it was a problem that was difficult for me to talk about, I was constantly told to speak up, even through my manager or friends. So I acted. Like that all along. It's actually gotten a lot better. But tell someone about the fog. There was no one I could confide in about the fog. It wasn't a lack of trust. From Jinbei Hyung to Baihyuk and Jiangyan Hyung, I truly believed in the people around me. That's why I can't say anything more. Because I know that as much as they care about me, they are people who will wander around the country and do everything they can to bring me back to normal. It can't be dismissed as a mental illness. Above all, Foggy was not a child who should be treated like that. Just because I'm having a bit of a hard time, I shouldn't make things difficult for the fog. Now is the time to be patient. I wonder if there is a way. It can't be helped. Let's just hold on as usual until we see a clear number. After coming to that conclusion, I forced myself to raise the corners of my mouth. Are you okay? Haram. It doesn't look okay at all. It's not okay now. But it'll be okay. Everything will be okay with time. In fact, I had a strong desire to believe that. Han Haram pursed his lips at my words and nodded after a while. Okay, I hope you get better soon. The sullen voice sounded like fog. Seeing that similar aspect made me feel slightly better. Han Haram, be careful and go to school while I can't see you. Got it. Recite again what I said earlier. First, don't follow even if someone you don't know gives you something. Second, if you feel even the slightest bit strange, don't do it. Third, dashed. Han Haram folded his fingers one by one and recited the precautions one after another. 18th, Don't follow even if someone says you know mom and dad. Good. Good job. I stroked Han Haram's head with satisfaction. For the time being, I had to film in Goziang on weekdays and attend school on weekends, so I didn't have time to meet Han Haram. I was anxious that something might happen in the meantime, so I even taught him simple self-defense moves. If you are in a dangerous situation, avoid it at all costs. If you are in a situation where you can't avoid it, then walk on the opponent's feet first and knock them down. If someone has a higher vision than you should make them lower their vision first. Never do anything that puts you in danger. Jinbei and I will take responsibility for what happens next, so don't let your guard down and do whatever it takes to make sure it doesn't happen again. Xianji's expression is scary. Listen seriously. You bastard. Don't ask, how many crimes are committed against elementary school students these days? To be honest, I wanted to get him to drop out of school and homeschool him. From what I see, Sung Eunjun also grew up really well. But it's not my child. Let's stop here. I held back what I wanted to say more and asked Han Haram. We'll see each other in a month. Until then, don't get hurt. Got it? Huh. But what if your grandmother or grandfather asks you for help? Can I help you with that? What have you heard so far? I closed my eyes tightly and took a deep breath. Hold on, you're a kid. I opened my mouth slowly so as not to get angry. Haram. Adults don't ask children for help. If there is a person like that, don't deal with them. And call mom right away. What if mom doesn't answer the phone? Then what should I do? Then, I tried to tell them to call 112 or 119. But the eyes I met were clear, as if they already knew the answer. At that moment, I could see this little child's thoughts, and I couldn't help but chuckle. Funny enough, my anger went away right away. Well, then you can call me. LOL. I will. Han Haram held up his hand and said he would make a promise. I shook my head and held out my little finger. He won't even remember everything when he grows up. I was a little sad to think that Han Haram would vaguely remember me when he grew up. I looked at Han Haram, who was smiling brightly, and then hugged him. Ugh, Yanji, I'm suffocating. Instead, I just have to remember. Are you okay? That was enough for now. We arrived at a village in Goziang, which was the filming location for the movie Shin Yu Yang. Perhaps because it is located above Sokcho, I could feel the salty sea breeze in the air. I have to practice as soon as I unpack. Fortunately, the filming schedule was not too tight. For the time being, we were only planning to film scenes at Yu Young's house. Scenes featuring Song Yijun, Seo Gio, and other characters were postponed as much as possible. As do Yu Young and Shin's emotions are the most important. The production team was considerate of investing a lot of filming time on me and Happy. You can unpack your luggage here. Yes, thank you. The accommodation was a pension slightly away from the filming location. It was a little shabby on the outside, but it was nice and comfortable once inside. Best of all, I could see the sea from inside the room. Without realizing it, I grabbed my suitcase and ran straight out to the terrace. Brother, I can see the sea. A soft laugh was heard from behind, and Jinbei approached. Right. It's the sea. It was very small because it was far away, but the sea is still the sea. In front of the pension, there were various types of trees and houses lined up in a row. The smell of midsummer came from the green trees under the clear sky. It's peaceful. I definitely tried to practice as soon as I got to the dorm. As I was exposed to the warm sunlight, my body did not move. It was as if time had stopped while I was standing on the terrace. Bruise. A familiar sound was heard from underneath the terrace. At the same time, I made eye contact with Jinbei. Huh. They both laughed at the same time. I guess Happy came too. The filming starts tomorrow, so how about going for a walk with Happy? Can I go out with Happy alone? Jinbei hesitated before answering my question. Yes, I will follow behind. That's not a walk, it's a tailing. I will keep my distance to the point where I don't even feel like I'm popular. I chuckled as I watched Jinbei speak in a solemn tone. Actually, it didn't matter whether I went with Happy or 3 with Jinbei. After receiving permission from the owner, I grabbed the lead attached to Happy. Happy, let's go. Bruise. The guy who shouted with good timing as if he really understood made me laugh. I don't know. Maybe it was even funnier because I felt Jinbei Hyung sneaking behind me. What are you trying to hide with that size? Anyway, he was a really funny person. Still, I can't hear the conversation at this distance. As I was thinking about that, a sudden thought occurred to me and I stopped. Wait for a sec. Someone who won't think I'm mentally ill even if I bring up the topic of fog. A person who will listen to me silently even if I speak out of order. I looked at Happy, who was smiling brightly with his red tongue sticking out. Are you here? I found an unexpected solution. Chapter 261. Do you think this is too much? Bruce. When I think about that time, my blood pressure still goes up. Don't be curious about anything. Is there a myth called Pandora's box for no reason? I'm a human too, but it's too much. Happy grumbled while brushing his fur. There was still a lot of time left to film, and it was easier to talk. Thanks to Jinbei Hyung leaving the room. I know there's nothing wrong with the fog. He's probably listening to this right now too. When we meet later at night, there's nothing we can say, so we'll just groan. Sometimes it feels like they're trying to criticize me with cuteness, which makes me even more obnoxious. It's cute, but you know what I want to say, right? Bruce. Okay. It's better because you understand. Confiding in Happy about the fog was more effective than I expected. I wondered if it was any different from talking to a wall, but strangely enough, he seemed to really understand what I was saying. I should have tried it sooner. Of course, I knew that the fog would be listening to this conversation. Maybe the being who warned me not to be curious about anything could be watching. So what should I do? But I wasn't curious right now. I was just chatting behind my back, more confidently than anyone else. Is it correct to call it a face-to-face conversation at this level? In any case, the important thing is that the line requested was not crossed. I didn't ask anyone to look into it, nor did I search for it myself. If you say anything about this, it's really mean. He pouted his lips and patted Happy. Thank you for listening to me. Happy. Ha. I passed by Happy's moist nose and smoothed out his hard forehead. The guy growled as if he was happy. Meanwhile, I glanced at the clock on the wall. Wow. An hour has already passed. He said it somehow left a sweet taste in his mouth. I see you said a lot. Once I opened my mouth, the words I had been suppressing for so long poured out without stopping, and I couldn't stop. But even though we talked for an hour, I wasn't tired at all. On the contrary, it was even refreshing. Still nothing was resolved, and I still didn't know what to do. I could feel my anxiety subsiding surprisingly. I can't help it either. I once again realized that humans are social animals. A weak being who can survive only by constantly interacting with someone. Is it strange if I find comfort in the fact that I am just a human being? Bruce. Okay, I'll touch you again. Wow, it doesn't give you time to think deeply. When the hand that was stroking him stopped, Happy couldn't help it and barked. I chuckled at the sight of him rubbing his face against my hand, asking me to touch him quickly. Your fur has become so soft. Looks like brushing really works. I started brushing because I was a bit reluctant to leave the child alone and talk. Compared to an hour ago, the fur was noticeably softer. It's like golden silk. Because of the sunlight that came through the floor at that moment, Happy, who was lying on my lap, looked shiny. Mr. Yanji. Happy, it's time for snacks soon. Can I take you with me? At that time, the owner showed his face at the end of the yard. Yes. Sure. Happy, go get a snack. Bruce. Happy got up and quickly ran towards his owner. It was running so fast that the dirt in the yard was flying everywhere. You leave without even looking back, that bastard. Actor, did you have a good time? When the owner and Happy disappeared, Jinbei approached. Yes, thank you for making room. Thanks to you, I think I've become a lot closer to Happy. Fortunately, when I nodded, Jinbei smiled. If you have anything else to ask, please feel free to ask. Don't feel pressured. The voice that said that was as sweet and gentle as always. I looked into his gentle eyes and immediately asked, Hyung, have you ever had a hard time working as a manager? They say they hate me or feel resentful of me. Suddenly, it's just that, while I was reading the script, I kept thinking about you. This was especially true when thinking about God. Like many pets, Shin also had to stay home alone when Du Young was at school. A life of quietly waiting for the owner to return home. Seeing his blind and loyal appearance, as if he lived only for his master, I couldn't help but think of Jinbei, because he is someone who cares about me more than himself. How can that be? On the other hand, I also had doubts. Actually, switching bodies with Du Young isn't such a bad situation from Shin's perspective, because the original body has clear limitations. Yes, of course. They can eat a variety of foods that dogs cannot eat, and they can move freely without any restrictions. Above all, there was no need to wait any longer. A heartless owner who doesn't know when he will return home. Despite the various benefits that come with just a little thought, Shin speaks to Du Yu Young with a bright face. Together, let's find a way to get back to the way things were. Honestly, I think I would have felt bad about it. I think it wouldn't be bad if it stayed like this. However, no such emotions appear in the script at all. I was so amazed that Shin had no intention of taking Du Yu Young's body. At the same time, I thought of Jinbei. Is it true that there has never been a time when I wanted my own position? It's not like my brother hasn't acted before. Although it was my first and last work that I filmed poorly during my club days, I don't know what would have happened if my brother had continued acting since then. Maybe I got to know my brother as a fellow actor rather than as my manager. I think it would be unfair if I were your older brother. I was able to receive all the attention and awards I received while acting because of my brother's help, but I take all the spotlight. Of course, without my brother's help, I wouldn't have liked acting as much or been able to focus on it. He's such an amazing and wonderful person. I was worried that I would get tired of being in the shadow of my manager. It's a feeling that any human being can't help but feel. But as soon as Jinbei heard what I said, he immediately raised his eyebrows. The actor is. Really? I think you're only thinking about other people. Why were you so worried? Do you think I'll leave? I'm scared of my brother leaving, but it's just. I think my brother will be happy. I'm happy because I have my brother, but it's so unfair if he's not. Huh, I don't think it was that funny. I glanced at Jinbei, who was smiling happily. I was being serious. Sorry. Because it's so cute. Please answer quickly. Do not worry. I swear, I've never once had a complaint. The job of manager is a great fit for me, and more than anything, I really like being an actor. Really? Have you ever had any difficulties? Jinbei thought about it for a while before answering my question. Are you saying I can't solve all of your problems? Every time I feel that limitation, it's very painful. Even that seems very manager-like. At my words, Jinbei let out a small laugh. Then he answered in a playful voice. Maybe God isn't that different from me. What? What if Shin's thoughts about Du Yu Young are similar to how I think about the actor? Shin just wants Du Yu Young to be happy and healthy. She would want nothing more than that. Although Jinbei spoke lightly, it was a very heavy word to me. I held my breath for a moment. How can people do this? No matter how greedy you may be, you still have to put yourself first. Even if we feel like family and care for each other, in the end we are just strangers. I was hesitating about what to say. What do you think, actor? Yes. Would Du Yu Young be happy? There was a gentle smile in the eyes looking at me. I looked at the wave for a moment. You might not think so yourself, but objectively it is. Since it's a happy ending, wouldn't you be happier by the end? More than anything, Du Yu Young has a god. Okay. Jinbei nodded and quickly continued speaking. Then the actor must be happy too. Because I am there. I looked at my brother for a moment and nodded. Yes, I am happy. What a relief. That's enough for me. Jinbei smiled and said that he had become happy thanks to my words. Soon I whispered softly. So will God. If Du Yu Young is happy, God will definitely be happy too. Is that so? Yes, I think so. That's interesting. Just counting the time I spent practicing to perfectly play Du Yu Young and Shin, it was well over a month. While practicing, they sometimes felt unfamiliar, and sometimes they felt like close friends. But I have never felt this much affection. I slowly laughed. Isn't it too much of a manager? Yes. Jinbei looked puzzled. Still, it's your first filming, so you should give yourself time to be nervous. What should I do if I make people tired like this? I was so relaxed because of my brother that I complained and asked if I would take responsibility if I overslept tomorrow. Even though it was a ridiculous statement, Jinbei smiled and answered like this. It's okay. I just need to wake you up. He really doesn't say a word. I lightly pressed my forehead against my brother's shoulder in protest. My brother's low laughter continued. That's how I was able to greet the first filming of my second movie warmer than anyone else. Yanji, are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. In response to my answer, the director smiled and said he was kind to me. We will film until just before the cut, where Shin runs into Du Yu Young. Check the camera movement again. Please ask the lighting team to do the same as during the rehearsal. All right. Now then, next year, let's start filming Shin Yu Young, which will be the first 10 million movie. When the director shouted loudly, the staff laughed. We'll start filming soon. Please everyone turn their cell phones to silent mode. The commotion gradually died down, and silence soon came. The staff, Jinbei, and Happy were all looking at me. With all cameras and eyes on me, I quietly closed my eyes. And I thought of Yu Young. You are floating around, unable to settle down anywhere. As your name suggests, Yu Young, Yo Young. You probably think of yourself now as a loner who wanders from place to place. It might not be the right thing to say in a situation where I need to make those feelings my own, but you'll be fine. I know your ending. I know how happy you will be. Camera stand by, so you don't have to be anxious alone anymore. All the emotions you will feel in the future. Action, because I will feel it too. Chapter 262. Morning scene of a quiet house. It was quiet except for the occasional sound of the window shaking in the wind. I was lying quietly in bed. Will you come today too? I counted the seconds in my mind. 1. I might not come today. 2. What will I say if you come here like this? 3. Yes. I knew it. For some reason it took so long this time. 4. I was up for no reason. I'll sleep better. The moment I was sighing like that. Ring. The landline phone next to the bed rang loudly. Huh. I let out the breath I had been holding. You came today too. After sighing, I washed my face dry. What annoyed me the most was that I felt momentary relief. I nervously picked up the phone. Hello. Are you young? This is your mom. It's time to go to school. Are you ready? The kindness that accompanies the voice heard over the phone was the same. He responded without hiding his ridicule. I can take care of it. I said you don't have to take care of me like this. That's because I'm worried. It's not normal to live there alone without any adults. After that, the same repertoire was always followed. A nagging question asking how long I will be alone there. It's already been 3 years since my grandmother passed away. How long is she going to stay there? This is home. Then where should I go? I can live with my mom. There's your room here too. Are you saying I just need to come physically? Under. It was so absurd that I couldn't help but laugh. How do I get there? You and the kid there must be very uncomfortable. What is this guy? I should say stepdad. And it's your younger brother. So why are you uncomfortable? He will be happy to have a brother too. We're only half-blood related. So how can he be my younger brother? I felt like I wanted to retort, but I held back because I didn't want to start a fight in the morning. It's okay. I feel comfortable here. There is nothing needed. Don't make me say the same thing on the phone in the future. I was about to say that I wouldn't have to call from now on, but quickly changed my mind. Then, I might not really do it. It was obvious that my mother would forget me like that. You've been grumpy since morning. Okay. Have a good day today too. I'll call you tomorrow. Use your cell phone, not your home phone. The only person who calls me with this is my mom. Why? Aside from that, it would be nice to check on what you have at home as well. It's easy to say that you will keep an eye on them. Uh-huh. When I threw out a sarcastic remark, what came back was a faint sigh. I quickly became anxious. I was shaking my legs, feeling like I was going to get scolded, and was smoothing out the crooked phone cord. Mom, I have to go to work now. Let's call tomorrow. Have a nice day today. Should I say sorry for complaining? Does your mom tell you to have a good day? 2. Just as I was hesitating for a moment, the person on the other end hung up first. 2DDU. I listened to the sound indicating that the signal was lost for a moment, and then slowly put the phone down. The house became quiet again. Warm morning sunlight came through the window. The weather is nice. I was just staring blankly at the sunlight. At that time, a small sound began to reach my ears. Tuduk, tuduk. A subtle sound like sand falling on the beach. Each time the sharp claws touched the floor, the sound came closer and closer. Peek. A windy laugh came out of my mouth. What the? As if being overcome by a big wave, my depressed mood disappeared at once. A small sound that did not fit my size rang around me. I looked at the door with a smile on my face. God, don't worry and come here. Bruise. At my words, Shin, who had been loitering in the next room, came running straight onto the bed. Where have you been since this morning? Do you like it when you go for a walk alone without me? Bruise. What? Look how confident you are. God's feet were wet with dirt, as if he had just taken a leisurely walk through the village alone. Thanks to this, the blanket got dirty, but I didn't really care. As I tickled the guy's chin with my finger, the god laughed with his pink tongue sticking out. It's cute. Ha ha. God's black eyes were filled with only me. It was a look in his eyes that filled my heart just by looking at him. So much so, that I feel sorry for thinking that I was lonely just a moment ago. I'm hungry. Let's have breakfast. Bruise. Today, I will give you a special mixture of chicken. As if he understood what I said, The god's tail moved more excitedly. On the way to the kitchen, Shin kept bumping his body against my leg. Hold on a little. I'll give. You're giving it to me? My body also swayed due to the large body rushing towards me. Bruise. No. I told you to just wait a little longer. Bruise. Bruise. Wow, you're really impatient. Who on earth does this guy look like? I was even more distracted by God tapping my leg from below and urging me on. As soon as he put down the bowl, he was busy eating. In the meantime, I prepared his lunch and changed into his school uniform. And I looked at the clock hanging on the wall. I have to run. I was on the verge of being late. I quickly put my feet into my sneakers and went out into the yard. Shin, don't eat lunch early and stay calm. I'll come back from school. Bruise. When I'm bored, I play with the kids. Got it. After stroking the guy's forehead, I went outside. As I was running towards the school, I turned around and saw God looking at me in the same posture. I burst out laughing at his honest appearance. Cute bastard. Mom said that earlier. Isn't it usually difficult to live alone? What Mom said was wrong. Because I didn't live alone. I met God 3 years ago, not long after my grandmother passed away. My mother, who had me as soon as I turned 20, left me in the care of my grandmother as soon as I was born and left for Seoul. My mom came to see me once a month. Although my grandmother lived in the countryside, it still had everything she needed. There were other kids my age, and since we were one of the few, we grew up bonding even more closely. After growing up a bit and learning that a normal family has a mother and a father, I asked my mother, "Who is my father and where is he?" My mother avoided answering with a troubled look on her face, and after that, the number of times she came to see me decreased. I regretted asking. It wasn't anything special. Hey Sue, who lives across the street, lost her father in an accident when she was young, and Jean Yun, who goes to the same school, had to send her mother away due to illness. Not knowing who my father was wasn't really that much of a problem, because I have a grandmother. My grandmother is reputed to be the scariest person in town. Even my friends, who are famous for not listening to words, would blink at my grandmother's words. My grandmother always stood by my side reliably. So, it's safe to say that the real problem started after my grandmother passed away. You young, do you want to go to Seoul with Mom? My mother asked me carefully as I stood blankly holding my grandmother's ashes. I looked at her quietly and shook my head. At the time, my mother had just remarried and had not long since given birth to a baby. I didn't want to be a blemish on a perfect family, and most of all, I didn't want to leave a house that was still filled with my grandmother's scent. So I got lost. He kicked out friends who came to the house and did not answer calls from his mother. Was it really bothering me that I insisted on not going to Seoul until the end, even though I was acting like a crazy person? One day, my mother brought a small dog. I heard that my friend's dog gave birth to a baby this time. I brought it because I thought of you. Is not it cute? At that time, dogs were so small that you could lift them with one hand. I was just shaking. I didn't particularly like dogs, and I found it quite annoying that they kept clinging to me. Mom left a few bags of food and toys and left for Seoul again. I felt so bothered by the dog that was constantly teasing me next to me. I'll have to ask them to take him with them. I should tell my mom that I don't need her and let her raise me. When I told my mother to take me back when she came to visit a few months later, she smiled and waved her hand. I can't raise a puppy because my mom has a baby at home. Then what do you do with him? Just find a new owner. Don't worry. If you post something in a cafe or something like that, you'll probably get a lot of people saying they'll take you there, right? If it doesn't work out, you can return it to your friend's house. Mom answered, so calmly. The tone of speech was indifferent, as if it were an insignificant matter. I looked blankly at my mom, who was searching various things on her phone. At that time, I felt a gesture tapping my thigh. Even though several months passed and his gestures doubled in size, he was still a dog who had not even been given a name. Even though I didn't even talk to him first, the dog followed me around, wondering what was so good about it. Oh, the adoption cafe is here. Mom, I'll post something. A hot, wet tongue touched my stiff hand. The soft feel of the tongue, the moist nostrils, even the sticky saliva. Until now, it had been an unpleasant sensation. No, I'll raise it. I'll raise it, so don't post anything. That was the first time I touched a dog's forehead. The dog was busy wagging its tail and enjoying it. I don't even know how I feel about myself. Don't like it. It's because I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you because you don't care about anyone, no matter where you are. So don't like me that much. The fur of the dog I first touched was much softer than I expected. I became even more miserable. If you're having a hard time raising someone, tell me. Mom will solve it. Got it. That won't happen, so don't worry about it. Why are you becoming more and more persnickety? Aren't you past puberty? The winter of my first year of middle school, I decided to get a dog. The dog was given a foreign name, Sin. God has been by my side every single moment for the past 3 years, and he has grown so much that he is no longer what he was when I first saw him. On the weekends, I took the bus and went far to buy food and toys, and I also asked the man next door to order a barrier to cut the dog's fur. Since it was my first time, it was full of immaturity. There was a time when I accidentally cut off too much fur, and there was a puncture on Shin's side. And there was a time when the child suddenly vomited all night long, and I had to run around the village crying. So I became a freshman in high school this year. And still, with God, that day was just an ordinary day. I barely managed to avoid being late, chatted with my friends, went to class, and ran home as soon as school ended. Before the sunset, I went for one more walk with Shin and met his friends in the alley. After washing my muddy shoes, I also took a shower. After dinner, I stretched out on the floor and looked at the night sky. Is it because of my mood? The moon seems unusually bright today. Bruise. After a small talk with God, I went to my room to sleep. It was really a day no different from usual. So, this situation makes no sense anymore. Why? At first I thought I was dreaming. It was strange that I woke up on God's favorite cushion, not on the bed I had been lying on before going to sleep. And as I got up, I immediately realized something was wrong. What's this? I looked blankly at my hand, or rather, at the dog's paw in sight. And then I opened my mouth to say something. But what escaped my mouth? Bruise? It was a dog sound. It wasn't an expletive, it was really a dog sound. Dog sound. The sound a dog makes. I couldn't believe what I heard and stayed quiet for a while. At that moment, there was only one thought that passed through my mind. That's it. Chapter 263. God really liked his master. Bruise. I said I understand. Stop looking at me. No matter how much he rubbed his body, the owner never pushed him away, even if he made an annoyed face. If the owner bothered him while he was sleeping, he would unconsciously reach out and touch himself. The owner likes me. After talking with friends who live in other houses, I became even more confident. The fact that there will be no one who will love me and take better care of me as much as my owner. Therefore, God was very happy. However, his master sometimes looked blank. God couldn't figure out why. All he could do was to wander around him frantically and not be able to think about anything else. It was a night when the limitations felt especially frustrating. Is it because of my mood? The moon seems unusually bright today. Bruise. Shin looked at Du Yuyang and the night sky and made a wish. Please make Yuyang happy. Please make the things I'm worried about feel trivial. It was one of the common wishes. Doesn't everyone make a wish like this at least once? God, this night was just that. So, it's not like God wanted this situation either. Is this a dream? The God who woke up in a human body muttered blankly. Next to him, Du Yuyang, who had woken up in the body of a dog, looked like she had been hit by a direct hit. Du Yuyang, who woke up before Shin, moved his body to understand the situation. He hesitated a little, perhaps because it was awkward to walk on all fours, but the movement of jumping onto the bed seemed quite natural. My body, that is, Du Yuyang, was sleeping soundly in the bed. Du Yuyang hesitated for a while, and then tapped the person with his foot. Why don't you wake up like this? I was cautious at first, but my foot movements gradually became stronger. You? What? The sound of a person regaining consciousness was heard only after being hit hard enough to shake the body. Du Yuyang opened her mouth to come to her senses. Bruise. And he froze at the sound of a dog coming out of his mouth. While Du Yuyang was making a vain face, Shin, who had woken up in Du Yuyang's body, was also feeling an unfamiliar sensation. Fingers that move freely, vision that is much higher than usual, and even a head that is constantly spinning. After muttering that it might be a dream, he gasped and covered his mouth at the words that came out of his mouth. Du Yuyang was looking at the scene with confusion. God looked at the dog that looked like him. You? Infant. Is it Yuyang? Du Yuyang nodded twice without saying a word. The God who had entered his body still blinked his eyes and tilted his head as if he still couldn't believe this situation. Have we changed? Body? Each other. Du Young nodded again. Why? How do I know that? At such an innocent question, Du Young looked at God with distraught eyes. Why this? What should I do? What should I do? The god rushed towards the owner with a very anxious face, in a desperate voice as if asking for an answer. Du Young forgot the situation in front of her for a moment and reached out and patted her foot without realizing it. Yu Young, I'm scared. I'm more scared. You bastard. Du Young rubbed his head against God with complicated feelings. Since I couldn't speak or write, this was the only thing I could do right now. After sniffling for a while, Shin gradually accepted reality as he felt the warm body temperature from Du Young. It was a time when Du Young and Shin kept quiet like that. Du Young, did you forget your promise today? A loud voice was heard outside the door. He was Du Young's friend. OMG. Du Young and Shin simultaneously flinched and made eye contact. What should I do? With an anxious face, Shin wriggled around as if trying to hide behind Du Young. The problem was that it looked like it was trying to hide with a human body holding onto a dog that was only half its size. Du Young struggled to remove the shoe hanging from his body. Bruise. Stay away. Shin, are you inside? Meanwhile, Du Young's friend was puzzled by the barking noise he heard inside the door. Originally, Shin should have been panting and running out from the moment he entered the yard. Du Young, what's going on? My friend hesitated for a moment, then took off his shoes and climbed onto the floor. Du Young shouted at the clear sound outside the door not to come. Bruise. Yu Young, stop barking. Shin whimpered with a scared face. My friend knocked as the dog's barking became more intense, and a human voice sounded faint at first glance. Hey, am I going in? No, don't come in. Bruise. My friend, who couldn't understand Du Young's strong cries, suddenly opened the door. What? I was up. Why aren't you answering? Shin didn't answer, but looked at Du Young's eyes. Meanwhile, I felt relieved to see a very familiar face. God wriggled in his sitting position as if he was wagging his absent tail. Where are you hurting? Why are you doing this? Like a dog caught in the rain. Hey, Heisu. That is. After hesitating, Shin called his friend's name. And my friend, who was the first to be called by Du Young's first name without his last name, was shocked. Well, what is it? Why do you call me that? Please help us. Heisu. No, why do you talk like that? Du Young's friend, Heisu, was shocked and took a step back. I felt itchy as if I had chicken skin all over my body. This was not his friend, who usually responded with a dull expression and a dull voice no matter what he saw. The faces were obviously the same, but there was no way that Du Young could have such a charming voice. There was no need to whimper like a child like that. You die? What disease did you have? No. Why did Young die? Do not say that. In the meantime, when his master was insulted, the god cried out with a tearful face. And Heisu muttered when he saw his friend referring to him in the third person. This isn't crazy. After saying the words with a sincere expression, silence finally came to the room. Heisu looked at her friend with incomprehensible eyes, then strangely turned her gaze towards the quiet dog from earlier. But it's strange. He saw his friend in the golden retriever's empty black eyes. The dog had a confused expression similar to that of a human. Heisu looked at his friend and the dog in silence. His expression gradually became strange. Hey, I think I'm crazy for thinking like this, but maybe. As soon as Heisu opened his mouth with a strange expression, Shin screamed loudly. That's right. Our bodies have changed. Shin suddenly stood up, approached Heisu, and circled around him. How to? What should I do? Young can't speak. Oh my god. Heisu, help me. Young has to go to school, wow? That's right. I have to go to school. Oh my god. I can't leave Young like that. Oh my god. Shin panicked at what he said and didn't know what to do. Heisu looked blankly at his friend, who was circling around nervously, as if the only thing he could say was, what should I do? Heisu turned his gaze towards the dog with his pupils convulsing. The black eyes that immediately met me showed a strange sense of resignation and a familiar atmosphere. The dog stared at Heisu and nodded once or twice, as if to say, that's it. I'm hungry. What should I eat? What can I eat? Oh, Young needs to eat too. What do we do? Can I give you what I ate? Oh my God. Hey Sue, help me. Hey, first of all, think about it. Just shut up for a moment. Don't say anything bad. Young heard it. Ji-Hye-Soo grabbed his throbbing head. While he was trying to understand this crazy situation with his dizzy mind, Shin suddenly fell down in front of Du Young. Young, aren't you hungry? Shall I give you food? What can I eat? Shin continued to lick his lips as if he was nervous. Du Young reached out to Shin, who was very anxious, and clumsily stroked his forehead. Okay, Young. Heh. I'm scared. Oh my God. The dog patted the person who was sniffling and comforted him as if he was okay. Ji-Hye-Soo, who was watching that scene, closed her eyes tightly. Is it true? Please someone tell me it's a surprise camera. I felt like I wanted to go. Back to 10 minutes ago. No, just before I opened this door. Cut. Ah, it's so good. With the sound of the director's cut, Song Yi-Jun straightened up his frowning face. Wow, Lee Jun's acting is so good, isn't it? It's better than when I was reading. Thank you. Song Yi-Jun, who played Ji-Hye-Soo, looked embarrassed. I'm going to check what I filmed briefly, so everyone take a break. Oh, Happy, please give me some water. He must be thirsty. Yes. Happy's owner came running. Oh my, we're happy. The best. You did so well. Bruce. As if it was not for nothing that he had a lot of experience in filming, Happy carried out his duties faithfully. Song Yi-Jun looked at Happy drinking water, then shifted his gaze to Lee Yun-jae next to him. The boy who had been hovering in front of him a few seconds ago, not knowing what to do, had gone somewhere, and before he knew it, he had been replaced by the expressionless Lee Yun-jae. Yanji, your acting was so good. Thank you. Yanji, Lee continued calmly. Hyung, I thought it was natural and nice to put a note in the middle. You paid a lot of attention to that part from the reading. That's right. I've been practicing a lot. Huh. It felt good. It was good, so don't worry. Song Eun-jun smiled shyly, saying thank you. As expected, they recognized me. You must be too busy just worrying about your own lines. It felt very warm to carefully check the other person's performance and not forget to praise it. Since the expression Lee Yun-jae was making was so cold, the kindness was even more contrasting. He's a really good kid. The more we acted together, the more I could feel it. Even while I was deeply immersed in the character, I felt that I was unconsciously acting with consideration for the other person. Thanks to this, Sung Yi-jun was also able to act with peace of mind. At that time, the director shouted loudly, Okay, I'll move on to the next scene right away. The staff cheered. While everyone was busy moving the equipment, Yanji Lee sighed softly. Yanji, what's wrong? I'm a little nervous about the next scene. You, why are you nervous? Song Eun-jun was dumbfounded, but due to his natural personality, he could not bear to argue and trailed off. He did such a good job of acting as a person possessed by a dog. Lee Yun-jae's acting was beyond imagination. It's so shocking that the writer cried when he saw his acting during the script reading. The facial expressions, voice, tone of voice, and gestures that Du Young used previously. All of this changed after God took possession. All the staff were surprised because it felt like he was a completely different person. Even though Song Eun-jun knew his skills, he was also shocked. As soon as Lee Yun-jae's performance ended, everyone rushed over and gave endless praise. Lee Yun-jae, who responded with gratitude, had a face that said, everyone is sincere about their social life. Even when compliments were given, they were passed off as empty words, and everyone returned with a dejected look on their faces. Why is he so nervous? Lee Yun-jae responded to Song Eun-jun's questioning face. The next scene is about eating. I need to eat happily, but I don't know if I can survive. Unlike Du Young, who had a short mouth, Shin liked to eat very much. Shin eats the fried rice cooked by Ji-Hye-Soo and shouts, "It's so delicious," countless times. After that, Ji-Hye-Soo has no choice but to take responsibility for God's every meal. Ji-Hye-Soo, who dreams of becoming a chef, has good cooking skills and cooks various foods for Shin. From spicy noodle soup to moist braised eggs, curry filled with potatoes, and rich brownies. The process of making the dish and seeing God eating it are combined, creating a warm, healing film. As it is a scene that determines the overall mood of the movie, it was very important to see how happy God was eating the food. That's why Lee Yun-jae, who doesn't usually eat snacks, was so worried. I'm not hungry right now. Song Yi-jun suppressed laughter at Lee Yun-jae's mumbling. This is what genius actors worry about, I thought to myself. Chapter 264. Wow, what should I do? Shin shouted loudly after taking a bite of the salty spinach salad. Why? Is there a problem? Ji Hye-soo, who was making side dishes in the kitchen, hurriedly returned to the table. God opened his eyes and shouted, "This is so delicious too." "That's good. Eat a lot." Ji Hye-soo answered with a shocked face. As soon as Shin saw the meal Ji Hye-soo had prepared for him, he rushed over and trembled with every bite. Wow, people eat so many different foods. They all taste different. It's so amazing. What's this? Yu-young, have you tried this too? Hey. First, eat rice. Calm down. It was Ji Hye-soo's job to stop the excited scene. Oh, Du Yu-young, trapped in the dog's body, sat quietly on the chair next to him. The appearance of Du Yu-young sitting with drowsy eyes, as if she was a bit bored, was the same as Du Yu-young's usual mood. What's happening? Ji Hye-soo was still in a dazed state. First, when the child said he was hungry, I provided him with food, but I still didn't understand the situation. Ji Hye-soo, who had been sitting on a chair blankly for a while, came to her senses when someone tapped her hand next to her. The person who hit him was a dog. No, it was Du Yu-young. Du Yu-young tapped Ji Hye-soo with her foot and then nodded as if telling her to look ahead. Ji Hye-soo naturally looked away and was startled by the scene in front of her. Hey, what are you doing? Town. Shin, who had just put the spoon in his mouth, tilted his head. His cheeks looked like they were about to burst. It's not some kind of hamster. Ji Hye-soo clicked his tongue at the sight of Shin's cheeks, puffing out like a hamster trying to replenish its winter food supply. Why are you eating so quickly? It's not like anyone is chasing me. Eat it slowly. Town. Eat everything and tell me. In response to Ji Hye-soo's beating, Shin moved his mouth. Shin, who was moving his mouth vigorously, answered only after swallowing the last of his food. Sorry. It's so delicious. God laughed. Hey Soo, you're really good at cooking. Yu-young would love to eat this too. Can you do this for Yu-young when she comes back? It was a very clear voice. Ji Hye-soo got goosebumps all over her body at the unfamiliar tone of voice that she had not heard from her friend for years. Ji Hye-soo quickly relaxed his expression that was about to harden. Okay, so let's finish eating first. Don't eat in a hurry. You know. Normally, Yu-young doesn't eat much. If you suddenly eat a lot, your body will get sick. Wow, that's right. Yu-young shouldn't be in pain. With a look of enlightenment on his face, Shin slowed down his scooping speed a little. Well, there was no difference in the amount of food entering the mouth. Ji Hye-soo looked at Shin, who was still busy stuffing food into his puffy cheeks. Then he muttered absently to the dog next to him. Du Yu-young, is this real? Or am I crazy? No, right? It's just a dream, right? Du Yu-young let out a long sigh-like sigh. It was a gesture that seemed to say, more than anyone else, that he hoped this situation was a dream. After feeding Du Yu-young, the three of them gathered together on the floor. Okay then, let's summarize. Ji Hye-soo, who felt a sense of responsibility for some reason, was the first to speak. So you suddenly woke up and their bodies changed? Did anything special happen yesterday? Du Yu-young shook his head in denial. What about God? That is. At Ji Hye-soo's words, God hesitated like a child who was watching. I did something yesterday, but it's something I do often. What? Tell me first. I made a wish yesterday. Looking at the moon with Yu-young. Wish. Ji Hye-soo's eyes sparkled. That's it. That's the cause. Yeah, really? If you look at other movies, things always go wrong and problems arise because the main character makes a wish. No, that doesn't mean it's your fault. As Shin quickly became glum, Ji Hye-soo waved his hand urgently. But God's eyes were already moist. Ji Hye-soo was embarrassed. Hey, why are you crying? Well, what if it's really because of me? The world's Tao Yu-young. No, of course it's not the real Du Yu-young. Anyway, it was very embarrassing to see that Du Yu-young crying. Is that possible? For now, try not to cry. Please. Ji Hye-soo clumsily patted Shin's back. The problem is that Shin whimpered and clung to Ji Hye-soo. Hey Soo. Ugh, what are you doing? Get off. As if he had forgotten that he was a human being, Shin clung to Ji Hye-soo fiercely. What? If it's really because of me? Help me. First of all, hey? Crazy, where are your hands? The god was clinging to him with a look of death on his face. and Ji Hee-soo was horrified and busy trying to tear it off. Du Yu-young, who was watching this quietly, became even more confused. What are you two doing? Watching the scene where Ji Hee-soo clings to Ji Hee-soo with her own body was quite a powerful mental attack for Du Yu-young as well. It was even more so when I saw Ji Hee-soo avoiding me with a disgusted look on her face. Du Yu-young, who was unable to do anything, opened his mouth. Bruise, both of you, stop fooling around. Fortunately, the commotion subsided after the barking sound with that meaning. Whoa! Ji Hee-soo wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly moved his body. Ji Hee-soo, sitting as far away from Shin as possible, asked again. So, what did you wish for? I just do it every time. I want Yu-young to be happy. Is that the end? Just that? Ji Hee-soo's eyes were filled with puzzlement. Ji Hee-soo thought for a while, and then carefully asked the dog that was sitting calmly. Du Yu-young, you now? Are you happy? Oh. Du Yu-young looked coldly at Ji Hee-soo. His eyes looked as if he was saying that. No, I was just asking just in case. Ji Hee-soo scratched her forehead shyly after receiving a cold look in her eyes that she had never received from a dog. Then it doesn't matter what your wish is. Miss? What on earth is going on? How about we go to the hospital? Is this something that can just be resolved by going to a regular hospital? They'll think they're crazy people and kick them out. The meaningless conversation continued for hours. After a while, the three, completely exhausted, stretched out side by side on the floor. First, let's just sleep today. I might wake up tomorrow and things will be back to normal. Du Yu-young and Shin nodded at the same time at Ji Hee-soo's words. So the three people, no, two people and a dog, patiently waited for tomorrow, with the hope that everything will go back to the way it was. And the next day, just like yesterday, the three of them gathered on the floor and kept silence longer than usual. Ji Hee-soo quietly closed his eyes. Foot. In front of him still sat the whimpering man and the now desperate-looking dog. Cut. The director shouted and immediately stopped spooning. Immediately Jinbei came running over and handed me a water bottle. Actor, here is the water. I wanted to say thank you, but I couldn't. Since I was stuffing my food into my cheeks right before it burst, all I could do was chew my food hard. After doing that for a while, I heard a murmur next to me. It's really amazing. It was Song Yi-jun. I still had food in my mouth, so I asked with my eyes. What's so amazing? How can your eyes change as soon as you hear the cut sound? Song Yi-jun was looking at me intently. Just a moment ago, he looked like he wanted to give me his share, but now, Song Yi-jun blurted out his words. I thought I knew what he was trying to say, so I just laughed. This is who I am now. I want to stop eating now. I was tired of eating. I was prepared because I heard something from Jeongyeon. It's really not normal to film a meal while eating. I'm not a picky eater like Song-jun. Thanks to Jinbei, I was able to eat 3 meals a day. As I was growing up, I didn't eat very little. However, since I was not the type of person who felt much happiness from eating, I couldn't help but get tired of the food that was constantly coming into my mouth. I finally ate it all. Finally, I rinsed my empty mouth with water. Actor, are you okay? Yes. I'm just full. If it's too hard, you know you can spit it out in the middle, right? It's a waste. If you dig somewhere, will you find food? I didn't want to spit out healthy food just because I was sick of it. But it's better than pretending. Do not work too hard. It's not that bad. The director is also adjusting it. The director's voice came at just the right time. Okay, cut. I got all the close-ups. Thank you all for your hard work. When we were told that today's filming would end here, the staff quickly organized the equipment. The director with a very excited face came running. Yeonji, Lee Jun, how can you both act so well? My lucky ones. The picture was so much better than expected that people continued to say that it would be okay to aim for a 10 million movie. I wondered whose name was 10 million movies, but since the speaker was the director, I just laughed. Still, you can't leave this out. Happy is doing so well, so I have nothing to worry about. Oh, of course it is. Happy is the best. After hearing what I said, the director gave Happy a thumbs up. You had a hard time today. Happy, you are so stylish. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, rest well and eat lots of snacks. Bruise. Happy's tail moved quickly at the word snack. There were also staff members who burst out laughing at the sight of them spinning in place and making jokes. I chuckled and stroked Happy's forehead. See you in 2 days. Don't get sick. Ha ha. Happy licked my hand and made a fuss. My hands were clammy. Happy, let go of Yanji's hand now. Let's go home too. The owner grunted and hugged Happy. Then I'll see you in 2 days. Yes. Please go in carefully. Bruise. Even as Happy was walking away, he struggled to turn towards me. As I was staring at that scene, Song Eun-jun whispered softly, "What's the matter?" "Just. I feel sad for some reason." The village, which was the main filming location for the movie Shin Yu-young, was quiet and secluded. Although it was only 2 days, I couldn't help but feel sad about returning to bustling Seoul. I'm sad too. If it's okay with you, would you like to see me sometime? I shrugged my shoulders at Seongjin's shy question. I think we should look at the schedule first. First of all, you have to attend the awards ceremony. All right, there was an awards ceremony. First of all, one of Korea's representative awards ceremonies will be held tomorrow night. It was an awards ceremony for dramas, movies, and entertainment programs that aired over the past year. I heard that February 3rd and Killing Horn received several nominations. Have you prepared your acceptance speech? Don't tease me. I glanced at Song Yi-jun lightly. I'm not kidding. Okay. I tapped Song Yi-jun's cheek as he blinked innocently. I really think it would be a good idea to get prepared. I don't know, but no matter how much I thought about it, I was embarrassed because it felt like I was drinking kimchi soup. First of all, I had a good time at the awards ceremony. Contact me when the time comes. I guess we'll meet in 2 days anyway. I was surprised by Song Yi-jun, who seemed to be staying away for another week, but he answered calmly and then parted ways. Actor, did you wear your seatbelt? Yes. After such a long time, I headed home. On a dark night, the highway leading to Seoul was clear. I'll have to contact Baehyuk and see if we can meet. I guess I should invite Han Haram home too. No, does it already exist? I was thinking alone in a car that was running smoothly. Jing. Jinbi's cell phone rang. At the same time, the phone in my pocket also vibrated. I made eye contact with Jinbei through the rearview mirror. An ominous feeling passed through my back. Chapter 265. Late at night, Lee Yun-jae posted a message on the fan cafe. Originally, Lee Yun-jae always posted at regular times, so many fans thought the sudden notification was out of the blue. However, the title and content of the article were not at a level that could be dismissed as absurd. Title: This is Yeonji Lee. If you have seen this child, please contact me. There was an elementary school student's photo and name, several unusual details, a police station, and a guardian's number written on it. As a child's life is at stake, the request to refrain from making prank calls was full of typos. The elementary school student in the photo was someone Bayan felt quite familiar with. Hey, you're the child actor who appeared in Killing Horn, right? In the recent Nade Live broadcast, Ira became a hot topic because she appeared hugged by Bambi. Fans became even more confused. What is this all of a sudden? Are you missing? There is no news. Now the news is on the news. A 9-year-old child model disappeared from the studio. I heard it's only been half a day since it disappeared. Doesn't it take at least a day to go missing? You crazy guy. You're not an adult. You're a child. Think about it and write. How if we check the CCTV, won't we be able to see the movements? I don't think anything will happen. I'm worried that Bambi is overdoing it. There are countless children who go missing every day, and it's a dirty world that only becomes known if you know someone famous. Are you a crazy bastard? If you're not even a Bambi fan, why are you installing it here? Hey guys, breaking news just came out. The child's cell phone was found on the mountain behind the studio. Crazy? In an instant, Lee Yun-jae's post was moved to several communities. At the same time, Lee Jong-hyun also posted a similar post on social media, and the internet was abuzz late at night. But now, it was Lee Yun-jae's head that was boiling more than anything else. My fingertips were cold. Actor, do not worry. You will find it soon. I heard Jinbi's voice saying something next to me, but I couldn't say anything. He stayed still for a while and covered his face with his hands. Han Haram. It was an hour ago, around 10 p.m., that I received a call that Han Haram was missing. After receiving a call from Jong Hyun's older brother and Han Haram's mother, I drove frantically along the highway and arrived in Seoul. I couldn't think about anything during that time. As soon as the car stopped, I opened the door and jumped out. Jong Hyun ran to his older brother, who was standing in front of the police station. What happened? What is happening? When I asked frantically, Zhang Hai and I also answered as if he was confused. Well, that's not accurate right now. Han Haram's mother, who was next to Zhang Hai's brother, was crying. I could see the police moving busily behind it. A sensation that seemed completely unreal was suffocating. After receiving a call from Jinbei that you were coming to Seoul, I contacted Haram's mother. I think you'll like it better if Haram is there by the time you get home. But my mother said she was at the police station now. The incident was like this. This morning, Han Haram and his mother visited the studio to film a children's clothing brand. The filming took a long time because the equipment broke down in the middle, and I was in a situation where I had to wait helplessly. His mother told Han Haram to stay here as she was going to visit a friend who was running a cafe nearby for a while, and then left. After about an hour, Han Haram asked the staff where the bathroom was. And that was the end. After that, no one saw Han Haram. Why? Han Haram's mother was crying in front of the police. There was a lot of things I wanted to say to her. Why are you leaving the child alone? Who is there to trust? Ball, why are you crying? Crude, unrefined thoughts and various swear words lingered in my mouth. I gritted my teeth and quickly shook my head. Swearing now won't help. Let's first look for and think about Han Haram. I gritted my teeth and barely spit out a single word. So it's been 7 hours since. The child disappeared. Have you filed a report now? He thought it wouldn't be a big deal. My child has been saying a lot these days that he doesn't want to be filmed, so I thought it was a minor act of rebellion. I guess he didn't want to raise the issue for fear of causing strange rumors. But even though the sun was going down, the kid didn't answer the phone, and I couldn't put off filming any longer, so I watched the CCTV. That's when I realized that the child didn't go out alone. It was clearly captured on CCTV installed inside the studio. Han Haram is led out toward the parking lot by the hand of a man wearing a hat. It is said that the staff did not know him at all, and only then did his mother, who was embarrassed, report it to the police. And as a result of the police's location tracking, it was discovered that Han Haram's cell phone had fallen on a mountain behind, about 10 minutes away from the studio. The scene where he was caught with a stranger, Han Haram's abandoned cell phone. The police determined that kidnapping was more likely than disappearance. Accordingly, in a situation where the investigation was to be converted to open and additional personnel were to be deployed, I received a call from Zhang Hai and I. My hands were shaking. Actor, I'm breathing too hard. Look at me. When I could hardly calm down, Jinbei hurriedly grabbed my face. The hand was pulled away roughly. Brother, I'm sorry, but just a moment, just a moment. I know it's a touch of concern, but it was not me who needed that touch, but Han Haram. Innocent eyes that knew nothing appeared. At the same time, another swear word lingered in my mouth. Foot. What if something happens to my child? Are you alive now? No, let's not think like this. I shook my head roughly. My body was shaking against my will due to nervousness. Actor, I know. I really know how you feel. As I bit my lip, Jinbei patted me on the back. But it'll be okay. Do not worry. Now police say they have searched half of the mountain where the cell phone was found. Haram will find it soon. A low voice lingered in my ears and then escaped. I couldn't calm down at all. What if it's not there? The child was led outside by a stranger. What if that person left his cell phone on the mountain to confuse you? How do you know where the child is now? How do you know what's going on with her? I'm just waiting here like a fool. A sense of helplessness spread from my toes. I felt so ashamed that I couldn't stay still. Pathetic. Helpless and incompetent. There's nothing you can do. My child is gone, and there is nothing I can do. I should have spoken a little stronger then. It's been less than a week since I warned Han Haram not to follow strangers. Haram. Adults don't ask children for help. If there is a person like that, don't deal with them. And call mom right away. What if mom doesn't answer the phone? Then what should I do? Then, the eyes in the memory looked particularly black. The black eyes were innocent and clean, like the moist nose of a dog. True, then you can call me. LOL. I will. I remembered making a promise with my fingers, as if I was the only one who trusted him. It became even more painful. He bowed deeply, covering his face with his hands. Actor. Jinbei's confused voice was heard. Jinbei slowly stroked my trembling back. Thanks to this, the sobs that I had been holding in through my clenched teeth were released. Are you okay? It will be okay. Flaw. Yanji, it's okay. Zhang Hai and I, who sat down next to me, whispered softly. It's not okay at all. I felt guilty because the voice was too kind for me to receive. The scariest thing right now would be Han Haram. I was not in a position to be comforted. It wasn't a situation where I was acting like a child. I felt sorry for myself. Is there anything I can do? First, how about taking a look around the studio with your Hyungs? Should I ask to see the CCTV footage again? It turns out that it might be someone I know. Think about it. I had to figure out a way to find Han Haram somehow. I somehow managed to turn my shaky head. Come to your senses, think about it. What is the best thing to do now, and what should I do to save Han Haram? At that moment, realization came like a thunderbolt. My body stopped shaking and I stopped breathing, and I opened my mouth small. Dog. Yes. Fog. Fog. I saw Jinbei frown at my muttering. But there was no time to worry. I quickly got up from my seat. If it's fog, you'll know. I'm sure the fog would know where Han Haram is right now. All I have to do is fall asleep in this state. Then the fog will tell you right away. As soon as you wake up, you just have to go to the location indicated by the fog. Why didn't I think of this? My head was spinning too fast for me to handle. As I was quickly organizing what I had to do, Jinbei asked back, "Actor, what is that?" Only then did I see two faces filled with embarrassment. And then I realized I had just let the fog out of my mouth. It was a situation I usually avoided, but I couldn't even care about it now. I said frantically, "Jinbei Hyung, Jeongyeon Hyung. First, let's go back to the car. Buy our car." "Oh, let's go to Jeongyeon's car." "Huh? My car?" "Yes. There are sleeping pills that your brother keeps in the car, right? Please lend me that." "Just one pill?" "No, just 2 pills." "What?" "No, it's a series." Jong Hai and I was taken aback by the rapid-fire words I spoke to him. It was a completely understandable reaction, but there was no time for this now. "How can you explain why I carry sleeping pills with me?" The fog told me. "Fog? Yes. Quickly, let's go by car first. Go to the car and tell me." He grabbed the 2 people's arms and dragged them. Jong Hai and I, who was still embarrassed, and Jinbei, who was trying to remain as calm as possible, followed me. Jeongyeon got into his brother's car and spoke quickly as soon as the door closed. "I know you two are looking for who the fog is. Because the fog told me. Jinbei, you used someone else to look into it, right? There was no harvest. The fog told me that too." The fog will know where Haram is now. To meet the fog, you must first fall asleep. So please lend me some sleeping pills, Hyunjong." I couldn't wait for Jeongyeon to respond, so I took out the medicine bag from the back seat of the car. "Wait for a sec." Hyunjong hurriedly took the medicine bag from my hand. "How did you know the medicine was here?" "The fog told me." "I don't have time to explain. You don't know what your child will be like now. Find Han Haram first and talk to him, please." Jong Hai and I opened his mouth with an expression on his face that said he couldn't understand. I immediately turned my attention to Jinbei. "Brother, you know I keep my promises. I will explain properly after I find Han Haram. I promise. So for now, I'm just focusing on finding Han Haram." Jinbei looked at me silently. Then he slowly opened his mouth. "To sum it up, are you saying that when the actor falls asleep, he can encounter fog? That person named Foggy knows where Haram is." Yes. I nodded urgently. Jinbei sighed for a moment and then nodded. "All right. Don't forget to keep your promise to explain." "Yes." Jeongyeon, take some sleeping pills. "Take just 1 sleeping pill." Jinbei immediately intercepted my words. It was disappointing, but I was glad I got at least 1 pill. Jeongyeon gave me a sleeping pill in my hand with a frown on his face. I poured it into my mouth without any water. "Let's calm down." "Calm down. Now I can find it. All I have to do here is try to fall asleep as calmly and quickly as possible. You can do it." I closed my eyes gently. As I relaxed my body and tried to lean back on the seat, a sudden thought occurred to me, and I quickly opened my eyes. "If I don't wake up within 10 minutes, please wake me up." "Yes." "Okay. If he doesn't wake up, you have to wake him up, even if it means slapping him in the face. It's 10 minutes. Take the time now." The two still looked dazed. I quickly closed my eyes. Soon, a black space came into view. Chapter 266. Inside a dark house with no light coming in. There was only one orange light on in the living room. Han Haram was sitting on an old sofa with an awkward look on his face, and someone slowly approached him. "Hey, eat this. It's expensive." He was an old-looking man with gray hair. "Thank you." Han Haram hesitantly accepted the snacks his old mother gave him. When I just held it in my hand without eating it, my old mother's eyebrows twitched as she saw it. I'm not going to eat. That is because it's expensive. The old mother's voice became a little louder. Han Haram, flinching at the sight of his mother just before she got angry, quickly put the cookie in his mouth. The cookies were soggy, as if they were old, and had a slightly sour taste. It tastes awful. I wanted to spit it out due to the strange taste, but the old mother's sharp gaze forced me to move my mouth. You're eating well. It's expensive, so don't spill any crumbs. Yes. Han Haram had a thought as he swallowed the snack. The snacks Yanji gave me were always delicious. There was only one boy in his head. The warmth that always hugged you, the sweet voice that whispered to you, and the seemingly indifferent yet meticulous consideration. I want to watch the serial. A week without seeing the boy felt like a very long time to Han Haram. I wanted to make a phone call in the middle of the day, but I held back. No matter how young Han Haram was, he knew that he should not bother the boy. When will Mom come? Han Haram pursed his lips. Today's filming was literally the worst. The adult holding the camera kept yelling, and in the middle, I was told to just wait and see if something was wrong. My mother disappeared to run errands, and I thought she was going to die because she was bored alone. If it weren't for the man who brought her here, she would still be in that studio. Hi, I'm your mom's friend, and she asked me to pick you up. What a stranger says. Of course, Han Haram was suspicious at first. The boy had also warned him not to follow strangers. But the stranger knew his mother's name and that she was now at the cafe. I guess I have a lot to talk about after meeting my friend for the first time in a long time. I asked you to look after me while we finished talking. Would you like to come with me? No. I'm embarrassed too. Your mom too. He's my friend, but he's being mean to you. The man didn't seem to be a particularly dangerous person. He spoke kindly, looked gentle, and even mentioned his mother in a friendly way. He even told me that if I felt uncomfortable, I could just wait here until my mom came. So Han Haram answered that he would go with him. While driving somewhere, the man constantly made eye contact with Han Haram and spoke to him. The conversation with him was very interesting. Han Haram felt excited. It's my mom. You can call her Grandma. Mom, please look at Haram for a moment. I'll go out and come back. Ouch. Go back. However, after arriving at an unfamiliar house, Han Haram was embarrassed to see the man leaving him to an old woman and going out. But if you think about it, it wasn't that strange. Mom says that every time too. Conviction was quick. It's just that I got bored with waiting again. I also wondered why all adults were like this. Han Haram naturally thought of a boy. Will serials change when I become an adult? Like his mother and the man, will he leave him behind? I was curious, but at the same time, I hoped he wouldn't grow up. The baby looks really pretty. Thank you. Han Haram avoided his old mother's gaze, which was staring at him. It was a little uncomfortable, but I didn't really feel like going home. For some reason, I felt drowsy and a little sleepy. What time is it? I couldn't check because I didn't have a watch. There was no cell phone. It wasn't long after arriving here that I realized my phone wasn't in my pocket. When he urgently told the man that his cell phone was missing, he comforted Han Haram and told him not to worry. He continued to calmly say that it must have fallen out during the car ride and that it was under the seat. The man's words that he would find it were trustworthy. When on earth are you coming? At that time, the front door opened with a clanking sound. Haram, you've been waiting a long time, right? Sorry, it was a man. When Han Haram shook his head to indicate that it was okay, the man smiled softly. Your mom said she's done with her business and is taking you with her for a long time. Let's go outside. At loss, Han Haram suddenly got up from the sofa. He was about to run to the front door, but stopped and greeted his old mother. Goodbye. Okay, bye. The old mother smiled and held Han Haram's hand and patted it. The hands we held were very warm. Han Haram smiled brightly at the warmth that was so warm that the musty smell coming from her was instantly forgotten. Haram, let's go now? I'll wait for you, Mom. Yes. Han Haram followed the man out the front door. Now, at the thought of going home, any remaining tension was completely relieved. Han Haram walked next to the man, humming without realizing it. I parked the car in the alley over there. Let's go. Yes. Where is your mom now? Mister. Her mom says Haram is at home. I'll take you there. After saying that, the man walked silently towards the car. Han Haram was puzzled by the slightly different atmosphere from before. I changed my clothes too. Unlike when I first saw the man, he had changed into all black clothes. An alley where a car is standing tall. The road with no people was as quiet as if it were dead. Han Haram felt something strange for a moment. Han Haram's steps toward the car gradually became slower. Haram. When Han Haram did not follow, the man turned back. What are you doing? I have to go to my mom quickly. There was a subtle nervousness in his words. Han Haram took a step back without realizing it. It was an instinctive move. Mister, did you find my phone? The man had no answer. Perhaps because of the street lights overhead, I couldn't see the man's face clearly. As the silence continued, the cold feeling grew stronger. Han Haram swallowed his saliva nervously. Mister, I found my phone. It was on the floor in the back seat. Do you want to see it for yourself? The man opened the back door of the car. Come in and have a look. It was so dark inside the car that I couldn't see anything. To get a closer look, you had to go inside. But Han Haram didn't think there was a need to go inside to look for his cell phone. Because, earlier, I rode in front. Why would Han Haram's cell phone, which was in the passenger seat, be on the floor of the back seat? Hearing the words muttered softly, the man looked at Han Haram in silence. A cold silence passed over them. Haram. The man approached, step by step. Han Haram hesitated and took a step back again. Many thoughts came and went, but my body did not move easily due to fear. Haram, don't move and come to your uncle. Sis, I don't like it. No. The man laughed. Why? I did a good job. I made no mistakes this time. I didn't even hit you. Still, I don't like it. What's the problem with the kids? Why do you hate me? The man muttered, but did not stop approaching Han Haram. Han Haram now wants to cry. Scared. His eyes wandered around. There were no people and no light. Eyes filled with desperation were busy trying to find a place to escape. At that moment, the man stretched out his hand. Brother, can't you go faster? It would be dangerous if we increased the speed further here. Still dashed. Actor, I know how you feel, but if something happens like this, Haram can't be saved. I chewed my lip at Jinbe's firm words. Please stay. There. As soon as I opened my eyes in the black space, the fog shouted an address without even saying hello. Is Haram there? Who is the culprit? Are you with the criminal? Isn't the child hurt? I asked frantically, and the fog also frantically answered. The person who took Han Haram was said to be a man in his early 40s. He also informed me that the man had been watching and following Han Haram for the past few days, and that he had meticulously planned the crime in advance. The man said that after taking Han Haram to the house where his mother lived, he was leisurely preparing to commit a crime at dawn. But that person saw the news and hurriedly dashed. However, when I posted on the fan cafe and the fact that Han Haram disappeared appeared on the real-time news, the man fell into a panic. He was embarrassed by the news that broke much earlier than expected and quickly got into his car. Foggy's words, saying that he was now running to where Han Haram was, were full of urgency. Thank you so much for letting me know. Let's talk again later. Xianji, you have to be careful. Got it. The fog held my hand with a tearful face. He said the back of the man's van was full of sharp objects such as shovels and knives. But what followed next was so shocking that I had to ask back in a daze. What? That human, this isn't the first time. I couldn't even respond properly to the fog's words that I shouldn't get hurt. Han Haram is not the first. I gasped at the thought that it was not my first offense. As soon as I woke up, I immediately told Jinbei the address, and he immediately got behind the wheel. Even though I knew I was running at maximum speed, I felt impatient. We have to get there faster than that, man. What if I'm late? What if you arrive at the location indicated by the fog, and the car has already left? My hands were shaking. I could faintly hear Jiangyan calling the police next to me. I chewed my lip nervously and looked out the window. The car passed a city full of lights and entered the dark countryside. Everyone, hold on to the handle. As soon as Jinbei finished speaking, the car started shaking. The car ran on a rough dirt road, not on neat asphalt. Hyung, I think it's over there. I quickly shouted at the scenery beyond the window. A place similar to the scenery shown by the fog just before I woke up caught my eye. Actor, as soon as the car stopped, I immediately opened the car door and got out. Xianji, at there. I left Jinbei and Jiangyan yelling behind me and ran blindly. There was only one van standing where I ran without taking a breath. Doesn't exist. The back door was open and there was no man or Han Haram. My hair turned white. Are you late? No, no. I shook my head vigorously. I can find it. It might not be too late. Common sense dictates that there is no way the car could have been left like this. Something went wrong. It's possible that they ran away when they heard us approaching. Whatever it is, then. It's around here. As soon as I made my decision, I ran straight into the alley. Actor. Stop. Sionji. I could hear my brothers following me shouting behind me, but I couldn't stop. I just looked ahead and ran. I was out of breath, and I could taste blood in my throat. Please. My heart was pounding like crazy, like it was in my temples. But it didn't stop. I kept running. Please, please. It was the moment when we reached a dead end. As soon as I quickly turned my head to the side, something came into my field of vision. Chapter 267. Han Haram. Han Haram was there. To be precise, Han Haram looking at me and the man covering his mouth. What dash. I saw the man startled by my sudden appearance, but my body had already moved. I pushed the man hard with all my strength. Ugh. I rolled down the dirt road with the man. Dirt and sand flew everywhere, and a man could be heard cackling. A cough came out of my mouth, too. Her throat was sore. Foot this. I saw a man running towards me, swearing, and I lost my senses. I couldn't think of anything. No, looking back, I think I was thinking something. I must kill him. Right now, with my own hands. Just that thought filled my head. I dodged the man's kick and pulled his foot with my hand. 100 million. A deathly scream was heard along with the sound of his head hitting the ground hard. It was the moment I climbed on top of him and raised my fist. Actress, let go of this. Yanji, calm down. Calm dashed. At that moment, someone rushed back and forth to block it. I couldn't even think about who was pulling me away from the man. I just felt disturbed. I screamed at the person who was suppressing me from behind to drop this. As I struggled and lost my senses, someone kept shouting something, but it didn't reach my ears. It was a time when I was struggling to get out for a long time. Yanji. A very small voice was heard. A voice that trembles as if it is frightened. At the same time, my body stopped as if I had received some command. Han Haram. One word passed through my mind, and I immediately turned my head. Han Haram was there. A child looking at me crying with eyes full of tears. Han Haram. I moved my body once again. Then the person holding me down immediately relaxed his strength. I crawled on my hands without even thinking about getting up. Okay, Yanji. Cereal. When I came to my senses, I found Han Haram in my arms. Perhaps because he was relieved of his tension, Han Haram cried out loud. Are you okay? Are you okay? I unknowingly relaxed my grip and hugged him again. Why are you so late? Huh. Sorry. I was wrong. I hugged him and whispered in his ear. I won't be late next time. Sorry. Han Haram could not answer and cried bitterly. At the end of the crying child, the siren of a police car was heard. I looked around blankly while holding Han Haram. Jinbei was looking at me with complete control over the man, and Zhang Haiyan was waving his hand wide at the police car. The siren sound got louder, and the lights on the police car illuminated us. Was it because it was like a scene from a movie? Or maybe it was because the warmth I felt in my arms was too warm. It still didn't feel real, so I had to hug him tighter. Lee Yun-jae, the actress who stopped the kidnapping of an elementary school student, finds the culprit herself. A man in his 40s was arrested at the scene, and a large amount of weapons were found in his vehicle. Lee Yun-jae, the hero who prevented child kidnapping, netizen. There should be a reward. The reporters were quick. Maybe they were following a police car, but when we came out of the alley, it was full of cars. I was holding Han Haram, who had fallen asleep from exhaustion, and as soon as they spotted me, the reporters' eyes moved quickly. The police line had not yet been established, and because the police stopped him, he was not asked for an interview. However, I quickly turned around because I thought Han Haram would be captured in the camera that was blinking countless times. Jiangyan immediately took off his shirt and covered it up. When I returned to the police station, I was finally able to let out the breath I had been holding. Haram, are you okay? My baby, I'm so sorry. Mom. Han Haram's mother, who was waiting at the police station, came straight up to him. Just let me sleep. I desperately waked the child up. Han Haram blinked his swollen eyes, then quickly turned his head. Series, what about cereals? I immediately responded to the anxious voice. Here it is. Relief spread through the eyes that met mine. At the same time, the guy started crying again, probably because he was sad. Yanji. Huh. Are you okay? I immediately hugged him as he stretched out his hand as if he wanted to hug me again. There are no mean people. You're safe now. The police officer is right next to you. Yes. Huh. Han Haram thought he was holding it in well, but then he burst into tears again. I slowly stroked Han Haram's back, and he mumbled in my arms for a while, alternating between English and Korean. And Han Haram's mother looked at us with a blank expression. I asked Haram Han whether it was like that or not. Haram, did you eat anything while you were with that person earlier? What did you eat? I ate cookies. Didn't it taste weird? It was strange. It smells. I quickly turned my attention to Jinbei. I had already heard this story, so I told it to my brothers in the car on the way to find Han Haram. I was very anxious because I couldn't ask the fog if the snack was poisoned. Jinbei went straight to the police and asked about the snacks. Cookies? I'm looking around the house right now, and I'll put the radio in. Yes, they said it. Tasted strange, so I was wondering if there might be something wrong with the food. It's probably because it's been so long. The whole house was old. The police responded that they should go to the hospital first, just in case. We will take you to our police car. Go to the hospital and get tested and receive treatment. The police then looked at me. Why are you looking at me? I was puzzled for a moment, but it wasn't until I saw my reflection in the window that I realized it. It's bloody. Perhaps because they had been in a fight, they were covered in dirt from head to toe. Anyone who sees me will think I've been kidnapped. I'm okay. There are no injuries. Even though I spoke urgently, the police did not listen to me and took me to the car, telling me to come this way. No, I wasn't really hurt. I'm really fine. This one first. Actress. I quickly closed my mouth when I heard Jinbei's voice. I didn't know until just now because I was too busy. You guys don't look good. Jinbei Hyung and Jiangyan Hyung. Both of them had very sad expressions. Only then did the memories of the past few hours gradually come back to me. Wow, I already mentioned the fog. Slowly my senses returned. You moved your body back and forth too much. I had no regrets as I was able to find Han Haram thanks to him, but my vision was dark. How should I explain it? Jinbei must have noticed the shadow on my face and sighed. Actress. Yes. I know. How you feel, actor. I think I would have done the same. But it was too much for you to ignore us even though we shouted at you not to go. Yes. At that moment, my brother said something. When I looked puzzled, Jinbei frowned. Why are you doing this? Oh, that's it. I thought you were going to ask about the fog. Jinbei looked at me with a confused expression for some reason. You can do that next time. You promised to tell me. Are you not going to keep your promise? No. I will keep my promise. Yes, I know. Please tell me that when you're ready. He continued to say that there was no need to explain it today. Thank God. My mind was already complicated and I needed time to sort it out. When I sighed in relief, Jinbei sighed in unison. Actor, please don't move so recklessly. Sorry. You're not sorry at all. Jinbei's uncharacteristically sharp words came back. I pursed my lips. Then Jiangyan Hyung intervened. Jinbei, let's send Yanji to the hospital first. It's already 2 a.m. I have to put him to sleep too. I understand. Jinbei sighed deeply with a complicated face. As I was watching in the middle, Jiangyan Hyung turned his attention to me. Xianji, now you know what Jinbei and I were worried about. Yes, I know how you feel. Really, that was stupid. What would he have done if that person had been holding a knife? Didn't he think of that? I didn't have time to think about it, but I didn't say anything because I thought it would sound like an excuse. Jiangyan opened and closed his mouth repeatedly, then let out a long sigh. Jinbei and I are upset. I feel like you don't trust us at all. Haram is young, but you are also young. I'm telling you because you seem to be forgetting, but you aren't even in high school. He hesitated and opened his mouth when he was told that he could count on us. I'm sorry for making you worry. Next time, no, it won't happen again, but I mean. I stumbled over my words. You shouldn't act so recklessly. I'll try not to. I couldn't be sure, so I changed my last words. Jiangyan pressed his temples as if he had a headache. Let's go to the hospital first. I couldn't help but feel sorry. The next morning, I woke up later than usual because of something that happened early in the morning. Of course, my story was all over the news, and my cell phone was turned off, probably because it had been ringing all night. I was at a loss as to whether I should get up and practice my acting or tell people that I was okay. Almost everyone in my contact list was contacted. There were a lot of missed calls from directors and writers I had worked with, and by the time I answered them all, it was already afternoon. Actor, are you really going to participate in the awards ceremony? Yes. There is no pain anywhere. The CEO told me to rest, but he insisted on going. There. It's really okay, bro. I heard that he is also a candidate. I get excited at the thought that I might win a prize. I really want to go. Whether you win a prize or not, you don't care. Brother, you had a really hard time last night. I smiled shyly at the stiff face in front of me. That is, I think fans were very surprised when they heard the news yesterday. I need to show a sane appearance at the awards ceremony so everyone can feel at ease. Fans would rather see the actor rest well. Can't you just rest at home? Jinbei was persistent. But I also remained strong. I did all my chi practice today, and there were no injuries in particular, so there was nothing to postpone between the awards ceremony and filming. There was something I wanted to do more than anything. If I really win a prize. At that moment when people were looking at me, there was something I wanted to say in my acceptance speech. Well, that's something that could win an award. But I think my face is a little swollen because I overslept. I guess we can leave like this, right? As I spoke, Jinbei sighed. It wasn't swollen at all. Then let's go get the head first. There are 3 hours left until the awards ceremony starts. Yes, Haram hasn't woken up yet. I heard that because of the sedative, I will probably sleep until evening. I sent a security guard to the hospital just in case, and we agreed to take pictures every hour, so don't worry. Also, when I raised my thumb, Jinbei laughed as if he couldn't stop me. Afterwards, I got my makeup done and changed into the suit I had chosen a few days ago. I had to repeatedly tell my stylists, who thought I was going crazy because I was worried all night, that I was okay. Actor, get ready. Yes. It was the moment we arrived at the venue where the award ceremony was held and got out of the limousine to take red carpet photos. And, even though I was prepared for it, isn't it going to break through like this? The gazes on me were hotter than usual. I hid my shyness and put a smile on my face. And exactly 2 seconds later, a shutter sound so loud that it numbed my ears erupted. Chapter 268. Bambi, I love you. My baby is the best. The wailing of people presumed to be part of the tragedy could be heard everywhere. I turned my head busily as I walked on the red carpet. Bambi, are you in any pain? Yes, I'm fine. When I heard the question I had been waiting for, I immediately looked in the direction where the sound came from. As I shouted loudly, the reporter's shudder sounds became faster. Good thing you came out. It was only yesterday that Han Haram disappeared, but it was early this morning that the matter ended safely. In other words, it would have taken a long time for fans to hear the story in the news. I had to post it on the fan cafe. At that time, I thought that I had to find Han Haram somehow, so I did my work without any knowledge. Thanks to this, the public investigation was made faster, but I was secretly concerned that it made buy-in worry. As I smiled brightly as if nothing had happened, I could see relief slowly spreading across the fans' faces. I love you, Bambi. Because of the tightly installed fence, they could not get closer, but a loud voice came back as if they were not giving in. I was very surprised, worried. I hope you didn't get hurt, etc. Words and eyes filled with love poured out. It was an excessive amount of words, but it was still something I didn't want to miss. I smiled and repeated the words, "It's okay," and "thank you," while smiling. It was then. A huge roar was heard from behind. Please save yourself. Bambi! Oh my God. Well, I will. Before I knew it, my expression fell. As I stuttered with my eyes wide open, laughter erupted from all directions as if it was so funny. The reporter's shudder sounds also became faster. Although I managed my facial expressions later, my heart was still pounding. It's a surprise. Wow, I was really surprised. For a moment, I thought there was thunder. Now you can go inside. Yes, thank you. Before entering the path guided by the staff, I bowed to the fans one last time. My little bastard, I hope you get your reward. To Bayan's rebuked words, I responded with a hollow laugh. In the alley leading to the awards ceremony, reporters rushed in droves. It was a place for interlude interviews. And the usual questions such as the possibility of receiving an award or thoughts were asked. But my case was different. Actor, may I ask you about what happened yesterday? According to additional announcements from the police, there are additional missing people. Do you know anything? They say there is not just one culprit. This is the awards ceremony. It's a press conference. The questions pouring in were full of urgency, and I also had a lot of things I wanted to answer. But unfortunately, there were limits to what I could say. I'm sorry, but it's difficult to answer because this is a case currently being investigated by the police. Oh. The reporters reacted half as if they knew that would happen, and half as if they should not say a word. So I went inside, answering all the questions. Now that there are no reporters, I thought the barrage of questions would be over. Hey, I heard you were kidnapped. Are you okay? First of all, I wasn't kidnapped. At first glance, it looks good, doesn't it? My limbs are fine. Hey, don't pass it off as a joke. I was so surprised when I woke up in the morning. Actor Kim Suk-joon frowned. It's been a while since I've seen you. I didn't want to talk about this, so I changed the topic. Are you doing well filming? I heard you started filming season 2 of Killing Horn last month. Oh, what? I'm having fun. Actor Kim Suk-joon scratched his temple with a shy expression. At the casting stage, I thought it was just a supporting role, but the response was, how could they have known that I would be playing the lead role in season 2? I smiled and joked. Are you still nervous every time you shoot? Hey, who said you're nervous? I filmed season 1 without even thinking about it. The other person grumbled, saying that he only wanted to make a lot of money. It was his speaking habit that continued since the butterfly flower riding on a Zelkova tree. What the? Now I don't care about money. He chuckled at his clearly visible intentions. Brother, do you know that your eyes are still sparkling? Stop saying that, man. Actor Kim Suk-joon answered with an embarrassed expression. Perhaps because he was embarrassed for getting angry for no reason, he quickly changed his stance. Have you prepared your acceptance speech? I think you'll win the Best Acting Award. Me? My brother and Jong Hai and I are also candidates. Hey, try to think with common sense. I just wore it as a hunchback. There is a high possibility that Lee Jong-hyun will win awards for movies. Then who else is there besides you? I shrugged. Well, you have to open the wrapping paper to find out what a gift is. Look at him being idle. Instead of doing that, prepare your acceptance speech in advance. Don't go up on stage and start shaking. Just worry about your brother. Well, even if you worry about me, I'm going crazy. Actor Kim Suk-joon grumbled. The murmur that followed was easily ignored. We will announce the Best Actor Award in the TV category at the 67th Arts Awards in 20. At the MC's words, someone poked me in the back. Hey, your turn is coming soon. Did you write your acceptance speech? It's really annoying. Without saying a word, I took actor Kim Suk-joon's hand and lowered it. When I put a lot of pressure on my hands, I heard a ugh sound from behind. A sound of pain was heard. Several people were captured on the awards ceremony screen. Jong Hai and I, actor Kim Suk-joon, me, and other actors. Since the awards ceremony does not award multiple awards, it is safe to say that one person has already been excluded. Jong Hai and I already won the Best Acting Award in the movie category. Then I will make an announcement. The presenter took out a piece of paper from the envelope and slowly opened his mouth. Actor Kim Suk-joon of Killing Horn. Congratulations. Fireworks exploded. At the same time, actor Kim Suk-joon was caught on screen with his mouth wide open. He was having trouble managing his image and was broadcast in real time with his mouth wide open and a very embarrassed face. I suppressed my laughter and patted his back. Congratulations, brother. Get out quickly. You should get an award. Me? No, you. Quickly. Perhaps because he was the one who was sure that I would win the award, actor Kim Suk-joon looked back at me the whole time he walked. It's not like falling like that. I ended up falling. The camera captured actor Kim Suk-joon falling down the stairs. The broadcasting company quickly changed the screen, but it happened to include Jeongyeon's brother and me. We were both gritting our teeth and holding back laughter, so the laughter got louder. Yes, thank you. I won the award. Actor Kim Suk-joon, who had not prepared his acceptance speech in advance, followed his advice and trembled on stage. I looked at the lost lamb and smiled. Cute. This is my first time winning such a big award. And thank you so much. I received help from so many people. Well, with Lee Jong-hyun, who is sitting at the same table, yes. And Bambi, no, Lee Yun-jae. What is he saying now? The smile quickly disappeared from my face. I'm canceling the term cute. Thank you to the 2 people who filmed with me. And yes, thank you. Actor Kim Suk-joon came down after speaking gibberish again. He seemed completely lost. That appearance did not change even after returning to his seat. Brother, are you okay? No? It's not okay. Yes. It seems so. Actor Kim Suk-joon still had a blank face. He looked at the trophy in his hand unfamiliarly, and then suddenly looked at me with shock. Hey, I'm sorry. You should have written this. Say something stupid. No, really. Actor Kim Suk-joon caught my eye. The other awards I was nominated for had already been announced, which meant I wouldn't win. Of course it was okay. It's a little disappointing. As Jinbei said, he was actually not interested in the award itself. Of course, we know that a trophy is not just a piece of metal. I also know that it symbolizes the efforts made by countless people working in the industry. To be honest, that's why I was reluctant to receive any more awards. It's better for someone like actor Kim Suk-joon to ride rather than me. Therefore, the regret I feel now is not because I did not receive the award. It happened because I couldn't say those words. Well, it's not like there's no way. There was also a way to write in the fan cafe. In fact, it was better that way. There were no time constraints. Yes, I definitely thought so. What's happening? But not long after, the awards ceremony was about to end. I was standing on stage, holding the trophy in one hand. Now, we will announce the highlights and grand prize of the Arts Awards. The MC's words echoed throughout the hall through the microphone. As soon as I get home, I have to take a shower and turn on the computer. And I was mentally organizing what I would write on the fan cafe. The grand prize winner of the Arts Awards is... Jinbei will definitely say something about what I'm writing about at this time. Good. The upload is completed within an hour. I was just nodding my head while thinking that. Lee Yun-jae. This is Yeonji Lee. Congratulations. My name was called out of nowhere. You're crazy, Yeonji. This is right. Jong Hai and I, who was next to me, suddenly ran towards me, and actor Kim Suk-joon also hugged me. I sat silently with my eyes wide open. What is this? I moved my feet absent-mindedly, following the person leading the way. I shook someone's hand and hugged someone, but I still couldn't understand the situation. Target? Target? The grand prize was the only award for which candidates were not announced in advance. Last year's winner is definitely. He must have been a great actor who won an award 30 years after his debut. The next winner is me? Is that okay? In an instant, a feeling of burden rose up to my chin. As I received the trophy from the presenter, I unconsciously shook my head. No, I'm not that great of a person. What do we do? I stood in front of the microphone, holding the trophy, feeling like I was holding a time bomb. Hello, this is Yeonji Lee. My dazed expression, my trembling voice, and my wandering eyes. I tried to calm my expression as it was captured on camera without any filtering. I cleared my throat to be as polite as possible, but it wasn't working, because it seemed rude to receive this award. Sorry, for me to receive this award. I am so grateful, but I feel very sorry. I am. My head became hazy as if in a dream. Guilt crept up through my toes. There was a breathtaking silence. I had a lot of things to say. There was definitely a lot I wanted to say. But I looked at the trophy blankly. Of course, it won an award at the Cannes Film Festival. But I didn't know it at the time. The meaning of this trophy. To maintain the glory of this trophy, countless people are working tirelessly every day. I was anxious and nervous. The moment when my mouth felt like it was going to burn. The eternal silence was broken by a shout. We, together, are the best. Jeongyeon was my older brother. People burst out laughing. It was the same for me too. The corners of my mouth slowly rose as I heard a name that I hadn't heard in a long time. Yes, scattered. Each and every one of them won an award. The soul. I came to this position. That's right. This is not an award I received. My head naturally became calmer. After, I took a short deep breath and opened my mouth. From the director of Killing Horn to the writers, staff, fellow actors, my agency, Jinbei Hyung, acquaintances, and fans who generously support me. He expressed his apologies for not being able to name all of them and expressed his gratitude. And finally, I said what I wanted to say. In every relationship, there are strong and weak. The person who loves the other person more is always the weak one. Han will forever exist as a weakling to Kang Suk. I looked ahead. Even now, there are many people who are having a day as an underdog. To the parents you love, there are many children suffering from physical violence and mental abuse. I thought about the child who trembled in my arms all morning. My voice gradually trembled as well. Children have no choice but to become weak in front of their parents. They say no parent can beat a child, but children have only parents. It was as if the soul had nothing but river stones. I swallowed my saliva. I sincerely hope that there will be no more people who get the upper hand in a relationship just because their child loves them. As I spewed out words, I thought of you without realizing it. You were lying with a corpse on the mattress. To children in need like Han. But he is no longer there. Horn is wearing a neat suit that he has never worn before in his life, and is receiving cheers from countless people. At this moment, I am standing on this stage. I dedicate this award to you. I looked forward with him and slowly raised the corners of my mouth. Chapter 269. As soon as the award ceremony was over, I was taken to the hospital. This is because I received a call from Han Haram that he had been looking for me ever since he opened his eyes. Sionji. When the hospital room door was opened, Han Haram jumped up from the bed. I used a hand gesture to stop him from running towards me. Shoo. You have to be quiet in the hospital. Quiet. That means you have to be quiet. Uh-huh. At the explanation added in English, the guy kept nodding his head as if he was curious. Okay. Quiet. It's not chastity if you shout that loudly. However, the sight of him pressing his mouth with a small finger was quite cute, so I ended up laughing. Your cheeks are swollen. It looks like you slept well. Really? Did you swell a lot? It won't work. Why not? Are you okay? You can pour more. I stroked the guy's cheek and asked him if he had any nightmares. I don't know. I do not remember. I don't remember. I could roughly imagine it just by looking at the way they immediately avoided eye contact. However, without asking any more questions, I gently touched his forehead. I'm glad. Let's go home and sleep some more. Can't I go to Yanji's house and sleep today? I even got permission from my mom. Did you? Huh. Han Haram's eyes were bright. I suppressed the laughter that was about to escape and nodded. Okay, then let's go home. Change your clothes first. Huh. Okay. Since the discharge formalities had been completed, all I had to do was change into the hospital gown he was wearing. Long live. When Han Haram tried to help him take off his clothes, he was shocked. Yanji, I'm not a child. When did I say I was a child? Han Haram frowned and screamed. I can change clothes by myself. No, I was just trying to help. I want to do it. I can do it alone. Why on earth? I looked questioningly at Han Haram, who was holding on with his mouth tightly shut. I watched it all at dawn anyway. Who do you think put on the patient uniform you are wearing right now? I already saw everything there was to see, so I wondered why he did that, but I obediently backed away. Okay. Then change your clothes and come out. After talking to the guy, I closed the door and left. The hallway was a little cooler than the inside of the hospital room. At that time, someone approached me as if they had been waiting. Hey, I was so anxious in the early morning that I couldn't say anything. I'm really grateful that Haram saved me. She was Han Haram's mother. Since I wasn't expecting a thank you, I ended up giving a cursory answer. Do you have something to say? I asked him outright when I saw him lingering next to the hospital room instead of entering it. Is there anything you want to say? Han Haram's mother spoke slightly hesitantly. Congratulations on winning the award. I watched it on TV with Haram earlier. Thank you. The impressions of receiving the award were also impressive. I looked at my mother in silence. She averted her gaze as if she had been stabbed by something. Even though I made a mistake this time, I really love Haram. Even if the baby wasn't born to me because of my stomachache, I sincerely think of it as my child. I see. Who asked? When I answered indifferently, my mother looked depressed. I guess Haram said it too. I promised it would be a secret. He too. The voice was a mixture of disappointment and betrayal. TSK. I clicked my tongue and spoke calmly. I think you misunderstand, but Haram didn't say anything. I was just doing some background research. Yes. Haram didn't say anything. No explanation was given to the embarrassed mother. I didn't particularly want to deal with someone who couldn't even trust his own son and immediately criticized him. I guess you didn't know. I could see Jinbei trying hard to hide his surprised expression. It's been a while since I've been close to Han Haram, so I thought he would naturally investigate, but I was surprised. I heard it from the fog. I heard it a long time ago, so it wasn't particularly surprising. Rather, I was more surprised by the boldness of bringing up such a sensitive topic in the hallway. I knew when the baby would come out. A sigh came out of my mouth. Meanwhile, the mother hesitated and continued speaking. Because she's so pretty. I do this because I want my child to do well. I didn't mean to abuse you. Please know that. I slowly opened my mouth. I don't think you need to tell me that. I just think you misunderstand. If you're looking for someone to make excuses for, I think you've chosen the wrong person. I have no legal authority and am just Haram's close older brother. That makes me even more curious. I continued speaking slowly. Or did you want to talk to actress Lee Yun-jae? My mother's expression hardened in an instant. I sighed. At the sight of him fidgeting as if he had been caught trying to steal. Even during this time, you are worried about rumors going around the industry. It's been a while since I felt this way. I felt disillusioned. I feel like all affection for humans has run out. Then the door opened with a rustling sound. I've changed all my clothes. I immediately changed my expression. Good job. I really changed my clothes by myself. Then, I told you so. Han Haram had a very proud expression on his face. I grinned without realizing it and grabbed his hand. I will contact you when I get home. Don't worry about Haram. Yes, please. Han Haram's mother muttered softly. I swallowed a bitter smile and lowered my head. It had a bitter, stale taste on the tip of my tongue. In the car on the way home, perhaps because he was tired from the early morning work, Han Haram fell asleep again. As I was stroking the guy's forehead, I heard a low voice. Actor, what you said earlier. Did someone named Fogg tell you that too? Yes, that's right. I immediately said yes, and Jinbei nodded. It was a polite response, but I added something just in case. Brother, can I tell you about the Fogg sometime tomorrow night? It's not organized right now. Yes, I'm not trying to rush you. Just, I want to tell you that there is also a legal solution. Jinbei explained that if he contacted the orphanage that adopted Han Haram, he would be able to file a lawsuit related to the loss of parental rights. I can help you consult a lawyer. You know that this is a very difficult lawsuit. Moreover, there is no evidence of physical abuse. Still, since this kidnapping case has become such a hot topic, we may be able to aim for some victory. Well, I looked at the child who was sleeping soundly. It can be such a dirty fight. You don't know how the child will be hurt in the process. More than anything, I muttered to myself as if I was repeating myself. I don't have the authority to do that. Because life is haram. All right. I guess I was short thinking. No. Thank you for telling me. After finishing the conversation with Jinbei, I turned my attention to Han Haram. The guy was sleeping peacefully with an expression on his face that showed nothing. It was nice to see that. What should I do? It is true that there are no parents who mentally abuse their children and fail to protect them from threats. But is it really true that it doesn't exist? Wouldn't it be better to have parents like that than not to have them? Since it was something I had never experienced, I couldn't know the answer even more. In the first place, it was a problem that no one could easily come to a conclusion about. It's not up to me to decide for him. I was full of desire to solve the problem, but I suppressed my greed. Unless it's my life, I can't sleep as I please. I looked at him blankly. But I promise you that. I'll be by your side when you ask for help someday. Even if you grow up and forget me. Next day. Haram, did you sleep well? Huh. It's so nice to see Serial's face in the morning. Hi. It was the first peaceful morning in a long time. The internet, which was still abuzz with the awards ceremony and the kidnapping incident, was lightly ignored. I had a delicious lunch with Han Haram and chatted about movies with Song Yijuan, who came to visit. It was definitely smooth sailing up to this point. The problem was somewhere else. Where? As soon as I could get up from the sofa, I heard a voice full of worry. I slowly turned my head. Han Haram put down the snack he was eating and was staring at me. I'm going to the bathroom. Are you coming soon? I'll be right back. Li Jun is here too. Don't worry. Yes. I put the snack back in Han Haram's hand, but he looked at me with a very anxious face. What do we do? There's a problem. Even though Han Haram stayed calm the whole time, he showed signs of separation anxiety even when I was away from him even for a moment. I have to go to Goziang tomorrow. Today was the last day of the holiday. I had to start filming the movie Shin Yu Young again tomorrow. The production crew said I could rest a little longer, perhaps because of this kidnapping incident, but I refused. Shin Yu Young was a film with an important sense of season, so it was easy to miss its unique colors if the schedule was even slightly off. Since there were no injuries at all, I decided that there would be no problem filming. An unexpected problem has arisen. Han Haram's eyes were earnest as he looked at me, but at the same time, he looked dangerous. It was also a look that wasn't that unfamiliar. Do I want to see the fog like that? It wasn't that I couldn't understand Han Haram's feelings, as he had gone through such a big thing. But I'm not like a fog, so I can't let you hang on to me. Even if we assume that we were lucky this time, the bigger Han Haram is, the more good people will be around him. Haram. Huh. After much deliberation, he called Han Haram and told him the news that they must now part ways. The guy got scared in an instant and trembled. Why? What did I do wrong? No. What are you doing wrong? Remember what I said? I have to go to another area for filming. Instead, I can see you again in a week. Can I go with you too? I won't disturb you. You can stay quiet. Haram. As I sighed softly, Han Haram whined like a small dog. Perhaps it was difficult to express English in the Korean language he knew, so he chose English. I'll go there and not disturb you. I'll just stay by your side. I'll get permission from Mom. Oh, and you don't have to give me snacks. I'll buy the food myself. How are you going to buy and eat alone? The words that came out rapidly, as if he was rapping, were full of earnestness. In the end, I called Han Haram's mother and got permission to stay with me for the next week. Thank God. I'll be really quiet, so don't worry, Yanji. Okay. Han Haram liked it with an excited face. I managed my facial expressions, hiding my mixed feelings. I'll have to find a way within a week. It was a big deal because there was so much to take care of. And there was another problem that needed as much attention as Han Haram. OMG. I feel like I can finally live. No Bai-hyuk lay on the bed in my room. I asked him how long he could stay. About 2 hours? There is choreography practice in the early morning. The manager said he was coming to pick me up. 2 hours. That should be enough. After, I was a little nervous. No Bai-hyuk seemed to be unaware of my feelings and chattered with an excited expression on his face. It's been a while since I was alone with you. As soon as his schedule was over, I immediately called him home. I left Han Haram in the care of Jinbei, and currently he is the only one in my room. But why did you ask me to come alone? Eun-taek was trying his best to follow his brother. I barely managed to stop him from following me out of the car. Bai-hyuk. What? What is this atmosphere? As if he had finally seen my serious face, he stopped and stood up. I sighed heavily. I have something to tell you. Okay. Don't be too surprised, just listen. I'm already scared. What's the matter? Why should I get scolded? It's not like that. One day, I made a promise to this guy. Oh, what's going on? Is Bai-hyuk so untrustworthy? If you tell Jinbei about this, I'll get really angry. Jinbei doesn't know either. It's a bit difficult to say. When I can speak, I'll be the first to tell you. Okay, I'll skip that for today. After the day when the fog cried about wanting a body, I walked around in a daze and no Bai-hyuk asked what was going on. I promised that I would speak first when I was able to. And today was the day to keep that promise. Chapter 270. Bai-hyuk. Do you remember the fog? It had been a very long time since I had told no Bai-hyuk about the fog. I thought maybe I had forgotten. Okay. He said he was your childhood friend. As soon as I spoke the words, a scary answer came back. Isn't that the girl I met before entering daycare and who said happy birthday at the awards ceremony the other day? Oh, I remember it so well. Before I could open my mouth to say anything, no Bai-hyuk grumbled. Hey, honestly, I was a little disappointed that you didn't mention me during your acceptance speech yesterday. Of course, something like that happened the day before, so I understand. So I didn't say anything. What are you saying now? Be quiet. What did you say last time? I told you that when I debut, you'll also say happy birthday. I was dumbfounded by the complaining voice. It was 2 months before your birthday. Still, whatever it is. You bastard. I slapped the guy's protruding lips. It hurts. Because I said it hurts. No Bai-hyuk grunted, but he covered his lips with his hand as if he thought I was going to hit him again. Somehow it's not the atmosphere I imagined. Where did it go wrong? As I was holding my throbbing head, no Bai-hyuk asked. But why are you talking about her? He said he wasn't contacting me. Did you really contact me? That is. Surely you want me to borrow money? You haven't already lent it, right? Then you really. No, give me his number. I'll call you. Let me talk. I don't know why, but I quickly grabbed no Bai-hyuk's shoulder, who was very excited. and I started with the main point. Byhuk, the fog is not a person. Okay. They say it's a monster, but I don't know if it's the monster we know. Anyway, they're not like us. I can see him when I fall asleep. Okay. The guy looked like he had been hit. I recited the words I had prepared for that guy. From the day I first encountered the fog, to the unhappiness factor, the black stone, and the fact that I could disrupt the unhappiness factor by acting. After speaking without taking a breath, I took a short, deep breath. I understand. Okay. No Byhuk seemed like a person who did not understand anything. I sighed as I looked at his dumbfounded face. You'll need time to think about it. You will need to give yourself time to digest what you just heard. First of all, I have to stay still. Byhuk, I know this sounds crazy. A nervous voice came out without my knowledge. How can I keep this quiet? Just thinking about him treating me like I was crazy made me out of breath. I really didn't want to tell you because I didn't want you to think I was crazy. Originally, I would have kept it a secret until my death. However, he said that he needed the help of the fog to find out where Han Haram was kidnapped, and that he had no choice but to inform Jinbei and Zhang Haiyan of the fog's existence. I decided to tell my brothers properly later at night. I called you because I wanted to talk to you first. You promised last time. When I can talk, I will be the first to tell you. Oh, at that time. That's right. No Byhuk nodded, although he had a puzzled look on his face. And then there was a breathtaking silence. Is it because I'm too nervous? There was a buzzing sound in my ears. I could feel my heart pounding against the roof of my mouth. What if it comes out of my mouth like this? I imagined putting the missing heart back into my mouth. There's nothing to be nervous about. Just put it back in. I even remembered the part where my hand, holding the sticky heart, was soaked in red blood. Li Yunjie. Finally, no Byhuk opened his mouth. When I raised my head with a blank face, I saw thick eyebrows. The guy had a fairly calm expression. Can I ask you something? Then, according to what you said, there is something I don't understand. Huh? What? I swallowed my saliva. The guy asked with a calm face. Is her birthday really her birthday? What? Birthday? For a moment, my clenched fists lost their strength. They say it's not a person, it's a monster. I don't even know how I came into being. But how did you find out his birthday? He said he wanted to make it the day we first met. But does it matter? Of course it's important. Oh, is it obvious? This time I was dazed. No Byhuk asked with a still serious expression on his face. So what exactly is your relationship with me? Friend. Yes. What? Sometimes he said I was his best friend. When asked who I was closer to, him or me, I was stunned for a moment. When I didn't answer, my thick eyebrows twitched. Why aren't you answering? Are you buying time? No, Byhuk. Are you asking me that now? Do you believe all this? Was it a lie? No, that's not it. So who is your best friend? If other people ask, you will answer who you are. For a long time, I acted like a person who could only say no. No, but isn't he strange? Who's weird now? Am I weird? It was confusing. If you keep talking back, I dash. I'm not trying to change words, so calm down. I told you this last time. My best friend is you. That was also after we encountered fog. No Byhuk looked satisfied with my words. After that, the guy asked useless questions again. Is she a girl? Are you a man? There is nothing like that. The fog. It's just fog. But they say they communicate in human form. Do you have a set appearance? It changes every time. Appear as the person you want to be. When I was just getting to know you, I told him that it was hard for you to show up day and night in your image, and he burst out laughing. Haha, really? Huh. I felt like I was seeing you for 24 hours. I like him. Can I meet him? Well, wouldn't it be difficult? Wow, that's a shame. No Byhuk's tone of voice was very light. So it was even weirder. Is this okay? Is this correct? The conversation was much more comfortable and cozy than I expected. At some point, I realized that my body had lost strength without me realizing it. Byhuk, do you really believe me? Isn't it strange? It's strange. But it's okay because you're naturally weird. This bastard. As I glanced to the side, I heard a giggling sound. Well, you're not the type to joke around like this. He said it wasn't even a lie. I will never know for the life of me whether this is really true or just your imagination. That's why I feel anxious. I'm afraid you'll think I'm crazy. When I told him honestly, he laughed. Hey, but I'm not a doctor. Well, what was it? There is a disease where you hear auditory hallucinations, and see hallucinations. I even talked to myself. Schizophrenia? That. I was worried that it might be that kind of disease, but it's not like you don't go to the hospital. The doctor will take care of that part. He shook his head, saying he was terrible at medical treatment. I was also weakened by such a carefree response. You just said this was the first time you've spoken to me, right? Huh. No Bai Hyuk, who was looking at me quietly, raised his hand. Then you must have been really nervous. It must have been very frustrating. I can't talk to anyone. I think you would have been scared. Weren't you scared? The hand poking my cheek was filled with kindness, not the usual playfulness. It was unfamiliar. No Bai Hyuk himself must have been awkward, so he stabbed himself a few times and gave up. It was scary. I ignored the sore eyes and wrinkled the bridge of my nose for no reason. I thought I had finally gone crazy. Okay, it's clear how surprised I am by your personality. Now I understand. That's why you acted like a hedgehog. That damn hedgehog. Aren't you tired of it? I scolded him, saying I was tired of him, but I was honestly grateful. I thought I was going to be criticized and told that I was mentally ill. After that, we chatted for a while. So much so that I don't even notice the time passing. I got a text message from my manager. Come down. Already. I had no idea 2 hours would pass so quickly. After suppressing my regret, I got up from bed. No Bai Hyuk put on the hat he had placed on his desk and hesitated for a moment. Lee. Yunjae. You don't have to be too nervous. I closed my mouth at the sudden words. You know your brother's personalities. Even if your brothers don't believe you, it's not because they don't believe you. It's because everyone has different values. I know. I'll be by your side whenever I have time. He scratched the back of his neck, saying he couldn't leave because it was group practice. Hey, if you're having a hard time in the middle, please contact me. Can I just say I'm going to the bathroom? Okay, I'm going to call my manager. Go quickly. These aren't really empty words, so don't suffer alone and call me. I said I understand. I pressed the guy's back and opened the door. Seonji, then Han Haram, who was sitting on the sofa, came running straight to me. I waited patiently. I did my homework with Jinbei. Good job. As I stroked Han Haram's head, No Bai Hyuk, who was putting on his shoes at the entrance, looked dumbfounded. Hey, little Lee Yunjae, can't you see me going? Why don't you say hello? Bye, brother. Han Haram responded with a sullen face. Earlier, when No Bai Hyuk and I entered the room, Han Haram was furious, asking what kind of brother he was and monopolizing the cereal for 2 hours. No Bai Hyuk was jealous of the child and made a fuss about it during his visit. It seemed like the sediment was still there. I can't hear you very well. You should speak louder. Bai Hyuk, go. Quickly. I'll be waiting for you, manager. I winked at No Bai Hyuk, who was giggling. Hey, you take so much care of yourself, kid. I'm so sad that I can't stay any longer. Jinbei, I'm going. No Bai Hyuk burst open the front door. Just before the door closed, he quickly waved his cell phone at me. Call me. After he spoke, the door closed immediately. I quietly looked at the closed door. Yanji, that guy is a little strange. Are you two very close? Han Haram grumbled with a face full of dissatisfaction. I replied, unable to hold back the laughter that escaped my face. We are very close. Ugh. Then there's nothing we can do. Han Haram's regret eventually made me burst into laughter. I added a word with a smile on my face. He's my best friend. It was already night. After putting Han Haram to sleep in my bed, I went out to the living room. As Jeongyeon arrived after finishing his schedule, the three of them sat on the sofa with Jinbei. The first time I encountered fog was when I was in the 5th grade of elementary school. Talking to those two people was much easier than talking to No Bai Hyuk. Thanks to the fog, we were able to find the address where Han Haram was kidnapped. From the two people's perspective, I knew that this was a situation that couldn't just be dismissed as nonsense. I looked through many books to see if I had a disease, but I have never heard hallucinations or auditory hallucinations in my daily life. I quietly said what I had prepared. Most of the symptoms of hyperventilation were related to fog, which made it even more difficult to explain. After keeping the words of someone who told me not to be more curious, there was no day when I didn't see the fog, and the silence continued. Please feel free to ask questions. I will answer everything. My brothers were older than me and No Bai Hyuk. This means that you must have seen and learned a lot during that time. I felt determined to answer as clearly as possible so that even those guys would be able to fully understand. But what came back was not any words or questions, but actions. What are you doing? You wouldn't know it if you saw it. I'm asking you to sit on my lap. Jiangyi and Hyung tapped his knee again. No, I know that. Why did you do that to me? What kind of Han Haram am I? The absurdity that I couldn't even hide came out in my words. Zhang Hai and I did not give in and repeated the action. Come quickly. It's because I want to hug you. After hesitating, I approached my brother's side. Of course I didn't sit on his lap. Is my knee going to break? My brother didn't seem to really think I was going to sit on his lap, so he stretched out his hand and hugged me. Yanji, thank you so much for telling me. Thank you. Actor. A large, familiar hand touched my back as Jiangyi and Hyung hugged me. I opened my eyes blankly, and only after a while did I relax. Amazing. Everything around me was now familiar to me. The living room stand with only one light on, the perfume that Jiangyi and Hyung always sprays, the soft and hard sofa, and even Jinbei Hyung's always warm hands. Interesting. And yet, it can feel so unfamiliar. So it was strange and fascinating. Chapter 271. After confirming that Li Yunjae was completely asleep, Jinbei On came out to the living room. Li Zhonghaian was sitting on the sofa with a complicated face. Jinbei. Yes. What do you think of the series? Jinbei An answered without hesitation. I don't believe anything I haven't seen with my own eyes. I don't even believe in the existence of God. But that doesn't mean we don't respect people who believe in God. You believe the serial, but you don't believe in the existence of fog? Yes. And Jinbei nodded. Because it's something I've never experienced. I can't help it because of my personality. I'm sure the actor knows. It was a fairly light tone. On the other hand, Li Zhonghyun looked distraught. I don't know. Of course, I know that Yunjae is not lying. But does such a thing really exist? It doesn't make sense. If you think about it that way, it doesn't make sense that the actor found out where Haram was kidnapped. I know that. I mean, it's going to get even crazier. Li Zhonghaian smoothed his forehead. Are you sure you can't tell the doctor? There might be something we don't know. That could be true. But even so, you can't tell the doctor. The words that followed were firm. We both made a promise to the actor. I won't tell anyone. I will not break the promise I made to the actor. Li Zhonghaian sighed deeply. I don't want to break my promise either. Still, Yanji is still a child. I want to help you if I can. There is plenty of time. There will be plenty of time to chat with the actor. Jinbei On said that we can find out how we can help in the future. Actually, he didn't think it was anything to worry about. At the same time, I felt relieved. Because I finally found out who the fog was and what it meant to the actor. Everyone has something they believe in. Some people believe that aliens exist. Jinbei, it's not a matter to be taken lightly. I heard that the hyperventilation has everything to do with the fog. Li Zhonghaian was serious. If Yunjae is what I believe in, it doesn't matter if it's an alien or a monster. I think it's fortunate that Yunjae has someone who can feel a sense of relief. But serialization is not something to be trusted lightly. Just the thought of the fog disappearing made me panic. And what will you do if it really disappears? I couldn't bear to see my child ruined without any time to do anything later. Just as Li Zhonghyun was to Li Yunjae also had great meaning to Li Zhonghyun. I still vividly remember the time when the kid couldn't breathe properly and was completely panicked. You've had a hard time enough. I hope Yunjae doesn't get hurt anymore. I feel the same way. That's why I say our attitude is even more important now. Jinbei On recalled the actor explaining the fog an hour ago. A calm expression and a neat voice. But his hands were shaking and his face was white. Eyes that were afraid that people would see him as a crazy person. The actor is an overly rational person. It must not have been easy for someone like that to come up with unrealistic stories. Nevertheless, the actors believed in themselves and spoke. Jinbei On decided to bet everything on it. The best we can do right now is to be next to the actor. I'm grateful that I can do that. Li Zhonghaian nodded after a while. Yeah, you're right. Let's do that. The two discussed for a long time what areas they should be careful about in the future. At this moment, thinking of Li Yunjae, who was with the fog. Yanji, what are you thinking? The fog asked. I quietly looked at him and answered. Do you think your head is heavy? Tooth. The fog that had been pillowing my arm pouted. He chuckled at the sight of him sticking his head in my arm. as if he was upset. I thought about my brothers. I'm curious about what you two are talking about right now. I'll let you know tomorrow. No, you don't have to tell me. I smiled and touched the foggy forehead. It was okay because the response was better than I expected. If it were me, I would have treated you like a crazy person. They are such good people. If you did that, I would have scolded you. Thank you for your words. I'm not just saying that. It's real. The fog was aggrieved and asked why I didn't believe it. Okay, calm down. I gently comforted the whining boy and hugged him. Anyway, there are only kids around me. I also laughed, thinking that I was somehow becoming more like a child. It smells good. A familiar scent came from the mist in my arms. The smell of rain that moistens your nostrils when you inhale deeply. It had a slightly woody scent, and it was a smell that couldn't be described in words. I always think about it, but it was similar to the smell that Han Haram smelled. Do children usually have similar smells? As I took a deeper breath out of curiosity, I laughed and said that the fog was tickling. Serial seems to be in a good mood today. Huh, good mood. Bai Hyuk, Jinbei, and Jiangyan. I don't know how much these three people will believe me. Maybe deep down you think I'm crazy. Even though he doesn't show that he cares for me. He may be subconsciously looking for a cure. But it's okay. But it was okay. Who knew that having someone who knew about the existence of fog would be such a huge relief? Did you hear what Bai Hyuk said earlier? Bai Hyuk says he likes you. I like that person too. As soon as he finished speaking, the fog turned into no Bai Hyuk. Even though he couldn't be in my arms because he was much taller than me, the way he tried to squeeze me in was misty. But don't misunderstand. I like cereals the best. I like you the best too. Hi. The fog smiled brightly. I thought as I looked into those clean eyes. All the moments that were hurt, painful, and difficult. I thought maybe I was running for this moment. If so, I thought it was worth it. I'm glad I have you. I hugged the fog tightly. It was a misfortune, a black stone, and it didn't matter anymore. There are countless good people next to me right now, including Jinbei, Jiangyan, and Bai Hyuk. I can't do it without you. And all of this was possible because of the fog. Fog, don't go anywhere. Stay next to me. Huh, of course. The corners of his mouth rose at the clear voice. The warmth and warm breath felt in your arms. I was relieved once again. Title: Guys, let's hold a contest to show off your favorite achievements. I'll do it first. My actor won the grand prize at the age of 16. He is the youngest winner in the country, haha. Oh, it won a small award it can last year too. Even though he was the youngest winner in the world. Everyone, please brag about your favorite achievements in the comments. Happy face. To conclude, he said sodium. What should I do if the owner takes down the shutters? I poetry that suffers from various diseases. Title: Isn't it still overwhelming to see Bambi receiving the award again? Everything is perfect. Those eyes, that voice, that content. It's strange that they ask people to take care of children as if they are adults, even though they are children too. I just keep watching the video blankly. I feel nostalgic for no reason. It broke my heart because Bambi was too mature for his age. However, I think she will become a good actress and a good adult. So I look forward to her future. It was a feeling that would rank among the best award-winning impressions of all time in Korea. There were only good things to say in other communities. Lee Yun-jae deserves it. It seems more sincere because it was said the day after the kidnapping incident was stopped. Title: But what was the kidnapper thinking? They say they took the child from a place with CCTV in broad daylight. What's the point of leaving your child with your mother? That mother is also an accomplice, then. Are you being investigated together? It is said that Lee Yun-jae personally took down the criminal, and it is scary to think what would have happened if it had not been for her. Not even a first offense. Crazy, is it real? He previously served time in prison for attempted kidnapping of a child. Miss, why are people like that walking on the street? Give it all away. But this time, it is not a first offense and the evidence is clear, so the sentence is likely to be harsh. When I looked at the kidnapper's face, he looked so fine. That's why I was even more scared. If I were a parent raising a child, I would be really anxious. My words. How can I leave a child alone when I'm scared? Haram. What did I say earlier? At my words, Han Haram immediately shouted. Don't leave Jinbei Hyung's side. Don't go to the bathroom alone. And even when you want to drink water, tell Jinbei Hyung. What should I do if a stranger talks to me? Don't talk back. Okay, good job. He patted Han Haram's head. I was a little concerned because it seemed like an extreme method. Well, it's better than dangerous. Wow. The sea is great. Thank God. I thought you would like it. Arrived at the filming site of Shin Yu-young with Han Haram. I felt relieved by the peaceful scenery, which was no different from 3 days ago. Yanji, are you okay? Can you film it? Sure. Every staff member I encountered asked how I was doing. Why is everyone acting like I was kidnapped? If anyone sees me, they'll think I've been kidnapped. I was a little embarrassed because Han Haram was also next to me. Director. Hello. Are you here for the series? Oh, is this the kid you saved? Cute. What is your name? At the words the director said, Han Haram quickly hid behind me. You listen well. This is Han Haram. He's very shy, so please understand. Oh, then of course I understand. I also raise a 4-year-old daughter. You did a great job. The director tapped my shoulder and asked me to take care of today's filming as well. As he was about to pass by, he pointed to Han Haram's shoes. Did you tie your shoelaces like this on purpose? Unusual. Han Haram bowed his head. However, seeing him squirming to hide his feet, the director said, Oh my, I didn't mean it that way. I'm sorry, he said and walked away. Yanji, am I strange? It's not strange at all. But that person, Han Haram's shoelaces were not tied with ordinary knots, but were tied together in a single line, as if a child had tied them by himself. It was natural, because he was alone. Whenever he insists that he will do it alone. Even though I offered to help him in the morning, he said no. Attitudes change like this just because someone else said something. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his downcast face. It's a real kid. The director said it was unusual. He didn't say it was strange. Isn't it the same thing? Being unique means being different from others. It's unique. It's not strange. Even after my words, his expression did not calm down. Ugh. I bent down and untied my shoelaces. I tied my shoelaces in a similar way to Han Haram, and then looked at him. Okay, we are a couple now. Han Haram laughed bitterly. Chapter 272. Haram. As soon as Lee Yunjae started talking, Han Haram answered right away. I'll just sit here. Where are you going? I'll tell Jinbei. It was easy to answer these questions because I had already heard them several times. Only after Han Haram's courageous answer continued, Li Yanji stood up with a relieved face. Then I'll go shoot and come back. Do well, brother. Han Haram's current location was the staff seat right in front of the filming location. Since there was a staff member standing next to them, I even changed their names just in case. Li Yunjae chuckled at that cheeky appearance. Bruise. As soon as Li Yunjae entered the filming set, the dog sitting on the floor jumped up. Happy. Please take care of yourself today as well. In contrast to his calm voice, the hand he was stroking the dog was affectionate. Han Haram thought as he looked at Li Yunjae's profile. How can this happen? The movie set was not much different from the photo shoot set. It was crowded with strangers and full of expensive equipment such as cameras. Therefore, it was also important to stay still and not disturb adults. But it's different. The filming location where he is now was clearly different from the places he had been to before. Han Haram was stronger than ever and felt a strong sense of relief. He wasn't anxious at all, and was even excited about the upcoming filming. And he knew exactly what caused this change. Seonji is such an amazing girl. Yanji Lee, a type of person that Han Haram had never encountered before. He said that it was not strange for Han Haram to be unusual. It's just that it's different from others, that it's unique. Serialization is unique. Is there any word that describes Li Yunjae more perfectly than this? Li Yunjae was so different from other people. I want to be with Yanji every day. Everything can change because of one person. For a moment, Han Haram had that thought without realizing it. I wish this moment would last forever. Filming will start soon. Everyone go back to your place. At that time, the director shouted in a loud voice. Among the bustling staff, Li Yunjae was quietly closing her eyes. Han Haram stared at Li Yanji without blinking. Ready, action. Li Yunjae opened her eyes at the director's shout. Suddenly, a stranger was standing in front of Han Haram. Du Yu-young, trapped in God's body, was sitting on the bed with a confused face. Yu-young, it's okay? And the god trapped in Du Yu-young's body was fidgeting next to him. Didn't you eat too little earlier? Can I eat more? Du Yu-young shook his head. Perhaps because it entered the dog's body. The taste of the food did not feel particularly unpleasant. It's just that since I had a short mouth to begin with, I still wasn't interested in eating. His attention was now focused on only one thing. It's time to call Mom soon. Du Young's eyes turned to the phone next to the bed. At the same time, Shin also looked at the phone. Ah. Shin, who was confused at first, shouted brightly, "You were worried about me calling your mom." Shin made a face that said he was finally understanding. "Don't worry, Young. I'll do well." Looking at the innocent smile, Du Young closed her eyes tightly. "Val, I'm so worried." Ring. At that moment, the phone rang loudly. Du Young jumped up from his seat, and Shin picked up the phone with an excited face and shouted, "Hello," in a very loud and courageous voice. "Hello?" A dazed female voice came over the phone. "Isn't Young's number? I called a..." Her confusion was evident in her voice. Du Young, who was next to him, closed his eyes tightly. "That's it." And Shin, who had not noticed Du Young, answered brightly. "Young is right. I'm Young." "Oh. Well, I see. When you'll come." Young misses her mom so much. "Oh, please." Du Young made a squeak and was in pain. "Stop." Du Young tapped Shin's knee with his foot. "Hang up the phone." It was an earnest gesture. But unfortunately, Shin was completely distracted by the phone call he was making for the first time in his life. What? "I want to see you. When you'll come." Young, where does it hurt? Are you sick?" "No, it doesn't hurt. I just want to see my mom, ugh." In the end, Du Young could not stand it anymore and attacked Shin. "Stop it. You bastard. Ouch, it hurts. Don't bite. Bruise." When a large dog weighing well over 40 kilograms lunged at the animal, the mere human had no choice but to be crushed helplessly. "Hello? Young?" Du Young's mother became even more confused by the loud noise coming from the other side of the phone. "I was just calling as usual. I was distracted by my son's reaction, which was so different from usual." "What's the matter? What happened?" Despite her question, instead of getting a proper answer, only a sound that sounded like a fierce fight was heard. "Is this really Young?" The voice was definitely the same. However, there was none of the harsh and sensitive feeling that I usually hear. Where has the image that always stood out for me gone? At the same time, I felt strange. When was the last time I heard from Young that I missed you? Even when I turned my mind over, no memory came to mind immediately. Du Young, who without hesitation shouts that she misses him. Should I call 119? "But what do you say? You think my son is strange? He talks as if he's someone else. Wouldn't I be treated like a crazy person?" Her head was so complicated that it was on the verge of exploding. Suddenly, a familiar voice intervened. "Aunt, this is Heisu. See water?" It was Du Young's school friend, Ji Heisu. "Yes. Young is out of her mind right now." "Is Young in pain?" She said he was different from usual. "Oh, it's not that I'm in any pain. I think it's just because I haven't been able to sleep well." Ji Heisu answered with an embarrassed face and looked to the side. In his field of vision, he saw dogs and people fighting. "I told you not to bite there." Bruise. Young, stop. It hurts. What kind of shit is this?" Ji Heisu forgot that he was on the phone and almost clicked his tongue. "Are you really okay? Is it okay if I don't go?" "Yes. Do not worry. If anything happens, I'll call you." Du Young's mother was still confused, but Ji Heisu's trustworthy words eventually made her understand and hung up the phone. Tuck. Ji Heisu put down the phone and let out the breath he had been holding. If I had come even a little late, I would have been in big trouble." Ji Heisu scratched the back of his head and stopped the two who were still busy fighting. Hey, stop it. Du Young, you need to come to your senses. What are you doing?" When Ji Heisu scolded the dog screamed as if it was unfair. "Bruise." At the same time, the person who was crushed also shouted, "Don't say anything to Young." Two pairs of resentful eyes turned towards me. Ji Heisu sighed deeply. Is there really such a disease? Why am I experiencing this ordeal? Ji Heisu washed her face dry with a pained face. Anyway, both of you stop. I have to get ready for school. Shin, you quickly change into your school uniform. I'm going to make breakfast. What are you eating today? Kimchi fried rice. Wow. Shin chuckled, as if he had been staring at me for a while. Heisu, thank you. It looks so delicious. Ji Heisu muttered with a shocked expression towards Shin, who immediately hugged her. Du Young, please don't do this to me. Bruise. Du Young barked nervously, as if she felt the same way. Can I really send it to you? Du Young looked at Shin with a complicated expression. Shin was eating kimchi fried rice while wearing his school uniform. Hey, don't eat in a hurry. You're pretending to be Du Young? At Ji Heisu's words, Shin flinched for a moment and slowed down his eating just a little. Huh. Seeing that, Du Young's feelings became even more complicated. Wouldn't it be better to just take a break from school? No matter how much I thought about it, it seemed reasonable, but I couldn't just ignore what Ji Heisu said last night. Hey, Du Young, let's think. There's vacation on Wednesday. If you go to school for 3 days, it's over. Ah, Bruce. No, I'm anxious too. Still, it's better than skipping school and getting called by the village chief. No matter how much you think about it, this side is better. The two talked more seriously than anyone else. He was so serious that he even forgot for a moment that Du Young was in the form of a dog. Ji Heisu said, I will stick next to you. If you talk to other kids, I'll guard you, so don't worry, he said. It was quite a dependable and trustworthy tone of voice. But since it was a golden retriever listening to him, their sight could not help but be comical. I do not know. Du Young, who was thinking about the conversation last night, shook his head. I wondered what I would do if I got caught, but I couldn't go to school with him. Ji Heisu will do something. After vacation, I didn't have to stay home and do anything. Ji Heisu's argument was to hold on until then and find a way to get back to normal after the vacation. In a situation where Du Young decided to follow his opinion, there was nothing Du Young could do right away. Sleepy. Perhaps because I became a dog, my eyes closed whenever I got the chance. For some reason, I feel like I have become more relaxed than before. Hey, you have to wear your shoes straight. How do I wear my shoes? I will do it for you. Ji Heisu bent his knees with a shocked look on his face. While he was tying Shin's shoelaces, Shin greeted Du Young. Young, I'm coming back. Du Young was sprawled out on the floor, just tapping her feet. I'm sure we can go back to normal. Heisu and I will find a way. Don't worry too much. Shin clenched his fists and shouted loudly. It was a cute action like something out of an animation. Ah, my eyes. Du Young easily ignored Ji Heisu's muttering and waved her foot more actively than before. Look at Young shaking her feet. What should I do? It's so cute. Hey, I'm going to be late at this rate. Let's go. Huh. Let me say hello to Young one more time. You've already done it 10 times. Stop it and come back. Ji Heisu grabbed Shin by the neck and dragged him. Shin waved his hand at Du Young even as he was dragged by him. Young, I'll be back. Stop it, you idiot. It was a hectic exit until the end. Seeing the two people disappearing across the alley, Du Young looked around. The surroundings were quiet, as if it had never been so noisy. Today, in the calm weather with no wind, all I could feel was silence. Was the house originally this quiet? Although Du Young was puzzled, he went into the house without thinking about it. The bed was a mess due to the morning commotion. Du Young took the end of the blanket with her mouth and neatly organized it. I thought I was hungry, so I picked up a few more pieces of food and ate them. Ji Heisu left the TV on to watch when he was bored, but he was so distracted that he just turned it off. Du Young, who had been wandering around the house like that, eventually came out onto the floor again. There's nothing to do. Realizing that a dog's day is very boring. Chapter 273. Du Young, why are you doing that? They said they couldn't sleep last night. Uh-huh. My classmate, who was nodding his head, continued speaking hesitantly. Then why is Ji Heisu like that? It's not me. The friend who was answering also had a sour expression on his face. Ji Heisu and Du Young were where the two people were. Looking. To be precise, it was a god who entered Du Young's body. Du Young, you today dashed. Hey, tell me. Why? Du Young, I'm not feeling well today. Just tell me. Du Young had been lying face down at her desk since morning, and Ji Heisu was standing by her side as if she were her bodyguard. At first glance, the way he swatted away the kids whenever they approached him seemed solemn. Everyone knew that the two were close friends, but even considering that, it seemed quite suspicious. Aren't you playing some kind of situation? Huh. Then I guess I'll have to ask you to wear it too. The classmate ran straight to the two people. Hey, hold me too. What? Ji Heisu was startled by the sudden popularity. What? Why? He had been whispering something to Du Young for a while, but when he quickly raised his head, His face was filled with confusion. At the same time, Du Young, who had slightly raised her head, also fell down on the desk again. Slap. The sound of his cheek hitting the desk echoed. The classmate became even more puzzled by the unnatural appearance of the two people. Why are you reacting like that? I want you to wear what you are doing now. What? What are we supposed to do? Isn't this a situational comedy? Hug me too. I'm bored. Oh, what can I say? Go away. It's not like that. Ji-Hae-Soo waved his hand with a tired face. Then what are you two doing this morning? We also eat lunch separately. Why did I leave people so upset? Remove something. I'm just taking care of a sick child. Do the damn thing. Du Young is sick? Classmate Hong Jin-yun snorted. He was also Du Young's closest friend after Ji-Hae-Soo. How could a child who never caught a cold, even in the middle of winter, be sick? Hey, Du Young. Hong Jin-yun bowed her waist. Lift your head up. Hong Jin-yun, leave the kid alone. If you're really sick, you should go to the hospital. Why are you doing this here? He avoided Ji-Hae-Soo's hand and shook Du Young's shoulder. If Du Young was really sick, she would have said, I'm crazy, so stop shaking. However, Du Young just bowed her head despite her touch, as if he had been ordered never to raise his head. What? Hong Jin-yun looked even more suspicious. Why don't you speak? I told you to raise your head. Look at him trying hard. Hong Jin-yun laughed when she saw Du Young holding on with her neck strained. Wherever I look, this is what a sick person looks like. Hong Jin-yun tried her best to somehow wake up Du Young. However, Du Young acted like someone who had put honey on the desk. I told you to just leave him alone. Oh, you should just get out of it. Hong Jin-yun is now in trouble. He rejected Ji-Hae-Soo and used his strength to raise Du Young. Du Young held on as best as she could, but since Hong Jin-yun was much bigger in the first place, the fight was not possible. In the end, Du Young, overcome by strength, had to get up from the chair, and everyone looked at him blankly. What is this? Hong Jin-yun muttered with a dumbfounded expression. In front of him, Du Young was standing tall, with my face still pressed against the desk. In other words, the desk was raised high toward the ceiling. Are you really sick? Hong Jin-yun made a puzzled face. At this point, I was very scared. Why is he like that? Du Young, what are you doing? Is this just a physical strength show? The reactions of the classmates were not much different from Hong Jin-yun's. Ji-Hae-Soo closed her eyes tightly amidst the whispering kids. Ruined, Ji-Hae-Soo sighed inwardly. It's my fault. It was he who whispered to God to never take his face off the desk no matter what. God was simply following his words faithfully. Shit. Du Young, who had the soul of God, was completely different from the usual Du Young. A slightly relaxed expression, a strangely soft atmosphere, all of it. I tried making a blank expression, but I couldn't do it for even a minute. If I let my guard down just a little bit, the corners of my mouth would turn up and I would naturally smile. Any classmate who saw Du Young every day could not help but notice that something was strange. I made it look as normal as possible. So, I was told to pretend to be sick and lie down so that conversation would be natural and my face would not be seen. And thanks to that, I became very suspicious. Hey, put down the desk first. Isn't it heavy? Despite Hong Jin-yun's words, Du Young remained silent. No matter how wooden it was, a desk was still a desk. Perhaps because I was too heavy, my hands were trembling as I lifted the desk up. However, the sight of him standing silently without making a single sound seemed even more bizarre. Du Young, just put down the desk. In the end, Ji-Hae-Soo spoke with a heavy sigh. Du Young hesitated for a moment and then slowly put the desk down on the floor. Du Young, who looked down at the floor for a few seconds, glanced at Ji-Hae-Soo. What? Hong Jin-yun and her classmates tilted their heads in confusion. Why Du Young? Does it seem like Ji-Hae-Soo is watching? Du Young looked subtly intimidated, as if she were a dog that had been caught by its owner while biting the sofa. The expressions on the children's faces as they watched this gradually began to become strange. I don't know why, but I felt like something was strange. Ji-Hae-Soo was also at a loss as to how to handle this situation. The silence that filled the classroom was becoming suffocating. Widely, Class 3 Du Young. Your homeroom teacher is going to the teacher's office. The front door of the classroom opened, and another class member shouted loudly. Du Young opened her eyes. Wide. Teacher's office? Homeroom teacher. At that moment, the classmates frowned at the same time. What? Why is your tone? For some reason, I got chicken skin. Something is strange. There's definitely something strange, but I don't know what exactly is strange. Just as Hong Jinyun and her classmates were confused, Ji Hei-su belatedly came to her senses. Hey you, lady, get out first. No, let's go out together. Ji Hei-su grabbed Du Young's school uniform and moved quickly. Teacher's office? See water dashed. Shoo shoo. Ji Hei-su quickly covered Du Young's mouth with his hand and went out into the hallway, closing the back door. The remaining students in the classroom stood with blank faces. What was that just now? Hong Jinyun muttered softly. Unfortunately, there was no one to answer his questions. A confused silence hung over the classroom. Cut. Oh, I just loved it. It was so good. The director shouted with a smiling face. Why are you guys so good together? There isn't a single smoke hole. How much practice have you all had? There was nothing that made an actor more excited than the director's praise. The actors who had blank expressions just moments ago immediately changed to shy faces. The director praised each of the extra actors and then approached Gio. Hey, Hong Jinyun. I heard you're a rookie chosen by chance, but you're really good at acting, right? Thank you, director. The facial expression was so nice. My eyebrows furrowed. Hee hee. I think it would be better if you just speak louder here. Make your presence more noticeable. Gio's eyes widened for a moment before he quickly replied that he would. The role he played was Hong Jinyun, Du Young's classmate. Although the role had a name and lines, in reality, it was just a simple supporting role, not much different from an extra. When I looked at the total running time, it wasn't even a few minutes. The director's words to the actor playing such a role to reveal more of his presence were a kind of permission. Permission to be more greedy here. Okay, let's take a break for 10 minutes, and then start filming right away. Everyone, quench your thirst. Yes. The actors and staff responded loudly to the director's words. I approached Gio, who was staring blankly at the floor. Gio. Yes. He was startled and only smiled awkwardly when he saw me. Ah, cereal. Why? Do you have anything to say? No. When I shook my head lightly, Gio made a puzzled face. The expression on his face asked why he came when he had nothing to say. It looks like a real sword. I used to only look at kids like No Bai-hyuk and Song Yi-jun, but when I saw him, I felt strange. Should I say it is a solid wall? The distance was clearly felt. Of course, that didn't mean I wanted to cross the line. For that reason, there are still a lot of people who are within the line. Brother, as soon as I could think of that, Han Haram came running. It's break time now, so can I talk to you? I was sitting quietly. Good job. Aren't you hungry? Huh. Yanji, no, what about your brother? Han Haram noticed Gio next to me and quickly changed his title. Gio looked at Han Haram with interest. Hi. Hello. I'm Yanji's friend. My name is Gio. I heard about you from Lee Jun, and it's nice to see you like this. Do you know Lee Junhyung? Gio laughed slowly. Huh. Yanji introduced me. You too? Yes. Although Han Haram felt awkward, he answered with a relaxed look on his face, perhaps because he said that he was close to Seongjin. Anyway, it looks like a snake. I looked at Gio, who was smiling loosely. After finishing a short conversation with Han Haram, the guy looked at me. Then you two can talk comfortably. I'll be there. Huh. When I nodded, Gio smiled slightly at Han Haram and then moved his feet. Han Haram placed one cheek in my arms and looked at Gio's back as he moved further and further away. Seonji, are you close with that brother? I hesitated for a moment because I was asked a question I had also heard about No Bai-hyuk. Of course, you can't compare him to No Bai-hyuk. Huh, we're close. Still, it wasn't a bad relationship at all. That's because the purpose of this guy being attached to me is clear. I see. Han Haram pursed his lips. I chuckled and stroked his head. Why? Don't you like it? It's not like that. It's just something strange. What? The atmosphere is different from the other hyungs next to Yanji. Han Haram babbled in English, as if it was difficult to express in Korean. Something is eerie. He doesn't seem like a bad person. I slowly stroked Han Haram's forehead. The guy who was enjoying my touch muttered softly. It's a bit like a snake. There was a momentary pause. The kids know everything, after all. I let out a laugh. Gio, who had just been talking to Han Haram, seemed friendly enough on the outside. The loose smile that masks his sensitivity was the same as usual. Even now, Gio was slowly smiling next to the extra actors. But I could see it with my eyes. The guy's eyes quickly scanned the actors. Are we going to see who is more likely to rise? He was a really goal-oriented guy. He's really great too. I shook my head without realizing it. I took my eyes off the guy who was hiding his true self with a slow tone of voice. It'll be okay though. Huh. I stroked Han Haram, who looked up at me with distant eyes. Well, I don't think it's a poisonous snake. Venomous snake? Han Haram tilted his head and asked what that was. I just smiled looking at those innocent eyes. It's okay. Don't mind. Shall we go get a snack together? Huh. I held Han Haram's hand and headed to where the snacks were. Is it because of my mood? For some reason I felt eyes on my back. A stinging gaze, like a snake's fangs. Chapter 274. It's not my fault. I swallowed a sigh as I felt Gio's eyes looking at me from afar. The gaze that continued from yesterday was particularly stinging today. Why are you doing that? Since he was naturally a strange guy, I couldn't just pass it off as just that. But the time he looked at me was suspicious. When Han Haram was hugged and purred, or I pet him, his gaze became especially intense. Do you like this guy? A thought suddenly occurred to me, and I froze. Han Haram asked in confusion, perhaps because the hand that was stroking his forehead had stopped. What's the matter? No more touching. Haram, you know I shouldn't trust you even if you're my friend, right? Huh. No matter how close someone is to me, I can't trust them. Even if he asks me to go with him, I can't go with him. Got it. Han Haram blinked at the sudden words. Then he tilted his head. What if Jinbei does that? Still, can't I follow you? I hesitated for a moment and spoke. You can't even call me Jinbei Hyang. No, I can't do it. Don't trust me either. Han Haram touched my forehead and asked if it hurt. I don't have a fever. I was speechless when I saw the child looking at me with worried eyes. What am I doing now? I sighed and shook my head. No, just ignore what I say. Yes. At this point, I guess I have separation anxiety. As soon as it was break time, I immediately pushed Han Haram into my arms, so I had nothing more to say. Am I being too sensitive? But he was kidnapped just a few days ago. Of course, isn't this an issue that we can't help but be sensitive to? Yes, that's right. I nodded slowly. I'm not strange. If I had to pick something strange, it would be the gaze I felt when I was with Han Haram. As soon as I organized my thoughts, I immediately turned my head. Perhaps because there was no signal, Gio made eye contact with me without any time to avoid it. I opened my mouth without giving him a chance to control the situation. Let's talk. I guess you can read lips like this. Fortunately, Gio seemed to understand what I meant. Gio nodded slightly. I didn't take my eyes off his slightly frozen face. If you were targeting Han Haram, it was a problem that could not be turned a blind eye to. Now I know that Gio is not that bad of a kid. Sometimes he was as inscrutable as a snake, but sometimes he was more honest than anyone else. Gio. Can't you just say Gio? It seems like he's been particularly harsh towards me. Is it because of his mood? It's not my mood. Too bad. That's right. I'm not doing too well right now. So why don't I play with another kid? No. No one else is as famous as you. I know the purpose of this guy approaching me. After I told him not to cross the line because I would move it according to his purpose, he also never crossed the line. Gio wants to become a famous actor. That's why I keep Li Yunjae close to me. It was a fact that had not changed even after nearly 2 years of knowing him. Of course, that fact wasn't pleasant, but it wasn't terribly unpleasant either. The conversation with Gio was fun in its own way, and I didn't have to avoid anything. But not Han Haram. But Han Haram is a different matter. He was already a child who grew up having a hard time. It's enough that I've worked hard so far, but I can't let something strange happen for no reason. I need to warn you clearly right now. Now that Seongjin has grown up to a certain degree, he and Gio are allowed to meet separately. In the past, we have been very careful not to contact each other separately. Even though my appreciation for Gio has changed, the fact remains that Gio can have a great influence on someone. Han Haram is not allowed. It would have been better if they had used me. It didn't work out for him. I don't know what was going on, but this guy wasn't a good kid. No way. Without realizing it, the hand that hugged Han Haram gained strength. Is it Yanji? Although he apologized for the confusion in his voice, He did not avoid eye contact with Seogyo. Perhaps because of my sharp eyes, Seogyo looked a little embarrassed. Although I understood his position, there were several instances that made me shake my head. I think Seogyo might want to use Han. Haram. Just thinking about that possibility made my body tremble with discomfort. Seogyo was quick to notice. There was no need to tell us where to meet. As I moved to a place with few people, he appeared within a few seconds. Seonji. As I looked at him in silence, he smiled awkwardly. I guess I was looking too obvious. I'm sorry if I offended you. Why were you looking at me? I continued speaking immediately. Is it because of Haram? Are you interested in Haram? Without realizing it, the ending of my words became sharper. Seogyo paused for a moment and looked at me quietly. Then he slowly opened his mouth. Interesting. You. It's amazing how much you only think about other people. Answer me without talking back. Why did you think I would be interested in her? Hey, is my question that difficult? My brows were furrowed, perhaps because of nervousness. Seogyo looked at me angrily. It's a question where you can answer yes if you're interested, or no if you're not interested. Is there a reason you can't answer? No, I'm sorry. It wasn't like that. Seogyo agreed and answered straight away. I'm not particularly interested in her. I was just staring at you because it was following you around. It was a little surprising. What? I thought you were being so kind to me. Of course, I know that you are always kind to the people around you. He's kind to Songjun and even to me. Seogyo shrugged his shoulders. Even taking that into account, I think your attitude towards him is particularly different. I was curious as to why. I thought it was because I was a child. The slow tone of speech was strangely annoying. Before I could answer, Seogyo nodded. But I didn't think it was because he was a child. The director's daughter, who came this morning, looked at me almost as if she were looking at an inanimate object. Haha, the guy laughed. I didn't laugh. So, is that why you've been staring at me all day? I'm curious as to why I'm so kind to Haram. Even though my face showed complete disbelief, the response I received was bland. That's it. Could there have been anything more? I hesitated before opening my mouth as I was genuinely curious. Don't touch Haram. What do you mean don't touch it? Don't let her use your fame. Seogyo kept his mouth shut. I tried to relax my eyes and slowly spit out the words I had prepared. Haram is a good kid. Still young. I don't know if he will become an actor or a model when he grows up, but in any case, it is a matter for him to decide for himself. I will help you do that. It will prevent him from being swayed by anyone, whether it be his mother or Seogyo. I'm not a kid who can be swayed by someone. I know there are a lot of eyes looking at me right now because of the kidnapping incident. If you do it right, you can use it for good. I had to do something to calm my speech so that it wouldn't speed up. I took a deep breath to speak as politely as possible. You never meant to do that, and I know how unpleasant it must be for you to hear me say this. Sorry, but I still wanted to say it. He can't do it. I pressed my fingers into my palm. Without realizing it, I gritted my teeth and tightened my fists. Do it to me instead. Because I'm fine. Seogyo didn't answer for a long time. I looked at the floor in silence. Maybe it was because I was pouring out what I wanted to say, but my hair was a little gray. First of all, I'm glad. I'm not sure if it's real, but Seogyo just said that he isn't particularly interested in Han Haram. Even though I heard the answer, I warned him not to use Han Haram. Despite all the times I had told Seogyo not to cross the line like that, I crossed the line. If others see me, they will think that I gave birth to Han Haram. As Seogyo said, I am aware that I especially care for Han Haram. No Bai Hyuk, Song I-jun, and Lee Eun-taek. I cared about all the kids around me as much as Han Haram. But I admitted honestly that I am particularly sensitive to Han Haram. The kid is so young. Han Haram was only 9 years old, and he was at an age where he naturally needed to be taken care of. So all I have to do is take care of it. Even though I made that excuse, I subconsciously knew it. Even if Han Haram is not as young as he is now, my attitude towards him will not change. Gentle eyes, soft cheeks, and a bright smiling face. He was a kid I couldn't help but like. Like I said to Seogyo, Han Haram was a good kid. More than anything, there was a being that came to mind when I looked at the eyes that desperately followed me. It was a moment when I was giving strength to my hands again, thinking of the girl who was looking at me even at this very moment. Seogyo held my hand. What? Even with my cold gaze, he did not give in. What are you doing? The sudden skinship gave me goosebumps, but his hand quickly dropped before I had time to swat it away. My palm, which Cogio had forced out, was full of marks made by his fingernails. I thought it would hurt. Ugh. The tone in which he said that was calm. A voice that seems to have no other purpose and no regrets. Our Yun said the same thing. Your cat. Huh. Do you know? It's what cats do when they're happy. However, the explanation went on to say that it is not necessarily something you do only when you feel like it. They say that sometimes you do it to calm yourself down when you're too nervous or anxious. No Baihuke is like that, and so are your fans. I heard that everyone really has no eyes to see. You're perfect as a cat. It's about that damn cat again. When I looked at him coldly, he smiled slowly. Yanji, I understand what you want to say. I won't let you worry. I couldn't read any special thoughts in the eyes that looked straight at me. I nodded slowly. Okay, please. Thank you. He also added that he was truly sorry if he offended anyone. I feel a little relieved. I can't say I know everything about Cogio, but he wasn't a liar. He will keep his word. In the future, Han Haram will never be exploited by Cogio. Is only Han Haram's mother left now? I was just sorting out various thoughts in my head. Cogio, who was lost in thought like me, opened his mouth. Yanji, I've never really regretted anything in my life. I used to regret catching my mom when she left. But now I have no regrets at all, because she found out what she was thinking when she left the house. Thanks to you, I was able to pursue my dream of becoming an actor. The guy laughed loosely. But do you know what I regret most now? It's like that again. I quietly looked at the guy who asked questions whenever he did something. Cogio's slow smile gradually turned bitter. I regret the first time I spoke to you. Chapter 275. Do you regret the first time you spoke to me? What are you talking about? I frowned at the incomprehensible words. What followed was even more incomprehensible. To be honest, it feels a little unfair. I don't like myself like this either. However, the way of thinking is not something that can be easily changed even if you want to change it. What are you talking about earlier? I don't know the context of the conversation. After hesitating for a moment, I raised my hand. Cogio, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I don't know what you wanted to say. No matter how hard I try, I can't be like Songjun or Han Haram. Yunjae. Light-colored eyes looked directly at me. When I approach someone, I think about the benefit. The benefits I will gain if I become friends with this person, and the things I will have to give back as a result. Even if you don't like it, it's calculated automatically. Did I tell you last time? As soon as I saw you, I knew you were a similar type to me. Cogio smiled bitterly. But it wasn't until recently that I realized that they actually aren't that similar. For me, profit is important, and for you, intention is important. Benefits and intentions. Cogio said he didn't know at first that the two were so different. Even if I hid my intention in approaching you, it seemed like it would be discovered anyway. I thought you would like me more if I was honest. That's why I said that at first. You want to become friends with me because I'm famous? Of course, I knew it wasn't good to say it out loud like that, but I told you that last time. I'm not really good at it. Cogio whispered as if he was talking to himself. I just looked at that guy quietly. There was a commotion in the middle, but you said you would understand anyway. I thought it didn't really matter since I got something to gain. I never had any regrets. In the meantime, I asked back as the words continued slowly. But you regret it now? Why all of a sudden? In response to my question, a soft voice came back. I don't know. It just happens because I'm next to you. For a moment, I couldn't believe my ears. He said it so casually that I thought I heard it wrong. I hesitated for a moment and then asked, Cogio, I'm asking just in case. Now what? Are you trying to confess or something? Of course, there is no prejudice, he quickly added. What? Cogio's eyes widened for a moment, and then he burst out laughing. No, nope. Thank God. I misunderstood it because it was so meaningful. You bastard. I didn't even know how relieved I was inside, and Cogio was busy laughing. Going crazy. You really are, wow. Cogio opened his mouth wide and laughed. I heard a laugh that I had never heard from him. How can you think like that? No. What were you going to do if I really liked you? I didn't think about it that far. I thought you were weird, but wow. It's really amazing. Where did I sell the loose smile I always wore? Cogio just started writing his face. I said expressionlessly when I saw her laughing, even shedding tears. I think it's time to stop laughing. I'm sorry, this doesn't work out the way I want. Huh. I asked you just in case because you set the mood so well. It's entirely your fault. You know, right? It's my fault. But Yanji, do you know that your ears are really red right now? What does that matter? I gritted my teeth and told him to quickly say what he said. Despite the frustration that he couldn't bear, Seogyo just smiled. It seemed like it was very serious just a little while ago. Suddenly, the atmosphere became lighter. On the other hand, I was in the worst mood. I asked for no reason. Seogyo had a hard time suppressing a smile at my shit-chewing expression. I'll continue what I was saying. How much did I say? I glared at him. The part where I suddenly regretted it. Oh, right. After. Okay. I'm really going to stop laughing now. Seogyo took a deep breath as if trying to calm down. The guy let out a short breath and raised his head. At the same time, our eyes met. I said with a confused face. Just smile. As soon as our eyes met, Seogyo, who closed his eyes tightly, started laughing again. I'm sorry, Yanji. This is really off. The guy trembled and laughed. I became even more distraught. Are you calmer now? When I handed Seogyo a water bottle, he accepted it with a tired look. I feel like I've been laughing for a decade. Good. If I laugh too much, my stomach hurts. It looks like you did some kind of abdominal exercise. Seogyo massaged his stomach and muttered. I didn't want to rush him because he looked somewhat dazed, but I didn't have time. So can you tell me why you changed your mind? Oh yes. Seogyo adjusted his posture and sat down. Fortunately, I guess I didn't have the strength to laugh anymore. Even when our eyes met, his expression was the same. When I think about why I'm regretting it now, I think it's because of the people next to you. The people next to me? There are kids like Sung Ijun. So does your manager. Everyone was sincere towards you. Seogyo shrugged his shoulders. At first I thought it was funny, because being sincere doesn't really help anything. But the expression you make when you look at those people gradually changes. When I saw that, a thought suddenly occurred to me. I'm an actor after all, so I guess I'll just act at least once. Even if it gets discovered later. Seogyo muttered lowly. I can't change my desire to benefit from you, but I could hide it by pretending otherwise. Well, I would have noticed anyway. Seogyo smiled loosely at my simple answer. Like no Baihyuk. He is similar to me, but also very different. What would have been different if I had acted like no Baihyuk? At least I think our relationship would have been a lot different than it is now. You don't like it now? The guy thought for a moment and nodded. I'm not satisfied. Why? In the end, you got everything you wanted. He filmed a drama through my introduction and auditioned for William Entertainment through my recommendation. Of course, he was able to achieve good results because he was good at it, but I also knew that. If it weren't for me, it would have taken him much longer to reach the results he has now. Are you greedy for a better role or project? Seogyo shook his head. No, that's okay. It's only a matter of time now. But our relationship isn't something that can be resolved by waiting. No matter how good I am to you from now on, there has been a line that can never be crossed. At first, I thought it was just a matter of proving my worth to you. Of course I still think that way. You are satisfied with talking about movies with me, and I take the opportunity you give me. There are enough benefits for both. But why? The guy muttered to himself as if he didn't understand. Why am I not satisfied with where I am now? When I heard a voice that said I had no idea, I thought about it before speaking. Isn't it because you are sincere? The guy nodded slowly. I think so too. Do you think that's all there is? Maybe. I think that's right. Seogyo slowly looked out the window. I also turned my gaze in that direction. A quiet silence surrounded the surroundings. Where we are now is a classroom far from the filming location. Sparkling sunlight gathered at the window. As I watched the movement breaking into pieces, I opened my mouth first. Seogyo. I'm sorry about what Haram said earlier. I crossed the line. Seogyo's eyes landed on the side of my face. I looked straight ahead and continued speaking. You don't just want to be famous. I know why you want to be famous. Because you said it yourself. He confessed that he wanted to make his mother regret abandoning him, and that's why he wanted to become famous. And I even told him this. Thank you for asking first, Yanji. No one knows that I'm waiting for my mom to contact me. Father too. I don't mention my mom at all. My stepmom might be disappointed. Then call me when you want to talk about your mother. The face of the guy who was quietly looking at me at that time was vivid. He even asked blankly why he would do that. He said, slowly reflecting on that scene. But just now, I saw you. I treated him like someone who would sacrifice even a child to become famous. I'm really sorry. It's okay, Yanji. Geo laughed loosely. I already knew that you cared for Han Haram. That's irrelevant. No matter how precious Han Haram is to me, I shouldn't have said that to you. You gave me an excuse to misunderstand. If I hadn't said that in the first place, you wouldn't have done it either. When you think about it, he calmly said that he was largely at fault. That relaxed voice made me feel even more guilty. Geo. Huh. I hope you don't do that. What? I turned my head and looked into eyes full of puzzlement. You don't have to be serious with me. As you may have realized from my appearance just now, I am not a very good person. I continued calmly. It's likely that it's not me you're regretting. To the extent that I don't understand, the people around me are particularly kind and good people. Maybe those are the people you want. Geo was lost in thought. I thought I needed some alone time, so I was about to make room for him. The guy opened his eyes brightly. No, I don't particularly envy that. It was a very clear statement without any hesitation. Those people are too much. I fell for Song Yijun because he was too nice, and Han Haram was too young. None of them suit me. Ugh, especially no Baihyuk. Geo frowned like a seasick person. When I think about how sincerely no Baihyuk will treat me, I feel sick to my stomach instead of feeling sad. I couldn't control my facial expression for a moment because the words were completely unfiltered. As I looked at him hesitantly, Geo shrugged his shoulders. I know what you want to say. Are you saying you're sorry for misunderstanding? I still think I'm responsible, but since you keep apologizing, I'll take it. But I don't need you to decide for me what I want. I don't like that even more. I answered calmly. Geo looked at me and let out a shaky laugh. Yanji, do you remember what I said before? What? I'm not so soft that I cry or get upset even if you're not friendly. Words from the past were heard, overlapping in Geo's voice. Geo saw my expression and laughed. You remember? Then you'll remember what I said next. I nodded slowly. The guy laughed loosely. Okay, please do that. They continued to say that that was enough for now. I sat next to him and quietly recalled the next words Geo said. So, please take it easy on me from now on. And I answered in my heart. I will do so. Somehow, I feel like I can do that in the future. Chapter 276. It's been 4 days since I brought Han Haram to the movie location. There were many things that made me quite satisfied with having my child by my side all day. The first thing is that I can check with my own eyes whether anything is okay with him. The second thing is that there is a child who runs straight into my arms during recess. And the third was as follows. Yun Hyung no Yanji. You can see Han Haram completely distracted by his title. He always changed his title depending on whether there were strangers around, so he was busy alone every time he spoke to me. It's kind of cute, though. I was a little puzzled. Haram, if it's so confusing, wouldn't it be better to unify it as one? He told me to just call him brother and smoothed his forehead. Then Han Haram became angry. No, I like to call it a series. Then just call me by my name. Anyway, there is no mother who will hear and say anything. However, there was someone who quickly refuted my words. Yanji, I don't think that's right. It was Geo. He smiled loosely and looked down at Han Haram in my arms. It's not common for a 7-year-old to call his 16-year-old brother by his first name. Later, when Haram grows up, it could turn into a controversy over his attitude. Is it? As I tilted my head, Han Haram screamed. I'm not 7 years old. I'm 9 years old. Oh, sorry. I didn't know. What's the use of apologizing without feeling sorry at all? Regardless of whether Han Haram was fuming or not, Geo continued what he was saying. Like you said, you don't know what Haram will do later. If you continue to work in the entertainment industry, his reputation is important, so wouldn't it be better to take this opportunity to unify him as an older brother? That's right. When I nodded, Han Haram looked up at me with a betrayed look on his face. Is it Yanji? But he says he wants to do that. As I hesitated, Geo shook his head. You're too back. Don't say anything to Yanji. Han Haram immediately growled. I slowly stroked his head as if to calm him down. What kind of dog are you acting like? Is it because I was on set filming all day? It was funny because he seemed to act like a god in Du Young's body. Han Haram couldn't calm down even with my touch and grumbled at Cogio. Why is your personality like that? But I don't think I'm a bad person, and I took Yunjae's side. Yesterday. Wow. Is that siding with you? It's touching. Yanji, can you not play with that, brother? Han Haram lowered his head in tears. Just as I was about to do that, Cogio whispered to me as if giving me a warning. Oh, you definitely have the makings of an actor. I saw you acting right away. Even if he whispered, it was so loud that Han Haram, who was in my arms, couldn't hear it. Oh really? Han Haram raised his head. His face was full of irritation, as if he had never been in tears. I felt a slight shock at that sight. It was really acting. Although Cogio acted obnoxiously, what he said was not wrong. As I was momentarily speechless in shock, Han Haram shouted, Wadada, you really are a strange person. Don't stay next to Yanji. And why are you here instead of at your brother's dorm? Yanji invited me. Did I even have to ask your permission? I didn't know. Don't say things you don't mean. Haram, it's true that I invited you. I stopped Han Haram from growling. I called you because I thought it would be good to get to know you. I don't want to be friends. That guy has a strange personality. I know that too. Still, you shouldn't say it out loud in front of people, Haram. I scolded him, saying that was against manners. A bewildered voice came from next to me. Yanji, I can hear everything. I just ignored it. Quickly say sorry to your brother. He's the same age as me. There is an age difference between you and me, so you shouldn't be rude to your older brother. Han Haram pouted his lips. He apologized to Cogio in a voice so small that he couldn't be heard. Sorry. Are you okay? Cogio smiled leisurely. I completely understand if you're jealous of me. I'm the same age as Yanji, so there's no problem with calling her by her name. Han Haram's body trembled. He was glaring at people harshly, which was uncharacteristic of him, so I hurriedly entrusted the child to Jinbei, who was in the kitchen. When I returned to the sofa, Cogio was sitting with a carefree face. Cogio, why are you like this? What? Why does a kid who doesn't act like that do that? Why are you being mean to me? It was this afternoon that I had a deep conversation with Cogio. Even though I misunderstood and said something harsh, he came back saying that it was okay to talk comfortably because he was not easily hurt. It was a very generous response, to the point where it put to shame what I had thought about Cogio on my own until now. I wanted to apologize more properly for that, so I asked if I was free in the evening. I thought it would be a good atmosphere if we all had dinner together. I thought it would be even better if I got to know Han Haram this time. I also wanted to directly show Han Haram that Cogio is a good kid. But, do you think it's ruined? I sighed at the not-so-good atmosphere. You're usually good at smiling loosely. You treated me well when I said hello to Haram yesterday. Haha, am I laughing loosely? Don't change your mind. Just now, Cogio was grumpy more than necessary. Well, at least he's 9 years old. How long would Han Haram endure the scolding? Despite my concerned words, Cogio shrugged his shoulders. Looking at what he's doing, it looks like he won't fall for you easily. I'm also on guard. If you treat a kid like that like you're any other person, he'll feel even more suspicious. This is better. I don't think a 9-year-old would think that deeply. You are limiting yourself too much. He's also in a bad mood. Strangely, all the kids next to you said the same thing. I wanted to say no, but I couldn't, because I just saw Han Haram act with my own eyes. When I closed my mouth, Cogio smiled refreshingly. It feels good to say everything I need to say for the first time in a while. Is that why you say you like teasing a child like that? What do you think? It was the only welfare I received when I was eating lunch at school with no Baihyuk. It was a little disappointing after he debuted. I tried to find something to say and failed. He's a really strange kid. I already knew that Cogio was a strange kid. The problem was me. It's a big deal for me too. In the past, I wouldn't have had a relationship with my husband. It was a big deal that he didn't look so obnoxious just because we talked about it briefly today. I really need to change my name to Li Galde. I was just thinking that in my heart. Yanji, Jinbei Hyung shaved this for me. Han Haram slowly approached with a plate in his hand. I was impressed by the way he approached me, looking only at me, as if Cogio wasn't there. Thank you for bringing it. What about Jinbei? My brother said he had to call the company and said we should eat first. I see. Just in case, I set Jinbei aside, picked up an apple, and put it in Han Haram's mouth. The guy took it with a smile, as if asking when he was angry. Hi. I also eat cereals. Huh. Yanji me. But as soon as Gio opened his mouth, his smile disappeared. I immediately had to comfort Han Haram, who was looking at Gio with cold eyes. It was a really crazy evening. Gio, it's almost 10 o'clock. Can I go to your dorm? At my question, Gio smiled softly. I'll be back in a bit. I want to stay with you until he goes to bed. And Han Haram, who corresponds to that guy, glared at that guy. I sighed as I watched him glare at me without saying a word. I'm so tired I'm dying. I don't think I was this tired even when I was fighting No Baihyuk and Gio. Unlike the other two, who could just leave it alone no matter what they said, Han Haram's ever-changing expression kept bothering me. At the same time, I was even more tired because I kept getting involved in the fight. I need to put the baby to sleep quickly. Let's quickly put Han Haram to sleep first, and then send Gio off as well. Yanji, I have a question. But contrary to my expectations, Han Haram's eyes were bright as he looked at me. Aren't you sleepy? Huh? Not really. I answered after swallowing. What are you curious about? Yanji filmed something today. The scene I filmed today was a scene where Du Young. No, the scene in Du Young's body is talking to her homeroom teacher. After Ji Haesu's short lecture on how to answer roughly whatever the teacher says, Shin enters the teacher's office trembling. Although he called it expressionless in his own way, Shin's expressionless expression was not compared to Du Young's usual expressionless expression. The teacher also looked puzzled as to whether he felt the difference, but fortunately he got to the point without saying anything. The reason Shin was called to the teacher's office was because of a parent consultation. I told you to decide by today. So what did you decide to do? Yes. Why are you making that face? As if it was my first time hearing it. Yes. That. No matter what your situation is, do you think it's right for me to talk about you with the village head through a parent consultation? If you're going to insist like that again today, just get out, you bastard. Through the teacher's words, Shin learns that Du Young has been desperately preventing Du Young from bringing her mother to school. The teacher says he can't put it off any longer and kicks Shin out, telling him to somehow bring his mother before the vacation ceremony. As soon as Shin came out of the teacher's office, Ji Haesu rushed in asking what happened, and Shin said with a blank expression, I think we're in big trouble. Haesu, that he mutters. That was the footage taken today. Han Haram asked, why does Young hate her mom coming to school so much? God said that too. Young wants to see her mom. Then wouldn't it be better for her mom to come to school? Han Haram confessed that he had actually been curious since morning, but held it back for fear of interfering with filming. I said well done and smoothed his hair. It's because the mother Young misses is not the mother who forces herself to come to school for parent consultations. What does that mean? Han Haram made a face that said he didn't understand at all. As I was thinking for a moment about what to say, the guy who had been quiet the whole time intervened. Du Young's mother abandoned her a long time ago. It was Gio. Du Young wants to see her mother, not the mother who abandoned her. At his calm explanation, Han Haram looked even more puzzled. But aren't we the same person? Do you have another mother? Hidden mom. Well, it's not like that. It's probably difficult for a 9-year-old to understand. I was about to add another word with an embarrassed expression on my face. But Gio was faster. It would have been better if I had a hidden mother. The problem is that it doesn't exist. Du Young will live in misery for the rest of her life. It was a desolately dry voice. Chapter 277. That's what it means to be abandoned. Gio opened his mouth dryly. You won't even be able to properly enjoy the feeling of missing you. If I want to see the person who abandoned me, it will only make me more miserable. Du Young wouldn't want to make a fool of herself either. Even though she misses her mom, she's probably just coming to terms with the fact that she's not there. His tone of voice was light, but the emotion in his voice was deep. Because I knew his situation, I couldn't easily open my mouth. Then, Han Haram, who was thinking about something, asked, what is the standard for throwing it away? Standard? Yes. Young's mom keeps coming to visit her. Then isn't it hard to say that she abandoned it? At that innocent question, Gio burst out laughing. What's the point of coming once every few months? I don't care what the child is doing or where he is, and I don't communicate much with him. It's the same as throwing it away. Han Haram pursed his lips at the cynical answer. What the guy said after hesitating for a while was as follows. Then how about a week? What? It's only about a week, so it's okay, right? It would be ambiguous to say that it was thrown away. I had no confidence in my voice. Han Haram asked in a low voice, as if he would disperse at any moment, and eventually looked up at me. Right? It's a series. Facing his pitiful eyes, I slowly nodded. It's okay for a week. No problem. Really? Huh. It's not strange at all. I gently stroked the guy's head. Seogyo, don't you think so too? Yeah. Seogyo was momentarily taken aback by the sudden question, but he read my eyes and immediately guessed the tune. Then, a week is nothing. I usually travel for a week. Gio is right. That's enough for a light rest. I smiled brightly as if there was no problem. Han Haram's expression finally brightened, perhaps because he was relieved when Seogyo took his side. I'm glad. I kept my smiling face and raised my voice tone. It's already so late. I need to sleep now. Haram, hurry up and brush your teeth. What about serialization? Why don't we do it together? I'll take Gio and come back. You'll be here soon, right? Then, I'll promise. After making sure that Han Haram went into the bathroom, I put my shoes on. Seogyo stays on the second floor. There was no need to take me there because I just had to go down the stairs. Yanji, what did you just do? I couldn't ignore Seogyo's face, full of question marks. I also needed time to catch my breath. What is a week? Why is he acting like that all of a sudden? I sighed at the response that I still didn't know what was going on. I was supposed to take care of Haram for about a week. Haram said he wished his father wouldn't contact him for a while. What? Seogyo's eyebrows furrowed. For days ago, I had the same reaction. My wife was under a lot of stress because of this kidnapping incident. She's a weak person by nature, and she wants to let nothing bother her for a week. I said it would be a good idea to call her at least once a day and that she might be anxious. I tried to speak as calmly as possible. The sigh I had been holding in poured out without my knowledge. My child wants to be with me, so what's the problem? They said the child wanted to be with you first anyway. Seogyo's jaw opened as if it would fall out. It was my first time seeing this expression on him, but I had no time to be surprised. They told me to rest for a week and not contact anyone, but Haram happened to be next to me at that time. I couldn't even get angry properly because I was afraid someone would hear me. I was hoping you couldn't hear it, but the reaction I just received was so clear that I couldn't leave it out. It's confusing. As I sighed deeply, Seogyo washed my face dry. Then he muttered softly, "Why is there not a single sane family member?" I know. Is this what it means to say that people gather together? Seogyo, no Bai-hyuk, Han Haram, and me too. No one had a smooth family life. Even if we are all grown up, Han Haram. He was a child who already knew that his parents were not his biological parents. So, they move their eyes busily like that, as if they are watching. I'd rather bring it myself. To be honest, I would be lying if I said I wasn't greedy. The satisfaction I felt after being with him for 4 days was clear. I can do better. That thought had just occurred to me. Seeing the guy's reaction just now brought me to my senses as if I had been doused with ice water. No matter how kindly I treat him and treat him well, I cannot fill the void left by his parents. It's really dark out there. I don't know what to do. How should I act to get the best results? Counseling requires parental permission. When I suggested that I receive counseling after the kidnapping incident, Han Haram's parents burst into laughter, saying that it would absolutely not be possible. They say that if you have a history of counseling when you are young, it may be a problem for you to get a job later, and you don't know how rumors will spread. The child was shocked, but I wonder if that's the problem. However, they were Han Haram's legal guardians. All I could do was stay by his side for a week. Just that one thing. I was feeling helpless with my whole body. Seogyo sat down next to the stairs where I was sitting. Let's just stop there. What? Thinking about Han Haram. Even for me as a third party, this is a complicated story to hear. I understand how you feel, but that's all for today. Seogyo looked straight into my eyes. Why do you think about others so much? I have to think about you too. There was a subtle rebuke in his pale eyes. I hesitated for a moment before answering. I've been thinking about it enough. I'm sorry, but I'm not round like the people next to you. I don't believe you. The guy easily ignored my words. There are countless people in this world who are like pests. I wish they were either rude or stupid, but unfortunately, Those people don't seem to be able to distinguish between what is right and wrong. Gio laughed loosely. Even though he was smiling, he looked fierce. It's not our fault that pests are roaming the streets. Well, it would be nice to pour bleach on them and kill them all, but that's not possible in a country governed by law. I was momentarily speechless at the harsh tone I had heard for the first time in a long time. Whether I was staring blankly or not, he continued talking calmly. Han Haram's parents are just one of many pests. It's not Han Haram's fault, and it's not your fault. I know that if you think about it wrongly, it's meaningless. As always, the important thing was the solution. At that moment, the words came out spontaneously. Gio, what is the best thing for me to do? I don't know what to do is best for Haram. I didn't know I'd be saying this to Gio. Late at night, dark stairs. Is it because I can feel that there is someone right in front of me? The desire to lean on the other person has increased. And the answer that came back was very calm. I don't know that either. How would I know? That's right, he is like that. Gio had an expression on his face that it was someone else's business. What did you expect? After a moment of feeling lost, the guy continued speaking. There is only one thought on my mind right now. It may not be particularly helpful in this situation. What? A rough voice came out without me realizing it. Gio answered calmly. Do you wish you were there when I was 9? If you look at it that way, Han Haram didn't have such a gloomy childhood. I feel a little sorry for my parents, but nothing is perfect. The guy shrugged his shoulders. So don't stress too much. Let go of the strange obsession that you have to solve everything. Does it look that strange? It seems a little excessive. Even if it's you. I felt embarrassed by the words that followed. Because it was something I was aware of. I do not know either. Why do you take care of Han Haram like this? Yanji, don't be like that. What about 16-year-old Gio? He needs a warm hand too. What the? I couldn't help but laugh at the light tone of voice, trying to lighten the mood. He's a really nice guy too. Even though it was somewhat strange, I still felt like it was quite a good consolation. Gio smiled quietly. Why? Are you just smiling? I'm serious. Pay attention to me too. When I was 9 years old, I didn't even have you to touch my hair. If you think about it, I feel more lonely. Just bow once, just bow once. I raised my hand and covered the guy's mouth. I was dumbfounded and shook my head. I guess people really are among themselves. I don't know why there are only strange kids around me. Gio, who muttered to me with his mouth covered, looked like a child today. When I saw that, my back felt cold. Do other people see me like this? It got a little ominous. The next morning, still, unlike last night, I woke up feeling quite comfortable. I think I did a good job talking to Gio. I didn't get a particularly helpful answer, but it was a pretty good conversation. I left the filming set feeling a little more at ease. But as soon as I took a step, all the staff came running. Sionji, you were so cool. We're all watching the video right now. Yes. What video? Despite my dumbfounded expression, I was busy talking without anyone answering. It's got the perfect teen vibe. I screamed as soon as I saw you in your football uniform. I'm in the science room. The experiment glasses look so cute. Can't we put something like that in our movie too? Why do experimental glasses appear in rural movies? Why? All you have to do is take a science class before vacation. Is there anyone who can go with me to make a request to the director? Please. Just one. I listened to the words pouring out in a daze and thought. Has it already happened like that? Time flies. I turned on my phone with a sheepish heart. There was no need to search separately. Real-time trends were already filled with words including my name. Lee Yunjae, American football. Lily's new song. Our Bambi. Yes. Today was the release date of Lily Sweetie's music video. The reaction is already unusual. When I went to the fan cafe, I saw that the posts were constantly being updated. Every time I refreshed, the posts were pouring in, and the titles were all about Lily's music video. There were also fans who were curious about the behind-the-scenes details. After today's filming, I'll at least write a post on the fan cafe. I was vaguely thinking something like that. That is, until I heard this news from Jinbei that evening. Yes. I asked back in a daze. Are you telling me to broadcast alone? Chapter 278. Are you telling me to broadcast alone? Live broadcast. And that too without staff? Jinbei nodded to my question. If you want to be an actor. If you don't want to do it. No, want to do. Even in a dazed state, I urgently shouted. Of course I like it. So good. I really want to do it. I couldn't say I wanted to do it, so I was begging to be allowed to do it. Jinbei seemed to sense my earnestness and smiled, telling me to calm down. But I couldn't calm down at all. What's happening? VApp Live. It was a broadcast optimized for real-time communication with fans. Thanks to Zhonghai and I've rented a studio and filmed on a large scale, but this was my first time filming without any preparation. Even alone. This time there was no staff, no studio, and no script. You can just focus purely on your conversation with Bayan. It's crazy. I was so happy at that moment that my mouth fell open. I tried my best to control my facial expression, but it was in vain. Because the corners of my mouth kept rising, I ended up having to cover my face with both hands. Haha, I didn't know you would like it this much. I should have told you sooner. It was so sudden. I felt embarrassed hearing Jinbei's laughter. But what kind of broadcast is this all of a sudden? Originally, the company told me not to do it alone. Apart from the excitement, the puzzlement still remained. In the meantime, I must have asked if I could do a live broadcast and got rejected once or twice. Of course I understand. Space Cian had dyed her hair gray in a broadcast with her older brother and singer Choi in June. Since the first live broadcast ended like that, the company probably had no choice but to be cautious. I called team leader Wu earlier and got permission. Jinbei continued speaking confidently. The Lily Sweetie music video came out today, so I think there will be fans who are curious about the behind-the-scenes details. Uh-huh. He nodded. Immediately. We do communication broadcasts and also do promotional activities. That's the way it is. Then I guess I should tell you about the behind-the-scenes of the music video. What should I say that will make the fans like it? It was a time when I was working hard to organize what I wanted to say on broadcast. A large hand touched my back. Actress. Yes. Are you having a hard time with Haram these days? I paused. Jinbei patted my back with a knowing look on his face. The only thing I said to promote the music video was to persuade the company. I hope the actor will broadcast without worrying about such things. Then, yes, actors, please communicate comfortably with your fans. Without thinking or worrying. Gentle Eyes looked at me. That's all I asked for. I will sleep with Haram today. There is no set broadcast time, so just relax until you go to bed. Yes, thank you, he answered with a blank face. At that moment, various thoughts were going through my mind. Jinbei seemed to know even that, and opened his mouth first, as if he was used to it. It wasn't noticeable. Actor, do not worry. There were no problems with filming. You don't have to worry because Haram didn't cause any trouble to anyone. Since I was told that other people probably had no idea, I asked cautiously. Then how did you know? Jinbei patted my back leisurely. Because I am the actor's manager. Isn't that reason enough? My brother whispered softly. It was the most dependable whisper I've ever heard in my life. Preparing for the broadcast was easier than I thought. I first announced the news of the broadcast to the fan cafe and received a cell phone for filming. 30 minutes before the broadcast started. When I came out after washing up, there were clothes on the bed that I had never seen before. What's this? I looked at the light sky blue pajama, set unfamiliarly. Actor, have you washed everything? Yes. Brother, what is this? Pajamas. No, I know that. I asked with a shocked face. Did you buy it new? I didn't see it. Yes. I think it would suit the actor well. It's my gift. Whenever dashed. It's not expensive, so don't say anything. It's been a long time since I gave you a gift, but I'm upset if you nag me again. That's not it dashed. Ugh, I'm starting to get upset. Be careful. You don't give me a chance to say anything. Every time I tried to open my mouth, Jinbei urged me, using the excuse of a broadcast. I had no choice but to change into the clothes my brother had prepared. This won't be very expensive. The soft feel of the skin was telling. I have really expensive clothes. You can't believe you wear something like this as pajamas. It really bothered me, but I calmed down while thinking about the tragedy. It's been a while since I've seen your face, so I need to look as good as I can. Actor, don't be too nervous. I will be monitoring in the room over there, so if you need anything, please feel free to call me. Yes, thank you. After saying goodnight to Han Haram, I returned to my room. I sat down on the bed and picked up my cell phone for filming. Thanks to Jinbei Hyung's presetting, the broadcast started with just one button press. After taking a short deep breath, I pressed the button. Soon, I was shown on the screen, making a slightly awkward expression. Hello. Without even thinking, I immediately bent down. The problem is that since I was holding the phone myself, it went down as well. Dash. Authentic roller coaster experience. Oh, what is it? Give me back my cochlea. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll say hello again. I can't believe I made such a stupid mistake from the beginning. He frowned for a moment and quickly straightened it. Hello? This is Lee Yun-jae. This time, I paid attention to the location of my phone and said hello properly. On the outside, I maintained a calm expression, but in my imagination, I was hitting my forehead hard. The chat window was filled with only words like, my fever rose from embarrassment. Hey everyone, take a look at Bambi's ears, haha. Bambi, my ears are going to burst. Why is my baby so cute? I could tell by feeling the heat, even without looking at the chat window. My ears are red. After I realized it, I felt a tingling sensation all the way to the back of my neck, so I cleared my throat for no reason. This is my first time broadcasting alone like this, and I'm a bit nervous. Starting with this broadcast, I hope there will be more opportunities like this in the future. I will try harder. I just came in, and you are giving your acceptance speech right now? Was I being too serious? It was clearly pajamas, but it looked like a suit. Meanwhile, what are the pajamas? It's perfect. It's cute, my baby. Where is it? This is the accommodation on the filming set. I'm on the bed in my room right now. To create a comfortable broadcasting atmosphere, our manager prepared pajamas. I thought to myself that my brother might be watching the broadcast, so I muttered quietly, thank you, Jinbei Hyung. As expected, manager on. Bambi Fishing Grounds #1 class is not going anywhere, haha. What is serial personal color? I can't find it when I search. But isn't the posture too stiff to be called a comfortable broadcast? That's right, haha Bambi, relax a little. I think I should give you a proper first greeting. I'll lie down soon. Isn't it too polite to say hello while lying down? But I thought there was no difference between saying hello while lying down or broadcasting while lying down. I know that there is also a separate content called lying room, but it felt rude to lie down alone in front of Bayan. We sat like that for a while and broadcasted. As I was slowly feeling my mouth dry, a chat came up asking when I was going to lie down. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth. Everyone, I have a favor to ask of you. Ask? Mont. Heartsuit, 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 heartsuit. I love Bambi. Heartsuit, 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 heartsuit. What attitude are you all looking at right now? It's a bit difficult for me to lie down alone. I cautiously asked if it would be okay for me to lie down with him. At that moment, the chat window stopped for a moment, and then suddenly started to rise rapidly. Crazy. Can I be this cute? How can I watch this for free? Looks like I have to pay. Bambi, I'm lying down. I also lie down. I've been lying down for 3 hours now. Thank God. Thanks to Bayan's obedient request, I felt much more at ease. Then I'll lie down. I only turned on the light next to the bed and turned off all the lights. As I lay down on the bed in that state, it felt new. I feel strange. Even though I felt guilty, I also felt much closer to the people on the other side of the screen. After my posture became comfortable, speaking became easier. I also talk about the movie I'm currently filming, Shin Yu Young, without giving away any spoilers. He also talked about how he felt when he received the grand prize at the awards ceremony a few days ago. Chats mentioning the Han Haram kidnapping incident were often posted, but the chats were immediately pushed out without me having time to mention them. I had to hold back laughter for a moment when chat got angry and told me not to mention the baby. Am I a baby? The atmosphere in which we were greeted was peaceful. Bambi, aren't you sleepy? If you're tired, you can turn it off. No, don't go. It's unfortunate, but you can turn it off if you're sleepy. Instead, please turn on the broadcast next time too. Around 12 o'clock at night, a chat came up asking if I should get some sleep. Normally, it's already time to sleep. I didn't want to sleep. To be honest, I was even surprised. I thought it could be this good. It's definitely different from writing in a fan cafe. No matter how long I wrote, it always felt like something was missing. As I read and responded to comments in real time, it felt like I was really having a conversation. So, without realizing it, I smiled with a drowsy face. I'll do just a little more. I feel so good right now. Once again, the chat window slowed down, and then the chats piled up at an incredible speed. The firepower was such that it was difficult to believe that it was 12 o'clock at night. Your smile is so pretty. Our Bambi, let's only walk on the flower path. The smile was crazy in this Lily music video too. Alright, music video. I forgot about this. No matter how much Jean Bay said you didn't have to worry, there is such a thing as courtesy. I naturally brought up the story about the music video, as if I had intended. From stories about Mia Brown, who played the opposite role, to a small episode that happened on set. The American football uniform was quite heavy. He said that because it was so different from Korean culture, that was what he was most concerned about. Lily treats me very well, and the staff also takes good care of me. I had so much fun filming it. The song was really good. It has already entered the Billboard Hot Bag list. I also played one song today and listened to it all day. That's right. I really like the song. I was impressed when I first heard it. When asked in a chat about which passage was best, I thought about it for a while and chose the highlight. Tell me, I dare you to love me. With my body completely relaxed, I hummed softly. There was something about Lily's song that just caught my ear. Something special that lets you know she's not famous for nothing. Without realizing it, I continued to sing the last part. I came to my senses late and quickly closed my mouth. Sorry, I was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Giving me a bruise during a broadcast. I looked at the chat window, blaming myself. The place was full of screams. The only thing you have to apologize for now is that you stopped singing in the middle. Do you understand? Please sing the song until the end. Can't you just call me from the beginning? I'm serious. I also got down on my knees. Yes, I'll call you. I paused for a moment at the unexpected reaction, but it wasn't a particularly difficult request. I sang Lily's song from beginning to end, and just in case, I also briefly sang Nade's new song. It's a little embarrassing. Perhaps because it was a song I knew from kids, I felt different from singing Lily's song. Out of embarrassment, I ended up singing just a little bit of No by Hyuk's part. We talked, and kept talking like that. At some point, my eyes began to close. I felt like I should turn off the broadcast, but little bit more. I kept putting it off out of disappointment. Then, I found out the shocking news that I had fallen asleep without realizing it the next morning. There was one more shocking news. Lily, who saw my broadcast last night, contacted me. Would you like to feature in my song? Chapter 279. Title: Lee Young-jae lived for over 4 hours yesterday. Isn't he a legend? LOL. He even insisted on not going to sleep and ended up falling asleep first, haha. Since my first blood relative is a fan of Lee Young-jae, I watched it together without thinking, and from the middle, I was wondering how long it would last, so I watched it all the way to the end. He talks a lot more than I expected and is good at being subtly cute, haha. I understand why he has a big fan base, even though he is a child actor. Wow, 4 hours? Crazy. I'm really jealous. I wish my headquarters would last this long too. I saw this in a meme too, haha. I saw her sleeping like a princess. In Lee Young-jae's fan cafe, people are already playing with the fairy tale Bambi and Bambi in the forest. The comment above is crazy, haha. It's so funny. Lee Young-jae's fans seem like real fanatics. So do my blood relatives. He's usually fine, but whenever I bring up Lee Young-jae, his eyes roll. Title: How difficult was it for our Bambi to not be able to broadcast for so long? Are you watching? Willian Entertainment Official. Please allow us to broadcast more on a regular basis so that our Bambi doesn't go crazy like it did yesterday. If he felt so wronged, he would have said, I really wanted to broadcast this whole time 10 times. The one person who fell asleep halfway through holding on. When I saw the 4 hours and 15 minutes filmed in the morning, my eyes popped out. My child is so sincere in his love for his fans. I didn't know that live broadcasting would be like writing a fan cafe post. I should have expected this from the moment I wrote a 38,000 character post on the fan cafe. It's our fault. Title: Yesterday, I filmed Bambi Legend. The way you look at the camera is so sweet. I felt good while watching the broadcast because they treated me like I was seeing a truly precious person. I've looked into many celebrities in the meantime, but this one is really strange. Because of my age, I don't feel the same way. Why do I feel like I can't get out of this once I fall in? I think it's because I can feel that they treat their fans sincerely. I don't know why I look at you so vaguely and earnestly. I think he's worried that we won't like him anymore. That has bothered me for a long time. But after watching yesterday's broadcast, it seemed much more comfortable. That's right. It was heartbreaking to see him sleeping in real time. In the past, he couldn't even pronounce the word fan properly. I will continue to shower Bambi with love until he gets celebrity disease. After being reincarnated, I saw Bayan at On La Bambalove. What do you do when you don't like Lee Young-jae? How can you not like a guy who smiles heartily every time he reads fan chat? A child who responds babbling even though his eyes are half closed due to sleepiness. Huh? I'm human too, understand? Why are you so angry? Buy-in special. I'm out of my mind. Serial Day at Yanji_day. Yesterday was a legendary broadcast that will truly go down in buy-in history. I need to upload it periodically so everyone can see it. Does anyone have any secrets working at a broadcasting company? I wish it could be played every hour on the airwaves. Buy-in special. Losing my mind 22. Sundaing Bambi at Sundub_Bambi. Now, I have come to like manager on. But how can you not like this person? As Bambi sleeps, he comes quietly and turns off the camera. It's also cute that he doesn't know what to do with Bambi. He's also a big person. More than anything, I like him because he has a lot of money. Why does money suddenly come up? The manager gave me pajamas as a gift. Why is that? Lee Young-jae and Sun Min-soo at Bambi_Saminsu. 2x0628 live broadcast. Product name, Valamur. Silk pajama set. Price, 1,900,000 won. Purchase link, not available for online purchase. I inquired with the brand and was told that a separate reservation is required. Please refer to this. Thank you. It was my dream to become Lee Young-jae's manager, but I quit right away. I don't think anyone can beat manager on with his love for Bambi. Bambi-hyuk friendship is forever at Two Handsomen. The part where Bae-hyuk sings the part in the serial is being played over and over again 200 million times. Why is it so nice to sing with a different feeling from Bae-hyuk? If this is the case, shouldn't they release the full version? Someone please help me out with the serial and release the music version. It was early the next morning when I received a call from Lily. I was unable to recover from the shock of falling asleep during the broadcast. As soon as I woke up, I quickly wrote an apology on the fan cafe, but I still felt uncomfortable. When I had barely finished practicing acting, I received a phone call. Would you like to feature in my song? Yes. It was unusual for him to suddenly get to the point. Featuring? I heard you sang my song yesterday. My fan sent me a video. I just watched it, and I was really surprised. Why didn't you tell me you were a good singer? I even felt betrayed. Why should I say that? For a moment, I was so dumbfounded that I was at a loss for words. Lily chatted excitedly over the phone. The response to the music video this time was so good that I wanted to repay you. Aren't you going to sing someday too? It will definitely be good for you if you start off with me. Wait a minute. What do you mean? It was so absurd that I stopped talking mid-sentence. Huh? What? I have no intention of singing. What? Why? Lily was really embarrassed. I was even more embarrassed by the incredulous response. Since when did it become a given that I sing? That's because I'm an actor. What does being an actor have to do with singing? Can't singing and acting go together? Lily's voice was full of questions. That's true, but I know that there are many celebrities who are actually capable of both acting and singing. There are probably a lot more overseas. Originally, Lily Sweetie also debuted in a musical sitcom. I don't know if you're greedy when you can't. They're both good at it. So what's the problem? Her words were clear, but I was completely confused. Well, first of all, I never thought I was good at singing. What? Didn't anyone around you tell me? That's not the important thing. The biggest problem is that the song isn't sincere enough to even release a digital version. Isn't it a bit weird to approach a field with such an ambiguous mind? It was even more so because I had seen No Bae-hyuk by my side for a long time. Because I know how sincere he is about singing and performing. Right now I want to focus on acting. I also have a movie I'm filming. I see. In response to my serious response, Lily replied that she knew she couldn't bear to suggest more. I can't help it. I thought you would definitely like it. Since you've been releasing a lot of remix songs lately, I thought it would be nice to release another version as a duet with you. From the way he kept muttering in a gloomy voice, I could tell how much he had high expectations. Feeling sorry for no reason, I asked a question as a courtesy. So you were talking about the song released this time featuring Lily? I thought you were talking about a new song. Yes. These days, it's a trend to take a song and remix it into multiple versions. Either make a new arrangement or feature another singer. She said that even if the original song did not receive a good response, there are many cases where the article is revived using this method. The reaction may be completely different depending on who is featuring. Currently, her new song Lily was already doing well, but it could do even better here. Bambi, first of all, I know what you're trying to say. I won't force you to sing together anymore. Yes, but, Lily said after a moment of hesitation. I hope you don't make it too easy to assume that you don't mean the song. Then, isn't it true that you have to try something to know that you are sincere about something? You probably weren't sincere about your acting from the beginning. Yes. I kept my mouth shut at the words I couldn't refute. Lily, who must have read the affirmation in my silence, continued speaking seriously. I know how good you are at acting and how much you like it. I saw it with my own eyes. But I'm saying this because I also debuted around your age. Don't confine you to one box. You are a person who is much more talented than you think. If you don't do it because you don't like it, it's too bad that you don't even try just because you don't think it's sincere. I could feel her sincerity in her calm voice. I responded that I was grateful for the sincere advice for me. Well, so did the doctor. My current lifestyle was 100% centered around acting. I thought it was natural since my main job was as an actor, but the doctor had a different opinion. People like Yunjae who discover early on a field in which they are interested, and even if skills are lucky. But on the other hand, it can also be seen as bad luck. What does it mean? There is definitely a time when you need to experience various fields. Yanji's age is exactly like that. If you don't do it now, there is a high possibility that you will wander later. The doctor advised that he should increase the proportion of activities other than acting to relieve stress. So, Space Cian drew pictures with his older brother and often danced with No Hyuk. I didn't even think about singing. The fans also really liked it when I sang yesterday. There were also people protesting to call for more. I know to some extent that Bayan likes me to sing. What about me? I paused for a moment at a question I had never thought about before. Do I like singing? I want to do something other than acting. Can I like you? Acting was something I had to do, whether I liked it or not, just to reduce my unhappiness factor. As I did this, I became more sincere about acting, and now acting is fun and happy regardless of the unhappiness factor. I was thinking that enjoying this feeling was enough for my subject. Isn't it greed to want more here? I think I unconsciously thought that way. I was just standing there dazed by the sudden realization that came to me. Bambi. Oh. Lily's voice brought me to my senses. Sorry. I was thinking about it for a moment. I was surprised again because I thought I hung up the phone. He hesitated for a moment and spoke in a voice full of laughter. Lily. Thank you for the advice you just gave me. I think it was exactly what I needed. Really? I'm glad. Lily looked proud for a moment and then asked if I had any special plans. Plan? There is no such thing. I was just going to try it with a more open mind going forward. Is that not enough? That's right. Trying is important. You have to try anything to know it. Lily, who had been talking with a smile, suddenly lowered her voice. So, since it's come to this, how about you help me? With what I'm trying? It was a meaningful tone. How? You said you're filming a movie right now, right? So it's going to be difficult for you to come to LA, and it's difficult for me to go to Korea for the time being due to my activities. But at the right time. What a coincidence. The producer who worked on my new song is going on a trip to Korea, right? Yes. I'll tell you to come see me when you have time. I asked him earlier, and he said he would like it too. I'll find a studio, so don't worry. No, Lily. Wait a minute. Even though I stuttered in embarrassment, Lily didn't stop. I'm not asking you to feature. I told you before. I'll never force you to do something you don't like. I just thought it would be better to experience it with an expert. Just try it this time. You said you were going to try it 5 seconds ago. I definitely said that. Why do I feel like I'm being stopped? I was a bit nervous, but I couldn't go back on my words. You're not recording it, you're just experiencing it, right? Of course. Of course. Lily answered brightly. I suddenly made an appointment to meet with Lily's producer and hung up. And at the same time, Han Haram asked, Yanji, do you sing? It was only after hearing that innocent question that I realized. I stopped you properly. Chapter 280. So are you working with Lily, sweetie? It's not about working, it's just about meeting that person's. Producer. Aren't those two words the same thing? What's different? Look, you can't answer that either. On the screen, No Hyuk was giggling. I resisted the urge to pout. I'll be patient, baby. Oh wow, it's really cool that my best friend is releasing a song with Lily. I also want to work with a big star like that. Maybe it will be possible someday, right? Hyuk, I'm telling you we're not singing together. Please. He laughed at my deep sigh. I hesitated for a moment, hearing cheerful laughter. Do you feel bad? I'm not as good at singing as you, and I'm not that earnest. But for me to have this opportunity, I didn't know how to end my sentence, so my words naturally ended in a blur. After a moment of silence, I looked up and saw No Bai-hyuk staring at me. Why do you look at me like that? No, I finally understand what Yuntaek said. You are a baby. What? I was so dumbfounded that I couldn't control my facial expression for a moment. I meant it in a good way. How can being like a child have a good meaning? You can see the difference from before. Feeling a bit like raising a Tamagotchi. Is this kid kidding me? I made a grim face and the guy laughed. It's because it's amazing that I don't suffer alone. Anyway, you're saying you're worried that I might be jealous of you? It bothered me to say that I was amazing, but I was afraid that if I continued to criticize him, he would sound like a child. So I just nodded. The guy opened his mouth obediently. I'm a human too, so of course I get jealous. I'm also jealous. Should I say that it is the sadness of someone who has a very proud person as a friend? But I don't hate you, so don't worry. No Bai-hyuk tapped the screen with his finger, as if poking my cheek. And then he continued speaking casually. Even if you feel hateful, what's the point? No matter how much you like the other person, your feelings can't always be good. I know that. What do you know? What a coward. This kid has been doing this since a while ago. No Bai-hyuk shrugged his shoulders at my glance, telling him to take it in moderation. Anyway, don't miss out on a good opportunity because you're worried about me. I like you singing better than acting. What? Hey, is that because I like singing? Of course, if the person I like does what I like, it's twice as good. He gave a thumbs up, saying it was good that he sang his part during this lab-on. Yuntaek said something really loud. He says he doesn't take care of his brother, but only his friends. It wasn't a mess today anyway. Without realizing it, I made a tired expression. As soon as I hung up the phone with Lily, I received a call from Eun-taek Lee. From asking why he didn't sing his own part to complaining why he only invited No Bai-hyuk to the house last time. I took it in moderation, but it seemed like it would never end, so I stopped halfway through. After that, he kept contacting me, so I blocked him for a while, but I couldn't stand it anymore and called another member's phone. He was annoying me for almost 2 hours, but he only calmed down when I promised him that he would sing my brother's part the next time it aired. Your brother cares about you so much. No Bai-hyuk smiled heartily, asking for you to look at it. Then when are you meeting with the producer? I was planning to see you sometime next week. Oh, just do what you're doing right. You said you didn't know, but I think you like singing. When I asked why he thought that, the answer was clear. You like sweating. Nothing makes you sweat harder than practicing singing. There is a lot of pleasure in it. You say I like sweating? Okay. You like exercising and dancing. Do you like me dancing? You don't even know what you like. Well, there's nothing but smoke in your head, right? No Bai-hyuk clicked his tongue. You don't like showing off your talent while dancing. You like dancing itself. I really like it when the beat is right. So what? Hey, and just say you don't like it. There aren't many kids who are as talented as you, right? It's not like I live alone in this world, and I'm really miserable. Okay, calm down. Before I knew it, the guy started to get really annoyed. I calmed the child down by saying he was wrong. After a while, the guy who became much calmer asked, "What do you think of the fog?" In an instant, both eyes opened wide. I mean the fog. What does he think of you singing? She said. He's a kid who likes whatever he does. I looked away and hesitated. For some reason, I felt strange. Why is your reaction like that? Can I talk about him? No, that's not it. Just a little. I was embarrassed. I also told Jinbei and Jiangyan about the fog, but I haven't talked to them about the fog since that day. It was to the point that I now understood why I was so obsessed with morning acting practice. I've never talked about fog in such a normal way. I felt a bit strange. On the other hand, No Bai-hyuk had a calm face. Hey look, even if it's just the fog and I, there are already 2 people who will take your side. But what are you worried about? If you're going to do it anyway, do it well. I also stream your song. Now is the time to repay the favor. How can I repay a favor? This guy says all kinds of things. But the warmth I felt from his words wasn't bad, so I just laughed. I hung up the phone saying I would call again tomorrow. Jinbei came with good timing. Actor, I think you can start preparing for filming soon. I changed my clothes without saying a word. Then Jinbei looked at me with a puzzled look on his face. Actor, are you still angry? Yes. Someone broke their promise not to lie about money. I answered expressionlessly. But the answer that came back was shocking. When did I lie? Oh my God. Without realizing it, I quickly turned my head. Are you kidding me? I was so shocked that my mouth fell open for a moment. How can you be so shameless? My brother definitely said that pajamas aren't that expensive. But 1.9 million. Huh. Even thinking about it again, it's ridiculous. Brother, if you dig the ground, do you get money? Whose dog's name is 1.9 million won? Who on earth can say that it's not that expensive? I think what it means to be expensive depends on the standards of the person saying it. I didn't lie about the price like last time. I was just speaking from my perspective. If you accuse me of lying, I'll be more upset. A shadow appeared on Jinbee's face. I became even more embarrassed by the expression on my face, like a child being scolded by his parents. Is this my fault? I was trying to shake my head out of frustration, but I held back as I remembered the shooting. I can't do that. I think you have a serious problem with your economics. Let's study together from now on. Actor. Buying luxury goods does not mean there is a problem with economic concepts. There is a problem when we become greedy, even when we cannot afford to live. Don't keep diluting the point. I can see you shaking your head, right? When I focused my eyes, Jinbei relaxed his expression. When I saw the face that openly said, I got caught, my stomach boiled. Are you saying you have no intention of hiding it anymore? Who is this? Who said that person was gentle? I gritted my teeth. Jinbei came up to me with a friendly expression on his face and patted me on the back. You know that I'm not the type to spend money carelessly. Relieve your anger. It's a problem because you use it against me carelessly. Why are you so careless about writing this to an actor? It's okay. It's okay. Next time you buy a gift, ask for my permission. This is a new promise. If you don't follow it, I'll get really angry. When I held out my little finger, Jinbei raised his hand very slowly. What the? Even a snail would be faster than this. Jinbei made a finger promise with a clear look on his face that he didn't want to do it. It was only after I had finally finished my promise that I sighed. I want to call No Bai-hyuk again and ask him, so who's the kid now? It wasn't until late afternoon that preparations for filming the movie Shin Yu-young were completed. The moment when Shin and Ji Hae-soo were in a state of panic at school after hearing the unexpected mission of parent counseling. Do Yu-young, who was alone at home, receives an unexpected visitor. Hello. Do Yu-young opened the yard door and stared blankly at the person coming in. Yu-young hasn't arrived yet, right? Oh my, it's hard. It's been a while since I used Bancha. Do Yu-young's mother stroked the dog with a bright face. Not even knowing that his son was inside the dog he was touching. Do Yu-young was still dazed. Why is mom out there? The mother tilted her head at the dog's reaction, which was quite different from usual. Why is this kid who always runs away when he sees people? Are you hurting too? Only then did Do Yu-young come to his senses and awkwardly imitate God. Bruce. Nice to meet you too. I called Yu-young this morning, and she seemed a little strange. I came because it bothered me. The mother sat on the floor, making a groaning sound. Do Yu-young hovered around her with an awkward expression. Sana, you're crazy. Would you like to sit down for a moment? It's not a mountain, it's a god. She couldn't even remember the name of the dog that her son had carefully raised for 3 years. I wondered if there was anything more proof of her indifference than that, but something that came so suddenly made it difficult for me to just ignore it. I'm usually not interested. Do Yu-young hated herself for being happy to see a face she hadn't seen in a long time. If it had been me, I would have kept a blank expression or been irritated, but the dog's body was honest. Do Yu-young tried to ignore the excitedly shaking tail. What time does school end these days? Maybe I should have asked. Bruce, we have to leave when there is no traffic. You know the mountains, right? Yu-young has a younger brother. Today is her birthday. My mother laughed, saying it was amazing how much time had already passed. Kids these days are so fast. A child who is only 5 years old insists on buying a toy. How stubborn you are. Ugh. Her voice was grunting, but her face was full of a bright smile. Do Yu-young looked blankly at her mother. You look happy. Is it because I think I don't understand what's being said? In front of Do Yu-young, she talked a lot about her husband and children, something she had not often said before. In fact, it wasn't that she didn't try a few times, but it's fair to say that the conversation didn't continue because Do Yu-young got nervous every time she spoke up. Therefore, for the first time in her life, Do Yu-young found her mother smiling while talking about her husband and child. He was a person who could smile like that. It wasn't a laugh that wanted to make light of my son's nerves. A truly happy, shy smile. Du Young finally realized something in front of a face he had never seen before. To my mom, you don't need me. I felt my blood run cold. Chapter 281. Okay, I'm going to take a short break. When the director shouted loudly, the filming site came alive. I passed by the bustling staff and approached the actor standing next to Happy. Hello, senior. Ah, Yanji. It was actress Song Eun-hye who played the role of Du Young's mother. She was also the actress who played Lee Jin-woo's mother in the movie Twins. It's been a while since I saw you during the reading. How have you been doing? Yes. What about you, senior? Well, it's always the same for me. It's a shame that I feel like I'm always playing the role of a bad mother. I laughed along with the calmly smiling actress Song Eun-hye. Well, last time I appeared as a mother who abused her son. Actress Song Eun-hye, who played the crazy mother in Twins, clearly portrayed a woman who was happy after meeting a new family. The acting is definitely more stable than last time. It's funny to think this way about someone who has much more acting experience than me, but I couldn't help it. I clearly remember that when filming Twins, she made several mistakes due to the pressure. You're too good at acting to say it's a shame. It's better than the Twins. At least there's no scene where you hit the kid, right? Actress Song Eun-hye trembled, saying that she was very fortunate for that alone. I felt a bit of awkwardness in the exaggerated reaction. We're not close friends. I need to make room for you so you can rest comfortably. I definitely thought so in my head, but my footing never fell off. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Perhaps sensing my hesitation, actress Song Eun-hye asked first. No, it's not a problem. I gently turned my head. I looked at Han Haram, who was clinging to Jin Bei, for a moment. Seniors. Huh. What do you think about Du Young's mother? Huh. I looked at the other person's puzzled face. Like you said, it's not like your mother was physically violent towards Du Young. We are also providing ample financial support. Yes. But leaving a minor to live alone is outright neglect. This is an act that is considered abuse. Therefore, I swallowed my saliva. They are not good parents. By all accounts, Du Young's mother was not a good parent. Nevertheless, does Du Young still need a mother? Whether it's good or bad, I'm still a mother. It's better to have something than nothing, right? What do you think, senior? I kept holding back the gaze directed at Han Haram. My conscience prickled a little because I felt like I was using work as an excuse to satisfy my personal curiosity. I still need help. I needed advice from a woman of similar age to Han Haram's mother. Advice from someone who has actually lived the life of a mother. Well, that's a tricky question to answer. Actress Song Eun-hye stroked her chin and worried. Yanji, do you remember what I said? You said you divorced your child's father and haven't seen your son in several years. Yes, I told you that your son is overseas. Wow, do you even remember that? You have a really good memory. Actress Song Eun-hye smiled after giving a brief exclamation. Actually, this is something that even my manager doesn't know about. I saw his face last year. He asked to meet me first. Really? Huh. In the meantime, he said he didn't want to see my face. At first, I sent him a text message and a letter, but there was no reply for several years. So I was really surprised when he contacted me first. Although it may not be easy to talk about because it is a personal story, it was quite refreshing to hear it in a voice. When I met him, he was already an adult. From what I remember, I was just an elementary school student. Wow, it felt strange. I just drank coffee in an awkward atmosphere. I couldn't possibly ask her how she was doing. But he said it first. I always had doubts while growing up. Why doesn't my mom want to see me? Why doesn't she come looking for me? I heard you contacted me first. But it didn't really resonate with him. Actress Song Eun-hye smiled bitterly. He thought to himself when he saw me smiling on TV. Her mom is happy without me. She would be lying if she said she wanted to see me. It's the same as Du Young. That's right. That's why I was surprised when I read the script. I wonder if someone heard my story and wrote it. Actress Song Eun-hye let out a heartless laugh. So I told him, even when I was laughing on TV and now when I am face to face with you. There was never a time when I didn't think about you. What did your son say? Actress Song Eun-hye hesitated for a moment and said this. Then you should have come to see me instead of just laughing. No matter how much he didn't reply or insisted that he didn't want to see me, he should have come to see me somehow. Actress Song Eun-hye smiled bitterly. I looked at that figure and thought, Du Young's mother loves Du Young. Even though she was not a good mother, her love for her son was sincere. I knew it because it was clearly mentioned in the ending. But Du Young doesn't know. Du Young thinks her mother doesn't need her, but it's just an illusion. Because his mother truly wanted her first son. She met someone who loved her and had a child, but she regrets not being able to give love and attention to her first child. However, because it is difficult to face the past of abandoning a child, he just avoids it in the form of clumsy coping. She thinks so to herself. He finally has a place he can call his home, and he needs to bring Du Young here, so he can start anew. She promised herself that she would never act like she did in the past. She was waiting for her son's heart to open. I won't know unless you tell me. But her methods were wrong. No matter what you think or what great plans you make, the other person will not know unless you tell them directly. Du Young can only think that her mother is happy with her new family. Han Haram will be the same. Although Han Haram's parents' actions never seem right, perhaps they care for and love Han Haram in their own way. Han Haram might be hoping for something from those parents. Eventually, you can't know unless you say it openly. No matter how much I worry about what I should do for Han Haram, it is of no use. We'll have to talk about it. Today, I have to ask the child directly what he wants. And I have to decide. Tomorrow, the week of taking care of Han Haram ends. At least before tomorrow, I have to decide. How will you treat Han Haram in the future? Shin and Ji Hae-soo are surprised when they return home from school. Aunt. Oh, Hae-soo. A long time. You came with Yu Young? This is because Du Young's mother was sitting on the floor where he should have been alone. OMG. As soon as Shin saw his mother, he ran towards her with a clearly brightened expression. No, I tried to run. Ji Hae-soo hurriedly grabbed Shin by the scruff of his neck and failed. Shin, who was hanging on Ji Hae-soo's hand, had no choice but to shout loudly from his place. Mom, I love it. With a voice so full of cuteness that it almost overflows. The yard was instantly filled with silence. Du Young's mother looked blankly at her son's cuteness, which she was seeing for the first time in her life, and Ji Hae-soo closed her eyes tightly. Of course, the person who was most shocked was Du Young. Yu Young, no, I've been watching you a lot during this time dashed. Bruise. Du Young, who had been quiet the whole time, suddenly got up and barked. Du Young ran at high speed and attacked Shin. Yu Young, why dash? Hey, it's a title. A title, right? God. Seeing Ji Hae-soo poking his side, Shin stopped Du Young. But Du Young just kept barking. Bruise. Hey, what's wrong with you? What happened? Even as Ji Hae-soo frowned and asked, Du Young continued to bark. Bruise. It was a cry full of sadness. Shin quietly looked at Du Young. His expression, which was smiling brightly, gradually changed. Shin knelt down and hugged Du Young. Yu Young, are you upset now? Then he whispered in a low voice that no one else could hear. Bruise. Okay. I'm upset too. The god hugged his master and rubbed his face. Du Young slowly calmed down in the warmth of Shin holding her tightly. Akiing. Du Young fell into God's arms. His tail drooped and his body relaxed. Shin thought, I can't believe he was this heavy, and lifted Du Young into his arms. Yu Young. Du Young's mother just had a puzzled look on her face. A red sunset was visible behind her. God shouted loudly with his eyebrows full of strength. Mom, I hate you. I hate you. Bad. No, I just said it was good. Du Young's mother had a blank expression, as if she still couldn't understand this situation. I really hate you so much, EU. Okay, let's stop here. Wake. Ji Hae-soo urgently covered Shin's mouth and took a step forward. As if the stamina from lifting a desk during the day had not disappeared, Shin lifted a dog weighing over 40 kilograms with stability. Ji Hae-soo stopped Shin, who was glaring at his mother until the end, and managed to get them both into the room. And there was silence in the yard for a moment. Du Young's mother asked in a vain voice. Hae-soo, why is Yu Young doing that? Oh, it's no big deal. Ji Hae-soo waved his hand and smiled. These days, our school is rehearsing for a play. He is so sincere that once you practice, you won't be able to get out of character. Yu Young is acting? There was now a look of fear on her face. Ji Hae-soo smiled slyly, even though she was sweating profusely. How good is he? The character is very honest, That's right. That's why he's acting strange. Well, I see. Du Yuyong's mother nodded with an uneasy expression on her face. She is a small, honest character, she muttered. Ji Hei-su shouted urgently. Aunt, shouldn't you leave now? It's time for the car to get clogged. That's true, but Yuyong dashed. Leave Yuyong to me. Just go. Hurry. Ji Hei-su sighed after finally sending Du Yuyong's mother home. Crazy. It was a deep sigh that felt as if the earth would tremble. As if her life had just been shortened, Ji Hei-su, with a pale complexion, staggered and opened the door. And there. Okay, Yuyong. Oh, Yuyong. There was a person crying in the arms of a dog. Shin is crying so sadly that his eyes are turning red. Even Du Yuyong, who has finally come to her senses and is trying to calm God down. Ji Hei-su slowly closed his eyes. I once again blame myself for coming to look for Du Yuyong last weekend. Chapter 282. After crying for an hour, Shin's eyes became swollen. Even with puffy eyes, Shin filled his spoon with rice. Yes. Shin took a big bite and opened his eyes wide. Myha. Delicious. Eat a lot. Hey hee. Hey Su, you're really the best. I understand. Stop. Ji Hei-su answered with an embarrassed expression. I was very embarrassed to see this reaction every time. Eat it with a side dish. Although Ji Hei-su spoke bluntly, she placed kimchi on God's spoon. Shin laughed at that awkward friendliness. Omaho. Thank you. Eat everything and tell me. Just like a homemade curry, it has a lot of meat, potatoes that fall apart gently with every bite, and even a slightly spicy scent. God was devouring the curry rice at a rapid pace, which looked delicious to everyone. I swallowed a large mouthful and savored the taste of the curry, but sniffled in between as if the sad feeling had not yet gone away. TSK. Ji Hei-su clicked his tongue and scolded. Hey, either cry or eat. Do one of the two. Then Du Yuyong immediately hit Ji Hei-su with one foot. What I meant was not to say anything to a child who is eating well. Ji Hei-su felt a soft touch at immediately understanding what the expressionless dog was saying. What am I doing now? I couldn't believe that I was personally preparing each meal, even bringing side dishes from home. But now I couldn't move away. You can't starve, child. It was Ji Hei-su who grabbed Du Yuyong and forced Shin to stand up while he was crying. God's face was covered in brown fur from crying while hugging the dog. Ji Hei-su clicked her tongue and brushed the hair off his face. The refrigerator is empty. Let's just eat curry for dinner. As if by magic, he prepared the table with ingredients from the refrigerator, the spicy curry scent wafting from the kitchen. Normally, Shin, who would have sat down at the table, just sobbed, wondering what was so sad. If Ji Hei-su hadn't said, if you keep crying, Du Yuyong's body will get hurt, Shin wouldn't have stopped crying. Suck. Oh, it didn't stop. Shin began to sob again. Ji Hei-su sighed as she watched the heartbreaking, tearful mukbang. Why do you keep crying? What on earth is the problem? It's because I'm sad that Yuyong is upset. I want Yuyong to be happy. Shin sniffled with a bright red nose. Still, he was busy gulping down the rice that was filling both his cheeks. Why is Yuyong upset? I really hate them all. Eventually, crying clung to the end of the voice. Tears instantly filled God's eyes. Try something. Du Yuyong tapped Ji Hei-su once again. Hey, you have to eat quickly so Du Yuyong can eat too. Are you going to let Du Yuyong go hungry? No, I understand. I'll eat. Fortunately, Ji Hei-su's words seemed to have made sense, and Shin quickly stopped crying. The sight of him still eating with glazed eyes was sad yet somehow funny. Driving me crazy. Ji Hei-su sighed inwardly. Although he had just improvised and sent Du Yuyong's mother away, his half-hearted words were extremely clumsy. I didn't know when she would come home again, and more than anything, I had to call her. I have to have a parent consultation before the school vacation in 2 days. Du Yuyong, this is real. Ji Hei-su held her sore head. If you have any concerns like this, please tell me in advance. I'm just thinking about it alone. Ji Hei-su made a promise. The moment Du Yuyong and Shin's bodies return to their original state, he will hit his friend with all his might. Let's solve the problem in front of us first. There were a mountain of problems that needed to be dealt with immediately. What will school be like tomorrow, and what will parent consultations be like? I had until morning to come up with an answer with one dog and one person. First of all, before that, let's finish feeding him and think about it. Ji Hei-su and Du Yuyong thought the same thing and nodded at the same time. In front of them, Shin was eating food intently without knowing anything. Cut. With the director's shout, Lee Yunjae, who was moving her big cheeks hard, stopped moving. Eyes full of tears, droopy eyebrows, the tip of the nose red from crying, and the movement of droopy shoulders. It all disappeared in an instant. Yanji Lee soon returned to her. Expressionless expression and chewed her food silently. Compared to the boy who was crying a few seconds ago, he looked like a completely different person. Actress Song Eun-hye, who witnessed the scene before her eyes, was amazed. Yanji, really? How do you act like this? Lee Jun-ah, has he been like this whole time? Song Ei-jun, who had been watching Lee Yunjae's mukbang acting, quickly nodded. Yes. It's so amazing. How can your expression change so much at the sound of a cut? I can't believe it even after seeing it. What do you think, senior? I'm so happy to eat the cereal, right? Song Ei-jun boasted in a proud voice. Actress Song Eun-hye looked puzzled as to why Song Jun was so proud, but nodded obediently. I know. I thought I would pick up sand and eat it, but now it feels like a picky eater is forcing himself to eat. I'm not a picky eater. Lee Yunjae, who had just finished emptying her mouth, immediately refuted. Lee Jun is the picky eater. You don't eat meat and cheese. If you want to eat, you can eat. I just don't like it. That's what it means to be a picky eater. No, you two get along quite well. Actress Sung Eun-hye looked at Lee Yunjae and Sung Eun-jun, who were bickering, with a surprised expression. Meanwhile, the director who checked the footage shouted. The cut was chosen well. I think it would be nice to take one more full shot, but I'll do that tomorrow. That's all for today. It was already late enough. The remaining filming is scheduled to resume tomorrow, and word of a great effort was heard everywhere. Seniors, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow too, Lee Jun. I'll see you tomorrow. Yanji, sleep well. Lee Yunjae bowed politely to the two people and then turned around. His gaze passed the large man and landed on the child next to him. Haram. At those words, Han Haram's face, who had remained calm throughout the filming, brightened. Even though my name was simply called, I knew that it was a kind of permission. Han Haram jumped up from his seat and ran to Lee Yunjae and hugged her. Ugh. Yanji, today was so good. Han Haram, who was in Lee Yunjae's arms, whispered. Lee Yunjae chuckled at the words she whispered in her ear, wondering if anyone would hear them. Thank you. But how long are you going to be treated like this? Don't you think about how big you are? Why? Is it heavy? Very. Nevertheless, Lee Yunjae adjusted her posture and hugged the child more tightly. Han Haram internally laughed at the gesture that seemed to have no intention of letting go. Xianji is kind. A gentle hand compared to a blunt face. The more I touched it, the more I wanted the warmth. Han Haram was held in Lee Yunjae's arms all the way up to the dorm and poured out his thoughts about today's filming. Yanji, you were really cute today. I liked it when I played horn. But I think I like it best when I play God. So cute. Yanji Lee responded with gratitude, even though she had a shocked expression on her face. He looked embarrassed to be called cute by a child 7 years younger than him. After returning to the dorm, Han Haram washed cleanly and lay down on the bed. Yanji, go to sleep quickly. Han Haram hit the remaining side of the bed. It was an incredibly cute gesture, but Lee Yunjae did not smile like usual and spoke quietly. Haram, shall we talk for a moment? It was an extremely calm voice, but Han Haram felt his heart drop for a moment. Why? What did I do wrong? Did I bother you? It's not. I kept quiet. I didn't disturb you. Han Haram rolled his eyes busily. You didn't do anything wrong. Do not say that. Lee Yunjae held on to Han Haram's hands. Haram. Yes. What do you think about your parents? What does this mean all of a sudden? Han Haram blinked his eyes. Are you upset with your parents? You want to be angry, or you've had a hard time? Or what were the happy moments you had with your parents? Han Haram tilted his head with an embarrassed face. Lee Yunjae spoke slowly, looking like she didn't understand the context. Haram, did you see that God cares for you young? Just as Shin gets upset when you young gets upset, so do I. When you're having a hard time, I'm hurting too. You are important to me. I want you to be happier. Lee Yunjae, who hesitated for a moment, raised her head. Black eyes met gentle ones. I want to help you be happy. Will you let me do that? How? Tell me when you are happy. If there's anything you want from your parents, or if there's anything you couldn't tell them, I'll tell you for them. Han Haram stared blankly at the boy in front of him, and I opened my mouth just as I thought. I'm happiest when I'm with Yanji. For me, all I need is serialization. Han Haram made an incomprehensible face. Why are your parents here? What did mom say to Yunjae? It's not like that. I brought it up because if you're talking about your happiness, you can't leave out your parents. Rice paddy? What is a rice field? Earth. Yanji Li immediately changed her language to English that was easy for children to understand. Mom and dad are the people closest to you. I want the people closest to you to be good to you. Have you ever been upset about something? Like when your mom left you alone. Although Li Yunjae's English was fluent, Han Haram could not understand what he was saying. Han Haram responded with an even more incomprehensible expression. Are you upset that my mom leaves me alone? Why? It was like that every time. Why is that upsetting? It's not something you have to be upset about. I was just worried that you might be. I've never been upset with mom and dad. They're a little scary, but that's something they can't help. Because they're adults. Because adults are like that. I don't want anything from the two of you. I kind of hate it when my mom tells me to become a model, but for now, I'm glad I did. Why? Han Haram laughed as if asking such an obvious question. Thanks to you, I was able to meet you. I just need you. Mom and dad also said that if I listen carefully, they won't scold me. I just need to listen well and be with you. Li Yunjae made a complicated expression at the innocent words. Haram, I am grateful that you look at me kindly. I understand why. It is possible because I saved you from a mean person. But it is only a temporary feeling. Naughty person? You know what happened last week? The man who took you away. Li Yunjae spoke carefully, but Han Haram still couldn't understand. Why on earth is that being said? I don't know what you're talking about. It has nothing to do with it. Although Han Haram was full of doubt, he answered firmly. I felt it for the first time after seeing you. What? Han Haram laughed bitterly. Being happy. Unlike Han Haram's happy smile, Li Yunjae's expression became even more determined. Chapter 283. I let out a sigh that I had been holding in while talking to Han Haram. Jinbei put down the lemonade in front of me. Actor, are you okay? No. The taste of sour lemonade was bitter today. I realized this after a conversation with Han Haram for about an hour. Han Haram's parents have not given him any affection at all. I don't think there was even the slightest emotional exchange between Haram and his parents. I thought I adopted him because I just needed a child to play with dolls. He laughed and said that he first felt happy after meeting me. I couldn't bear to smile in front of that bright smile. There are people like that. Even if they are not adoptive families, there are many people who treat their biological children like that. I sighed deeper at Jinbei's words. The problem is Haram. Feeling sad or resentful. I don't have that feeling at all. Du Young feels hatred towards her mother who abandoned her. Du Young's mother finds out about this thanks to Shin's honest words, and towards the end of the movie, the two finally reconcile. I wanted to play the role of God. Even though Han Haram's parents are not treating him well, I thought that I could tell him how he feels. Maybe Han Haram's parents don't even know what kind of hurt they caused their child. But I didn't know you could be so insensitive. Han Haram did not have any particular feelings toward his parents. Even the natural feelings of wishing people would take more care of him or love him seemed completely absent. The most noticeable emotions were anxiety and fear. It wasn't the feeling of fear that one's parents would abandon oneself. It was scary to be scolded in the process of being abandoned. As I thought about it, my head heated up. How much have you scolded your child on a regular basis? Do you feel more anxious about being scolded than about being abandoned? My heart was so heavy and confused. I thought things would get better if we talked. Rather, it has become more complicated. On the other hand, Han Haram spoke refreshingly, as if he now understood what I was worried about. He confidently says that his feelings for me are not temporary and that he will continue to like me with all his might. It was an extremely lovely appearance, but it was also very confusing. Now let's think about it. It was confirmed that Han Haram was unable to form a bond with his parents. Even so, there was no feeling of not wanting to see their parents or leaving them. All Han Haram wanted was to be by my side without being scolded by his parents. Raising a child is really difficult. I could only sigh in despair as the correct answer was not clear. As I sighed one after another, Jinbei looked at me quietly. I guess Haram really means a lot to you. Yes. I knew that the actor cared for others very well. but this is the first time I've seen him suffer and worry like this. Oh, only then did I laugh awkwardly. Jinbei says the same thing as Seogyo. I know. Why do I care so much about Hanharam? It was too much to call it responsibility, and it was too lame to call it affection. I do not know. It was a feeling that was difficult to explain rationally, so I chose to avoid it. When I didn't answer, Jinbei shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, I got the answer. There is no need for you to file a lawsuit or take legal action on your behalf, right? Yes. Yes. Instead, I constantly support Haram from the side so that he doesn't just focus on not getting scolded. That alone will be a great help to Haram. So, he continued to say that he didn't want to suffer anymore. I nodded slowly at those kind words. The next morning, Han Haram's father came to pick him up in front of the dorm. After greeting the blunt-looking man, I knelt in front of Han Haram. Haram, if you want to see me, call me anytime. And what if I interfere? When I'm busy, Jinbei will take it. Then I will contact you again as soon as I have time. When I handed Han Haram my little finger, he smiled and placed his fingers together. He touched my finger, as if he was sad to leave after being by my side for a week without missing a beat. I also want to become an adult quickly. Adult? Huh. I have to go to school now, and there are so many things to do. I want to grow up quickly and be next to Yanji. I suppressed my laughter at the complaint that only a child could make. Becoming an adult doesn't mean that restrictions disappear, but I can still do what I want. I looked at the guy who was pouting his lips. Haram. Huh. You can still do what you want. I glanced at the man sitting in the driver's seat and lowered my voice. Do you remember what I said yesterday? Huh. Don't force yourself to do something because you think your parents will scold you, but ask yourself if you really want to do it. If you need help, call me anytime. The guy smiled and answered that he understood. The car in which Han Haram was riding leisurely left. I watched the car moving further and further away until it became a small dot. Actor, shall we go now? Yes. Is it because of my mood? I touched my hand, which felt empty for some reason, and turned around. After that, filming the movie was easy. Du Yu Young, Shin, and Ji Hae-soo thought about it all night, but couldn't find the right number, so they faced the morning like that. Shin speaks brightly to Du Yu Young, who looks at the phone with a complicated expression. Yu Young, let's go for a walk. He said there was no need to wait for a call from home, and suggested that I spend that time having fun with him. It was a meaningless and light remark, but the eyes looking at Du Yu Young were straight. Du Yu Young follows God like that, and the two enjoy a morning walk for the first time in a long time. Even though it seemed like dawn rather than morning, the sun was clear, perhaps because it was midsummer. The smell of fresh grass, the slightly damp soil, and even the sound of waves from afar. Everything seemed familiar, yet unfamiliar. Du Yu Young discovered a low path that he could not see with a human body, and Shin also enjoyed a high perspective that he could not access with a dog's body. Yu Young, if you step there wrong, wow. Bruise, are you okay? When Du Yu Young suddenly fell on the dirt road, Shin came rushing over to her. Because he raised the spirit without hesitation, the god's clothes were covered in dirt, but no one paid any attention. Look at us. It's so funny. Bruise. Shin, whose eyes were wide open, opened his mouth wide. Haha, fun. A cheerful laugh burst from his mouth. Only then did Du Yu Young realize that he could make a smile like that. After enjoying our alone time together, what greeted the two when they returned home covered in dirt from head to toe was Yu Young. She was Du Yu Young's mother. She was standing in the yard with a very embarrassed face. Mom? Why are you here? And at this early hour? Shin approached in confusion. She looked so bright, as if she had completely forgotten how many times she had shouted, "I hate you," at her yesterday. Du Yu Young's mother responded that she had received a call from her school teacher asking for counseling. As time was running out, it seemed like he finally called her. Yesterday I saw a side of you that I haven't seen in a while, so I shouldn't be paying attention. I paid my annual leave today, so let's stay together for the first time in a while. Do you want to take a shower first? Oh my, do you make such a fuss every time you go for a walk? She patted Shin on the back. Shin muttered that it was stinging, but he noticed her and went into the bathroom with her. Soon after, Ji Hae-soo, who came to bring Shin breakfast, discovers Du Yu Young's mother. Aunt, Hae-soo, do you live here? Why do you come here so often? Oh, that's it. Shin, no, I'm going to make breakfast for Du Yu Young. Can't Yu Young eat breakfast alone? Du Yu Young's mother's face became complicated. Ji Hae-soo wanders around, and Du Yu Young and Shin, who come out cleanly washed, receive a stinging glare from Ji Hae-soo. I didn't know Hae-soo was this good at cooking. Can I really eat it with you? Sure. He ate a lot, so he had plenty, so don't worry. Yu Young eats a lot. Although there was a crisis every minute, breakfast ended safely. So Shin cries and decides to eat mustard and leaves for school with Du Yu Young's mother. Okay, that's all for today. I closed my eyes and opened them when I heard the director's voice. Because of her schedule, actress Sung Eun-hye left first, and Sung Joon and Seo Gio remained on set. Yeonji, if it's okay, would you like to have dinner together? Gio and I are going to order sushi. Okay. Can Jinbei eat together too? Of course. Sung Yi-jun smiled brightly. With a gentle smile that filled some of the empty space left by Han Haram, he gently tapped Sung Yi-jun on the cheek. With perfect timing, Jinbei approached me. Hyung, I'm going to have dinner with Lee Jun and Gio. We're together. What's going on? However, Young's expression was unusual. With a face full of things to say, I asked what was going on. Actor, I just came here after hearing the staff talking. Yes. Originally, we were going to collect the behind-the-scenes footage of the movie and release a separate video, right? I did. For the movie Shin Yu Young, there was talk about movie goods such as posters, key rings, and cell phone cases from the contract stage. Based on the judgment that the film's profitability would be guaranteed to some extent, they first discussed marketing methods to promote the film in earnest. And included as one of the movie goods was a CD containing behind-the-scenes footage from the filming set. Originally, I was going to focus on NGs, but there were far less NGs than the staff expected, and it was so easy that I guessed there wasn't enough footage. Jinbei made an embarrassed face. Even though filming is easy, there are problems like this. Wow, nothing is easy. Hiding my astonishment, I asked what was being said. There's a path where Shin and Yu Young take a walk, right? He said it would be a good idea to film his brief experience of courage there tonight. An experience of courage. Suddenly, isn't this too unexpected? It has nothing to do with the movie genre. It's midsummer. I film a lot of horror films in the summer. It seems like there are people who have formally learned special makeup. The staff will do all the preparations, so what should I do if they ask for just 1 hour? Yes, well, I'm okay. Although I was nervous, there was nothing I couldn't do. I don't know if it'll be fun. I recalled an experience of clumsy courage I had on a school trip. Would I be able to show a reaction worthy of being captured separately in a video? So who is participating? I think you're mainly talking about the lead actors. Happy with you, actor Sung Yi-jun, and Jinbei's eyes were focused on one place. I also looked at where Jinbei's gaze was directed. Huh. The person whose eyes happened to meet laughed. Yeonji, why? What's going on? Seogyo smiled loosely. It didn't take long for the easygoing guy's face to turn pale. Chapter 284. Mr. Yeonji. A staff member holding a camera approached. How do you feel about the courage experience? Are you usually scared? Well, I scratched the back of my neck. Actually, I'm not the type of person who gets scared. I don't think there will be much of it. But that's the scariest thing right now. To be honest, the staff laughed. I wasn't expecting much from Yeonji anyway. We brought this up with Lee Jun in mind. Uh-huh. My head nodded automatically. It's Seongjin. It would be quite a sight to see that face crying. Now I understand why the staff suddenly suggested a courage experience. The staff member's face brightened as if they had read the great approval on my face. You think you'll be very scared, right? I think the response will be good, so everyone is really looking forward to it. Everyone was so excited that they fought to play the role of a ghost. I really wanted to do it too, but I ended up using my fist at the last minute, haha. Why are you so excited? I was suspicious of the other person's expression, which was much more excited than usual. Is this person particularly excited? However, the reactions of the surrounding staff were similar. Wow, this is my first time doing something like this since I was a student. I'm really nervous. Have you never filmed a sweet feature? When I was the youngest, I worked a lot as an entertainment assistant. Regulations came into effect just as I entered the field. All right, it was like that. Well, it's been a while for me too. I couldn't help but laugh at the excited voices coming from all over the place. The staff seemed to be the most excited. I guess I'm the only one worried about the size. Everyone was happy, so it was okay. But I can't force myself to pretend to be scared. If Song Eunjun cries, everyone will be satisfied. I was just thinking that I should get it over with quickly. At that moment, my eyes met someone crouching in the corner. Uh, uh, are you breathing? Seo Gio, who was looking pale, barely nodded. Anyone who sees you will think you are a ghost. He's been doing that ever since he heard from the staff. Should I just ignore it? Sigh. After hesitating for a moment, I sighed and approached with a somewhat uneasy feeling. Seo Gio, don't force it. Can I tell you that I can't do it? Are you okay? Seo Gio immediately shook his head. Still, there seemed to be some behind-the-scenes greed. I have candy in the car. Should I give it to you? It has a lot of lemon flavor. No, thank you, but I will politely decline. I never eat the candy you give me. I don't want to die. What on earth is polite about that? Seo Gio furrowed his eyebrows in disgust. His expression was intense, as if he was remembering the sour taste he had been forced to eat. But thanks to that, my half-dead face opened up. Are you that worried? In response to my question, Seo Gio raised one corner of his mouth. Then why not? It looks like you're letting everyone in the neighborhood know that you're so scared. Just say it hurts. It's not bad to be sick. Everyone seems to be looking excited in the behind-the-scenes footage, so what are they doing alone in their dorm? You'll look like a child with poor social skills. There were a lot of voices responding. I usually hide it well. The sensitive aura emanating from him tingled. You seem really worried. I understood that feeling. That's because they decided to release the Courage Experience trailer for free along with the movie's release. To view the full version of the video, you will need to purchase merchandise separately, but the larger picture will appear in the free version. If the film's response is not bad, there will be a lot of interest in the behind-the-scenes footage. He's worried about what his mom might see. If you don't know, you don't know, but since you know the situation, you just ignore it. After thinking for a moment, I opened my mouth. I think this is the time to show off your charm. What? It's good because it has a twist. It also contrasts with the character you play in the story. Seo Gio frowned. What's attractive about being afraid of ghosts? It's not cool at all. You don't have to be cool to be attractive. I lifted my finger and pressed the guy's cheekbone. You usually smile loosely while relaxing here. The expression of being scared of ghosts is much better than that. Am I that bad at smiling usually? Not that, I can't explain it if I say it in circles, he said while scratching the back of his neck. It's not cool to be afraid of ghosts. It's cute. Be honest. If it's cute, that's its charm. Am I cute? Normally, that kind of thing is cute. I'm not saying you're cute. Anyway, I can't say anything. Even after my explanation, Seo Gio had a shocked expression on his face. Yanji, you know that I'm much taller than you, right? What is much? Do you have a conscience? No. I like all types of compliments, but hearing them from you makes me feel a little. Seo Gio had a bitter expression on his face, as if he had eaten a persimmon that he couldn't eat. This makes people embarrassed. Hey, I said I could talk to you comfortably. You said you don't care what I say, so why do you change your words? At the sound of my rough voice, the guy's expression suddenly changed to bewilderment. I got involved for no reason. I should have just gone. I jumped up from my seat in tears. It's okay. Do whatever you want. Are you mad? Sorry. Don't go. Are you a kid? Let go of your hands. Yanji, actually, I don't have any strength in my legs. What should I do later? What does that have to do with me? Seo Gio belatedly joined in, asking if he could stay with me until it started. Let go. Please. They say I'm cute. When did I dash? Are you experiencing courage alone? I really can't do it alone. Can't we do it together? Let's do this together. Please, Yanji. Seo Gio clung tenaciously to my feet. Due to the sudden commotion, the staff member who was taking behind-the-scenes photos headed this way. I looked at the camera coming closer and closer. What do we do? I'm sick of it already. Why did this happen? I quietly closed my eyes and thought. Isn't it normal to go to a prepared place alone to experience courage? But why? Yanji, please give me your hand. Seo Gio, who was clinging to my right, whispered in my ear. For a moment, I furrowed my frown without even realizing it, then quickly straightened it out. Then this time someone whispered from the left. Yanji, you can catch me too? It was Song Ijun. What was surprising was that his face was fine. Unlike Seo Gio, who looked pale, Song Ijun looked into the dark mountain without any problem. I guess we can go over there. Song Ijun, lighting the road with a portable lantern, spoke softly. Then shall we go? Brother, do we really have to go together? Huh, look at me now. Song Yi-jun laughed with an embarrassed face at my miserable voice. A very scared Cogio was clinging to my right forearm, ready to break it, and Happy was right under my feet. Bruise, perhaps mistakenly thinking that they were all going for a walk together late at night, its tail was spinning like a helicopter. If we move like this, it will take an hour to get there and back. Instead of doing that, let's split into two. To be honest, I wanted to go alone. Isn't that better? If you go individually, you will get more doses. However, as if he was planning to follow my advice faithfully, Cogio insisted that he could not go alone even if he died as soon as filming began. He held my hand as if we had promised in advance, and in the end, we all decided to go together. My brother is going with Happy. I'll go with him. I spoke solemnly with the feeling that I was making a sacrifice. Anyway, taking it off is work. Sergio, who was hanging on my right arm, was already out of his mind. But despite my generous consideration, Song Yi-jun barely moved. And then what he says is, I want to go with you too. I stopped at the sound of a downcast voice. He glanced at me and closed his eyes as he spoke. I'm sure there's no Han Haram. Why do I still feel like raising a child? After swallowing a sigh, he slowly nodded. Then let's all go together. Really? Huh. Don't miss the Happy line and catch it well. Let's go quickly. Okay. Song Yi-jun smiled brightly. He smiled so brightly that it seemed like he could use Song Eun-jun's face instead of a lantern. Done. I got my money's worth. I looked at the staff member holding the camera with a proud heart. I made it. It was a look with this kind of meaning, but I guess the content wasn't conveyed well. The staff was looking at me with a strange look on their faces. The picture that the production team of the movie Shin Yu-young had in mind was roughly like this. Lee Yun-jae and Song Lee-jun, who played the leads, were top-tier actors who were widely known among male actors, regardless of their age. Above all, last year, the travel entertainment show the two went on together was a huge hit. What if two actors who seem to be full just by looking at them experience courage? Lee Yun-jae will have a grumpy expression, just like she did in the travel entertainment show, and Song Yi-jun will be scared, as is his usual gentle personality. It will be with Lee Yun-jae taking care of Sung-jun. Add a dog here? It's truly a work of art. Just by imagining it was already perfect. In addition, a new actor who was from the same agency as Lee Yun-jae was added. The more handsome men there are, the better. Above all, he was an actor who was rumored among the staff to say, that guy seems to have a good personality. Even considering that there wouldn't be any particularly interesting cuts given my usual calm image, I thought it would be better than nothing. However, when filming began, the staff could only stare blankly at the following scene. Now, wait a minute. Why? I can't go any further. Sorry. Let's take a short break. Gio, this is the entrance. Entrance. Yanji Lee gritted her teeth. It's already been 30 minutes. There's a streetlight above you. I cannot see. Look, I can see it. Why can't I go when the surroundings are so bright? Wake. My mind, my spirit. Cogio muttered with a pale face. He looked like he was half in a daze, but he was still holding on to Lee Yun-jae's arm. Cogio, get your mind straight. There was no quiet and adult Lee Yun-jae that the staff had seen so far. If you say you can't go one more time from now on, you'll just do what you did last time. I just answered. Now let's begin. Regardless of whether the other person's face was pale or not, he seemed very nervous, like any other teenager of his age. Cogio, who was nodding his head frantically in front of him, looked like a scared puppy. You both are so different from usual. The staff was dumbfounded. I heard that they were originally close friends, but is this really friendship? Do you think he's just an enemy? One staff member even thought this way. You two are really close. I guess there's a side of us that we only show to each other. It was truly a night full of strange dreams. Yanji, look at that tree. Meanwhile, Song Yi-jun was smiling brightly even in the pitch-black darkness. It's so big. Is it a Zelkova tree? He talked calmly, shining the light here and there with his lantern. It was a scene where the staff members who tried to capture Song Eun-jun's fear were kicked hard in the back. Happy had been sitting down for a long time, perhaps because he was bored with the never-ending pace of the walk. Lee Jun-hyung, why is your brother there? That tree is pretty dashed. Stay by my side, Nabal and Nabal. The staff looked blankly at that, Yanji, Lee getting annoyed. A staff member spoke quietly. Send a text message to kids dressed as ghosts. I beg your pardon. Get some rest. Because it seems like it will take a long time. The staff's mutterings were captured on camera. They thought, I hope this video is released quickly. I hope that many people can sympathize with this unfamiliar feeling they are feeling right now. Due to this behind-the-scenes video, Lee Yunjae's friend actors were nicknamed Lee Yunjae Squad in the distant future. Chapter 285. After all the courage experiences are over, I pressed my tired eyes. Seonji. At that time, I heard a very tired voice in my ear. I'm sorry about earlier. You were in a lot of trouble because of me. Seo Gio walked unsteadily like a lamb that had just been born. I tried my best. There was no harshness in the voice that mumbled like that. TSK. I clicked my tongue at the sight, as if I had just been rescued after being shipwrecked on a mountain for 3 days. I can't say anything to a kid like that. I swallowed a sigh and shook my head. No, I'm more sorry. I think I was so irritated earlier. Are you annoyed? You? When? You go quickly and sleep. I pushed Seogio in the direction of the dorm. As if he didn't have the strength to resist, he staggered into the dorm. It was really hard. I sighed at the thought that it was finally over. At first, Seogio seemed to be trying to manage his facial expressions in front of the camera. The problem is that it's so new. From the beginning of the walk, Seogio refused to go, so the staff dressed as ghosts had to wait for almost an hour. Is it not for nothing that I learned special makeup? The makeup was vivid. What did you just hear? What? How many times do you say it's the sound of your footsteps? How many times? Yanji, I think there's someone hiding over there. I'm first dashed. Wait. Brother, you are good. Let's calm down for a moment. Bruise. Happy. Please. The courage experience was truly a mess. It was a ghost or something, and I couldn't even see it properly. Every time there was a slight sound, Seogio was startled, and he clung to me with the intention of tearing off my right arm. I still can't feel it. Thanks to you, I lost my right arm. Every time Seogio screamed, Happy also barked. Meanwhile, Songjun was walking around like a 5-year-old. Every time Songjun touched something with a curious face, Seogio screamed right into my ear. Thanks to this, I also lost my hearing. I'm so tired. The only consolation is that the portion has been filled. When a staff member dressed as a ghost made a surprise appearance, he couldn't react properly because he was trying to stop Songjun. Fortunately, or unfortunately, we had Seogio. Awea. Thanks to him surprising us on our behalf, the staff was able to come down with proud faces. Wow, what would have happened if I hadn't called actor Seogio? I know ya. If it weren't for Gio, I would have filmed the documentary. Something like Midnight Mountain Scenery. I could hear the staff chatting in the distance. Lee Jun is really surprising. Therefore, who knew you could be so calm? I mean, just as I was nodding inwardly, someone called from behind me. Seonji. They say even tigers come when you tell them to. Are you very tired? I brought a massage machine. Would you like to borrow it? No, are you okay? I quietly looked at Song Yi-jun. It was definitely surprising that he wasn't afraid of ghosts with that face. Hyung, you looked so excited earlier. It's been a while since we all played together at night. Song Yi-jun smiled meekly. Did you see the staff dressed as a ghost earlier? It was so real. It was amazing. Song Yi-jun chimed in that he wanted to try it someday. Instead of being scared, he looked like an excited child. I can't see him crying because he's scared. For some reason, I felt a sense of regret. Song Yi-jun paced ahead, looking like he was hesitating. What's the matter? Isn't there something you want to say? Oh, it's nothing special. Song Eun-jun's gaze was directed to the floor. You seem to have become very close with Gio. I've never seen Ji-do act like a child like that. It's also annoying. Song Yi-jun hesitated and continued talking. Oh, sorry, bro, it was unpleasant. I didn't think of him. I immediately straightened my back and apologized. I was so annoyed earlier. Sorry. At first, I held back because of the camera. No. Song Yi-jun waved his hand urgently. That's not it. I was just saying it innocently. They seem to be closer than I thought. Originally, it seemed distant. There is still enough distance. That's why they seem very friendly. Song Yi-jun hesitated but refuted. Why is he like this again? I looked at him quietly and laughed. Brother. He playfully hit Song Yi-jun's chin with his fingertip. I don't know what you're worried about, but I'm closer to Ji Hei Su. Song Yijun looked blank for a moment, but then quickly understood what he meant and smiled. It was a gentle smile that reminded me of Han Haram. Thanks to you, I also laughed. After that, I focused on filming movies. When Du Young's mother suddenly comes to visit in the morning, Shin is confused and goes to school with her. After consulting with her homeroom teacher, she asks Shin to talk for a moment. Young, I thought you were really okay because you always said you were okay. Hey Su told me that you were practicing acting, and that the role you are playing this time is an honest one. Yes. Can you postpone it for a moment now? To be honest, Du Young's mother asked with a calm face. Do you hate your mom a lot? I know I'm not a good mom, so I want to be nicer to you. As much as we couldn't do it in the past, we can do more in the future. It was a true side of her that I had never seen before. Shin didn't know what to do and avoided his gaze. Young, tell me honestly, do you hate me a lot? Is it so unforgivable? Mom. Shin hesitated and finally uttered a word. I hate you. And it's good. Shin recalled Du Young looking at the phone every morning. That young face that didn't show anything but nervousness out loud, but was busy looking intently with its eyes. Thank you. Du Young's mother muttered with slightly red eyes. He said he would try harder in the future. How about living together now? Let's go to where Mom is. The same goes for your dog. Last time I said I couldn't take the dog. I did it because your younger brother was young at the time. He is also 5 years old now. Are you okay? Because it was not a question he could answer, Shin hesitated. Du Young's mother found the reason for her hesitation in her own family, saying he's your younger brother. It's very uncomfortable. Sorry. Young, I haven't thought about your position all this time, but I love her as much as you do. She grabbed God's hands. And I love you just as much as he does. It may be difficult, but can you think of me as your younger brother? Her earnest heart was expressed in her trembling voice. Shin looked at her with a blank face. Even though the last name is different, he is definitely your younger brother. My little brother. Yes, your brother. If you're worried about other people, don't worry. Or do you want to change it to your stepfather's last name right now? Castle. You can change it right away if you want. She said, let's start over now. If I move, I have to make new friends anyway. It will be easier for you. God could not answer because he did not know what sex was. The surname she was referring to was a title that Koreans gave before their names. A title that indicates descent from the same ancestor. Du Young's current surname, Du, was taken from the surname of his mother who gave birth to him. Mom, I'll do whatever you want. I won't force you, so feel free to tell me when you're ready. After saying that, she left. As soon as Shin returns home, he tells Du Young the story. Mom says you can change your last name. What's your last name? Do you know what Young is? Du Young was quietly lost in thought. Du Young's stepfather, whose mother remarried, had the last name Shin. If you do as Mom says, from now on, she will live as Shin Young rather than Du Young. A truly new life. Du Young looked at Maru blankly. Mom says she loves me. The news that God gave me was unbelievably happy news. That his mother needs him and that he loves him. You live with your mom? Du Young, awkwardly, imagined life with her mother. It was somewhat clumsy, perhaps due to my weak imagination, but my imagination wasn't bad. No longer do you have to look at your phone as soon as you open your eyes. Just open the door and you can see your mom. But, no? What? As Du Young shook his head, Shin asked curiously, why do you hate it? Wherever you go, I will go with you. Shin smiled brightly and told him not to worry. Du Young looked at him quietly and then stood up. Young. Where? Du Young passed by the floor, where they were sitting and wandered around the room, kitchen, and living room. Shin, who looked at Du Young strangely at first, gradually changed his expression. He gave off a comfortable atmosphere as he walked around in a familiar manner. God muttered softly, this is your home. Du Young nodded. Without saying a word, Shin immediately understood what Du Young wanted to say. Young. Du Young, as her name suggests, has lived a wandering life until now. How were you born? Who should you live with? And how should you live from now on? I was swimming around, swept up in many questions filled with only question marks. But now I know. Thanks to a few days spent in the body of a god, I can now be sure. What did you want? I wanted to find the answer here. As Du Young, not Shin Yu-young. It was a daunting task that I didn't know when it would end or if there would even be an end, but it was okay. Because Du Yu-young was not alone. I have you. I didn't have to go to a new home to see my mom. Because I already have my family here. Yu-young. Shin met the gaze of Du Yu-young, who was looking at him blankly. I will follow you. Oh, like I just said. God laughed. Wherever you go, I will go with you. The moment those words came out, they both felt the same way at the same time. To convey this message. To hear this. A strange, strange feeling, as if my body had changed. Yu-young, I like you a lot. Bruise. If we go back to normal, I think I'll miss Yu-young barking a little. Due to mischievous teasing asking whether it would be okay for him to bark often, Du Yu-young could not stand it and attacked Shin. So the two stayed together all night. It was a peaceful and complete time just for the two of us. Pure white moonlight fell on them. The next day, the two confirmed that their bodies had returned to normal. The past few days have been a mess. But it was a must-have few days nonetheless. Du Yu-young will continue to spend peaceful days with the family she named herself. You never know. If you spend a long time with God, you may one day be able to break away from the swimming life. The moment when you become new Yu-young, not old Yu-young. Promising the moment when everything will become new. He quietly closed his eyes under the bright sunlight. Chapter 287. Tom looked blankly at the boy. What is he? The first time Tom got to know Yanji Lee was on the Jim Fury show. Jim Fury is the show host that everyone in America knows. A video of an unfamiliar Asian boy imitating his greeting went viral. That's because the level of vocal imitation was horrifyingly excellent. As soon as Tom saw the video, he thought that Lee Yunjae's singing skills weren't bad. Being good at imitating vocal cords basically means using your voice well. Imitating someone else's voice is never easy. This is because many complex factors such as vocalization, pronunciation, breathing, and speaking style come into play to create a person's unique voice. It was a tremendous talent to be able to imitate a person's unique speech habits and nasal sounds, even taking into account them. But that's okay. Tom was a well-known professional in the industry, working with famous pop star Lily Sweetie. There was absolutely no reason for him to be interested in Lee Yunjae. Many singers who are currently requesting production from Tom are also prominent professionals. But to come all the way to another country for someone who has never released an album and whose main job is an actor, it was the most amazing thing in Tom's life, and it would never have happened if it weren't for Lily's earnest request. But Tom just realized something. The most amazing thing happened. What's happening? Now is not the time to worry about trivial things like overseas business trips. The song you just heard was much more important. What did I just hear? Tom's head was spinning. His distracted gaze roamed the floor. That song is finished. Lee Yunjae, who was wearing headphones in the recording studio, quietly opened her mouth. Shall we sing a different version? Tom. Tom was not in his right mind to answer. When there was no response, Lee Yunjae was confused for a moment and then put on a calm face. I'll stop here. Thank you for listening. He spoke in a calm voice and even took off his headphones. Only then did Tom come to his senses and urgently turn on the microphone. Why are you doing this? Why? You didn't say anything. Isn't it because you don't like it? What's the big deal? Could it be that the song you just sang wasn't that good? Are my ears decoration? As Tom was dumbfounded, Lee Yunjae was the first to interrupt. It's okay. I came here at Lily's request. Know that. You don't have to force yourself to listen anymore. But thank you for listening. I didn't force it. I just, Tom couldn't bear to say anything because he was so impressed by your singing ability. But no matter how much I didn't say it out loud, it was a fact. A fact that no one can deny. Why do you sing so well? Lily sent me a video of the live broadcast for reference, but it was so good that it couldn't be compared to that time. A sense of stability that allows you to reach high pitches without any hesitation. Clean sound processing without unnecessary details. Even the natural tempo, like flowing water. Above all, the deep emotions contained in the voice were vivid. I'm not a native speaker, but my pronunciation is like that. As the song Lee Yunjae just sung was a pop song, all the lyrics were in English. As it is not his native language, it is clear that he pays attention to every detail of his pronunciation, but it does not sound excessive at all. It was visible how much he had practiced from the day of the live broadcast to the current recording. You use your neck well? Have you ever learned how to use your voice? No. Separate lectures. Lee Yunjae paused for a moment, then added belatedly. Oh, I watched it on YouTube and practiced. I saw a video taken by a professional instructor, so yes, I guess it's the same as what I learned. Lee Yunjae confessed her words in detail, as if she were confessing her conscience. Tom looked at him with a puzzled expression. Since when did self-study become the same as learning? It became increasingly absurd. This feeling grew stronger as the song was repeated. How can there be a kid like this? Tom wasn't sure if he could really use the expression natural to Yeonji Lee. Although he clearly seemed to have innate talent, every time I saw traces of deep concern, I hesitated whether I could use that expression. A typical example was when the same lyrics were sung by multiple people. Tell me, I dare you to love me. Tell me, dare me to love you. This song was written while thinking about the person I had a crush on. Every time Lee Yunjae starts singing, she turns into a certain person. A person who is shy when experiencing love for the first time. A person who fully enjoys the excitement that has come after a long time. And even people who experience a painful love that feels like they will die without the other person. This is what preparing for emotions means. Tom looked blankly at Yeonji Lee singing. Where to breathe, where to stop breathing, and where to scratch your pronunciation. It was amazing how every time he changed his emotions, he adjusted all the elements in detail to suit it. You called me Lily. I knew I was in love. The moment you called my name, I knew I was in love. Yeonji Lee literally changed her voice at will. Tom and his producing team looked on with their mouths open. Why on earth do you call it so easily? The most surprising thing was that there was no sign of difficulty on Lee Yunjae's face. The singing facial expressions also changed each time to match the emotion, but overall there was a sense of calm and stability. It was as if I didn't just change my voice, but became a completely different person. For a short period of 3 minutes, astonishment and admiration appeared in the form of silence. Around this time, everyone was silently looking at the boy in the recording studio. A large man who introduced himself as Lee Yunjae's manager intervened. I think it would be a good idea to take a break. Yes? Tom looked at his watch without thinking and sighed. 2 hours have already passed. To have a singer sing for such a long time without even the slightest break? Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Tom blamed himself and quickly told Yeonji Lee to come out and rest. Lee Yunjae, who came out of the recording studio like that, just drank water in silence and showed no signs of fatigue. I guess I'm also born with physical strength. Tom was amazed inwardly. It was a doable idea because I didn't know how much time Lee Yunjae spends on acting practice each day. As Yeonji Lee emptied a water bottle, Tom quickly approached her. Do you want to sing a song? Yeonji Lee tilted her head silently. Tom tried to smile as kindly as possible. I thought it would be better to work on a new song instead of a Lily remix. I have a song I saved that I think would suit you really well. Would you like to listen to it? Yes. Just listen to it first. Emma, please take out my laptop. No, wait a minute. What are you talking about all of a sudden? Lee Yunjae looked very embarrassed. Meanwhile, Tom's eyes and ears were busy analyzing Yeonji Lee. Your voice is very dry now. Apart from being embarrassed, it was a calm voice with almost no change in pitch. This is where the sense of stability comes from. Singers are divided into 2 types, those who produce stable high notes, and those who produce high notes with tension that almost pierces the ears. There are singers who use these interchangeably, but it is not an easy process to do so. You can't miss him. Tom's head turned quickly. I heard Lily admire your acting skills. After watching the music video, I realized why she said that. You are a really great actor. Thank you. Lee Yunjae blinked at the sudden praise. But I think so. You should be a singer. You are the one who should sing. This is the level of learning acting to become a singer. Do you know what I mean? No. I have no idea. Tom ended up getting angry at Lee Yunjae's shocked expression. Just do both. It's great if you act, sing, and do everything you're good at. And you'll sing your debut song with me. It will definitely be a huge hit. Anyone with sound ears will have no choice but to fall in love with Lee Yunjae's song. And due to the fact that he was Asian and the limitations of this being his first album, it didn't matter if the results were not good. How fun would it be to work with him? As a producer, he was a talent I never wanted to miss. When I thought about Lee Yunjae, who would understand even my stupid requests, it made me want to stay stuck in Korea like this. However, Unlike Tom's violent reaction, Lee Yunjae was calm. Thank you for saying that, but I'm not sure. What? Why? I came here to find out if I like singing, but I can't tell. It just felt like I was acting like a singer the whole time. The boy's eyes were cautious as he said that. Only then did Tom fully understand what Lily had said months ago. He has a very strange personality. He is very calm and cautious, but he is also not afraid. What's strange about not being fearful? Just looking at the kids around me, they're all fearless. Tom, that's because you can't see him. It's very difficult for even a child who is used to cameras not to be scared. But there is no hesitation in the way he looks at the camera. A penetrating look in his eyes. At first I thought Lily was exaggerating. But the day the music video came out, Tom understood why she explained it that way. Although the boy who was looking straight at the camera was clearly young, his eyes showed that of an older person. And it was still like that. I like acting. So I liked singing just now, and it was fun. It felt like I was acting in a different way. But I think continuing to sing with these emotions is disrespectful to people who like singing first. The voice in which he calmly conveyed his opinion was filled with sincerity, a deep insight that is not appropriate for one's age. Tom realized that he couldn't convince him with just exclamations and platitudes, so he changed course. I know what you mean. Singing with someone else's emotions is the same as acting, right? Yes. Then how about singing with your emotions? Yes. Lee Yunjae made a puzzled expression. Tom continued without losing his serious expression. Sing a song with lyrics that can fully empathize with your own emotions, without the emotions of others. Yes. That might be a solution too. Then you should look up the lyrics first dashed. It's good to look for it. If you're lucky, you'll find it within a few years. But that's too slow. There's a more reliable way than that. This was when Lee Yunjae frowned slightly, unable to understand what the other person was saying. Tom smiled meaningfully at the other person. You are going to write the lyrics. Chapter 288. You want me to write lyrics? As soon as I heard Tom's story, I frowned slightly. How should I do that? I could barely sing. No, I can't do it. I knew it was rude to speak, but there was nothing I could do. Is there a reason why there are professional lyricists? But then an unexpected person intervened. Why can't the actor do it? He also wrote the drama script. It was Jinbae? Yes. Korean Sign Language drama, February 3rd. The actor wrote it himself. No, I didn't ask that. I was so embarrassed that I spoke Korean. I didn't write everything. I wrote almost the basics, and the writers changed everything at the end. Not much has been fixed. And you also participated in the repair process. No. Why is this guy acting like this all of a sudden? I had no choice but to be attacked by someone I thought was on my side. You wrote a drama script? Taking advantage of my daze, Tom quickly intervened. Hey, you're a really great kid. You're cool. The actor is a very great person. Why are you answering for me? And with such a proud expression. When I looked dumbfounded, Jinbae shrugged and asked if he had said something wrong. I couldn't help but laugh at that sight. Now it's even shameless. What's the title? February 3rd? Can I see that too? Yes, the full version is available on YouTube. This is because it is a collaborative project with a national organization. With a national institution? Wow, that's really awesome. Thanks for letting me know, manager. I'll have to look at it now. Meanwhile, Jinbae promoted the drama to Tom. This guy is real. My stomach was boiling. While Tom was busy looking at drama posters and trailers, he grabbed Jinbae and led him to a corner. And then I opened my mouth as calmly as possible. Bro, are you kidding me? I definitely try to speak calmly. Contrary to his intention, an angry voice came out. Why are you suddenly bringing up the drama? The atmosphere has become strange because of you. Actor, are you angry? I'm not angry. Sigh, what if I ruin everything like this? I've never written lyrics before. The sight before my eyes was overwhelming. It wasn't an atmosphere where you could just insist that you didn't want to do something. You look like you're stuck writing lyrics. I had just taken a deep sigh. Screw what? Yes. If you haven't started anything, what's the point of ruining it? When I raised my head at the calm voice, I met calm eyes. Jinbae grabbed my shoulder. Actor, why do you think you have to be good at everything? I hope actors can break away from the compulsion to do well. Singing, writing lyrics, and acting. Acting, you have to do well. It's my main job. You're right. But liking something comes first before having to do it well. Because I want to do it, I'm greedy, and I like it. That's why everyone tries to do well, my brother said. The large hand on my shoulder was even warmer today. Actress, let me ask you one more question. Yes. Don't you want to write lyrics? Oh. I paused. My brother smiled and touched my shoulder, as if he already knew what I was going to say. Let go of the pressure to do well and just give it a try. And what if it turns out to be a real mess? Then you end up with messy lyrics. But that doesn't mean it's a big problem, because the actor is not good at writing lyrics. After Jinbei said that, he lowered his voice. No one will get hurt. Oh. This has nothing to do with the unhappiness factor. I looked at my brother in silence. Jinbei smiled. I'm upset that there's nothing I can do to help. Why? Be upset. I feel comforted just knowing that my brother believes my story. That's not enough. I also want to appear in your dreams. Jinbei quietly whined. He even said this. Isn't there a way I can take away the unhappiness factor instead? I still have strong hands. What on earth are you talking about? While I was pounding, I started to smile without realizing it. I can't believe I'm having this conversation with Jinbei. Even though I couldn't believe it, it felt strange. Jinbei looked at me smiling and added something. Unfortunately, I can't appear in the actor's dream, nor can I take him away. I will take care of the actor in my own way. I will work with you to find out what the actor wants to do and what he likes. My brother said that we should use this opportunity as a starting point. The other person smiled meekly. I looked at him quietly and slowly raised my hand. Tick. Oh. Jinbei Hyung belatedly blocked his face. Yes, it was no use, because I had already lightly tapped my brother's chin with my finger. Do you think I will be fooled if you talk so kindly? How can I get away with bringing up the drama without even asking for my opinion? It's getting more and more sophisticated. When I narrowed my eyes and looked at him, Jinbei laughed. I got caught. That was my mistake. Next time, don't just bring it up. Yes. Okay. Anyway, are you going to try it? If it comes out in a mess, my brother takes responsibility. Haha, I understand. My brother smiled and patted my back. Unlike the childish laughter, the hand on his back was very adult-like. After I decided to try writing the lyrics myself, Tom asked me if I had a taste for music or if I had any favorite songs, because I like singing. It was hard to say in particular what this was, so I showed him my playlist. Tom looked at my phone intently, and only after a while did he ask, "Who is Nade? He has all the songs. Do you like this singer? This is the group my friend is in. They're K-pop idols." Uh-huh. K-pop. Tom smoothed his chin. Then can I say that Nade's song is your favorite? Well, I just heard it because my friend sang it. That's why all the included songs have been added. I responded even more curiously to Tom's puzzled voice. Yes, that's how I learned to do it. What? It was said that the basics of Deokjil are to memorize not only the title song, but also all the included songs. There was also a cheering method, so I memorized it just in case. Tom had a strange look on his face, but he passed it on because he didn't feel like asking more questions. Then, is there a song among Nade's songs that you particularly enjoy listening to? This and this. Tom nodded after listening to the songs I mentioned. Okay, you like playing in bands. Me? Ugh. These are all songs that emphasize the sense of rhythm. If it's your voice, it would be fun to mix in a little jazz style. Okay, here's a rough estimate. What are you saying to yourself? Tom muttered something unintelligible and then quickly got up from his seat. Let's stop here for today. I should also work on the song in advance. Write the lyrics roughly and send them to me. They don't have to be perfect, so just leave out the initial guide. Tom told me not to feel too pressured and that he would make it a big hit. This made me feel even more burdened, but out of courtesy, I didn't show it. Then I'll see you in a week. It's okay if you don't get inspired until then, so take your time. You can't stay in Korea forever. We have to finish it quickly. No, don't worry about it. Tom waved his hand. I finished all my other work before coming here. Well, if there's anything urgent, you can borrow Lily's private jet. Does Lily have a private plane? Wow, isn't it awesome? Do you want to ride it too? No. I resolutely declined. How serious is the impact on carbon emissions every time you take a private jet? I'll have to say something later when I get comfortable with Tom. Because now is not the time to nag. We decided to meet again a week later and left the recording studio. Jaya. Seonji. I came to my senses late when the other person shouted. Sorry. Moment. I was dazed without realizing it. When I urgently raised my head, the other person looked at me with concern. You look very tired. I have something to prepare these days. TSK. Then tell me to meet you next time. You can draw a picture at any time. Space Cian clicked his tongue. Cian's painting was already in the final stages. On the other hand, the paper in front of me was as crisp as new. It's like in my head. The blank drawing paper seemed to fit my situation perfectly. It had already been 3 days since I broke up with Tom, but I hadn't even written a single line of lyrics. What's one line? I had no idea what topic to choose in the first place. I sighed deeply without realizing it. Then Sahayan asked, "Is it hard for you to tell me? Should I call the manager?" "No. Jinbei already knows. It's not something that's hard to tell my brother." "Then tell me." Cian Hyung changed his posture towards me. "I disturbed you for no reason." I was about to tell him to just keep drawing, but I found that the other person had already put down the brush. Cian looked at me with clear eyes. "What? That is..." I'm embarrassed to even say it out loud. He touched his ears and spoke as casually as possible. "I'm writing lyrics these days." "Lyric writing? You write lyrics?" Why are you so surprised? You know the lyrics, do you?" Sahayan blinked his eyes rapidly. I was even more embarrassed by that reaction. "I know it doesn't suit me either." "No, I don't mean that. I'm surprised you do something other than acting. I'm drawing a picture with my brother right now." "Oh, I see." Only then did Sahayan look embarrassed. As I chuckled, my brother turned his head towards me again. "But why did you suddenly start writing lyrics? What's the reason?" "Well, I'm not sure right now. I'll tell you when it's decided." "What topic are you going to write about? Have you thought about anything?" "No, that is..." The other person's reaction was much more passionate than expected. While replying hesitantly, I suddenly realized. Right. This brother was a singer. He even writes lyrics. Weather, which I sang during my first live broadcast, was also a famous song written by Cian himself. Why did I forget this? It was beyond absurd. I can't believe I was painting with such strong support around me. As soon as I gathered my thoughts, I quickly corrected my posture. "Brother, then can I ask you one thing?" Where do you get your inspiration from? Is there a book I can refer to? How do you structure your sentences? Do you need to get things like inscriptions proofread separately?" He said he was asking just one thing. Just skip over that. This person. Chapter 289. Although Sahayan was embarrassed, he answered my questions step by step. Things to keep in mind when writing lyrics, and even tips for organizing sentences. First of all, the important thing is what you want to write about. That's the problem. I don't know what I want to write. There are times like that. Then try this. Sahayan Hyung spoke clearly. Who do you want to hear your song? It becomes a little easier if you have a clear target of who will listen to your song. Someone who will listen to my song. At that moment, countless people passed through my mind. Foggy, Jinbei Hyung, Baihyuk, Han Haram, Jeongyeon Hyung. And the last person that came to mind was one and not one. Bayan. I remembered the fans who listened to my song and liked it during the live broadcast. I thought for a moment and opened my mouth. Hyung, who do you usually think of when you write? It's different every time, right? There are times when I write towards the people of the world, and there are times when I write towards the members. Have you tried writing a fan song? Of course, Sahayan's eyes widened. You can write a fan song. It's perfect. Hey, it's just Lee Yunjae. Is that what you think too? If it's a fan song, you don't need to write separate lyrics, right? Yes. What does that mean? Sahayan continued speaking calmly. I saw your post on the fan cafe. It's written like the annals of the Joseon dynasty. If I just transfer that, I can easily produce 100 songs. Should I take this as a compliment? I adjusted my expression due to a strange feeling. It's a fan song. If so, there was a lot to write about. Because all I had to do was express the various emotions I had towards my fans poetically. That's how I feel about my fans. Gratitude, coziness, unreality, bewilderment, and greed. Several phrases came to mind in an instant. Seonji. Yes. I'm saying this out of anger. Sahayan hesitated for a moment, then slowly spit out the rest of his words. Can't you worry about other people? Yes. Because you always seem to only care about other people. There was a momentary pause. What? I've heard this from a lot of people. Brother, do you know Seogyo? Seogyo? Who is this? It's my first time hearing this. Name? No. Ignore it. We didn't know each other. There are other people besides Seogyo who think this way. I was even more embarrassed because I had heard this recently. As I scratched the back of my neck, the other person continued speaking. Do you remember when you told me you wanted to draw as a hobby? Yes. Thank you for letting me share your studio. No. Then I'll remember the first picture you drew. You ask an obvious question. He nodded and quickly opened his mouth. Yes. The first drawing I drew was of my manager, and the second drawing was of Jiangyan. Oh. While speaking, I realized the other person's intention. Cian gave an expression that said he was right. Okay, that's what I mean. You're always looking at other people. Not always. It was the same when we filmed a drama together. Drama? Are you talking about Hello, My Summer? Huh. The drama Space Cian filmed with her older brother. Hello, My Summer. At the time, I played the role of Kim Ho-yoon, who had a crush on his childhood friend. At that time, rumors of school violence broke out about me. You helped me even though you weren't close to me and didn't really know me. That's it. I know it's because of the drama. You said that back then. Sahayan shrugged his shoulders. In the past, I thought you helped me because it was a drama you appeared in. But now I understand. You helped me because of the staff, right? I thought about other people. Who would be affected if the drama was stopped? Because I knew everyone was having a hard time. I know that. But you are so. You don't matter to me. Cian Hyung looked at me. The eyes seemed to be a mixture of various emotions. You were always an amazing person to me, including the MP3 you gave me back then. Of course, that's still the case. Sometimes I feel sorry for you. I don't know what expression to make. As I watched in silence, the other person seemed to sense the slightly awkward atmosphere and turned his head. That doesn't mean I sympathize with you. I don't mean that. I know what you meant. Do not worry. Then I'm glad. Sahayan Hyung was smoothing out the easel and cleared his throat for no reason. Anyway, I like drawing as much as singing, because I can completely let go of the burden and things I have to do as a space leader. For you, painting and singing are separate things. Yes, think about how you will approach it too. Are you going to write a song for the fans you met as an actor, or are you going to write it as if it's a fresh start? I nodded my head weakly. It was very difficult advice. Sigh. I feel like my head has become more complicated. Haha. Sahayan Hyung laughed out loud. It's a unique laugh every time I hear it. Even if he wore a hat and mask without fail, he was a person who would be discovered because of that. But that laugh made it easier for me to imitate him. It reminded me of the space's own content shooting I had done in the past. Now that I think about it, I was planning to film something with Baihyuk. There's a lot to do. I sighed deeply. Then Sahayan said with a face still full of laughter. That's what creative work is all about. It's a series of worries. Enjoy it as much as possible and think about it. There's no deadline anyway, right? I see. Sahayan's smile quickly disappeared. My brother returned with a calm expression and patted my shoulder. If you shut up, you can do anything. Don't worry too much. How can you be sure? Because I did that. Cheer up. I received strong support from the other party based on their experiences. Now there are only 4 days left. I've been skipping meals all this time. Actor, if you don't eat dinner, I'll tear up everything you're using. I'll eat it. Thanks to someone, I didn't skip a meal. Anyway, except for acting practice, I devoted the remaining time to writing lyrics. That's how my second meeting with Tom came. You took my Bambi away. Are you still human? Giggles. So what did you trust to let me know about that kid? You should have come to Korea yourself. I didn't know that he was a desirable talent in your eyes. Ugh, I'm so annoyed. Tom chuckled as he heard Lily Sweetie sigh. Just by listening to the voice on the other end of the phone, I could tell how upset she was. It's not my fault, well. Of course, it's not. A bad choice to feature a famous star for your first song. Lee Young-jae was someone who deserved more precious treatment than that. The intuition of a producer who has been in the industry for over a decade tells me that. Can you at least send me a video of Bambi singing my song? I'm really curious. No. If you heard that, you would come to Korea to rip my hair out. Even if you die soon, I'm sure you'd insist on releasing a remix. That much? I heard Tom of the World say this. Lily was distressed, saying that it made her even more curious. Tom asked, smiling but also puzzled. But why is he called Bambi? I looked it up and found out that his fans also call him Bambi. Don't you understand that even after seeing the real thing? Look at his eyelashes. Anyone can tell that he looks like Bambi. I'm curious about the person who first came up with that nickname. I see. I like the name Lee Young-jae better. It's not that difficult to pronounce. Anyway, White people are arrogant. Isn't it because it's difficult to pronounce? I'm just calling you Bambi because I like it. And didn't you keep telling me not to call you white? Then you can respond by saying I'm black. What do I believe in? If you record it and share it, people will be very angry. I can already see articles coming out saying, racist, Lily Sweetie X. The conversation back and forth was relentless. It was also a passage that showed how long the two people had known each other. Tom smiled cheerfully until the end and hung up the phone with Lily. I hope tomorrow comes soon. Tomorrow was the day I was scheduled to meet Lee Yun-jae for the second time. At loss. How can you seduce her? In fact, Tom could not sympathize with Lee Yun-jae's values at all. Is there anything special about the song? If it's good to listen to, it's a song. A song that delights the ears of countless people. Isn't that enough? I can't sing because singing isn't my top priority. That's me. If you look at anything seriously, it becomes serious. And if you look at it lightly, it becomes light. And Tom, who heard Lee Yun-jae's song in person, thought so. I have to make this voice known to the world somehow. With my song too. This was the most important point. It didn't matter whether he was an actor, whether singing wasn't his top priority, or anything else. Even if Lee Yun-jae came empty-handed tomorrow, it wouldn't be a problem. Then, I will tell you the melody first, so let's think about it again, and I will introduce you to a professional lyricist, so let's work together, etc. I was full of thoughts of seducing Lee Yun-jae with various sweet words. So, I never expected to feel this way the next day. This is what I wrote in a week. Tom looked blankly at the papers that Yeonji Lee had placed on the table. Yeonji Lee responded with an embarrassed face. Yes, it's a bit long, right? I tried to include as many topics as possible, but I couldn't organize my thoughts very well. This is less. What are you talking about? I wondered if she was joking, but unfortunately Lee Yun-jae's face was very serious. Tom washed his face dry with a shocked feeling. In front of him, there was a mountain of A4 paper filled with handwriting. Why do I feel this way every time I meet him? I felt like I was talking to an alien rather than a person. With my head dizzy, I could barely lift a piece of paper. There's no space. It was dense with writing, as if it had been black paper since the beginning. Isn't this just a thesis? The taste is classic. Working with paper. Originally, I wrote it on a computer, but it took longer. I wrote it in a mixture of Korean and English. Please let me know if there is anything you don't understand. Tom nodded hesitantly at the detailed explanation, as if he were a university teaching assistant. I read the first sentence with mixed emotions. The first thing that caught his eye was an English word. Bambi. At the question mark at the end of Tom's words, Lee Yun-jae laughed as if she were embarrassed. I thought about many topics, and no matter what topic I thought about, that word always came up. Bambi. That was the title of the song that Yeonji Lee thought of. Chapter 290. One Piece, One Piece. The speed at which Tom turned the pages gradually increased. He was staring at the paper so hard that I thought he might not like the lyrics I wrote. After so much time has passed, Tom finally raised his head and said these words. Are you going to release a full-length album this time? Yes. How many songs are you going to release? It's not like you're going to write this many and then release them as singles. What does this mean? I asked in confusion. Don't you need at least 5 songs to release an album? That's what I'm saying. Look at the number of lyrics you've written. That's 50 songs, not 5. Just in case you didn't know, it just became a bit much as I wrote it. It's not that much to exaggerate. What came back from the words I spoke calmly was a sigh. You're really weird. Sigh. I met a really weird guy. Tom was holding his head in pain. I couldn't figure out why he was doing that, so I couldn't even say anything. But it's all bad. Still, I thought it wasn't that bad for my first time. I had many different feelings, but I opened my mouth first. Tom, you don't have to worry about me. What? I didn't write a lot with the intention of releasing an album. I didn't expect that, so you can just be honest. If it's not good, it's not good. Even as I said this, my appetite was a little bitter. It's a shame. Although it was a short period of time, the lyrics were written with great immersion. There wasn't a single line of lyrics that was roughly written to increase volume. I was prepared for it to be a mess since it was my first time, but I couldn't help but feel bitter at the thought of having to throw away all these lyrics. What are you talking about? However, an unexpected reaction came back. Tom said with a puzzled face, What's so bad about it? How far can you go alone? If it wasn't good, you wouldn't have even talked about the album. That means I like the lyrics. They're not just good. I like them. Tom clicked his tongue. TSK, this is my first time seeing something like this. I'm shocked, really. I'd believe it if they said it was written by a professional lyricist. Are you really sure you wrote this? If you're doing this out of consideration for me, dashed. You're not considerate. No, you can't. You're being considerate of someone right now. My nose is 3 feet wide. The other person's voice was filled with irritation. You just write the lyrics. Don't touch the composition or producing. Don't even try it. Understood? Tom growled, telling me not to touch his food line. You give compliments in a unique way. Although I was nervous, I didn't feel bad. It's amazing to see it again. Tom muttered. When you first write lyrics, it's bound to be a mess. That's natural. But why do I feel this way? What does it feel like? It looks like it was written by a kid who has been struggling in the industry for years. It feels like it was written after it was broken dozens of times. In response to the disbelief, I spoke calmly. It's true that it's broken dozens of times, if not several years. What? What did you mean? The other person raised his eyebrows. The paper you are holding now is just the copy of the text I completed yesterday. I threw away the dozens of pages I wrote before that. Before writing lyrics in earnest, I first listened to the song Tom produced. The genres of the songs were different, but after listening to them for a while, I could see some similarities. Light. The song didn't sound heavy at all. Although it deals with heavy emotions such as depression, sadness, and suffering, the song is not heavy in the end. Where does the difference come from? After thinking about it for a few days, I realized it too late. You shouldn't put too much content into a song. If you pour everything you want to say into one song, the sentences will become messy and the song will inevitably become heavy. The most important thing in writing lyrics was to let go of greed. This is the first time I realized that throwing away a sentence is more difficult than writing it. I kept wanting to explain more and add more. But the song was meant to be listened to, not read. If you wanted to read, you would have looked for a novel, not a song. With that difference in mind, I worked on deconstructing the lyrics I first wrote. That was just 2 days ago. First of all, I divided the lyrics I wrote at the beginning into themes and modified the emotional expressions that went into them. Since I didn't know what kind of melody it would be used for, I also prepared several versions of the chorus. I also added figurative expressions. Just in case, I changed it to a hook song version. Well, the lyrics increased as I did that. After calmly explaining everything, I kept my mouth shut. Only then did I feel the silence that filled the recording studio. The expressions on Tom and other members of his team were strange. After a while, Tom muttered. He's a really strange kid. He's a really weird kid. I'm asking because I'm confused. Is that a compliment? Or is it an insult, and I'm not aware of it so I can't understand it? I don't know either. What if you don't know? Whether I was dumbfounded or not. Tom shook his head. I understand why your fans are so polarizing. Because you're weird, your fans are weird too. As soon as I heard that, I frowned without realizing it. Why do you say that to my fans? My voice came out sharper than I had intended. Tom stuttered with a puzzled look on his face. Oh, that's not it, sorry. I was joking. I don't mind if you're joking with me, but why are you doing that to my fans? Sorry. I won't do that. At that moment, I was so moved that I forgot how to be polite to adults. Perhaps because it was the first time Tom had shown nervousness, he hastily explained it. That's not what I meant by strange. It just means, unique, special. What about you? And your fans? You're special. You're the best. Tom gave a thumbs up. After taking a short, deep breath, he spoke calmly. Please don't speak ill of my fans. They don't deserve to be treated like that. Tom saw my serious face and apologized again. It was only after I received a promise not to say anything like this again that my expression relaxed. Tom gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered softly. This is really what you wrote. Now I'm convinced. Are you sure about that now? Honestly, it was a long time ago. You could have entrusted the request to a lyricist and insisted that you wrote it. You should have seen 1 or 2 people like that by now. Tom proudly boasted that he was a singer-songwriter and said that there were a lot of kids who didn't even know the clef. But I can tell from the way you got angry just now that this was really written by you. Tom laughed. How important do you have to be about your fans to write lyrics like this? It's amazing. It's both earnest and desperate. Tom trailed off, then suddenly raised his head. But is it okay if I leave it like this? I think your fans will be sad when they see these lyrics. Huh? As I was already worrying about this all the time, I naturally sighed. I'm worried about that now too. Space Cian said that. Don't just worry about other people anymore. Start caring about yourself. I thought that maybe this could be a good opportunity, so I tried my best. The problem is that pessimistic lyrics keep coming out. If you just think about the fate, numerous sentences come pouring out without you having to think deeply. Thank you for being by my side. Thank you for looking at me. Thank you for liking it. But if you put me next to you, the sentences change in an instant. Why are you next to me? Why are you looking at me? Why do you like me? How long can I look at those sparkling eyes? I guess I'm really greedy. The greed increases with excessive love. I am happy because I have buy-in, and I am anxious that buy-in will disappear. Conflicting emotions. These are my honest feelings when I think of my fans. Bambi was the song that captured this in the simplest lyrics possible. After I wrote the lyrics, I thought that fans would be upset when they hear this. Bambi is a nickname given to me directly by fans. Would it be okay to explain that nickname with lyrics like these? Would I dare to do that? I thought it would be better to just write a normal fan song that fans would enjoy listening to. After thinking for a moment, I continued. Because I feel like this is me. Sahayan was right. I wanted to let my fans know that I exist like this. And there is something I learned while writing lyrics. This was something I learned by only caring about myself, not other people. I have a lot of greed. I thought it would be nice if you could also love me like this. It was my true self that I had finally discovered. I laughed out loud, feeling dumbfounded yet relieved. It sounds even more conscienceless when you say it out loud. Tom silently watched me smile. He thought deeply about something, and after a while, he said this. Then how about doing it like this? Sing dashed. Exclusive, Lee Yunjae captured meeting with a famous American producer. Will you debut as a singer? Lee Yunjae's debut as a singer, Willian Entertainment said. It cannot be confirmed because it is a private life. Preparing music for a famous pop star's music video appearance. What is the potential of the representative star of the MZ generation? Ugh, you crazy people. Stop writing articles. Lee Yunjae's fan cafe president, Kwon In-ah, lost her temper. When she got so angry that she smashed the keyboard, her younger brother behind her noticed and muttered. That keyboard costs over 500,000 won. You can just buy me a new one. Give me your card now. I'll be quiet. If you don't have money, why don't you buy your own computer? My younger brother grumbled inwardly, as losing his computer to his older sister was now a daily occurrence. In fact, I was receiving a generous allowance from my older sister, so I didn't dare to say it out loud. Whether his younger brother crouched behind him or not, the chairman was constantly angry. No, why are you gloomily following the child at a time when you don't have any schedules? Is it all about being a reporter? Who cares who he meets? Of course, it is true that I flinched at the news that Bambi met the producer. Because I was still listening to the song Bambi sang during Labong. Is it really this good to sing live without accompaniment? How great would it be to make a proper sound recording with a voice like this? Even so, a post with such content was already posted on the fan cafe. However, most buy-in took a cautious stance. There were also people who advised me not to talk about such things as much as possible. That's right. Bambi will do it if we want to. This was a fact that everyone knew. The chairman, who had actually met Bambi a few times, knew even more. He even had a history of changing his hair color just because fans wanted him to. And that too for a fan meeting, just for one day. I don't know if Bambi wants to sing. However, I was worried that these articles might force Bambi to do something. The response was even more enthusiastic because the producer Bambi met was a very famous person. And that evening, as if aware of the president's anxious feelings, a post was posted on the fan cafe. Hello, this is Yeonji Lee. Lee Yunjae wrote it herself. As always, today was also a long story. However, it was not the usual article containing recommendations for cleaning products or tips for removing dust. And there was something written in the text that no one had thought of. Chapter 291. Title: I heard that Lee Yunjae just posted a post. What is it about? My friend took a screenshot and sent it to me, but it was so long I couldn't even read it lol. Someone please explain. Because of the assignment, I will only conclude as briefly as possible please. Lee Yunjae said she plans to release 2 songs, and that she wrote the lyrics herself. Both songs are pop songs, and the composition was composed by Tom Washington. What? No. Tell me in detail and at length from the beginning. Title: Wow, isn't this really crazy? The article said that Tom Washington came to Korea to see Lee Young-jae. Gaiva, I was told to eat the soup in moderation. Was it reality? If I am reborn, I want to live as Lee Young-jae. They made their first album with Tom Washington songs. I'm jealous. Who is Tom Washington? Do you have a favorite pop song? The one that came out recently. Why? There is a high probability that Tom composed that song. Description: Wow, why is this real? I'm not going to lie, I have goosebumps all over my body right now. How do you guess? All the top songs on Billboard are the work of that guy. Title: Am I the only one who is surprised to see Lee Young-jae release a song? Has an actor this popular ever released a song? Don't sing a commercial or OST for your own drama. First of all, I have never seen it. So I'm a little nervous, but it's surprising that everyone seems to like it. Also, I swear so much about idol acting and change my attitude. I thought there were guys like Widat haha. Lee Young-jae threatening singers for releasing a song? Taking your job? I haven't done any damage, so why am I having a seizure? I think you are having a seizure, and why are you speaking informally? For now, I'm going to put it in neutral gear until the song comes on. Seeing that he sang it without accompaniment during Labong, I think it would be average. Is there a video of Lee Young-jae singing? Try searching for it, and it has over 5 million views. Title: I'm a pop duck, and I'm just looking forward to it like a dog ha. I'm so glad Tom is working hard these days. It's even my first time collaborating with a Korean singer. When is the song coming out? I'm dizzy. Please give me something quickly. Lee Young-jae is not a Korean singer. I'm an actor. When you sing, isn't that a singer? Really? Just do it in moderation. Where are they coming from? There are always comments like this in every post of Lee Young-jae. Why is the reaction like this? It's nice to see that I'm active in many different fields. Guka, is there any reason to look at it negatively? I'm not even in high school yet, but it's amazing that I can do this and that. They are young, but they are talented and successful. This is their seizure button. But isn't William Entertainment very conservative? He was famous for not being good at variety shows. But he lets me do other things besides acting. I thought the same thing haha. It's not anyone else, it's Tom Washington haha. To put it bluntly, Tom could go to the Billboard, but even if it were me, I would allow it. Title: Didn't everyone read Lee Young-jae's post until the end? Whether it's an actor singing a song or working with Tom Washington, I guess that's not important right now. Look at the title. Look at the song title. I'm releasing 2 songs as singles. The song title: Lim. Are you really crazy? If I were a Lee Young-jae fan, today would be my Memorial Day. What is Bayan? Lee Young-jae's fandom name. Bayan. You re crazy. Even lyricist Lee Young-jae Ray. The dog is crazy 222222. Serial day at Youngjae_day. Guys, are you all alive? First of all, it's not me haha. I also died earlier. I died at the time Bambi posted the post. It's crazy today as expected. Great my friend's happy face. I'm crazy about Yanji at Vera Crazy Drill. Tamara is all sobbing right now haha. Is there a fan that beats like this? It seems like only yesterday that I was amazed at how a baby could write a drama script, but now it's even writing lyrics. Ever since I became addicted to Bambi, I'm really happy every day. My Bambi a Bambi crush. Singer Lee Young-jae. Song titles Bambi, Bayan. Are you tired of Lime? It's over, right? This year's hip-hop version of Lee Young-jae is tearing it all up. Professor please at Daehagwon Sing. I'm reading Lee Young-jae's long post, and there are a lot of funny little points. It's so funny that the reason why they wrote all the lyrics in English was Tom couldn't speak Korean, so I had no choice. Are you forgetting that Tom is a top producer? Hey, did you see people's reactions? Tom came into the recording studio screaming. This is no joke. My phone is on fire. His face was very flushed. I'm so excited. People keep contacting me, and I'm so annoyed that I'm dying. Everyone is asking what kind of treasure it is that made it all the way to Korea. What if it becomes a real hit this time? Well, that would be good. It's my first time having a new singer appear on the Billboard. I'm sure I'll be getting calls from talk shows and other places. Just thinking about it makes me sick to death. Really? Isn't he too happy to be called an annoying person? I had a question, but I didn't want to break the mood, so I answered calmly. You must be in a lot of trouble. If that really happens, whose dog's name is on the Billboard? His attitude of speaking so naturally made me a little uncomfortable. What if I have high expectations and am disappointed later. I wondered if I should point out the reality now, but it was too bothersome, so I just left it alone. If you're disappointed, you're disappointed. I wasn't particularly interested in it or not, because right now, all I was thinking about was recording. I ended up singing 2 songs by accident. The reason I wrote 2 songs was because of Tom's suggestion. Then how about doing it this way? Let's release 2 songs. 2 songs? Now, let's sing a song with the lyrics you gave us. And one more song for the fans. The lyrics of Bambi that I originally thought were overall dark. It is true that I was worried that fans would be upset because of that. To appease this, they decided to work on an additional, true fan song containing only warm words. The song, titled Buy-In, took less than an hour to create, because it was enough to write down the thoughts that come to mind when I think of the tragedy. I'm putting out a real song. I felt strange. Even though the decision was made after careful consideration, I still couldn't believe it. Of course, I had no regrets, because the song Tom made was too good to regret it. He's not famous for nothing. The melodies he brought to both songs were great. In particular, Bambi, to be recorded today, was a unique and rhythmic song with the addition of a trumpet sound to the strong drum sound. Unlike the self-mocking lyrics, it was very exciting to listen to the melody itself. So the more I listened to it, the more strange it became, and I also felt an empty feeling somewhere. Afterwards, the lyrics were rearranged to match the melody. The day when everything was finally ready, I sang a song for the first time. I still can't forget how I felt at that time. As soon as the song ended, there was only one thought in my head. I want to sing it again. Singing with all my emotions, not someone else's. It was more than just fun, it was quite exciting. I felt like my whole body was empty, and I also felt a tingling sensation starting from my toes. Singing was such a fun thing to do. It was about stepping into territory that was unknown to me. Just one step. With that one step, the view opened up. I only understood it after seeing the beautiful scenery unfolding before my eyes. Why did No Bai Hyuk like to sing so much? It was also the moment when someone else's feelings, which I had only guessed about for years, turned into my own feelings. It was a different thrill from what I felt when acting. Then shall we start recording? Finally, the real Tom applauded for his employees. Everyone move. We announced that we will be releasing a song, but we can't just relax. You've relaxed your neck too, right? Yes. Just do what I sang last time. Don't worry too much. We'll be a hit. Tom consoled me and told me not to feel pressured. Thanks to you, it was a huge burden. How can you tell me not to worry? As I entered the recording studio, I grumbled to myself. When I put on the headphones, I heard Tom's voice. You're going to sing it all in one take first, right? Yes. I think that would be a good idea. Okay, let's sing it once and then record it separately by part. I nodded. Soon the song started playing. As soon as the short piano sound ends, the drum and trumpet sounds reveal their presence. Doo-doo-doo-dong. At the powerful sound of the instrument, my head automatically bobbed. Even though I listened to it dozens of times, it was still a very addictive introduction. Let's keep the atmosphere alive like this. I put a lot of pressure on my stomach to increase my tone. That's how I spit out my first lyrics. I want to be Bambi. I want to be the Bambi. It's amazing. Even though I'm thinking about things I've definitely practiced countless times and things I need to pay more attention to. The moment you open your mouth, all thoughts disappear completely. That Bambi that people like. How long can I hide behind it? I'm just scared that someone will find me. All that remains is the music I hear and the voice coming out of my mouth. I closed my eyes and focused on my breathing, tone, and pronunciation. Every book says this. You have to love yourself. But what should I do when it's hard to love me? What if there are only moments where I feel inadequate? Days when I constantly hate everything about myself. That's why I keep playing Bambi. Bambi, whom everyone loves and cannot help but love. Don't you love it? Don't you love it? Wouldn't we be caught at this level? Isn't this enough? No, that's not enough. I want to feel more secure. I want to be Bambi. An energetic trumpet sound was heard after each word. The sound of lively instrument playing with a clear tone. Accordingly, he led the song in as bright a tone as possible. Will this play ever end? I wonder if I can avoid the end if I become the real Bambi. If so, I will act without hesitation, with my greedy self tightly wrapped around me, to avoid the ending of a secret relationship. Aren't you satisfied with this? Isn't this enough to make you feel at ease? No, I want to be more greedy. I hope that my whole self is Bambi, not now that I am wearing Bambi's guise. I hope all my appearances are enough to be loved. I want to become someone worthy of your love. Entering the highlight, all instruments showed off their splendid presence as if firecrackers were exploding. A clear piano sound, a trumpet sound that moves your body, and a drum sound that makes your heart beat. The moment when all the sounds gradually decrease and become quiet at the same time. I spit out the last lyrics in a whisper. I want to be just Bambi. I just want to be Bambi. Chapter 292. Bambi. In some ways, it was a song that was like a landmine. It's a song about wanting to hide my true self in order to be loved, but rather revealing my true self. It was a mistake that a child who was dazed by love for the first time would make. I also realized the loophole after writing it and immediately deleted the lyrics. But funny enough, similar sentences were made even after that. In other words, this is what I want to say most right now. I know now. I really know. The fans don't like me because I'm Bambi. To begin with, I'm not even a real deer. My fans wouldn't want me to be a deer either. I want to be the Bambi. The meaning behind wanting to be Bambi is as follows. Li Yunjae, Bai Yun's favorite. Li Yunjae, whom Bai Yun loves. Li Yunjae, whom Bai Yun is proud of. It means that I want to be that sparkling Li Yunjae every moment. What do you like about me? I still don't know. I said you like everything about me. I remember people telling me that no matter what I do, I'll like it, so don't be anxious. Friendly comments come back every time I post something on the fan cafe. The heartbreaking words I heard face-to-face at the fan meeting. It wasn't that I didn't believe it. You don't trust me. Just as I don't know everything about myself. Fans probably don't know everything about Li Yunjae either. But what if Li Yunjae is not such a good person? Could it be that I am also deceiving myself? There may be things I don't remember. Because the original perpetrator does not remember. Maybe I've forgotten the bad things I did without even realizing it. Misfortune factor, black stone. Maybe all of that was just an excuse. Actually, I may not be such a good person. I'm anxious. I'm anxious that I'll disappoint people one day. I don't want to play Bambi anymore. That's not enough. I just want to be Bambi. It would be better if Li Yunjae, whom Bai Yun loves, was my true self. Actually, I don't know how different the two images are, or if they really are that different. Even though I tried to look at it objectively, there were many times when anxiety obscured my vision. Maybe it's because I'm so happy. The fog I see every night. Jin Bae-hyung, who is always by my side. The people around me that are increasing, and the fans who support me. As stability increases, anxiety also increases. It's like this. I feel like everything will disappear in an instant. Whenever I felt this vague sense of anxiety, I acted as the doctor advised. I exercised or went for a walk and tried not to think about it as much as possible, but to sing it so openly. I think I'll survive. Ironically, it was much better than before. I felt like the lump that was tightly blocking my throat was gone. I finally understand Bai Hyuk's words. No, Bai Hyuk once said this. They say that singing a song, whenever you feel frustrated, clears your head. At the time, I just nodded my head, but now I think I understand what it meant. At this point, It seems like you really like singing, don't you think? I chuckled, thinking that I could finally be sure now. I didn't even know about it until after the album was mentioned. I am really myself too. I hope Bayan doesn't get too upset. The good news was that the melody was exciting. Bambi was a song whose self-deprecating message was neutralized by the rhythmic sounds of instruments. The ability to convey the lyrics gently even though they are not pleasant lyrics. It was also a passage that showed how wide Tom's musical spectrum is. Well, it would be nice to feel a little more trendy than now. What should I do? Should I try to improve the texture of my voice? Make it clearer? Fortunately, the chemistry with Tom wasn't bad either. As I cleared my throat and sang as clearly as possible, I saw Tom cheering through the window. Oh, that's it. Haha, as expected. I love it, I love it. Let's keep building chords with that feeling. Yes. We finished recording Bambi and Bayan over 2 days. I finished recording the narration for the movie Shin Yu Young last week, so I thought I wouldn't have anything to do for a while. Until team leader Wu said this. Now I have to film a music video. What are you talking about? Yes? Music video? Then didn't you think about filming a music video while releasing it as a single album, rather than a mixtape? That's even more interesting. Team leader Wu laughed. I was embarrassed to see that. Can I film a music video? I think just releasing an album is greedy enough. What kind of greed is this? If you want to do it, do it. Did you forget that the CEO himself said to let you do whatever you want? Are you saying you don't want to listen to what the CEO says now? No, that's not it dashed. I was already on my way to see the CEO. Are we all going to go now? No, what? Can I say? Don't make fun of me. This person's personality is becoming increasingly strange. When I glared at him, Team Leader Wu raised his eyebrows and smiled. His smile was so playful that it was hard to understand why he had the nickname Robot Team Leader. Yanji, listen carefully. You must release the music video. We also have to get our money's worth. You know that, right? Team Leader Wu made a circle sign by putting his thumb and index finger together. It was meant to refer to so-called money. Tom Washington's composition fee alone was quite a lot. I should try everything as long as it doesn't damage my image as an actor. Didn't you hear from Tom? Tom told me not to worry about the cost since it was a song I was giving as a gift. I heard. I just politely declined. Team Leader Wu shook his head. This has to be clearly calculated from the beginning. If you think about it later, it's better for you too. You can't just go into debt for something that is only a few pennies. Didn't you just say that it was quite a lot to say it was only a few pennies? That's what I said because you talk about money. Why go back when there is an easy way? The smile on his face as he said that was full of cynicism. It was hard to believe that just a moment ago, that person was laughing like a joker. After all, people don't change easily. I shook my head. All right, I'll film a music video. After all, people who are good at their jobs won't be able to win. It's better to have something than not have anything. When will I release a song again? At this point, I thought Bayan would like it even more if she released a music video. The moment I was thinking that, I heard something unexpected. Then do you want to try directing? Yes. What does this mean again? I'm not telling you to do everything alone, so don't be scared. You probably know this to some extent as you've been filming various projects. How do you take pictures? Yes, but directing is a different area. If it's difficult, you can just say you can't do it halfway. Just give it a try. Why are there so many people asking me to try this these days? It was so unexpected that it was difficult to refute it right away. I never thought this person would say something like this to me. When I said I wanted to write the script for the Korean Sign Language drama February 3rd myself, Team Leader Wu gave permission to do so with no expectations on his face. But now you're suggesting directing first? You wrote the lyrics this time. So I thought it would be a good idea to include written by Yanji Lee at the beginning of the music video. Team Leader Wu continued calmly. But I thought it would look more stylish if there was directed next to written. Is that it? Do you think I'll be in good form? When I made a puzzled expression, Team Leader Wu laughed. It's my job to raise the image of the celebrities I belong to, so why not do it? I won't force you to do something you don't want to do. But I'm saying this because opportunities like this don't come often. Isn't this the best time to work without interference from others? It's not someone else's work. It's a song you're releasing under your own name. Team Leader Wu shrugged his shoulders. Last time, I also planned a bed advertisement for Myungwoo Company. There probably isn't much difference between that and directing, so I don't know why you're hesitating. I'm just being cautious. If I try and ruin it. You say you're going to do well, but you're worried about everything. Anyway, think about it. If you don't like it, feel free to say it. Team Leader Wu tapped me on the shoulder and disappeared, asking for an answer within tomorrow. I scratched the back of my neck as I watched his back quickly walk away. Is there a lot of work closed this year? There is so much to do. But the most embarrassing part was that I didn't really hate it. 2 days later, the music video filming schedule for the representative song, Bambi, and the director who will lead it have been decided. And the fact that my name was written in the space where the director's name is written. I won't say more because it's embarrassing. 3 days later, employees who had decided to film the Bambi music video together arrived at the conference room. After confirming that everyone, including Team Leader Wu, had arrived, I stood up. Then let the meeting begin. Briefly, he explained why he came to write the lyrics for the song, Bambi, and the message he wanted to convey. In addition to this, there is also a story that I would like to include in the music video. Since we had roughly calculated the staff and budget costs needed for filming, the meeting proceeded smoothly. Then, I will take care of recruiting cast members. I will arrange the location. This is the place where we filmed last time, and it fits exactly with the place Yunjae mentioned. I will share photos of the scene later in a group chat. Thank you. Please. After all, it's convenient to have good people next to you. I smiled happily inside. Now we have to talk about the album. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke seriously. I wonder if I really need a physical album, but what do you all think? Wouldn't it be enough to release it as a digital sound source? I heard that the album is bad for the environment. But before I could finish speaking, all the employees opposed it. No, you must pay that. I think it is inevitable, as actual album sales are also counted in grades. The same goes for the Billboard charts. That's right. You never know. Why on earth should we consider the possibility of getting on the Billboard? I had my doubts, but I had to stop due to repeated opposition from employees. We must release an album. One employee who had been quiet the whole time opened his mouth. He's the type of person who doesn't step forward as much as possible. Although I was puzzled, I asked why. She answered with a face full of fear. If we don't pay, fans may set the company on fire. Oh. The other employees nodded slowly. I was shocked to see everyone obediently agreeing. What? How did buy-in's image become like this? It was a little unfair. Chapter 293. If we don't pay, fans may set the company on fire. The conference room was filled with silence. It was a positive silence. Why on earth? No one is objecting. Even though it was absurd, I noticed it for no reason. Buy-in will see this. I slowly turned my gaze towards the camera. The cameras installed throughout the conference room showed a clear red light. It was obvious that Bai-yun would be upset if this conversation was made public later. Should I cover the camera right now? But I have nothing to cover. Should I take Jimby's outerwear? While I was seriously thinking about it, I suddenly realized something. You can ask them to remove this part when editing. I'm the director. Aren't you stupid? I was embarrassed by the late realization. You're a director. I still can't get used to it. The person involved, can't adapt to this, but the public must be appalled. There may be doubts about the fact that I, who is only 16 years old, took on the role of director. That's why we decided to film the entire process behind the scenes of the music video, from planning meetings, on-site shooting, and editing work. Officially, it was a video for fans, but on the other hand, it was also a device to minimize controversy. Actually, it was a little unfair. Is age that important? I still vividly remember Jiangyan lying down in front of the front door. Even after turning 30, there are people who still act like 5-year-olds. What a big deal directing at age 16 is. People who swear will swear anyway. Even if you release a long behind-the-scenes video like a saga, people who will criticize you will continue to criticize you. It's not like they're throwing eggs at me openly, so why bother worrying about people whispering behind my back? But I heard that. It is said that the more people talk about me, the more difficult it will be to have a secret relationship. Then the story is different. This was the opportunity to film a behind-the-scenes video. If it's for a secret story, it's better to do it first and see. Let's focus on the meeting for now. You can edit the parts you don't like later. After putting aside my worries about the camera for a moment, I opened my mouth. Mr. Chief, what you're saying is that there will be fans who will be disappointed if there is no physical album, right? I hadn't thought about that part. Yes. If you don't pay, they will definitely set the company on fire. Okay, so stop talking about the fire. I barely managed to keep my expression from collapsing and smiled. We can't let the fans be upset. Let's put out a physical album, and then let's talk about the album's contents. I know because I bought Nade's album too. Usually, when you buy an Idol album, a photo card with the member's photo printed on it, also known as a polka, is included. For poker, you must always submit a selfie. There is no need for makeup-based poker. Yes? A selfie is a selfie, and makeup is makeup. Why is there no need for that? As soon as the topic of poker came up, a heated discussion among employees continued. In particular, the passion of the female employees was no joke. I think we need a version with animals and pajamas, too. Oh, of course. The song's title is Bambi, and you have to take a selfie wearing deer pajamas at least once. That's right. If we don't have that, our company will burn down. Please stop talking about that damn fire. Everyone please calm down. I interjected in as calm a tone as possible. You can just film everything while you're thinking about what to do. I'll take pictures of everything you said. He said that it would be good if releasing an album felt like a gift to buy-in. Then, the employees quickly expressed their opinions. Sometimes you include photo books or Polaroid photos. How about that? The cost of printing photo books is high. The budget doesn't fit to include it in every album. Only poker is required. and everything else is on a first-come, first-served basis. Oh, first-come, first-served is too strict. It would be better to release several versions and do them randomly. No, it can't be random. As soon as I finished speaking, all the employees' eyes turned to me. It was quite burdensome, but I had to say what I had to say. I want to make it enough to buy just one album. If poker is entered randomly, you have to buy multiple albums. I don't like that. There must be buy-in who is also a student. I didn't want my fans to feel a financial burden. I know how you feel, Yanji. One employee sighed. I can't help it because of the unit price. It is correct to include just one poker card or distribute other free gifts randomly. I'll use my own money for anything that's lacking. Just because a celebrity spends money doesn't mean there are only fans who like him or her. We must also consider the feelings of her fans. The staff persistently persuaded me that paying with random poker does not necessarily have negative aspects. It's also fun to exchange poker. There is also a sense of pride in having collected all the rare poker items. That's the fun of being a fan. Are you going to take that fun away from your fans? Even if you say that, I can't give in. I don't want to make fans feel left out. There seemed no sign of the conversation ending. Because they didn't break each other's stubbornness, the conversation about the album's contents continued for over 2 hours. Only after the sky became dark did it finally come to a conclusion. All versions of poker are included in one album, but instead Polaroid photos and other goods are included randomly. Ugh, it's really hard. As soon as the meeting ended, all the employees bowed down. I think it's more intense than reporting to Team Leader Wu. I know ya. I heard there's a reason why Yanji and Team Leader Wu get along well. I can hear everything. Oh, did you hear? I said it in a whisper. One employee said in a refreshing tone. It was absurd. What do you do when you whisper? You whispered in my ear. The staff burst into laughter at my muttering. Everyone was lying down and giggling, and laughter spread one by one. By this time, the conference room was filled with laughter. What the? It was only after a while that I realized that the corners of my mouth were also turned up. From that day on, we continued to hold meetings with our employees and prepared the album. It's not normal. I was somewhat prepared, though. Directing was a task that required more attention than I thought. I didn't even have time to whine. I was busy tackling the tasks in front of me one by one. As I passed each day like that, the day arrived in the blink of an eye. The long-awaited music video shooting day. What? It was when I was looking at the script in the studio. The surroundings suddenly seemed to become noisy, and I was just about to turn around. Sionji. A clear voice came from behind me, and it was a voice I hadn't heard in a very long time. Without realizing it, I smiled brightly and turned my head. Sister, what? Why do you welcome me like this? It's been a while. It was Han Se-young. The first time I met Han Se-young was while filming a butterfly flower riding a Zelkova tree. It seems like it was only yesterday that I vomited due to the smell of Han Se-young's perfume, but 4 years have already passed since then. Nice to meet you, sister. Me too. Isn't it nice to see you again after a long time? Haha, yes. When I laughed, Han Se-young also smiled. Now that I think about it, it's been a really long time. This is my first time seeing you since we filmed the cameo for Hello, My Summer. Huh. But I watched all the dramas that came out this time. Really? For a moment, Han Se-young's eyes sparkled. Then I guess you saw the kissing scene filmed? How was it? Did I come out okay? Huh. It seemed natural. Oh, I was so moved that I almost cried when I filmed that. I wanted to finally get rid of the child actor title. Han Se-young sighed. I'll be 19 next year too, so I was wondering how long I could only play child roles. I want to turn 20 quickly and play a variety of roles. I want to do all the things I haven't been able to film in a while. We should also film a kissing scene. We filmed a kissing scene this time. I was still a minor, so I could barely talk about it. Other than that, there is a real kissing scene. It's what adults do. Han Se-young whispered darkly. You know what I mean? I don't know. Thanks to you. I don't want to know anymore. Hey, it's not fun. Han Se-young clicked her tongue. It was impressive to see his voice and tone full of slyness and playfulness, while maintaining a straight smile on his face. Anyone watching from afar will have no idea what Han Se-young is saying. It's still the same. Even though it's been a while since I last saw you, I couldn't help but smile at how professional you still look. While I was exchanging a few words with Han Se-young, people arrived one by one. Sionji. A long time. Wow, you've grown so much. Brother, look at him. I was a kid back then, but now I'm a man. Wow, time flies. Comedians Lee Ho-seop and Shin Woo-cheol filmed the entertainment show Mission Clear together. I played the fake shaman Kim Soo-ho in front of them. Yeonji, why are there so many people? I was surprised. Song Lee-jun and Nam In who filmed the movie Twins together. I acted as twins Kang Tae-il and Lee Jin-woo in front of them. Seonji, I'm here. Huh. Wow, there are so many people. Seo Geo, who filmed the drama February 3rd together. In front of him, I played Young Min-ho, who misses his dead brother. Hey, tell me honestly, this is your second life, right? What kind of kid is good at acting and singing? Seek-jun, wouldn't it be better to practice acting more during the time when Yeonjae is tormented? Why did you call Lee Jong-hyun again? Actor Kim Suk-jun and Jong Hyun's older brother, who filmed the drama Killing Horn together. I played the role of a struggling soul who didn't want to be abandoned in front of them. And if you add Han Se-young, who took pictures of butterfly riding on a Zelkova tree, and Hello, My Summer. My filmography is gathered in one place. Except for the movie Shin Yu-young, which has not been released yet. The main cast of all the works I have filmed so far are gathered in one place. You really took a lot of pictures. Before I knew it, I looked at the crowd of people gathered together. Among all those people, I could see myself from the past 4 years. I felt strange. Hello, my name is Han Se-young. This is the first time I've greeted you like this since I've only seen you on TV. My name is Lee Ho-seop. The studio was noisy as people were greeting each other. Amid the loud yet pleasant noise, I suddenly became curious. Why did everyone come so early? Most of the scenes were solo cuts shot by myself. There's still a long way to go before we can take a group shot. We had to wait at least 3 hours. Actor Kim Suk-jun usually comes early, so even if that's the case, why did the others come so early? With a puzzled look on my face, I went to each person and asked them. But they all had the same expression. Everyone said the same thing. I came to watch you act. No. Why did you come 3 hours early just to see something big? Okay, let's go into the first scene first. Everyone, please get ready. After hearing what the staff said, I went straight to my seat and stood. When I looked up, there were a lot more people looking at me than I expected. It's embarrassing. Is it because there are too many people watching? Or maybe it's because of the clothes I'm wearing right now. I felt embarrassed and wanted to hide. Our series is so cute. Brother, please be quiet. In the meantime, I became even more embarrassed because of Jeongyeon yelling at me. Seonji, it's so cute now. Just right. Go for it. Thanks to you, I can't fight. Jeongyeon suppressed the urge to shut his mouth. Then let's start filming. I adjusted my hat when the camera director shouted. The hat worn deep over the forehead was the same product as the one he wore back then. Now ready? Yes. The scene I'm about to film now is an homage to a drama I filmed before. Tale, Tracing the Trace, is the drama that inspired me to start acting and where I first met Jong Hyun. In that drama, I appeared as an extra with no significant role, while wearing this yellow hat that I am wearing now. Action dash, with someone's loud shout. That's how I opened my eyes. Chapter 294. The studio rented for filming the music video was very spacious. Audience seats filled with red chairs. Luxurious curtains wrapped around the perimeter. The quality was such that you could mistake it for a real movie theater, but the more I watched it, the more I felt something strange. It was easy to find the cause of the strange feeling of disconnect. There is no one. There was not a single person in such a large place. A lonely and quiet space without a single person. There was only a large screen on the stage. And on the screen, there was me. Mister, is that ball yours? I, wearing a yellow hat, was smiling brightly on the screen. I was that young. I quietly looked at my younger self. Don't you lend your game console to your younger brother? What? My brother always tells me that it's annoying and tells me to go away. As a child, I took a corner of the bench. Jeongyeon ignored the surprised look on his face and was busy chatting to himself. It was a one-sided and unkind video. The video, which was played without any explanation, suddenly stopped without any warning. In an instant, the surroundings were enveloped in silence. The video stopped at the scene where Hyunjong and I were sitting side by side on a bench. I took a deep breath and slowly walked up to the stage. As I stood in front of the big screen, my existence seemed infinitely small. I can't keep it like this. No matter how much I looked around the screen, I couldn't see any way. I hesitated for a moment and then raised both hands up. Please. He waved his hands desperately as if he was asking for help. Then, a sound like someone clicking a mouse was heard. At the same time, the image on the screen became smaller to fit the size of my body. This should be enough. I bowed again and again, saying thank you to the sky, and I stood in front of the screen again. After looking at me in the video, sitting on the bench for a moment, I bent my knees. I changed my posture here and there to make it look like I was actually sitting on a bench. It's not working. It was only after several trials and errors that I figured it out. Finally, I was in a position to completely cover myself in the video. Done. I immediately smiled straight ahead. The corners of the eyes are bent, the corners of the mouth are raised, and the cheeks are slightly red from the cold wind. Everything was identical to the smile the child was making in the video. The obsession with analyzing and following each element was carefully hidden behind a bright smile. Unfortunately, perfection didn't last long. My legs hurt. I was sitting in empty space with nothing. At some point, my thighs began to tremble, and soon it turned into a vibration of my entire body. Even while my body was shaking, I kept a calm smile. But in the end, it was only a matter of time. Ugh. After a while, my legs lost their strength and I sat down, frowning without realizing it. In an instant, perfection disappeared. I took a deep sigh and washed my face dry. I felt a tingling sensation in my leg, as if I had a cramp, but I didn't even have time to pay attention to it. I relaxed and lay down. As I stared blankly at the ceiling, the lights seemed to sparkle and shine particularly brightly. It was like a star seen from Earth, twinkling like it could never be reached. Everything was just a mirage. There was still no one around, and I was the only one left on stage. Before I knew it, there was only a despairing expression on my face. After staring at the ceiling for a while, I slowly opened my mouth. I want to be the Bambi. It was the signal signaling the start of the music video. Cut. As soon as I heard the camera director shout, I jumped up. There are so many people in front of me. I can't just lie down rudely. My legs hurt. It felt like there were 100 ants crawling on my thighs. From my calves to the soles of my feet, everything was throbbing, but it wasn't noticeable. Actor, are you okay? Xiangji, are you okay? This is because Jin Bei and Jiangyan came running to me right away. Yes. Are you okay? What's okay? Don't talk nonsense again. Ugh. Actor, please don't move too hard. You lasted almost 3 minutes. Really, it was somehow difficult. Grunt. I walked, trying my best to ignore the tingling sensation I felt throughout my legs. As I approached, the camera director immediately showed me the screen. You have to believe in Yanji's acting skills. How are you so good at acting? I almost applauded without realizing it while filming. The camera director gave me a thumbs up. Even though I said thank you, my eyes were solely focused on the screen. The full shot was chosen well. Right? I think I can just get a close-up right away. But just in case, can I take another picture? You might find something strange when editing. At my words, the camera director immediately nodded. Oh, you should listen to the director. Do whatever you want. Don't make fun of me. Haha. The camera director smiled broadly. We had become somewhat familiar with each other through repeated rehearsals, so it was easy to talk. I wish the camera would follow me in this scene. Are you talking about a tracking shot? Asterisk meaning the camera moves along with the subject? Yes. I wanted the first part to be as boring as possible. These days, for active music video streaming, the song starts right as the video starts. If the story is included before the song starts, repeat playback will inevitably become difficult. Instead, we should make it not boring. To prevent viewers from feeling bored. That was my part. This was an even more difficult task for Koreans who get bored easily even with just a few seconds of silence. In particular, the scene I just filmed wasn't even a scene where I was having a conversation with someone. Since it was a scene where I was moving alone on stage, the decibel level was low. Rather, I'm taking advantage of that silence. The silence should create a feeling of eeriness and emptiness, not boredom. To make your head tingle and give you a creepy feeling. I'll have to be very careful when editing. My head already hurt. But it's funny. Why is it so fun? It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh. The drama, February 3rd, which I acted in from a script I wrote myself, was fun enough. Since I wrote and directed everything myself, it was a different level of fun. It was a feeling that was difficult to explain simply by saying it was fun. This is my first time playing myself. It wasn't even a different character playing the role. There was no need to get rid of Lee Yun-jae, which I had always done during my acting career. The important part of acting was being completely faithful to my emotions and expressing them convincingly. The difference was unfamiliar, yet interesting. I want to live my life acting. Yes. Without realizing it, my inner feelings came out. I came to my senses late and covered my mouth, but everyone around me had already heard. Everyone from the staff to the other actors waiting burst into laughter. Haha, cute. Do you want to act your whole life? Look at the twinkle in his eye. What would have happened if I hadn't acted? Actor Kim Suk-joon tapped the hat I was wearing. Then Jong Hai and I laughed and blocked actor Kim Suk-joon's hand. It's okay because our serials are all good. If I wasn't acting, I would have been singing. I'm still in the process of releasing an album. You really can't say anything. Actor Kim Suk-joon showed a tired expression. Hey, what are you planning on getting married? What kind of woman accepts a man who is single and has a son? Thank you for your unnecessary worry, Seekjun. Yes, I'm probably better than you. This bastard really. They're fighting again. I pushed the two people's backs with force. You two, go away and fight. It's disturbing. There are still a lot of things to worry about. After putting Jung Hai and I and actor Kim Suk-joon behind, filming continued. The following story was similar to the introduction. Butterfly. I'm really happy to have you. A scene whispering to a butterfly in the drama, the butterfly flower riding a Zelkova tree. I'd rather it all end here. I don't want to wake up. In the entertainment show Mission Clear, he drinks water mixed with sleeping pills and mutters. We can die together. Let's die here. This time, we'll be together until we die. A scene in the movie Twins, where twin brothers face their fate. Hey, stop crying. It's really ugly. You like me crying. Even now, I can't take my eyes off it. Isn't this crazy? A scene depicting fresh first love in the drama Hello, My Summer. But even if there is no way to talk, we can still talk. How? Because I will continue to be by your side. The scene in the drama February 3rd, where he says goodbye to his dead brother. I'm sorry. I'm not Suk-hyung. What is he saying now? Yoseok-hyung. That's what I said. To my older brother. Even if I call you. They said it would work. Even the final scene in the drama Killing Horn. I continued acting with the key parts of the drama I had filmed so far on the screen. Even though I was crying like a child, I had to immediately change my mind and make a crazy look in my eyes. The staff members who were watching the filming were whispering. It feels weird. I know. It's sad, but somehow. It's also ridiculous. As soon as I heard that, I held my breath. Oh my God. It was exactly the reaction I intended. Although I felt a bit sad about myself trying to fit into the character, I put in place several devices to prevent myself from looking so sad. It had no choice but to be like that. Because the song is exciting. The scenes after the introduction unfold relatively lightly. I act so hard in front of the screen that I fall, or I get confused about the character and end up wearing different clothes, leaving the stage with a shy expression or falling down to the sound of the trumpet. There were also going to be a lot of funny scenes. Fortunately, it seems to have been expressed well. He controlled his expression and quietly clenched his fists. It was a joyous ceremony that no one knew about. Wow, it's hard. Aside from the fun, I felt my stamina decreasing as the filming time went on. Every time I changed my character, I had to change my hairstyle and clothes. It was even more hectic because I had to film with other actors for efficiency, and it didn't match the order of the music video. Still, it seems to be going rather smoothly, doesn't it? It was a moment when I felt such relief. I found a male staff member working hard to move equipment in the corner. At the same time, my head was busy. That person, it was a somewhat familiar face. Where did you see it? Did you see it while filming something else? It's not. Then I'm sure you would have remembered it. I quickly searched through the memories in my head. Then at some point, I screamed involuntarily at the scene I suddenly remembered. I felt everyone staring at the sudden noise, but I couldn't even properly apologize and jumped up from my chair. Hello? Yes? Me? When I ran over and grabbed the staff member's hand, the staff member was startled. I smiled brightly as I looked at the other person's eyes, which were as big as a rabbit's. Long time no see. Jawon Hyung. I didn't know it would get bigger from there. The staff member's eyes popped out as if they were going to pop out. At the same time, the other person shouted loudly, "How do you remember me?" Chapter 295. Title: Yanji Lee seems to be filming a music video right now. A photo was just posted on Injin's story. I guess Injin sent a coffee truck to the filming location, haha. Lee Yunjae took a photo to thank me and uploaded it exactly as she sent it, haha. Coffee tea proof shot. Capture from Kakao Talk with Lee Yunjae. The hand holding the drink in the photo is Lee Yunjae's hand. Just in case, please don't criticize me because the photo is insincere. This was a deal made on purpose because it could be a spoiler based on impressions. I'll say it again, don't criticize me. You'll die, really. Hey, I didn't mean to criticize you. But why am I having a seizure alone? If Lee Yunjae gets criticized because of my writing, Injun gets upset. Are you talking about Space Choi Injun? Does she appear in Lee Yunjae's music video? Probably not. Right now, Injun is fighting hard, so he doesn't appear on the schedule. Then how did you send the coffee truck? With the power of love? Title: Choi Injun must be crazy, lol. Space Choi Injun is one of the representative celebrity secrets. Except Lee Jong-hyun. He's not Baehyun, he's just Lee Yunjae's father. I'm a fan of members other than Choi Injun, but whenever I turn on the live, they say that damn Bambi, so I had Bambi neurosis for a while. Why do all Lee Yunjae fans seem so crazy? I just saw Injun Choi's story posted, and I thought he was really doing a good job. I heard that the idol's overseas tour schedule is very hectic, so they sent a coffee truck to Lee Yunjae. He's really great too. What is the relationship between Choi Injun and Lee Yunjae? Between a fan and a celebrity? Crazy, ha! Choi Injun is really not an ordinary Baehyun. Even among Baehyun, the levels are divided based on the level of madness, right? But he's really different. Another level. To what extent? Meanwhile, the point of my laughter is that the levels are divided based on the level of insanity. Choi Injun is a kid who wears a transparent case on his cell phone and carries Lee Yunjae's ID photo inside it. I'm at a loss for words. It's pure madness. In order to avoid a tragedy, must we first abandon human dignity? Subject: but I really recommend you get your Baehyun certification. On the outside, it looks like a group of fanatics, but it's more fun than you think. Because at least one crazy person comes out every day. I went to the fan cafe for fun watching it. At some point, I also felt like a dream, haha. This guy is crazy too. The first condition for obtaining a non-Yun certification is met slightly smiling face. It's really crazy. It's terrible. It's terrible. The world is gone. Really, all the secrets around me are terrible. I'm curious, is Lee Yunjae attractive to this extent? It's not a joke, it's just pure curiosity. Anyway, I'm still in middle school. He's a middle school student. But he's so mature that I don't usually feel it. I'm buying too, but this guy really seems to like it. I can see that the fans who have seen it once remember it all and are anxious to do something for it. I feel sorry for that, so I seem to fall in love with it even more. Fans who have seen it once remember it. Seems like a bit of an exaggeration. How about checking for yourself to see if it's an exaggeration or not? It's a secret, and you can check it yourself, slightly smiling face. I did it wrong. Jaewon Han, who is he? He was a die-hard fan of Lee Yunjae. How awful. Jaewon Han saw Lee Yunjae's acting for the first time when she was in high school, and even changed her career path to majoring in theater and film. In fact, he proved his fierceness when he entered the Yeonyoung department as a freshman this year. Our Bambi. Han Ji-woon remembered the moment he first met Lee Yunjae as vividly as if it were yesterday. It was Lee Yunjae's first fan signing event that took place a few years ago. Hey, look at Bambi. Oh my god. So pretty. My heart is racing so much, it's crazy. I think I'll die if I make eye contact with Bambi like this. Then at least hold my hand before you die. It's a waste of life. Okay. Receipt. At that time, Han Ji-woon was waiting for his turn, with the crazy performances of the non-Yuns playing in the background. He, too, was shaking his legs from nervousness. I feel like my heart will explode. To be honest, it was Lee Yunjae's acting that Han Ji-woon fell in love with. However, it was also an unchanging fact that the person who performed that act was Lee Yunjae. The thought of soon meeting the person who changed his life made him dizzy. After so many eons have passed, finally, Han Ji-woon's turn came. Oh, hello? Han Ji-woon do. Han Ji-woon opened his mouth, trembling like a goat. At that time, Lee Yunjae was wearing a rabbit headband given to her by a fan, and the rabbit ears were so long that they reached down to her shoulders. Lee Yunjae raised one ear with her hand and asked if she couldn't hear because of her ears. Sorry, what did your name say? That's how Han Ji-woon died. No, his reason is dead. Because he was fatally injured right in front of his eyes, his mentality was shattered without him having a chance to escape. But thanks to that, I was able to continue the conversation pretending to be an ordinary fan. I had a dream after seeing your acting. This time, I also changed my desired department to the Department of Theater and Film. I hope the next time we act together comes. I'll try my best to say hello first so I don't forget. Wow, thank you. You don't have to remember. I can tell you. He even received praise from Yeonji Lee for her good vocal skills, but was completely unaware of this. I was in a dazed state, as if I was dreaming. Lee Yunjae looked so calm on the outside that she had no idea that the person in front of her was insane. See you next time. Jaewon Hyung. It was an intense and short first and last meeting. After that, Lee Yunjae continued to win as if she had wings, and Han Ji-woon cheered her on and made her dream come true. He passed the entrance exam at university, which is famous for its hard work, and has been working as a studio intern since the summer. He was an intern, as he put it, but in reality, he was an errand boy who only did chores. But nonetheless, he was happy. This is because I was often able to see the actors in person and catch a glimpse of their great acting. But Han Ji-woon could guarantee it. I have never been happier than now. This time, we are in charge of filming Lee Yunjae's music video. Han Ji-woon's studio was in charge of filming Lee Yunjae's music video. Aren't you crazy? As soon as Han Ji-woon heard the team leader's words, he immediately got down on his knees and prayed. Team leader, what can I do? Please. You still dashed us. Please. I will do whatever you ask me to do. If you don't have anything to order, you can just use it as a footrest. Yes. Seeing Han Ji-woon's crazy appearance for the first time, the team leader gave permission with a dumbfounded look on his face. Only after Han Ji-woon signed a confidentiality agreement was he finally able to see Lee Yunjae again. It was the second meeting he won with his own hands. How do you act like that? Han Ji-woon looked at the stage with a blank face. I've seen Lee Yunjae's acting hundreds of times on TV and in movie theaters, but this was my first time seeing it in person. Lee Yunjae's acting was very beautiful. It's hard to believe that you can capture this directly in your own eyes. It's really amazing. Although he was a boy much younger than me, I realized long ago that age was not important at all. How can they do that? It was a large studio that looked empty even though there were usually dozens of employees running around. There was only one person, Lee Yunjae, standing there, but the stage seemed too narrow right now. I felt that this large space was filled with his presence. It's crazy, really. Lee Yunjae's breathtaking acting left me in awe every second. After seeing the first take, I thought there was nothing more surprising, but it was just his miscalculation. Director Lee Yunjae, who came off the stage and immediately checked the footage, was a different person from actor Lee Yunjae. The way he was looking at the camera with a cool face, as if he had been immersed in his acting, made him look like a completely different person. It looks like some kind of onion. I was just thinking that it was like an onion, where different shapes come out when you peel it open. Han Ji-woon paused. Are onions too crude? Still, it's Bambi. Isn't it a bit much to compare Bambi to an onion? Then what about Russian dolls? I think a matryoshka, asterisk a representative. Russian doll, a doll with several smaller dolls inside its body, would be a good metaphor for Bambi. Han Ji-woon thought seriously about this problem for a long time. It was also a part where we could see how crazy and secretly he was. I'm really happy today. I actually saw Bambi acting. I'm so lucky. Han Ji-woon had to hold back his laughter even while carrying a heavy load. I applied because I wanted to see Lee Yunjae's acting in person, and I achieved that. In any case, I never dreamed of having a conversation with Lee Yunjae. This is because there were so many staff members working at the scene, and even other celebrities were there. All Han Ji-woon had to do was quietly run errands amid the bustling crowd. Therefore, long time no see. Jaewon Hyung. This situation was not what he expected. How do you remember me? The vocalization is still good. Jaewon opened his eyes wide and smiled at his older brother. I told you I would remember. I'm sorry for greeting you so late. It's been a few hours since we started filming. No. Are you working as a staff member here? I think she said she was getting ready with Yeonyang. Yes, yes. Well, I'm a college student now, but I worked as an intern for a while. So cool. No, no. Jaewon Hyung shook his head busily. It was an urgent gesture. The actor is cool. I'm not cool at all. Can't we both be cool? It's not possible, is it? I looked intently into the other person's eyes. After a while, a blank answer came back. Yes, that's right. My brother is cool. Yes, I'm cool. Jaewon Hyung muttered blankly. Although he looked somewhat distracted, he was still a happy face. I can't believe I get to see you again. Most of the buy-in I saw at fan signing events and fan meetings were women, so he was even more memorable. I looked like a high school student back then, but now I'm a college student. Time flies. I felt strange. Actress. At that time, Jinbei came up to me. He looked very wary, as if he thought I was holding a stranger's hand. Do you know someone? Yes. I saw this person at the Luke event fan sign, and he's currently working in the studio here. Aha, I see. Nice to meet you. Jinbei handed Jaewon his hand and asked for a handshake. I had no choice but to let go of the hand I was holding. It was a little disappointing. Yes. Nice to meet you too. Jiwoon shook Jinbei's hand creakingly, like an unoiled robot. As I looked at the scene with joy, a thought occurred to me, and I grabbed Jaewon's hand again. So are you still preparing for acting? Yeah, right. Great. I spoke with a big smile. Then can you take a photo with me today? Yes. I thought it would be nice to film a music video together. The other person looked as if they had seen a ghost. Why are you doing that? I couldn't understand the English text. Chapter 296. Why is your expression like that? I thought you'd like it. I thought that the offer to film together would definitely receive a positive response. Because as a fellow actor, I deeply understood the desire for acting. But rather than liking Jaewon, he actually acted like he was in a state of panic. Did I miss something? I was so excited to meet Bayan in an unexpected situation. Feeling embarrassed, I quickly apologized. I'm sorry if you felt bad. Yes? What? I asked to film together. I don't know when I'll have this opportunity, so I think I forced myself to do it without realizing it. I didn't mean to. No. As soon as I finished speaking, the other person shook his head and hand at the same time. What on earth are you talking about? No, I can't believe this situation. Is this a dream? Yes. Am I dreaming now? The way he asked that question was very serious. Seeing his lack of playfulness, I also answered seriously. No, it's not a dream. Maybe. So this is a real situation? That can't be possible. Then did I faint with my eyes open? Why is this guy acting like this all of a sudden? Surely we were having a conversation without any problems until just now. I was just staring at the other person who was speaking more and more gibberish. Actress. As soon as a large hand touched my back, a low voice was heard. It was Jinbei. Mr. Jiwoon. It's not that he's offended by the actor's suggestion, it's that it's too sudden. Yes, that's right. Jaewon immediately nodded. That's what it was. Well, I said it too suddenly. I'm sorry for surprising you. I guess I did it without realizing it because I was so anxious. No, please stop apologizing. Yes. Then, is it okay if I ask you again in 30 minutes? I asked after looking at my watch. Wouldn't it feel less sudden in about 30 minutes? However, despite my calm question, Jaewon Hyung answered with an uneasy expression. It's already sudden enough. Then what should I do? Is there no way? I want to take a picture together. This might be my last direction. It may be my first and last opportunity to meet Bayan at a filming site where I can do whatever I want. While I was biting my lip out of nervousness, Jaewon hesitated. First of all, aside from the suddenness, acting with the actor was what bothered me the most. What? Yes. They both looked at each other with puzzled faces. Jaewon said in a dazed way, because I'm a fan of the actor? Then isn't it better? What? Isn't it better to do something you like with someone you like? I tilted my head because it didn't make logical sense. In an atmosphere that seemed to have become somewhat tense, Jinbei Hyung intervened. Each person feels differently. Actor. Yes. Jiwoon probably did it because he liked the actor so much. He's so great to act with that it's hard to handle. Yes. That's right. That's exactly what I mean. Jaewon nodded his head vigorously. The eyes that were looking at Jinbei were shining brightly. Not some kind of interpreter. What is happening between fellow Koreans? But thanks to Jinbei, I finally figured out the situation. I have times like that too. Because buy-in is so good that sometimes it is difficult to handle. I nodded my head quietly, thinking I had a general idea of how he felt. Then there's nothing we can do. As I was shaking with regret, Jaewon Hyung opened his mouth. Well, if you don't mind, how about just taking a picture? Since I might not be able to act, I guess I'll just throw it away and film it. I quickly nodded at the words full of hesitation. Yes, you have to try it to know. Just give it a try. What kind of rice cake is this? Jiwoon quickly pushed his brother's back to change his mind. Then shall we take a picture right away? Oh, of course I'll take care of the pay, so don't worry. Pay? I wasn't worried at all. I didn't even think about it. Of course you should be worried. Why don't you even think about it? TSK. I could barely resist the urge to click my tongue. Why are there so many withdrawn people around me? Of course you should get paid for your work. You can't go anywhere and do that. Okay. Yes. Jaewon Hyung answered blankly. It seemed as if his soul had escaped somewhere. Then suddenly, poof, he raised his head. OMG. But is there a role for me to play? I don't think there will be any part in the script where I can intervene. Yes. There is no script right now. Oh. Then what should I do? Jaewon asked with an innocent face. Why are you asking the obvious? So we have to change the script. Give me 10 minutes. No, 5 minutes. Please sit here for now, and I will talk to the staff. Jaewon, in a panic, sat his brother down on my chair and ran. I asked for understanding from the staff, including the camera director, and fortunately, everyone nodded willingly. How are you going to change it? Have you thought of anything? I think it would be good if Jaewon Hyung plays the slate in front of me every time I change characters. They watch me act from the side and cheer me on. The original script had a strong feel of me doing a one-man show. The script is changed in such a way that Jiwoon Hyung is there to help. Then I don't think it makes sense. The lighting director opened his mouth. The story of the music video is that the actor tries to fit into the character in order to be loved by the fans, but rather than being upset, the fans who saw that scene actually cheered for him. Does that make sense? I see. If it were me, I would have been upset and tried to stop him. The other staff members nodded. I also agreed with the lighting director's opinion. That's right. Fans will definitely be upset and will never want to support their actor trying to fit into the character. But, nonetheless, I was sure. But I think buy-in will support me. Even if I think wrong and am digging alone, I think my fans will support me to give it a try. He said that and smiled softly. It is still difficult to understand the love of fans. Where does that love come from, and how long does it last? The answer is still not clear, and I am still filled with fear. In that vast ocean, I keep swimming to be loved. But it's strange. Even though I feel at a loss, I feel certain. I am confident that buy-in will understand my messy struggles. I believe that even though they are upset by my appearance, they will support me. I don't know how long you will support me or why you support me, but I think I know this. I know that my fans will support me for the moment that I exist as a secret. I realized that while preparing this song, it was also the biggest harvest. What is the relationship between fans and celebrities? It was so strange. While I am anxious about the lack of purpose in love, I can believe more because there is no purpose. Why is it so quiet? I was a little skeptical about the sudden silence, but I continued speaking out of urgency. In the lyrics, "Don't you love it?" There's a part where you whisper, "Don't you love it?" This was the part where I asked if this was enough and if I was satisfied. I respond with the next lyric. No, it's not enough. The original script had a scene where I asked and answered the questions alone, but I think it would be better if Jaewon Hyung asked the questions. This is a direct answer to a fan asking if this is enough. That it's not enough. I want to be more greedy. It's okay to hear it explained like that. I think it's good. Fortunately, the staff's reaction wasn't bad. Then, should we rehearse one more time when we have time? Ugh, Coach Main is so tight. It's totally Spartan. One staff member grumbled. Yet moving faster than anyone else was still a pro. I am also very blessed. How come the people I work with get along so well? As I was about to return to my seat with a smile, the camera director asked. But Yanji, when did you think of all this? Yes. No, I'm talking too loudly. I was wondering if they had planned it in advance, expecting to take a picture with a fan. How do you expect that? I burst out laughing at the nonsense. Just looking at Jaewon's face, I thought it would be good to change it like this. Is that all? Have you seen my face? Yes. Did the idea come to you just by looking at the faces of the fans? Has it been 10 minutes since you said hello to a person named Jiwon? So that means you thought about what I just said in less than 10 minutes. It was a question that seemed somewhat urgent. I was puzzled by the urgency, but I nodded obediently. Yes. If you think about it, yes. Oh. Did I do something wrong? Strangely, the air around me felt cold. The camera director looked at me with a helpless expression on his face. Why on earth is everyone doing this? It was a day full of doubts. We finished filming the music videos for Bambi and Buy-in in 1 week. Jawon's input made the connection between Bambi and Buy-in more natural, and everyone was satisfied. Actually, he seemed to tremble every time he acted. Jawon Hyung. Huh. It was great to act together this time. When I said that I hoped there would be another opportunity like this next time, Jawon looked embarrassed. I'm probably more desperate than you. I wish I could meet you again, let alone film. We can meet. You know I'm having a fan meeting on my birthday. Do you think it's normal to win that? If you have a conscience, next year's fan meeting should be held at Gocheok Dome. Jawon grumbled. It seemed like I had become a lot more comfortable. The effort was worth it. I don't know how hard I worked over the past week to see this. On the 3rd day of filming, I was barely able to get rid of Jawon Hyung's respectful address, and I was finally able to get rid of the title actor the next day. I smiled and said hello in a happy mood. Then go in carefully. I'll contact you later. Huh. Hey, it's Bambi. Yes. I will continue to support you. Jawon continued speaking hesitantly. Like you said, I was really sad when I first heard the lyrics to Bambi. But I understand. So do we. Us. It's a secret. We work hard because we want to show only our best side to you. It seems like each other is making an effort to live together. Likes are affection, and affection ultimately requires effort. I have to do this for the rest of my life. I don't want you to be anxious for the rest of your life. We're trying to be good fans for you too, so just do that. They continued to say that was enough. I don't know who his fan was, but he was a friendly person until the end. Chapter 297. After the music video filming was completed safely. Today, as usual, we turned on the live broadcast. Oh, Bambi, hello. You came today too, my baby. My son is a filial son, a filial son. As soon as I pressed the button, comments poured in. I wanted to open my mouth right away, but I held back and counted 10 seconds in my head. You can do it now. After checking the location of my phone once again, I bent down towards the screen. Hello. This is Lee Yun-jae. Since the phone was fixed to the stand, it was possible to prevent the screen from shaking like in the first broadcast. Good. The timing and greeting were perfect. I checked the comments with a proud feeling. It's a shame that I can't experience the free roller coaster anymore. Someone who will take the stand with me. Someone please clean that up. Yes, bring back the messed up Bambi lab on. Why is the reaction like this? I thought you'd like it more if I showed you my skills. I just rolled my eyes at the unexpected reaction. I opened my mouth, thinking I would ask Jinbei later. Yes. Yeonji Lee knows see. It's late, but has everyone had dinner? How many times do you introduce yourself? There is no one watching this who doesn't know your name, Bambi. I'll leave it alone, haha. It's cute that you keep saying your name. When Bambi turns on Labong, I always feel like I'm being greeted. This is Korean K-etiquette. You're talking like the culture of the above that culture. The speed at which comments were posted was unusually fast. Everyone seems excited today. I thought I had gotten used to it after broadcasting for a few times, but today I couldn't even read the comments. He spoke calmly while waiting for Buy-in to calm down. I just ate with my manager. He even cut fruit for my brother to eat while broadcasting. He raised the bowl towards the camera. There was a neatly carved pear neatly placed in the bowl. It looked quite appetizing, but my gaze as I looked at the pear was cold. This time, my brother bought more than 4 boxes of pears. Without realizing it, the ending became blurred. I was afraid that I might throw it away, so I refrained from saying that I was eating it whenever I had the chance. I look at Bambi's eyes. It looks like he ate a lot during this time. He looks tired just by looking at it, haha. Manager on, why are your hands so big? Didn't you say you bought 5 kilograms of corn last time? As expected. The story of the captain is different. Comments mentioning Jinbei quickly rose, but quickly changed to other topics. They probably didn't say anything separately, but they all had a common theme. Bambi, have you finished filming the music video? Can you give me just one song hint? Please tell me at least the concept. not just a line of lyrics. I beg like this. Oh, that's what it was. Now I know why Bayan looks so excited today. On the first day of filming the music video, singer Injun Choi of Space sent a coffee truck. Singer Choi Injun asked if he could post a proof shot on his social media, so I gave permission without much thought. It seemed like Bayan had also seen that photo. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have let it happen. He touched his ears with an embarrassed expression. Sorry, I can't tell you right now because of spoilers. I'm preparing as hard as I can. I hope many people will like it. I made a lengthy excuse, saying that I would speak first when I was able to speak. Perhaps because they are gentle people, everyone said they understood and walked away. So there's no problem now? Don't be stressed, and always be happy. Bambi heartsuit heartsuit heartsuit. It's a problem. As soon as I saw the comment, one thing immediately popped into my head, but I smiled first. Yes, manage your stress well this year. No matter how busy you are, don't skip meals. Take your nutritional supplements well, and everyone should sleep at least 7 hours. If you are sick, don't hold back and go to the hospital right away. Perhaps because it was something he always said every time he broadcast, he spoke quickly from the middle as if he were rapping. I'll stop nagging, Bambi. Seriously, I don't think my mom would be this worried about me. Afterwards, we continued talking with a smile on our faces. Grunt. But that problem had already taken over my mind. Once I think about it, it keeps coming back to me. Let's focus on the conversation for now. I ignored it as much as I could and continued with the rest of the broadcast. It was 2 days ago that I discovered the problem. After finishing filming the music video, what I faced was endless meetings. Yesterday, and today, the meeting continued and continued. Even if there is no end, isn't there too much? From cover design, goods components, and stage schedule after the sound release. The meeting topic changed every hour. Meanwhile, as it overlapped with the school exam period, my schedule became even tighter. No matter how active I was as an entertainer, I was still a student, so I had to spend some time studying. I wish I had 10 bodies. Then, you will be able to do better in your studies, acting practice, and album preparation. Increase the time spent interacting with the fog. There's so much to do, so I've reduced my sleep time these days. What was most upsetting was that the time spent encountering the fog was also reduced. But there was a bigger problem than the ones mentioned above. Next is this photo. Is this not good too? The employees looked at the photos I gave them and nodded as a group. His face looked very pale, just moving his head without saying a word. No, is it that much? Still, I took almost 300 pictures, so maybe I can save at least one of them. Yanji, that. In response to my earnest question, an employee held my hand. Then he spoke firmly. Let's just give up on our selfie version. Are you that bad? The employee patted me with a pitiful look on his face. Are you okay? It's even weirder when everyone is good at it. Yanji tried hard enough. No, are you that stupid? The employee cleverly avoided answering and even avoided looking at me. Employees at other tables were whispering. Wow, how did the picture come out like this? Right. If it were this authentic version, it would be okay to actually film it with one's feet, but it's strange. I think I'm saying it in a small way that I'm considerate. I can hear everything. With a sad heart, I turned my attention back to my phone. There were selfies I had taken by myself over the past few days on my phone. It was a photo for a photo card that would be included in album goods. All of these photos were rejected. I worked hard to film this. It was on this occasion that I realized that I am terribly bad at taking selfies. Is it really that bad? So much so that I can't even get a single one out of all these photos? I looked at my phone as calmly as possible. It looks a little strange, though. It's clearly my face, but should I say that it doesn't look like my face? If the eyes were clearly visible, the nose would be blurred, or if the facial features were precise, the sunlight would reflect them. It's not worth using. After considering it one by one, I was convinced that the employees had refused. Still, being depressed was something else. Then, what if we leave out the selfie version and add something instead? Let's talk about ideas one by one. Regardless of whether I was sulking in the corner or not, the staff started the meeting with enthusiasm. Oh, it's okay to skip the selfie. How can there be no way? Mahayan, can you say that even after seeing this? That's right. Why don't you ask the manager or our friend Jong Hyan? Mr. Jong Hyan is usually good at taking good pictures of cereals. Oh, that's fine. Perhaps because they are competent people, The employees quickly started looking for alternative solutions. But I also have pride. Can you just give me 3 days? I stood up with my fists clenched. I'll practice for 3 days and take pictures again. If it doesn't work out even then, we'll take an alternative solution. Is there anything in the world that can't be done? I guess I can just say die. The employees saw my determined expression and nodded hesitantly. Is it so? Well, about 3 days. Then let's talk again in 3 days. But just in case, Mihai checks actor Lee Jong-hyun's schedule. Yes. Okay. The fighting spirit burned at the reaction that seemed to have no expectations. I end up doing it somehow. Ah, this softness. It's been so long. I missed you. As soon as No Bae-hyuk entered my room, he immediately laid down on the bed. I looked at the guy stretched out with his body completely stretched out. Are the beds in the dorm hard? No. The CEO gave me some expensive things for my growth period. But strangely enough, your bed is really soft. Then do you want to take this with you? There's an extra mattress in the guest room anyway. No Bae-hyuk genuinely thought about my question and then shook his head. It's okay. I just need to come here more often from now on. I'm so glad I debuted, but it's difficult because I'm getting busier. It feels like it's been years since I ate and slept here. The busier you are, the better you have to manage your condition. Wear more comfortable clothes. If you catch a cold during the change of seasons, it gets worse. Yes, Mom. No Bae-hyuk chuckled. His face was smiling brightly as always, but he seemed gaunter than last time. It's not easy to make money. But the good news was that his career was going well. The number of people selling Nade is gradually increasing, and the songs released in the summer have also performed. Well, maybe that's why. Even though he looked a little tired, his smile seemed genuine. I'll just say it next time. There was a reason why I called him, but I couldn't bring myself to say anything due to his tired-looking face. At this point, I was hesitating for a moment whether to let him sleep like this. No Bae-hyuk suddenly raised his head and looked at me. So what's the problem? It's written all over your face. I have concerns. No Bae-hyuk adjusted his posture and sat down. Okay, ready to listen. Tell me quickly, is the problem related to the fog? No, there's no problem with him. Really? Don't lie. As No Bae-hyuk had brought up the topic of fog quite often, I opened my mouth without hesitation. Really, these days, I spend less time sleeping, so I have less time to talk to the fog. But he knows I'm busy, so he's not upset. Instead, you look upset. He touched my face without answering. Is my expression so easy to read? In the past, I said I didn't know what everyone was thinking. As I scratched the back of my neck feeling embarrassed, No Bae-hyuk couldn't help it and urged me on. So what is it? Can I help you? I thought you were an expert, so I called you to get help. Oh, what? The guy showed a clearly brightened face. I hesitated and then slowly opened my mouth. Help me take a selfie. What? Please give me some tips on how to take pictures like you. Why is my face so hot? My eyes wandered, without me knowing. But no matter how long I waited, there was no answer. When I raised my head, I came face to face with No Bae-hyuk's face, which seemed to have exactly what did I hear written on it. It was shameful. Chapter 298. Why are you suddenly saying that? No Bae-hyuk asked with a pale face. When I explained that it was because of the poker that was included in the album, the guy's face changed in an instant. Poker. The guy blinked blankly, then sighed deeply. Then you should have told me first that it was because of poker. What were you thinking? I thought I had suddenly fallen in love with the hobby of taking selfies. Wow, I was really surprised. No Bae-hyuk broke into a cold sweat, saying that his heart was still beating fast. This is outrageous. It was even more absurd when I thought about the fact that he had a truly disgusted expression on his face. I was really surprised. For a moment, I thought I was watching a horror movie. Stop making a fuss. If you're not going to help me, get out. Who won't help? I'm so happy that I have something to make fun of after a long time. No Bae-hyuk chuckled. By the way, I didn't know you appreciated my selfie skills. You're talking nonsense again. Why? There are many people around you who can help you. There are also space seniors. But why are you calling me first? The guy looked proud. It's like acknowledging my skills. As I live, there comes a moment when I am recognized by Lee Yun-jae. I am proud of Bae-hyuk. No Bae-hyuk started to laugh for the first time in a long time. I shook my head. I just called you here to see your face. As No Bae-hyuk said, there were many people to ask for. Jong-hyun, who lives in our house, was very good at taking pictures. However, after No Bae-hyuk debuted as Nade, I couldn't see his face unless I took the time to meet him. However, I'll take this to my grave. I didn't want to be honest with a kid with such an excited face. I got on my nerves and slapped the guy on the back. Ugh, it hurts. If you want to help me quickly. Okay, please sit down first. The guy laughed and punched his side. He asked me to show him any pictures I had taken on my own. So after hesitating for a moment, I handed him my cell phone. What if he gets shocked too? The staff's reaction must have been very impressive. When I thought of the employees who froze when they saw my selfie, I became anxious for no reason. It's just as I expected. But the guy was calmer than I thought. Did you expect it? Okay. You always do it from this angle when you speak. No Bae-hyuk answered in a calm voice. I asked quietly as I watched the guy looking at the photo and analyzing it. But is it that bad? It seems pretty good to me. It's not bad. It didn't come out 20,000 times better than the real thing. That means it's not good. Yes. This bastard. When I started crying, he laughed heartily. If you're going to keep messing around, just get out. Okay. Listen, a selfie is ultimately only good if the person is handsome, pretty, cute, and cool, right? Huh. If you think about it that way, taking good selfies is simple. It's about figuring out how I can look good-looking, pretty, cute, and cool. The guy took out his cell phone. Look, this is what I took. Oh, did it come out well? I see. I have raised eye corners, so my impression changes drastically depending on the angle. Look at this picture. It feels different because it's taken from below. Huh. No Bae-hyuk revealed that his complex was his thick eyebrows and showed several photos as examples. So I took the picture while wringing my hands. That way, your eyebrows will look relatively thin. Or, I take pictures with my eyebrows furrowed. Oh yes, I know what you mean. There was a lot more to consider than I thought. I listened carefully to every word No Bae-hyuk said. The reason you can't take selfies is because you've never thought about how to show your face well. So far, I've only studied the facial expressions the characters make. That's right. I nodded eagerly at what he said. That was a good call. I felt better because the explanation was much clearer than I expected. If you understand, let's get into practice right away. Take a picture. Now. Okay. Then when will you do it? The guy looked at me. Blankly. I was dumbfounded with embarrassment. Well, do I really need to take a picture? What are you talking about? Please help me. No, that's... Sigh. Okay. Then can you look at the other side while I take pictures? Or maybe he's in another room. Why? Because you're embarrassed? Of course it's embarrassing, man. It didn't bother me that there was a camera in front of me, but acting in front of it was a different matter. But is there someone out there watching me do that? I just want you to die. However, No Bae-hyuk scolded him, saying that he had a lot to be ashamed of. I should take at least one more picture while I'm there. Think about the fans who are waiting. I came to my senses after hearing those words. After. Okay, let's think about the fate. The embarrassment is temporary, but the results last forever. I picked up my phone, thinking of Bae-in who would be satisfied after receiving the poker game. You're shooting from the front again. What ID photo are you taking? Stop saying something. Bae-hyuk. Although it was a bit nagging at times, it definitely helped. I felt that the more pictures I took, the better I got. Oh, this picture is good, but let's relax our eyes a little. I applied too much force. You said I should emphasize my eyelashes. I said that because you need to take advantage of your strengths. When did I tell you to look at the camera? I don't have time. Pick up your phone again. It's a bit weird today, but I couldn't bear to confront the teacher, so I quietly picked up my phone. See you after class. I have to bury it right away. Unfortunately, there was no need to bury No Bae-hyuk. This is because the outcome of the class was more satisfying than I imagined. I can't ask for help like this. I also have a conscience. Be sure to tell your fans about me. I think everyone will be impressed if I show you the before and after later. No Bae-hyuk rubbed his forehead with a proud face. Every single gesture was disgusting, but I was able to forgive it for today. It's definitely improved a lot. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw the selfie that looked different from before. Now I just need to take about 500 photos while changing clothes and locations. Thank you for your help. Buy me something delicious later. No Bae-hyuk smiled and lay down on the bed. Oh, I'm also glad that we talked a lot after a long time. I don't know how long it's been since I've been talking like this. You don't talk much at the dorm? Don't make a fuss. Because I'm filming a reality show right now. The guy shrugged his shoulders. Is there anything I can do to get at least one more shot on camera? Not like that. Why don't you talk to the members? No Bai-hyuk made an ambiguous expression. It's not that we don't talk, but it's a bit off, isn't it? What? Should I say I feel a sense of distance? Still, I like that everyone is nice. Oh, except Yintake. The guy laughed heartily. It was an obvious laugh meant to change the subject. I didn't give up and asked again. Why do I feel distant? You don't want to talk? No Bai-hyuk sighed softly. No, that's not it. I think I'll look really boring after talking. Are you okay? It's not okay at all. You might, but I'm okay with it. Her. The guy laughed. As I maintained a shameless expression, the other person slowly spoke with an expression that said there was nothing he could do. Everyone has a good relationship with their parents. Especially my roommate. No Bai-hyuk scratched his temple. I talk to my parents on the phone every day and tell them I miss them. Everyone does. If something good happens, I talk to my parents first. But I can't do that. Of course, Eun-taek is relatively less active, but his parents often come to the dormitory anyway. Please pack the side dishes and bring them to me. He said he was the only one whose parents didn't come to the dorm. The guy who said that muttered softly. I thought that if I debuted and did my job well, people would show interest for once. I expected too much. I brought it on myself. Why did you bring that upon yourself? I frowned. Everyone has expectations. Regardless of intention, people have no choice but to do that. When you said you didn't do anything wrong, he smiled embarrassedly. I know. Ugh, the atmosphere has become too heavy. Sorry. Please stop apologizing for something unnecessary. Isn't that what you need to hear? I clicked my tongue in laughter. Why are you leaving the child alone? My stomach was seething with frustration. No Bai-hyuk's parents did not appear at Nade's comeback showcase either. At that time, as soon as No Bai-hyuk saw me, he spoke as if making an excuse. They both couldn't come because they had surgery scheduled. From elementary school graduation ceremony to his first debut showcase. It was a story I had heard countless times. What should I say to comfort you? But I could tell. I can't give him the comfort he needs. A wound can only be healed by the person who caused it. Sometimes there are such wounds. No matter how much I cared for him, this was an area I could not interfere with. I looked at him quietly. Bai-hyuk. Okay. Are you going to live in the dorm for about 5 more years? The guy was puzzled as to whether it was such a random remark, but he answered obediently. I guess so. This is usually done by accumulating annual leave. Sometimes they become independent around the time their contract is renewed. When do you want to do it? I haven't really thought about it. Shouldn't I still be an adult? I said to the guy who tilted his head. Then, when you get to the dorm, come live with me. The guy looked at me with a strange face. With Jin Bae-hyung? Maybe so, maybe not. Because my brother might get married. Will Jin Bae marry you? I don't think I will. Then the 3 of us can live together. The guy hesitated at the simple words. Why are you suddenly saying that? It was the same question I heard a few hours ago. But now, No Bai-hyuk was not pale at all, and he did not look like someone watching a horror movie. Somewhere he looked embarrassed, and somewhere he seemed desperate. I spoke calmly to that guy. Because it's the only action I can take. What are you talking about? I can't claim that I gave birth to you. It's not like I can manipulate your copy. What? There are things you have to do as a parent. There is only one thing I can solve among them. I mean living together. The guy looked blank at my words. No Bai-hyuk only laughed after a while. You really? He's such a strange kid. You always say that, don't forget. In the first place, people play among themselves. I'm like you. He said I was swearing harshly and lightly hit my forearm. Fortunately, the giggling guy's laughter sounded much lighter than before. I was just chatting with this guy for a while. I guess I came under the manager. I got a call. I have to go now. No Bai-hyuk didn't want to go and got up with a deathly expression on his face. I silently packed his bag. Good job filming. Don't push yourself too hard. No Bai-hyuk trudged forward. It looks like you really don't want to go. While I was quietly looking at No Bai-hyuk's back, he suddenly turned around. That's right. What are you going to do for Yun-taek's birthday next week? What? We decided to order and eat chicken at our dorm. My brother asked if he could call you. That. I have work that day, so I can't go. Okay. I'm going to get angry again. If you look closely, he is also very narrow-minded. Are you okay? I said I was going to visit my brother the day before. Okay. Our accommodation? I quietly shook my head and said, no, to my brother's house. They said they decided to go to Lee Eun-taek's home. Chapter 299. Under. I took a deep breath. Are you okay? I opened and closed my hands repeatedly and glared at the tightly closed gate. It will be fine. No matter how many times I mumbled, I couldn't help but feel nervous. It was the moment when I was biting my lip. Actress. A very reassuring voice was heard. When I turned my head to the side, I saw Jinbei smiling. Are you very nervous? Yes. When I whined that I was going to die, Jinbei laughed softly. Me too. Brother, why are you nervous? It's my first time meeting the actor's family. In Jinbei's hands, he was holding various items, including red ginseng, peaches, and a Korean beef set. Just looking at it, it had luxurious packaging that made you think it must have been purchased at a department store. If anyone sees you, they'll think you're going to get permission to get married. Funny enough, seeing that made me feel a little more relaxed. I chuckled without realizing it. My family is my brother. Jinbei looked at me for a moment and then smiled. When you say that, I get more nervous. I am being introduced as a family member. That's what I came here to do in the first place. This was also the reason why I asked Jinbei to go to Lee Eun-taek's parents' house with me. Because it's a place to introduce my present. I needed Jinbei to introduce me to the person I am now, not the person my adoptive parents remember. Because he was one of the people who gave me the courage to stand in front of this gate again. You can do it. It was something I had to face at some point. The past could no longer be dismissed as just the past, even if it's because of Lee Eun-taek. Fortunately, her relationship with Lee Eun-taek was restored, but there were still some past issues with her adoptive parents. If it were me before, I would have just pretended not to notice. No, actually, to be honest, I still want to do that. I desperately want to pretend not to know. I want to live as if that never happened, as if we never knew each other. I feel my heart pounding every time I think of Jihyun. Every time I think of the smell of Wool's perfume, I feel dizzy. I didn't want to go through anything again. But you have to do it. I couldn't whine anymore. I had to put more effort into my whining time. Jinbei, Bayan, and Lee Eun-taek. Because I don't want to miss everything. As the greed grew, the portion that had to be borne also grew. In the end, it was something I had to do for my own greed. Even for me. When you're ready, actor, I'll ring the doorbell. No. Yes. I took a deep breath again. Jinbei is next to me, and although I can't see it, the fog is there as well. Tonight, I imagine the fog hugging me tightly, telling me I had a hard time. I am not alone. After clearing my mind, I raised my head. I'll press it. I stretched out my hand. Ding dong. Unlike my complicated feelings, the sound of the doorbell was cheerful. You didn't have to buy something like this. I'm sorry. What should I do? No. I bought it because I wanted to look good. This is pomegranate juice, and it would be good for your wife to drink it. Oh, thank you. Be kind. I looked around with the conversation between Jinbei and his mother playing as background music. That's interesting. Lee Eun-taek's house, which I visited for the first time since I was 8 years old, was stranger than I thought. Before I came here, I vaguely remembered an atmosphere and a smell. It's just an ordinary house. The house in my memory was no longer there, as it became increasingly dull and filled with gloom. I was looking around as if I was at a filming location. Baby, Eun-taek Lee approached cautiously. Are you feeling okay? Aren't you feeling sick? Why does it not suit you? Are you going to make a fuss even if I worry about you? Eun-taek Lee furrowed his eyebrows. Only then did the familiar figure of my second brother appear. I chuckled as I looked at the other person's raised eyebrows. Hyung, there's only one day left, but happy birthday. Thank you. Mom worked really hard to prepare a meal because you were coming. Dad started gardening a week ago. He said that my birthday had already become a thing of the past, and his grumbling voice was full of joy. You look in a good mood. I looked at Lee Eun-taek, who was talking to himself, saying he was glad he didn't have any schedules today. So I told my mom. What? Why are you looking at me like that? What? Why do you look at me the way you look at your younger brother? Do you see a lot? What? Lee Eun-taek frowned. I was used to avoiding people who tried to hit me right away. Brother, correct your hand habits. You should first change your speaking habits. Don't let this bastard cheat on you. You have to act like a brother to be treated like a brother. Who is a baby, a baby? Hey, Then what kind of younger brother looks at his older brother like he's looking at his younger brother? If you look at mental age dashed, you bastard. Yun-taek Lee raised his hand again, and I raised my foot. Lee Yun-taek was also accustomed to avoiding my feet. Actor, calm down. The fight was finally resolved when Jinbei came. My brother started first. You started first. Yun-taek, please calm down. Before I knew it, heavy breathing was coming out of my mouth. When I glared at Lee Yun-taek, the other person also glared. What did that do well, really? Actor, now stop. When I tried to rush back, Jinbei spoke firmly. It's not just the three of us. Oh. I turned my head belatedly. The embarrassed faces of the adoptive parents were in sight. All I had to do was awkwardly exchange a few words of greeting with my adoptive parents. I can't believe I'm showing you a fight with Lee Yun-taek. I hastily adjusted my posture. Sorry, I was rude. No, are you okay? Yes. You can fight more. Yes. No, I mean. Mo Yang was gibbering and hurriedly took refuge in the kitchen. I'm going to prepare a meal. Honey, I'm sitting in the living room with Yun-taek and Jano, Yunjae. I will help you. Jinbei also followed Yangma and disappeared into the kitchen. My adoptive father, I, and Lee Yun-taek were left in the living room. I spoke to Lee Yun-taek with my eyes. Tell me something. Yun-taek Lee spoke with his eyes. I'm not close either. What if I'm not close to my father? You bastard. After hesitating for a moment, I carefully sat down on the sofa. Hyung, sit down quickly too. Don't just talk, sit down. I said I understand. Yun-taek Lee sat next to me awkwardly. My adoptive father looked at us with strange eyes. It seems like you two have become very close during this time. Yun-taek Hyung contacted me first. Even after my debut, I was busy, but they continued to take care of me. My brother is very kind. Okay, I didn't know. Dad, fortunately, the atmosphere was better than I expected. My adoptive father started by saying that he enjoyed watching the drama I was in, and then asked a question. I heard they are releasing a song this time. How did you know? How many of your articles are published? It's fun to go to work these days and search for your and Yun-taek's names. I laughed awkwardly at the other person's words. I didn't even know I could sing, but I was lucky enough to get a chance. Yun-taek also loved singing since he was young. That's interesting. They really look alike, both in terms of talent. The adoptive father, who had been talking with a smile, paused for a moment. I also stiffened. A very brief moment of silence passed us by. It's natural that we look alike. Because we are brothers. It was Lee Yun-taek who suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Maybe Jihyun sang well too. Yun-taek Lee opened his mouth casually. My heart sank at the name that popped out without any warning. When I glanced ahead, my adoptive father's pupils were also trembling as if there had been an earthquake. Why? When Jae-hee couldn't sleep, your older brother used to sing next to her. You remember Dad too, right? Only Lee Yun-taek was calm. He stabbed the fruit that no one had, touched with a fork, and brought it to my mouth. After taking it without any hesitation, Lee Yun-taek naturally spoke. It would have been fun if the three of us debuted together. He moved his mouth. When I bit into the fruit in my mouth, the peach crunched into soft pieces. I slowly opened my mouth, feeling the sweeter smell of the flesh as I chewed it. I know, it must have been fun. But when I added that I still like acting better than singing, Yun-taek Lee shrugged. We can work as a unit. I like the members now, so I can't let go of Nade. But will Jihyun and Hyung play with us? I would have done it if you insisted. You must be so kind. But, I nodded. He was kinder than his brother. Hey, that's not what you're saying. Yun-taek Lee frowned. I felt like I was going to raise my hand again, so I quickly moved to my seat. You shouldn't fight when there are adults around. Lee Yun-taek yelled at me, asking me where to run, and I didn't want to deal with him, so I picked up another fork. After taking a picture of the peach, I handed it to my adoptive father. Peaches are delicious. Please eat. Oh. The adoptive father absent-mindedly took the fork. The way he was eating gave off a strangely gentle feel to Yun-taek. The meal is ready. At that time, Jinbei came up to me. Yes. While everyone was getting up, I quickly grabbed the peach. And then he brought it to Jinbei's mouth. Bro. Although Jinbei looked puzzled, he opened his mouth and took it. It's sweet, right? Jinbei immediately nodded. I looked at that with joy. It was delicious. I think I made a good purchase. Fortunately, would you like one more? Now you have to eat. My wife prepared a lot of food. Jinbei naturally pushed my back. Untake Li grabbed my forearm and told me to come here. And there was no exaggeration in Jinbei's words. You really prepared a lot. The large table was filled with food that had been prepared by hand. No, I don't know if it will suit Yanji's taste. I asked Untake what his favorite food was and prepared it for him. I can eat anything. Thank you. From golden grilled cutlass fish to spicy soybean paste stew and soft-looking braised ribs. Do you also have beef stew? Huh. I heard it's the manager's favorite food. That's right. How did you know? Without realizing it, I asked in a raised voice. My eyes met with Yang, who had never made direct eye contact before. Mo Yang flinched, but did not avoid his gaze. I saw it in your interview. Wow, Mom. They take so much care of me because I'm the youngest. Don't watch my interview. I see everything you did. It's okay. I don't believe it. Have you seen all the people you're thankful for who haven't talked about us? The braised ribs looked delicious. Untake Li sat down creakingly. After quietly clicking his tongue, he spoke to his adoptive mother. Don't worry too much. I heard it from Baihyuk, and he said that to the members as well. You don't take care of people well. No Baihyuk. He lies every time he opens his mouth. This guy? Why are you swearing at the same member? How kind of Baihyuk is? Why is everyone attacking me? Weren't we all here for my birthday? Li Untake's voice was full of resentment. I smiled and sat down. Honey, the rice is really delicious. Thank God. Ash, no? How about serialization? Are you sure? Would you like some salt? Or pepper? It's just right. It is very delicious. When I said thank you, my adoptive mother smiled as if I was embarrassed. The meal was very comfortable, despite the fact that I had brought digestive aids with me. I think I ate twice as much as usual. After finishing my meal, I went out to relieve my slightly bloated stomach. I was looking at a neatly organized garden. I felt someone standing next to me. Do you remember that flower? Chapter 300. When I turned my head, my adoptive father was standing next to me. These are the flowers you gave me as a gift. Me? I think it was about 2 months after you came. My birthday is just around the corner. The adoptive father touched the light blue flowers. At that time, I was tending flowers in the garden, and you came to me carefully and said, you want to give me a gift, but you don't have money. Did I really ask you to lend me money? Did you? Remember? The adoptive father looked surprised. I can't remember. I was about 6 years old when I was adopted, so of course I couldn't remember. I asked just in case. My head became dizzy. No matter how many times I told him it was okay, he insisted on borrowing it because he would pay it back later. Therefore, it means that money was extorted from the person who was trying to give it as a gift. TSK. When I clicked my tongue, my adoptive father smiled. You have a beautiful heart. I told him not to do that, but to pick flowers on the side of the road and give them to him. That's enough. After hearing that, I immediately went out to the street. But he hesitated for a long time and eventually returned empty-handed. He said those flowers probably have owners and I can't mess with them. So he asked if I could pick the flowers in the garden. Did I really act that shamelessly? I couldn't believe it, so my mouth opened without me realizing it. It's not enough to try to borrow money from the person you're giving a gift to, but you're also trying to take away the flowers that person carefully grew. My adoptive father laughed when he saw my vain expression. I think I'm cute. These were the flowers you gave me back then. I don't think I should use the word gift. Why not? My adoptive father picked a light blue flower and handed it to me. Here, it's my gift. After hesitating for a moment, I accepted the flowers. I could sense a delicate scent from the flowers. I thought it was a somewhat unrealistic scent. Thank you for coming here. Hearing these words made me even more so. Thank you so much for coming first. And I'm really sorry. The adoptive father took a deep breath for a moment and then continued speaking. We were irresponsible parents. It's not something that can be covered up by saying sorry. Still, I'm really sorry. No, I'm more. Something came up that made me cry. Feeling a stinging sensation in my throat, I quickly closed my mouth. As I looked down, I heard soft laughter from above. Looking at you reminds me of Jihyun a lot. It looks a lot like you. I don't even remember Jihyun's face. Then do you want to go see it? When I raised my head, I saw my adoptive father's face smiling. Jihyun is still in the room. Yintake's mom cleans it every day. I hung up all the photos. After hesitating for a while, I nodded. I followed my adoptive father into the house, walked up the stairs, and walked down the hallway. I think I was dazed the whole time. A distant feeling, as if my mind was lost somewhere. But for a moment, it really was just a moment. As soon as I entered the room, memories that had been obscured by the curtain immediately became vivid. I looked around the room blankly. I was there. To be exact, older brother Jihyun and younger me. Before I knew it, I was in the room. I even took a quick look at the old blanket, which was clearly well maintained. I also looked through the photos neatly arranged on the desk. That's right. He looked like this. It looked like this. The Jihyun brother I saw in the photo was unfamiliar and strangely familiar. I felt like I had received a lot from someone during that time. Like, you look a lot like Jong Hyun Hyun. The corners of the eyes are gently folded. Friendly appearance. Even the calm tone in my memories. I absent-mindedly stroked the picture frame. Jihyun Hyun. The child in the photo was much younger than I am now, so it was difficult to call him my older brother. He looked to be about the same age as I was when I encountered the fog. I was lucky to encounter the fog. It must have been unfortunate that you met me. When I thought about Jihyun's life, which was so bad despite his bad luck, my mood naturally subsided. It was a while later that I found Youngma, who had already entered the room. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you. Please see more. As soon as our eyes met, Imo Young quickly got up from the bed. Wait a minute. If you don't mind, could you sit down for a moment? Both of you. I swallowed my saliva out of nervousness, because it was like I came here to talk about this. The adoptive mother and adoptive father sat on the bed with puzzled expressions. I clenched and unclenched my fists, then slowly opened my mouth. Sorry. It's about Jihyun. I don't think he was able to apologize at that time. I remember the humid air in the house at that time. After losing an innocent child, I didn't even apologize to my adoptive parents and just shamelessly looked at them. Even after Lee Eun-taek got hurt, he never apologized properly. Really sorry. I really wanted to tell you. No. Jay, no, it's Yeonji. Mo Young hurriedly waved his hand. We were crazy back then. You were my son too. Because I'm such a bad mother, I don't deserve to be called a mother. I shouldn't have sent you out like that. No. I shook my head firmly. You chose well. If something happened to Eun-taek, then I wouldn't have felt worth living. Jihyun became like that because of me. It's my fault. It's not your fault. Now we know. I'm really sorry. No, you don't know anything. The faint scent of Wool's perfume passed through my nose. But I couldn't pay attention to the other person's hands that were gradually shaking. I quietly held Mo Yang's hand. It was my fault. No, that I can't dismiss everything that happens due to unhappiness as my fault. I also felt wronged, sad, and sometimes sad. I was filled with the desire to scream that I didn't know. But nonetheless, it was my fault, and you two made the right choice. Jay, don't blame yourself. My adoptive father placed his hand on top of mine. It was an unfamiliar name and warmth that I had not heard in a long time. We don't want you to blame yourself. It was a kind word, but I shook my head. I'm not blaming myself. Even if you blame yourself, nothing will change. No one will understand. It's not my fault, but it is my fault. Even if something didn't happen solely because of me, I have to live my life thinking that it happened because of me. I have to live with that fact for the rest of my life, until it becomes a part of my life. I don't want to think about the past, but I still want to meet Eun-taek. And I raised my head and met two pairs of eyes looking at me. I want to continue to see my mother and father. Mo Young held his breath. I held the other person's hand even harder as it began to tremble even more in my hand. I told you it was the right choice. It's not a lie. However, even though I know that, there are times when I feel sad. When I said I wanted to go back to daycare, even if my adoptive parents had caught me, I would have done whatever it took to get out. After Jihyun, I didn't want to see Eun-taek get hurt. But I hoped. It's shameless compared to what I did. I knew it was too greedy, but I was hoping you would catch me. I was hoping you would catch me at least once. I don't mean to say that I feel resentful. I would have done the same if it were me. I really think so. I am. What should I say to convey my feelings without being misunderstood? I wanted to express my honest feelings as advised by the doctor, but contrary to my expectations, I couldn't speak. It was. Then. Sorry. Suddenly my eyes became dark. Sorry. Jae-hee. Sorry. All that could be seen as the other person was wrapped around his chest was complete darkness. Youngma's body trembled as she hugged me. Mom. Warm liquid dripped down the back of my neck. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry, Mom. Our baby. A delicate hand patted my back. Soon after, another hand touched my back. I'm back in circles so much. It was his adoptive father. Just like the wool, the voice was soaked with crying. Ugh. The inside of my throat felt hot, as if I had swallowed a blazing fireball. I felt a rush of tears. Fortunately, it was dark before my eyes, so I didn't have to make up any facial expressions. Without realizing it, I frowned, and the words came out like a whisper. I missed you. It was an inner feeling that I didn't even have time to grasp. Before I could finish speaking, Mo Yang nodded repeatedly. Huh. No. I know. The back of Mo Yang's neck was damp from the tears she shed. He's already a delicate person. I was worried that I might collapse from dehydration. I wanted to check on her condition, but the force holding me was too strong. We missed you too. Sorry. Yang Mo stroked my back for a very long time. That's how we had a true reunion. That day, Jinbei and I stayed at our home until late at night. Li Yun-taek and Jinbei didn't say anything even when they saw Yang Mo's swollen eyes. Jinbei just patted me on the back. Jay, what do you want for dinner? It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Even though I hadn't even finished my lunch yet, I quickly stopped Yang Mo from tying her apron. After finally calming down Mo Yang, we all sat down in the living room and chatted. However, upon hearing Jinbei say that I like rice cakes, my adoptive father got up and took the car keys. After using both hands and feet to stop him for a while, the adoptive father calmed down. Still, I couldn't avoid a big dinner, and I ended up eating until my stomach was full. Baby, why? Come here. After dinner, Eun-taek Lee put something in my hand. At that moment, I immediately froze. Rough texture felt in the palm of your hand. There was no need to ask what this was. I slowly opened my hand. There was a rustling sound, and a small lollipop appeared. Eun-taek Lee grinned. It's been a while, huh? This has been discontinued. They don't sell it on the internet anymore. I thought I would be less impressed if it wasn't the same product, so I stopped by a stationery store in the next town, and my voice was full of playfulness and adultness. I touched a lollipop that was at most slightly larger than my fingernail. At one time, I felt like I had the whole world with this candy. Thank you. After all, you're the only one there, right? Because Jinbei is also a brother. Do you really want to act like that? Eun-taek Lee looked at me with a straight face and put a headlock on me. When I screamed, my adoptive parents came running out asking what was going on. Oh my gosh, stop harassing Jay. Why are you guys fighting so much? Not even young kids. I heard he behaved rudely. Eun-taek, you don't even deserve a night's worth. Are you still my brother? Yang Mo hit Eun-taek Lee on the back. I answered with an upset expression. I'm okay. Please don't hit Eun-taek. You, Mr. Lee, why are you acting here? Eun-taek Lee rushed towards me with a tearful expression. Fool. Lee Eun-taek, are you really going to do that? Mo Yang struck Lee Eun-taek even more excitedly. I laughed to myself when I saw that. You were right. It is said that some wounds can only be healed by the person who caused them. Sometimes there are such wounds. That was right. Tonight, my wounds became even lighter. Chapter 301. Han Haram. When I lowered my voice, the child noticed me and came running. What did I say? Don't go out alone. Sorry, that statue looks weird. Then you can come with me. Hurry up and hold my hand. Han Haram smiled brightly and held my hand. Where we are standing is JFK International Airport. It was the largest and busiest airport in New York. It's perfect for losing a child. Still, I couldn't leave a child who already had a history of being kidnapped alone. When he put pressure on the hand he was holding, Han Haram laughed heartily, wondering what was good. It's so nice to travel with Yanji. Me too. Let's just finish all the work and have fun. The reason I suddenly came to New York was because of Lily Sweetie's concert. She invited me and Mia, who appeared in the music video for her new song Lily, to the concert. I originally didn't plan on going. I was busy preparing the album, and going to New York was also a task. I tried to politely refuse, but once again I got caught up in Lily's words. You two have to stand on stage when you release music. Why don't you study by watching my concert? Learn stage manners too. Even though I was caught up in it, it was a valid statement. Since they were in New York, they easily ignored the offer to record a remix version together and only accepted to attend the concert. However, after hearing this, Han Haram begged that he wanted to go with him. Given his young age, he naturally needed his parents' permission, but Han Haram smiled confidently. Don't worry. I'll tell you to do as you please. Why are you so sure? He doesn't talk to me much these days. I didn't even mention models. The smile of the child who said that at home, he only breathed like an invisible person had a bright smile, as if he had sincerely hoped for this to happen all along. I had a lot to say, but I didn't know what to say, so I stayed silent. Just like that, it was decided to go to New York with Han Haram. Actor, I rented a car. Come this way. Yes. He held Han Haram's hand tightly and moved. I will go straight to the concert venue. Both of you, please wear your seat belts. Jinbei fastened my seat belt out of habit and then started the car. New York is New York. Colorful neon signs and electronic displays shone brightly. Hectic noise of people, lively streets. After driving for a while, we arrived at the concert venue, where people were crowded. After breaking through tight security and crossing several doors, I came to a quiet hallway that only staff members frequent. Wow, this is crazy. You'll be exhausted before you even see the concert. When I entered the waiting room where the staff guided me, there was a passenger there. Bambi. It was Mia Brown, who filmed Lily's music video together. Hello, Mia. It's nice to see you after a long time. But you haven't answered my emails? That's because you only say strange things. As I silently laughed, Mia glared at me and soon spotted Han Haram. Oh my, who is this? Hello. Immediately Han Haram hid behind me. Hi. In the meantime, I said hello. Although it was a creeping voice, the sight must have seemed cute to Mia, so she laughed. So cute. Is he your younger brother? You two look alike. He's my close younger brother. He's American. His English name is Luke. I came to see the concert with him today. Nice to meet you, Luke. Do you like Lily too? Han Haram nodded slightly. Even that slight movement made Mia go wild. You're a Lily fan too. Wow, I'm so excited to see Lily live soon. I'm going crazy with anticipation. I can't believe I'm coming to Lily's concert, even with an invitation from an acquaintance. Even if I die now, I don't think I'll have any time left. Wouldn't it be better to die after watching the concert? I was curious, but I didn't bother to say anything. Actor, please eat your sandwich. Thank you. The waiting time for the concert was quite long. We were just sharing the sandwich that Jinbei had brought us. But your English has improved a lot. Huh? Oh, don't misunderstand. It's not sarcastic or anything. It's just a pure compliment. Mia waved her hands shakily. I wasn't this skilled when I was filming the music video. Now I feel like a complete native. Well, because I studied. Is that what studying is all about? Mia tilted her head. I also tilted my head. Then what else can there be other than studying? It's already been more than 2 years since I took English classes, and thanks to Han Haram, I now use English in my daily life. Even this album has all lyrics in English, so I just studied more intensely. At my explanation, Mia's expression became even more strange. It's strange. Since you say it so easily, it seems like it's really easy. You should learn a foreign language, too. It's fun. Okay. Yes. I should say that it feels like my brain, which I wasn't using, is working again. I get stimulated every time I make a mistake. Do you find that fun? Mia looked at me strangely. You're looking at me like I'm looking at some kind of psychopath. It was then. That's because I'm good at all cereals. Han Haram, who had been quiet ever since meeting Mia, intervened. There's nothing I can't do. I'm good at acting, good at foreign languages, and good at singing. Oh, that's right. You said you were releasing a song. Mia's eyes sparkled. Can you sing it briefly now? No. He flatly refused. Why? Beware of spoilers. We're the only ones here, so what about spoilers? You never know. There may be a recorder here, or a camera may be installed. I couldn't blindly trust a place I had never seen before. When I refused until the end, Mia pouted her lips. That's too much. Luke, have you ever heard Bambi sing? No, I haven't heard of it either. Gasp, you too? Aren't you sad? Han Haram nodded. I'm not disappointed. Instead, he said he would let me hear the album first when it comes out. Huh. You two are also very close. That's right. We're very close. I won't do anything Yunjae doesn't like. The expression on the face of the guy who said that seemed calm. I looked at Han Haram quietly, then gave Mia a quick glance. It was a sign asking me to leave the room for a moment. I'm going to go to the bathroom for a moment. Yes. Come back. Thanks to Mia's quick wake-up call, only. Han Haram and I were left in the waiting room. After confirming that Han Haram had eaten the entire sandwich, he opened his mouth. Haram. Huh. I really like you. The guy's eyes widened for a moment at the sudden remark, but then the corners of his eyes widened. Me too. I like cereals too. I patted the head of the guy who was smiling brightly. Thank you. But we just like me and you like me. Huh. You can't put up with everything just because you like it. You have to do what you want, even if you think I won't like it. At least that kind of greed should be exercised. The guy tilted his head as if he didn't understand what I meant. What I'm saying is that I shouldn't be the standard for your behavior. Why? Because I am not you. I stroked his soft hair. I understand how you feel. Because people need a place to be saved. But you cannot be saved as a human being. People always change. Oh, I will change too. You change too. That change could cause us to grow apart, and someone could be deeply hurt. Then what should I do? You should set the standard for yourself, not for others. Setting a person in paradise. It might be good at first, but I also have to consider that paradise might reject me. Since that paradise is also just a person, someone is bound to get tired eventually. The relationship between me and Han Haram is not healthy right now. In a lopsided relationship like a seesaw, something called power is bound to arise. Even if not now, someday I might be able to pamper Han Haram. Han Haram doesn't want to be abandoned by me, so he might say even a single word while looking at me. We need to properly nip it in the bud now. I looked at Han Haram with a stern face. I know I'm important to you, and I really appreciate you thinking that way. Oh, but I shouldn't be the most important thing to you. The most important thing to you should always be you. He said exactly what I read in the book. He calmly explained what he had picked up here and there, and said that it might not be easy, but that he would try his best. Han Haram was silent for a while, and then quietly asked back, "What about serialization?" Huh? Is it the same for cereals? The standard for serialization is serialization? Oh, I couldn't say anything. My standards are, it's fog. Because if the fog disappears, my world will collapse. My feelings, my pride, these were just minor things in the fog. I think that. Clear Eyes looked straight at me. I wanted to act, but I couldn't make something up in front of those innocent eyes. That moment of silence. Oh, I told you it wouldn't work. Let go of your hands. Why is this girl so strong? A sudden noise was heard outside the door. After calming down the startled Han Haram, I walked away. Suddenly, when I opened the door without hesitation, I saw a man and a woman arguing. Mia, and this, was the first man I had ever seen. Bambi, I'm sorry. He keeps telling me to go into the waiting room, dashed. Are you the famous bloody boy? Are you taller than I thought? The man looked at me with eyes that clearly showed hostility toward me. I was puzzled by the sarcastic voice. Who is this again? As I watched in silence, the man frowned. What? Can't you speak? Can't you speak English, or can't you speak at all? Can you read? Someone bring me a sketchbook. I play well alone. I looked at the man once, then turned to Mia. Mia, come here. Huh, come here. Mia came to me with a confused look on her face. I grabbed her forearm and naturally hid it behind my back. When I asked who she was, Mia whispered with a troubled look on her face. One of Noah Patterson's gang. Uh-huh. Noah Patterson. The kid who told me he couldn't speak English. I thought of a blonde boy who once came to Korea with my father and apologized to me. Hey, can't you see me? At that time, the man got nervous. What kind of dog manners is it to whisper in front of people? What's stopping me from thinking? I was irritated by the sudden commotion. The man grinned and hit my shoulder. You be careful. Everyone is getting angry because you argued with Noah. Everyone is talking about you behind your back. Do you understand? At that moment, a sound of exaggerated laughter came out of my mouth. At the same time, the man's frown became grim. Smile? Oh, sorry. I chuckled and looked straight into the man's eyes. It was a threat that I couldn't bear without laughing. You're talking about me behind my back. I'm so scared that I stop before I know it. My hands are shaking. The atmosphere became even colder. Chapter 302. I smiled at the frowning man. So, you came as a representative? What? They say they only talk about me behind my back. Aren't you here to represent them? I rolled my eyes and looked the man up and down. As he deliberately moved slowly, the man's brow furrowed even more. What does it matter to you whether I come as a representative? Of course it matters. I'm curious. What are you going to do to me now? He smiled brightly at the other person. I'm sure I didn't come here to say what I just said. Really? That's all. As I widened my eyes, the man frowned grimly. Don't fool me. If you keep fooling me, what are you going to do? The man closed his mouth. I smiled and repeated the question. What are you going to do? I'm really curious. While saying the words full of ridicule, he scanned the other person without making it obvious this time. There's no way he's holding something sharp. Security at the concert venue was very tight. I had to go through several machines that seemed like they would be found at an airport security checkpoint to get in here. The same goes for this guy. There is no way he has dangerous weapons like knives or guns. At best, all you can do is use your fists. I've had enough acting practice today. There is no way a misfortune that would hurt me could happen. Even if something went wrong and I got hurt, I was the one who got the advantage by being unilaterally beaten by the other person. The man didn't seem to know this either, but he just hesitated. If you're going to do it, can you do it quickly? I don't have time. There was no response to my urging. I slowly tilted my head. You won't do it? Cannot. The man trembled and glared at me, but there was no further action. I see a nail. I chuckled. Can you please do me a favor since I came this far? Please tell Noah. The original condition was not to have anything to do with Noah Patterson. I don't think Noah understood. He reached out his hand and grabbed the man's shoulder. I patted the hand of the person who was flinching as if to calm them down. Even if Noah Patterson doesn't come to see me in person in the future, if I run into someone related to Noah, I will immediately judge it as a violation of the contract. If you don't want the recording file to be spread, tell them to be careful. Recording? What file? The man hesitated. Perhaps because of the word recording file, his attitude became extremely cautious. Well, ask Noah directly. You're not close to him. Goodbye then. It was nice to meet you. After removing his hand from the other person's shoulder, he nervously brushed his fingertips, as if I had touched something unclean. The other person frowned in humiliation, but regardless, I turned to the side. Mia, aren't you hungry? Do you want more sandwiches? My manager bought me more. That's... Mia noticed and glanced to the side. I just turned my head to follow her gaze. The man was still standing. After raising the corners of his mouth, he kindly asked if he had anything to say. Then the other person's face turned red. If I do that, my face will explode. The man took a deep breath through his nose, then turned and ran down the hallway. I was just looking at that figure expressionlessly. Bambi. I felt a weak hand grabbing my forearm. When I turned my head, Mia looked at me with a worried expression. Do you have any reason? What? For a moment, I frowned, wondering what he was talking about. Belatedly, he realized what Mia was worried about and quickly raised the corners of his mouth. Yes, don't worry. I'm not that angry. Thank goodness. I thought I was so angry again that I lost my temper like last time. Haha. No matter how angry I am, I can't do that this time. He smiled and winked. Mia followed my gaze and turned to Han Haram. If I go out with the opposite sex, who will take care of him? I can't act irresponsibly when I don't have a guardian. I shrugged and Mia shook her head. Ugh, my heart breaks every time I'm with you. We've only met a few times, but something happens every time. I'm surprised too. But can you please not say that to my manager? It'll be a big problem if he runs away. When I spoke half jokingly and half seriously, Mia looked bored. I don't think you know anything. You're the one who needs to run away. That's it. That's enough. What can I say? Mia shook her head and stormed into the room. As I followed her in, I glanced briefly down the hallway. Only my cold gaze remained in the empty hallway. Lily's concert has finally begun. There are so many people. This was the first concert I've ever been to, and I was surprised that it was much bigger than I expected. Even though it was a large place, it was packed with people with no room to move. And all those people passionately shouted out the name of just one person. Lily. Cheers rang out every time the song changed, every time Lily turned, every time a light passed by. I looked curiously at the people around me who were already screaming hoarsely. Doesn't your neck hurt? Of course, that question applied equally to the person to my left. Lily, my goddess. I love you. Mia shouted with a very excited face. If you just looked at his face, you would think he was at a boxing ring rather than a concert. That's interesting. It was amazing. There was just one person who appeared on stage. Many people in the audience lost their composure and became intoxicated by the atmosphere. Does buy-in like me this much? The air was hot from the heat of the people. The excited atmosphere hardly subsided. I love. Lily on stage also looked happy. Her eyes sparkled. Suddenly, I thought that I might look like that when I look at buy-in. If such a large space is full of secrets. After it turned into a vague imagination, I finally understood what Mia had said. It means that even if I die like this, I have no time left. I was wondering how happy you would be to use such words, but this is when you use them. The gaze processing is very natural. Unlike her excited expression, Lily took over the stage with a very relaxed attitude. I could see her moving around the stage and taking care of the audience from all directions. A sense of realism that can only be felt live, not through sound sources. We looked at how a veteran who debuted more than 10 years ago handled the stage. I was analyzing her eyes, expressions, and posture one by one. Sionji, Han Haram whispered into my ear. Thank you for bringing me. The decibel level was so low that it tickled my ears. Resisting the urge to touch his ears, I placed my mouth on his ears as well. Thank you too. What? For coming with me. I deliberately followed him and whispered softly, and Han Haram burst out laughing. The guy's eyes sparkled as he looked at me, as if I am the only one who exists in Han Haram's world. After the concert ended successfully, we moved to the after-party location that Lily had guided us to in advance. Bambi, Mia, you're here. As soon as we entered a luxurious store, Lily came running towards us. As if the excitement of the concert had not subsided, they still seemed excited. Thank you so much for coming. Oh my, who is this cute gentleman? This is my close younger brother, Luke. Hi, Luke. My name is Lily. Hello. Although Han Haram was embarrassed, he politely shook Lily's hand. While Lily was looking away for a moment, Han Haram whispered to me. I just shook Lily Sweetie's hand. Really? That would be nice. Huh. The guy was shaking his feet with an excited expression on his face. Perhaps because he is American, Han Haram responded more generously to foreign celebrities such as Jim Fury and Lily Sweetie, while treating Jiangyan as one of the furniture in our house. The guy's conflicting attitude was funny. The after-party place was also full of people. Perhaps because there were a lot of strangers around, I patted the back of Han Haram, who was especially attached to me. Bambi, I'm sorry. Huh, I'm out of my mind. After finishing her conversation with someone else, Lily approached again. No, today is Lily's day. If you're busy, we'll talk later. I'm really busy now. Oh, that's right. Tom couldn't come today because of his schedule. Yes. I received a call. Yesterday. I just heard. Did he contact you separately? Lily made a sullen expression. It looks like the two of you have become a lot closer while recording. Do you know that he still hasn't heard you sing my song? You bastard. Huh. I responded to the grumbling voice with a smile. Lily, who had been laughing along with me, let out a sigh. In that sense, our remix? I'm not buying it. Today again, I clearly rejected the remix offer. Why? Lily pouted. Oh, why? You decided to release the music anyway, so you can work with me too. I'm just crazy about the plans I've made right now. It would definitely be an honor to work with Lily. In some ways, the promotional effect can be doubled by working with a famous pop star. It was an offer with nothing to lose from my point of view, but I didn't want to be more greedy. Even though I strongly refused, Lily was persistent. Then I'll make you an offer you can't refuse. It was a fairly confident tone. Regardless of the content, I suddenly became curious about the confident voice. What is it? If you do a remix with me, I'll teach you how to play the guitar. Lily was a singer-songwriter who wrote and sang her own songs. He was famous for singing while playing guitar, drums, violin, and other instruments. What do you think? Is it good? Are you going to do it? Lily smiled brightly. It was definitely an incredible thing for her to teach me how to play the guitar. Herself. I smiled brightly. No. Why? Because there is no reason to learn guitar right now. The music I am releasing now is not an acoustic version. If you learn it, you will use it someday. I guarantee it. Huh. There will definitely come a time when you need it. I responded calmly. Then you can learn it then. Ugh. Lily trembled. I'm going crazy because I'm so sick. Hey, you said you like me, right? It's not. What's wrong? You say you like it, but how can you reject everything I say? I looked at Lily, who was going berserk, curiously. If it wasn't good, why would I come all the way here? New York isn't even next door. How long did it take to get here from Korea? I didn't understand at all. Chapter 303. Title: Did you see Lee Young-jae's paparazzi appearance? Did you go to Lily Sweetie Corn? But the person accompanying me was Mia Brown, the female lead who shot the music video with me. There's an uproar on Tik. It seems like there's more controversy because it's Mia Brown's first dating rumor. I was going to ask who Mia Brown was, but I knew when I saw her face. He must be the hottest among American teenage celebrities. I saw it too, haha, he was holding hands with Lee Young-jae. Are they really dating? But I thought Mia's fans would hate it, but they really liked it. As expected, they were foreign kids, so they had an open mind. They go well together. Title: Summary of why Mia Brown fans welcome dating rumors. That's because Mia Brown doesn't hang out with boys her age. Whenever there was a paparazzi photo, the only thing I did was be with my family or walking my dog. Then, for the first time, I saw a photo of me holding hands with Lee Young-jae. Mia fans say, "Finally, my girl is going on a date. This is how it is done, ha ha ha." But when I watched the full video, I saw they weren't holding hands, right? When Mia almost fell, Lee Young-jae caught her for a moment. Plus, Mia immediately said it wasn't a date, so the fans were in a sullen state, ha. Plus, added after seeing comments. In the first place, we didn't go together, but we went as a set of 3 with an acquaintance. It was a very unexpected dating rumor, haha. I heard the news too, huh? But I understood it as soon as I saw the picture. As expected, the combination of faces is the best. I think she suits Han Se-young better than Mia. Who asked? That's just me. Hey, I want these two to date. They looked so good together in the music video. Let's date in real life, babies. Don't be interested in men's dating situations. Just leave it to the young people to figure it out. But the most interesting thing is talking about other people's relationships. Title: I was surprised to see Korean in Lily Sweetie's story. I only watch stories from accounts that follow foreign celebrities. Suddenly, Hangul came out, and I used it, lol. Picture: this is a photo posted on Lily's story yesterday. Meanwhile, it's funny that only Lee Young-jae's name was honestly written in Korean. What? Is it a contract? Except Lee Young-jae, everyone is in English, so I don't know what it's about. Someone please explain. I am not the author, but I interpret it. It's like a declaration written as a joke, haha. If I, Young-jae Lee, work with another singer, she works with Lily Sweetie first. Roughly something like this. A long explanation was just posted on Lily's story. Lee Young-jae kept rejecting the collaboration offer, so it was written half as a threat, haha. A photo of Lee Young-jae taken at the party was also uploaded. Why is Lee Young-jae's crazy expression so funny? Title: What kind of celebrity is Lee Young-jae? Is there something like this? When I think about it, when I first appeared in a drama as an extra, I think Lee Jong-hyun went first. Not to mention Space Choi in June. At first I thought it was something. Lily Sweetie, Tom Washington, Mia Brown. Seeing how even the most successful people in Hollywood are clinging to each other. Is there really something to fortune-telling? I feel like. It seems like quick-witted people recognize Sprouts. Is there anything he's done that hasn't caught on? Look at it now. I just went to a concert, and the only thing I see on Toksun is about Young-jae Lee. No, that's what I'm saying, haha. I thought there was a teaser or something. You are now a high school student, and I look forward to how famous you will become in the future. It smells like buy-in. Don't act like you're not a fan. There is a high probability that it is not a coincidence. I don't see any madness. I thank you for writing XD. Please support our Wagi Genius Bambi, a lot slightly smiling face. It's really here. As expected, the real fate is different. As soon as I returned to Korea, I visited team leader Woo. I'm here. Yes. What happened to the dating rumor with Mia this time? Team leader Woo shrugged his shoulders. It was embarrassing to even call it a dating rumor. It's all about holding hands. I didn't hold your hand. Reporters are the ones who make bread from dust. I'm seeing reactions from overseas, so don't worry. I just posted it because I thought it was the right time. Thanks to you, it went viral. Even with the clear answer, the uneasy feeling did not go away. When I asked if I could write on the fan cafe, I was told to do whatever I felt comfortable with. Anyway, Lily decided to teach me how to play the guitar. Without realizing it, I made a tired expression. Lily must have been so annoying at the after-concert party. I immediately tried to manage my facial expressions, but I thought I didn't need to do it in front of this person. If we collaborate someday. I said I wasn't ready right now, so they told me to at least sign a contract and go. The contract stipulated that if an opportunity arises to work with another singer, the first to do so is with Lily Sweetie. In return, Lily agreed to teach him how to play the guitar. It has no legal effect. It was just a meaningless piece of paper, but after being tormented by Lily for more than a few hours, I roughly signed it. I thought they wouldn't send me home if I didn't do it. Team leader Wu laughed after hearing my explanation. Still, consider learning guitar. I'll give you time. Why? It's good if you know how to do more things. It would be a good idea to film a piece of music at this point. Then can't I just go and learn from another teacher? Is there really a need to learn from Lily, who lives far away? The question was resolved with a laughing answer from team leader Wu. If you say you learned it from a famous star, you can use it for marketing. Uh-huh. I couldn't help but laugh. You have to be so immersed in work to think like this. While I was inwardly amazed, team leader Wu continued speaking. Anyway, think about it. Is there anything you need? There is. Do you have any spare scripts? What? Team leader Wu frowned slightly. You took 3 last time. I saw it all. All of that. It's already been 2 weeks. What are you talking about? When I looked at him with a puzzled expression, team leader Wu also tilted his head. Didn't we decide to talk about our next project after finishing our stage activities? Yes. I was talking about a practice script, not a next project. To get rid of the unhappiness factor, practicing acting for 2 hours a day was essential. That meant I needed a lot of characters and scripts to practice with. The more the better. Team leader Wu took out several scripts from a drawer with a bored expression on his face. You're such a workaholic too. I don't want to hear that from the team leader. I just listened. This is my first time saying this to someone. Now here. Thank you. I received the script and bowed, just as I was about to go out. Ah, Yanji. Do you remember that you were supposed to go on a variety show? Yes. Has it been decided? Team leader Wu nodded. I deliberately excluded public broadcasting and chose one of YouTube's entertainment shows, definitely targeting young people. Let's keep our music activities within the set target as much as possible. Yes. Okay. Acting is one of the professions where image is important. Since it is a job that requires you to appear in front of the public as a different character every time, you should not become fixed with one image. Among them, the thing I most avoided was funny images. As it was the most difficult image to escape, my agency, We in Entertainment, strictly restricted my entertainment appearances. But you can't do it at all. I understand CEO Zhang's position, but I couldn't just ignore the ripple effect of entertainment. Even more so considering that this is my first time releasing music. How actively will you promote the song? It was important to determine how much to emphasize singing activities without damaging the actor's image. After a meeting that lasted over 3 hours, it was finally decided that only one entertainment show would be performed. I left it up to the employees to decide which entertainment they would participate in. What was decided? The place you're going out to is. I had to hold my breath as team leader Wu continued. Actor, I'm here. You can get off. Yes. A week after that, the long-awaited entertainment filming day has arrived. I arrived at an unfamiliar building and got into the elevator. As I stood expressionlessly looking ahead, Jinbei glanced in my direction and smiled. Do you like it that much? Of course. The corners of his mouth rose as he answered. After grinning without realizing it, I belatedly lowered the corners of my mouth. I never thought I would meet Bayan like this. I don't know how much I looked forward to today since the day I heard from team leader Wu. The entertainment show to be filmed today was a famous program called Finding M Hidden in OO. People sitting between partitions exchanged messages on their cell phones, and the goal was to find hidden M during this process. For example, it was about finding extroverts hidden among introverts or finding students hidden among office workers. The concept I was going to shoot today was finding the real Lee Yun-jae hidden among Lee Yun-jae's fans. Isn't it originally the opposite? I was a little puzzled. In the case of other celebrities, this is because they took pictures disguised as their fans. The highlight was the scene where his fans were surprised when he revealed his identity at the end. I couldn't help but notice it from the title. Since the title clearly says, Finding Lee Yun-jae, the fans who would come to today's filming already knew that I was coming. Any doubts about the plan were resolved only after meeting the production team. Maybe it's because so many celebrities have already appeared on our program. But these days, everyone comes with expectations. It feels too obvious. Aha, I see. Yanji's fans are so crazy. No, it's famous for being full of love, right? Since they are such fans, I think they would do well to follow Yanji's lead. The comment went on to say that it would be quite interesting to see a picture of an actor's fan acting. It will be fun. Will Bayan be able to imitate me well? I took the pre-interview as calmly as possible, knowing that I would be shaking with anticipation. Are you confident you can do well? I just smiled when the PD asked me a question. I'm really Yanji Lee, so you can just do what you do. Rather, I'm worried about the fans, because I am a person with no special characteristics. But the PD smiled meaningfully. Yes, if you think so, it's good for us. Then we will begin filming in earnest. Yanji, please go outside for a moment. Why are you smiling like that? I was curious, but I didn't have time to ask. After following the staff's instructions, I moved to my seat and returned to the studio a few minutes later. People wearing eye patches were sitting one by one between the partitions. As I sat quietly in the middle seat, the producer opened his mouth. Now, everyone, please take off your blindfolds. The sound of cloth rubbing against each other was quietly heard. I'm nervous for no reason. Please don't talk at all, and from now on you can only communicate via cell phone. I took a deep breath and picked up my phone. I entered the group message room that I was informed about in advance. Notice, please introduce yourself and say hello first. The beginning was the same as other content. I prepared the hello in advance. This is Yanji Lee. I wrote, please take care of me today. And the moment I pressed the button, Yanji Lee 1, hello. This is Yanji Lee. I look forward to. Yanji Lee 2, hello. This is Yanji Lee. Nice to meet you. Yanji Lee 3, hello. This is Yanji Lee. Please take care of yourself today. Yanji Lee 4, hello. This is Yanji Lee. Please take care of it. Yanji Lee 5, hello. This is Yanji Lee. I will work hard while filming. For a moment, I looked ahead with wide eyes. The PD and staff were seen holding back laughter. What? Is this my surprise camera? Chapter 304. What's happening? I quickly looked to both sides. I was wondering if there was a camera installed in a place I didn't know about. While I was looking through the partition, I felt my phone vibrating. Yanji Lee 2. The person next to me is knocking on the partition. Should I knock too? Yanji Lee 1. I want to see your face quickly. Yanji Lee 4. Everyone is cute. Yanji Lee 5. It's lovely. No, when did I do this? I was dumbfounded by the series of messages. It's like a word comment. I was agitated for a moment, but calmed down while thinking about the broadcast concept. And after hesitating for a while, I sent a message. Yanji Lee 3. That's right. Well, they're all lovely. Announcement. Describe your facial features. It's a facial feature. There is something. After thinking for a moment, I tapped my phone. Yanji Lee 3. My hair color is rather black. Yanji Lee 1. Her eyes are black. Yanji Lee 4. I think he just looks average. Yanji Lee 2. I've never thought about it. Yanji Lee 5. It has eyes, nose, and mouth. Notification. Please explain a little more precisely. How can I explain it more accurately here? It was then. Yanji Lee 2. To quote Baihyuk, he said he has long eyelashes. What? I opened my eyes wide again and looked ahead. The laughing staff members were of no help as expected, so I turned my head in the direction where number 2 was. Who was that person? For a moment, I thought I wrote it. Just then a notice came in. Announcement. Who is your best celebrity friend? It's easy. I moved my fingers quickly. Yanji Lee 3, Baihyuk. No, I could pick this moment as the fastest typing moment in my life. However, Yanji Lee 2, Baihyuk. Yanji Lee 1, Baihyuk. Yanji Lee 4. This is Nade Baihyuk. Yanji Lee 5. I don't think it's number 3. Baihyuk doesn't like calling me by his last name. Yanji Lee 2, yes. I felt the same way. Yanji Lee 4, but don't push it too far. I don't want Bayan to get hurt. No, these people are real. My mouth opened wide in frustration. As I looked ahead, I saw the PD laughing. That person is the most obnoxious. Notice, vote for the person you think is most unlike Lee Yunjae. Everyone except me chose Lee Yunjae 3. So, I was chosen because I didn't think I was Yanji Lee. It was so unfair that I felt sick. Yanji Lee 3. It's unfair. That's Lee Yunjae. Yanji Lee 2. It's okay. Still, the acting wasn't bad. Yanji Lee 5. That's right. I think it would be good to pay a little more attention to details next time. Lee Yunjae 1. Bayan is adorable no matter what she does. No, I'm Lee Yunjae. Driving me crazy. But whether I was offended or not, I didn't care about the notice. Notice. If the real Yanji Lee is good at acting, right? Let's all pretend to be non-lovers. I immediately glared at the notice that brought up the next mission. To be precise, the writer writing that notice. Notice, what made you like Lee Young-jae? I have to be good at this at least. He's an actor in name, but he's not as good at acting as his fans. I made up my mind and was about to type. Yeonji Lee 1. Wait a minute. Our baby is Bambi, not Lee Young-jae. Yeonji Lee 4. Please be careful with the name slightly smiling face. What? Yeonji Lee 2. It wasn't my chance. It came to me like a revelation. Yeonji Lee 5. Me too. I was just standing on the street when the night rain fell from the sky. Yeonji Lee 1. I was so excited at Baycrock Dam. Why is everyone like this? I was so embarrassed that I just looked ahead. What? When I asked, what is this? The staff members were busy laughing. No, please answer without laughing. Yeonji Lee 4. Person 3 hasn't had an answer since a while ago. Is there anything that made you like Bambi? Yeonji Lee 2. No way. It's a secret story. Yeonji Lee 3. No, there is. I pulled out my hair and glared at my phone. What made you like Lee Young-jae? What is that? How can I say that with my own mouth? Are you kidding me? Yeonji Lee 5. The answer is too late. Yeonji Lee 2. Answer within 5 seconds. Yeonji Lee 3. Wait a minute. Just wait a moment. A little. After. Come to your senses. You're acting now. I am Bayan, not Lee Yeonji. What would you say if it were Bayan? The thing Bayan says the most to Lee Yeonji. Yeonji Lee 1. Why do we like Bambi? Yeonji Lee 3. Because it's cute. As soon as I sent the message, I regretted it. Paha. Even more so when I heard the staff laughing. He immediately lowered his upper body and covered his face with both hands. I'm going to die. Of embarrassment. I was so embarrassed that my eyes burned. Not to mention my ears. Even the back of my neck was hot. Meanwhile, my phone was vibrating like crazy. Yeonji Lee 1. I admit it's cute. Our Bambi's cuteness is the best in the universe, slightly smiling face. Yeonji Lee 4. Number 3. Do you know Bambi's cutest moment? Yeonji Lee 2. Isn't it every moment? Yeonji Lee 4. Correct answer. Everyone is crazy. I looked at the chatter that was constantly going up with a red face. How do I wear it here? This is not a problem that can be covered by acting. Yeonji Lee 1. Did you see what Bambi posted on the fan cafe last week? My baby is so cute. Yeonji Lee 5. Any tips for removing moisture from the bathroom window? Yeonji Lee 2. Oh, I saw that and copied it, and my parents praised me, haha. Lee Young-jae 4. Wow, me too. Our filial piety, Bambi, is so amazing that I'm in tears. No, not like that last time. Notice, stop acting now. Thank you all for your hard work. Please tell us your impressions of acting as Bayan. Yeonji Lee 4. Acting is always fun. Yeonji Lee 2. It was a pleasant experience. What kind of Jekyll and Hyde? It turns out that not everyone is an actor. It was confusing. While I was unconsciously increasing the distance between me and my phone, the game was already nearing its end. Notice. Then shall we find the real Yeonji Lee? I think there's already an answer, slightly smiling face. Yeonji Lee 1. I think the notice has already been non-Yeonji. Yeonji Lee 4.